Chapter 449. Chapter 449, Purging the World of Fiend Celestials. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Great Chang World, Divine Firmament Chapter. Boom! A terrifying blast surged in the hall where Ancestral Master Zhang was cultivating in seclusion. Ancestral Master Zhang, who was dressed in a Taoist robe with a high headdress, sat calm and cross-legged despite the eruption that just occurred. Sitting around him were 12 figures who were also sitting cross-legged. There was lightning bolts streaking across their bodies, but the one with the most terrifying aura was still Ancestral Master Zhang. The terrifying aura released from his body made the void constantly tremble, to the point that several cracks appeared in the space. As I expected, once the 12 massive 12 capital heaven divine wraith array is infused into my divine firmament lightning dharma, I can really draw a wisp of chaos divine lightning to descend upon me, causing my divine firmament lightning dharma foundation to turn immensely robust. Ancestral Master Zhang revealed a look of glee. In terms of foundation, I can match the top lightning dharma in the 3 realms. Unfortunately, I have only created my divine firmament lightning dharma to the 6th firmament. I even had to rely on the myriad dharma pool to get that far. Ancestral Master Zhang sighed. Creating a dharmic formulation independently is just too difficult. But since I have resolved to take this path, I should go all the way. Ancestral Master Zhang had enough patience. He was a sky immortal with unlimited life. He had more than enough patience to create a dharmic formulation for himself. Furthermore, a self-created dharmic formulation was typically extremely powerful. After Ancestral Master Zhang infused a sliver of chaos divine lightning into his body, he was already able to match 7th or 8th firmament sky immortals despite being only a 6th firmament sky immortal. After holding back for so long, this sudden uprising immediately made him a powerful figure in the effulgent dominion. Unfortunately, he had been forced to use the myriad dharma pool, which he had planned on using to break the bottleneck of the 9th firmament sky immortal, way ahead of time. Whoosh! Ancestral Master Zhang got up and waved his hand. The 12 figures around him transformed into lightning and flew into his body. Following that, Ancestral Master Zhang left the hall. Instantly, he was high in the sky. Everyone! Ancestral Master Zhang held his transmission token and contacted Human Emperor, East Sea Sky Dragon, Sky Demon Palatial Lord and Company. Brother Zhang. Divine Firmament, what's the matter? Phantoms appeared around him. They were none other than Human Emperor, Patriarch by East Sea Sky Dragon, Sky Demon Palatial Lord, and Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa. Everyone, that massive array formation we discovered in the Boar Ancestral sect left me with a persistent sense of unease, said Ancestral Master Zhang. If that array formation had been set up to completion, the price paid would be astounding. It certainly wouldn't be worth whatever they gained from conquering a small world. I believe Empyrean Lord has a special motive for going after our great Chang world. It is not the simple conquest of a small world. Yes, I think so too. The materials used in that array formation and the armor on the 100+ 3rd firmament Fiend Celestial Guardians is truly an astounding price to pay. That Empyrean Lord must have a great ploy in the making. Patriarch Bai nodded. I haven't been able to feel at ease either, added Human Emperor. It is also the reason why I have spared no expense to increase my strength in recent times, said Ancestral Master Zhang. Just today, I have decided to eliminate the 8 lineage fiendish demons. I will also rid our great Chan world of all potential catastrophes, leaving not even a single flawed spatial node behind. What? Eliminate all of them? Get rid of all potential catastrophes? Human Emperor and Company were extremely astonished. Many of the catastrophe sources were difficult to resolve. For example, some were inside the layers of the 8 lineage fiendish demons. Some had been repressed by Human Emperor and the dragons in the past, but that was just simply repression. It was impossible to destroy the problem at its root. What do you need of us? Asked East Sea Sky Dragon immediately. Leave everything to me, said Ancestral Master Zhang. However, I will need all of your help to clean up the aftermath. That is only natural. Brother Zhang is getting more powerful. Ha, it's a blessing for our great Chang world. It will truly be a momentous event in our great Chang world's history if all the fiend celestials in the world are wiped out. It's unfortunate that Qin Yun isn't around to see it, said Patriarch Bai. I wonder how Qin Yun is now. Sky Demon Palatial Lord was a little worried. Qin Yun? Ancestral Master Zhang shook his head gently. That senior brother yellow-robed of mine is someone even the heavenly courts are powerless against. There's nothing I can do except use my status as the Tao Ancestor's personal disciple. I hope that can be of some use for Qin Yun. But everything will depend on him in the end. Resolving the potential catastrophes should be done as soon as possible. I will take action now. In an hour, you can muster the manpower needed to head for the 8 lineage fiendish demon nests and start the cleanup. All right. Our great Chang world has been in existence since ancient times. Finally, we are able to rid the threat of the fiend celestial lineage completely. I never expected we would see this day. Everyone felt excited. Ancestral Master Zhang nodded and severed the transmission. It's time to set off. Ancestral Master Shang's mind stirred. With a series of whooshes, lightning flew out of his body and to his side. There were a total of 12 figures, their bodies sparking with lightning occasionally. They were the 12 lightning godfiends. I will first head to Yi Prefecture to finish the ancestral snake. You are responsible for watching the remaining 7 fiendish demon lineages. Seal the void and prevent them from escaping, instructed Ancestral Master Zhang. Yes, Master. The 12 lightning godfiends all spoke respectfully. They flew off. The 12 lightning godfiends split off into 7 streams. 2 were sent to the stronger of the 7 lineages to watch them closely. Single units were deployed to watch the weaker ones. I'll first destroy MT Ancestral Snake. Ancestral Master Zhang headed straight for MT Ancestral Snake. MT Ancestral Snake was the most troublesome lineage among the 9 lineage fiendish demons of yesteryear. It was also the one Ancestral Master Zhang wished to get rid of the most. The entire Great Chang world was in preparation to rid the world of the fiend celestials. It would also see the end of all potential catastrophes. This was a critical period in the history of the Great Chang world. But far in the Skywolf world, Qin Yun did not know what was happening in his homeworld. Bam! 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 Yi unleashed her sword arts against Qin Yun in a sparring match. Qin Yun would at times deliberately guide her, letting Yi enjoy the battle as she delivered her sword arts in a smoother fashion. Other times, he would deliberately find the flaws in her attacks and dismantle them, showing his daughter the problems in her sword moves. We shall stop for today. Qin Yun stopped. Yes. The dragon girl smiled as she sheathed her sword. Senior Qin, I feel like my sword arts are becoming more powerful. My Dao domain broke through to 15 kilometers just yesterday. It's still early, said Qin Yun. In the past, you learned everything on your own and took a lot of diversions. You only had a Dao domain of 10 kilometers when you first stepped into the Dao. That's not bad compared to ordinary cultivators, but with your talent, reaching a Dao domain of only 10 kilometers is considered subpar. Since you started out in a low state, you will only experience greater difficulties in the future. Okay. Yi nodded immediately. Although Qin Yun spoke harshly, he was actually pretty pleased. Back in his dream of 100 years, his Dao domain reached 10 kilometers when he stepped into the Dao in the first world. In the second world, his second stepping into the Dao reached 15 kilometers. But as he had a heart as still as an ice mirror in the second world, the sword Dao he created was a little too cold. After he returned to his homeworld and entered into his real body, the roaring emotions in him made him realize the flaws in his sword Dao. His final stepping into the Dao resulted in a Dao domain of 25 kilometers. This made for an extremely robust sword Dao foundation. Qin Yun's starting point in his sword Dao was already very high, so he soared the moment his strength reached that of a sky immortal. As for his daughter, she had cultivated for too short a period of time. She simply had far less experience than Qin Yun. It was already quite an impressive feat for her to have a Dao domain of 10 kilometers the moment she stepped into the Dao. Qin Yun's son, Meng Huan, only had a Dao domain of 5 kilometers when he first stepped into the Dao. Go back and cultivate well. I have things to tend to in the coming day or two. Come back in 3 days, instructed Qin Yun. All right. I'll be leaving first. Yi smiled and departed immediately. As Qin Yun watched his daughter depart on a cloud, his expression turned solemn. I have to rescue my daughter as soon as possible. It's unknown when Yellow Robe supremacy will exit seclusion. I can't just keep waiting. The last time my daughter encountered danger, I was unable to interfere since it was a competition between disciples, thought Qin Yun. Yellow Robe supremacy arranged for the competition of the disciples and forbade combat generals and guardians from interfering. No one dares to defy him. If I tried, Treasure Elephant Palace would probably immediately send a group of combat generals and guardians to apprehend me. Since I can't interfere, am I to watch helplessly as my daughter is being hunted down? Qin Yun was filled with rage and the feeling of being powerless when he watched his daughter being pursued 2 days ago. He had been constantly tormented by these emotions over the past 2 days. There is only one way for me to have any hopes of saving my daughter. That is to successfully create a sword immortal essence soul dermic formulation and condense an essence soul. That way, I will be the only other person in the 3 realms apart from the Grand Supreme Dao Ancestor to create a sword immortal essence soul dermic formulation. According to Ancestral Master Zhang, Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure will likely take me in as a disciple. After I become a personal disciple of the Dao Ancestor, Yellow Robe Supremacy would treat me well as a Green Turing Palace disciple even if he is capricious in nature. After all, Green Turing Palace is his backer. If he offends it, he would truly be left alone. Qin Yun understood this point. Yellow Robe Supremacy was able to lead a carefree life despite rebelling against the heavenly courts. On one hand, it was because he was sufficiently powerful, with strength that matched golden immortals and Buddhas. He was also hiding in a small world. On the other hand, it's because he had Green Turing Palace backing him. Over the past half year, I have been constantly perfecting my Essence Soul dermic formulation. I could have condensed the Essence Soul a long time ago, but I simply wished for it to be as perfect as could be. But I can't delay any further. I'll do it today. I'll attempt to condense an Essence Soul. Success or failure will all depend on this attempt. Qin Yun had made up his mind. That evening, he set up layers of array formations around the nameless mountain. And inside the stone house, Qin Yun sat cross-legged on a bed. Fragrance from a stick of soul-beckoning incense emanated through the stone house, pushing Qin Yun's mind and heart to an extremely ethereal state. With everything in place, it was time to break through. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 450. Chapter 450, Essence Soul. Essence Soul. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Qin Yun took out a black bottle, and a beam of light flew out of it, went into mouth, and was swallowed into his stomach. A cool feeling permeated his being as his mind and heart felt even more ethereal. Phew! Qin Yun put away the black bottle and gradually breathed out as he studied his dantian inwardly. In the middle of his dantian floated a round purplish golden core. It had been more than a year since he last attempted this breakthrough. His purplish golden core and soul had long recovered. Furthermore, with his sword Dao realm having broken through, his soul had been enhanced once again. The breakthrough failure last time resulted in my dermic powers running amok. Thankfully, I remained conscious enough to bring my dermic powers back under control. If not, I would be long dead. As Qin Yun looked inwardly at his purplish gold golden core, he also felt some pressure. Typical breakthroughs and a breakthrough using a self-created dermic formulation were vastly different. Typical breakthroughs were done in accordance with dermic formulations of one's predecessors. There was the experience of success gleaned from one generation after another. The dermic formulation was already very perfect. Even if one failed to condense an essence soul, it was typically not life-threatening. As for creating a dermic formulation independently, who knew what was good and bad when it came to a new dermic formulation? A flawed dermic formulation would not only fail to condense an essence soul, it might even cause the golden core to crack. Apart from the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage, the other Sword Immortal dermic formulations reached their apex at the Khanate Golden Core realm. And mortal Khanate Golden Cores only have at most 500 years to live, thought Qin Yun. Mortal Sword Immortals, that can cultivate to a level like mine, with strength that matches a 4th or 5th Sky Immortal are extremely rare. At the very least, I have never heard of one in the effulgent great world. I have dedicated myself to the path of a Sword Immortal. I am fully aware of the intricacies of Sword Immortal dermic powers. Grand Supreme Tao Ancestors simply inferred the Sword Immortal dermic formulation and even did it to the Golden Immortal level. All I'm doing is inferring a formulation to condense an essence soul. I will definitely succeed. Qin Yun did not really care about his own safety. Even if he died, he could reincarnate in samsara and be received. He was most worried about his daughter. Only by successfully creating a dermic formulation that could condense a Sword Immortal essence soul would he have a chance of being made a disciple of numinous treasure Tao ancestor. That was the only way for him to save his daughter. It was the only method of saving his daughter he could think of, and the only one he had any sort of confidence in. As for pleading with Yellow Robe's supremacy? With his temperament, would a father's pleas even work? Qin Yun had no confidence in that. It's time. Qin Yun cast out all unnecessary thoughts. His will was as sharp as a sword as he began preparing his soul. Soul, fuse. His soul descended forcefully, fully immersing itself into the golden core. The violent intrusion into the golden core caused it to tremble to the point of slight fractures developing on its surface. Qin Yun's soul and mind began humming. However, he remained extremely calm. This step had to be done violently, for only with force could the two elements combine deep into the core. Next is the nurturing. Only by silently letting it spread and permeate fully, allowing the soul and golden core dermic powers to fuse at their roots, can an essence soul be nurtured. Qin Yun gradually guided the purplish gold golden core and the more important soul. It was like walking on the edge of a blade as he had to be extremely careful. The slightest mistake could result in his golden core cracking and his dermic powers turning violent. This nurturing is different from the direction the Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor took. For me, the appropriate direction to steering should be the orthodox Taoist way, an essence soul that resembles a person. I will stay orthodox and use the heaven and earth as core, and rule the 8 desolates of the universe. Qin Yun gradually nurtured without any sense of urgency. It was not something he could rush. According to experience gleaned from ordinary essence soul condensation of Taoists, the nurturing could be as short as 2 to 3 hours or last as long as 1 to 2 days. It was like nurturing a child, it took as much time as it needed. Time continued to pass. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. The night gave way to morning as a sliver of light appeared across the horizon. However, Qin Yun was feeling a faint sense of delight and anticipation. He could sense it. Inside his purplish gold golden core, a tiny person was subtly and slowly forming. I am my own god. I stay orthodox, my soul fully dedicated to the Sword Tao at my core. As such, I can create a Sword Immortal essence soul. While Qin Yun's soul and golden core dermic powers fused to form an essence soul, he felt an ethereal lightness. Clearly, through the process of being elevated as a life form, Qin Yun was even more certain that he was right in the path he chose. Deep in the clouds, there were about 10 figures standing there. Among them were the silver-robed youth and the green-dressed woman who had pursued Yi previously. There were also other unnamed disciples. Junior brother Goldeneye, are you certain? A black-robed youth stroked his mustache as he looked down at the vast lands, questioning a short and fat man beside him. The fat man's face was lumpy as his golden eyes were emitting a golden beam as he looked down. He said smugly, "Don't worry, senior brother Wooly. These eyes of mine never go wrong when it comes to seeing karma, dharmic powers, or the light shown from Providence. That dragon girl, E, is in that manor below. It's a manor named Who Manor and a bunch of fox demonesses reside in it. And our junior sister E has disguised herself as an old woman to secretly control the manor." "You did quite a thorough investigation," said the black-robed youth with a smile. "I was only able to do so after scouring the surroundings based on junior brother An's intelligence." Goldeneye looked at the silver-robed youth. "If I recall correctly, junior sister E liked junior brother in the most. You also treated her very well. You have truly steeled your heart this time." The silver-robed youth said with a frown, "Back when we formed an alliance, we had agreed to combine forces to kill all other opponents. As for that dragon girl, she is naturally one of those other opponents." "All right." The black-robed youth laughed out loud. "That should be the case, dot. However, the dragon girl's strength has increased rapidly," said the silver-robed youth. "She's a dragon and she cultivates in the skydragon body. When she put all she had into escaping, even the combined efforts of junior sister you and I failed to stop her. Make sure not to let your guard down. Ha ha ha. With senior brother Wooly here, do you really think the dragon girl can do anything ludicrous? We have more than 10 people here. If she can still escape that, we might as well kill ourselves and forget about trying to become inherited teachings disciples." All of them laughed, brimming with confidence. "She won't escape." The black-robed youth smiled confidently. His strength was ranked third among all the unnamed disciples, but he had still organized this alliance. The minimum requirement for joining the alliance was to be at the second firmament essence soul realm. In fact, many of the 300-plus unnamed disciples had formed alliances. They first joined forces to fight any outsiders. It was simply too difficult to survive to the very end alone. As for E, she was immortal early on and was completely ignored. E, since you have stepped into the essence soul realm, your only outcome is to die. After all, only the final 3 survivors can become inherited teachings disciples, senior brother In thought to himself. Let's move out. Senior brother Wooly waved his hand. Whoosh! 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 The group of fellow disciples flew in the direction of Who Manor. And in the stone house on the nameless mountain, Qin Yun was still nurturing his essence soul. He could already see a tiny person sitting cross-legged inside the purplish gold golden core amid his dantian. Whoosh! Everything was proceeding naturally under the most ripe conditions. The purplish gold golden core completely opened up, revealing a tiny person. The tiny person, who looked identical to Qin Yun, sat cross-legged. His tiny arms and legs had wisps of terrifying sword immortal dharmic powers lingering around his body like a mist. Suddenly, the tiny person opened his eyes. Essence soul. I, Qin Yun, have finally condensed a sword immortal essence soul. The tiny person's eyes were filled with excitement that reflected his own. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 451. Chapter 451, I Am Your Father. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The sword immortal lineage was quite a famous lineage of Taoism. However, the lineage was considered a minor Tao. After all, there were only 2 sword immortals who had cultivated to the golden immortal level in all the 3 realms. However, both of them had stunning combat strength, forging a name for themselves as being capable of destroying all Dharma with a single sword. Therefore, several mighty figures had attempted to infer a sword immortal dharmic formulation, but since they had no past knowledge to work from, all they could infer was a mortal sword immortal dharmic formulation. Mortal sword immortal dharmic formulations were very common. However, condensing an essence soul to embark on the path of immortality was only capable by one who cultivated in the Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage. It had been as such for a long period of time. But from this day forth, that history had changed. A mortal sword immortal of unknown origin had blazed open a new way, one full of obstacles, and created a lineage that stood separate from the Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage. It could similarly condense a sword immortal essence soul. The Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage's essence soul was a sword, but the newly created lineage still had an essence soul that resembled a person. The human body naturally forms a heavenly cycle universe that can embody everything. I knew that this path was hopeful. I finally succeeded. Qin Yun was extremely excited. He had completed was the most difficult step. By stepping into the essence soul realm, he had eternal life as long as he endured the constant tribulations. However, Qin Yun's realm was extremely high and profound. It was difficult for the tribulations to threaten him. As long as he didn't court death, it would not be difficult for him to live in the essence soul realm for hundreds of thousands of years. He had plenty of time to slowly create a sword immortal lineage sky immortal dharmic formulation. Whoosh! The tiny essence soul person stood up. It shook its tiny limbs. This feeling is quite surreal. The tiny person spoke to himself. He was about 1 inch tall, this essence soul that was the fusion of golden core dharmic powers and Qin Yun's soul. An essence soul represented dharmic powers and also the soul. It was the fundamental entity that represented Qin Yun's life. He could abandon his body, but his essence soul had to be constantly protected. My foundation has long been extremely robust. I can rapidly raise my essence soul to easily reach the third firmament. Qin Yun flipped his hand and took out a bottle of spirit pills from the two-world picture. He planned on replenishing his dharmic powers. Who? He ate the spirit pills. The essence soul in him began devouring the pure spirit powers in the spirit pills like a bottomless hole. The mist-like sword immortal dharmic powers around the essence soul grew thicker as the essence soul slowly grew in size. Just as Qin Yun was constantly enhancing his essence soul, there was a boom that suddenly sounded, causing a hum to resonate through the heaven and earth. Oh! It made Qin Yun, who was sitting cross-legged on a bed, open his eyes suddenly. He took one step and appeared outside the stone house as he looked far into the distance. About 5 kilometers away, in the Wu manner, there were 3 figures standing high in the sky. The 3 figures were looking down with a relaxed composure. One of them even shouted, "Junior Sister E, don't waste your strength." Whoosh! A blurry dragon figure escaped to the east. Qin Yun's expression changed when he saw that. It was his daughter. With Qin Yun's Dao domain, he could instantly envelop the surrounding 150 kilometers. There are a total of 16 yellow-robed supremacy in-name disciples. They are scattered around the area. It seems they have set up a trap. No matter which direction my daughter flees in, there's no way for her to escape. Qin Yun's expression changed. He recognized the silver-robed youth and the green-dressed woman. It's the 2 of them? It seems they haven't given up after failing to catch my daughter the last time. Yi was truly feeling despair at that moment. Her skydragon body allowed her to sense the danger and quickly moved to leave Wu Manor, but she soon realized that there was a tight encirclement around her. Junior Sister E. 2 figures appeared in the distance. E changed directions again in a bid to flee. Junior Sister E, you can't escape. Another 2 demonesses appeared, giggling. Stop trying to escape. We already set up a massive array around this area. There's no way you can escape. The senior brothers and sisters that had been laying in ambush around began showing themselves. There were 12 senior brothers powering an array formation that had an radial influence of 50 kilometers. Yi looked at her surroundings with eyes full of anxiety and despair. What do I do? The dragon girl looked at the distant nameless mountain. Senior Qin resided on that nameless mountain. This is the competition of the disciples set by Master. Even combat generals and guardians do not dare interfere. If Senior Qin were to take action on my behalf, he might be captured by Treasure Elephant Palace. I cannot burden him like that, thought he. Senior Qin had dedicated himself to nurturing and helping her. She cherished every person that was nice to her. Besides, Senior Qin had mentioned that he had something important to do today. He's probably not on the mountain. Yi suddenly felt free. She looked around her as numerous senior brothers and sisters closed in on her. Most of them were demons, with a few humans. They were all burning with killing intent. I was imprisoned in the fiend celestial world. Here in the Skywolf world, senior brotherin, who I thought treated me the best, is similarly after my life, but I even thought that perhaps it would be easier if I stayed immortal until my 100 years was up, and just let my soul be pulverized. But I couldn't accept it. I really want to know who my parents are, if they are still alive. Did the fiend celestials abduct me while they continue looking for me? Or, did they abandon me? I really want to know the truth. However, everything shall end here. Yi swept her gaze across the senior brothers and sisters surrounding her when it suddenly landed on the silver-robed senior brotherin. Senior brotherin, shouted Yi. Senior brotherin looked at Yi. You always took care of me when I was young. Was it just a sham? Asked Yi. The silver-robed youth fell silent. Ha ha, junior brotherin, did you hear that? Junior sister Yi is asking you a question, said the black-robed woolly Feng with a laugh. That's right. Junior brotherin junior sister Yi wants some closure. The silver-robed youth looked at Yi and frowned slightly. Back when you came to the Skywolf world, you were just a child. I pitied you for being a child without any kin, so I treated you a little better. Pity? Without kin? Yi muttered softly. Junior sister Yi, although you are parentless, everyone knows the relationship dragons have with Master. Even if your parents are alive, there is no way you will be able to meet them. You could go your whole life searching in vain. Dragons would not dare step into the Skywolf world, said the green-dressed senior sister Yu with a laugh. My parents, Yi felt her heartache. She knew she could not escape the calamity before her, but her parents were forever and not in her heart. All right, Woolly Feng said. Junior sister Yi, you have already asked whatever you wished to ask. If there's nothing else, it's time to send you to heaven. A silence hung all around them. Yi took one last look at her surroundings. Everything had come to an end. No matter how indignant she felt, it was all meaningless. Go ahead. Yi's eyes were red as she drew her sword. How pointless. Woolly Feng opened his mouth and blew out a wind. A violent black gale swept through the land as it surged towards Yi. Woolly Feng was ranked third among all the in-name disciples. He was powerful enough to even wrestle with ordinary sky immortals, so how could he be his match? Suddenly, the whistling black winds paused in midair before dissipating. Oh! Woolly Feng's expression changed as all the other in-name disciples were alarmed. Far off, a linen-clothed man walked out of the void. His eyes were on Yi. He had a warm look, but it also seemed to contain an inkling of pain. Who is he? Woolly Feng and the other in-name disciples were stunned. They could do anything they liked in the Skywolf continent. The competition of the disciples was something even combat generals and guardians were barred from interfering with. Yet this mysterious person dared interfere? Senior Qin. Yi's expression changed drastically when she saw this. She hurriedly said anxiously, "This is a battle between disciples. You can't interfere. You can't." She did not wish to harm him. He was a senior adept in the sword Dao that treated her very well. "Speak no further." Qin Yun's voice sounded in Yi's ears. It was very gentle. At that moment, Qin Yun's eyes were slightly red as he looked at his daughter. "Yi," said Qin Yun. Yi was stunned. How do you know my name?" She had always addressed herself as Dragon 9. "I am your father," said Qin Yun. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 452. Chapter 452, Apprehend Qin Yun. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. "I am your father." This sentence resounded in Yi's ears as her mind instantly turned blank. In her daze, she even seemed to forget where she was. She looked at Qin Yun, who was standing right in front of her. "There's no need to doubt me." Qin Yun looked at his daughter as he stopped concealing his aura. Their shared bloodline reached deep into the marrow and straight to one's soul. That resonance and familial feeling, that attachment that could not be controlled. Bloodline sensation? Yi looked at Qin Yun as instantly, tears streamed down her cheeks. At that moment, memories flashed through her mind like lightning. She had been imprisoned in the fiend celestial world. Back then, she was only 2 or 3 and knew almost nothing. In the Skywolf world, she had no parents or backing. At 5 or 6 years of age, she was like a wild reed living on stubbornly. As a mortal, she was placed in the cruel competition of the disciples. She looked at Qin Yun, who was standing right in front of her. She had thought about it many times in the past. Did her parents abandon her? Were her parents killed by the fiend celestials? Or were her parents still arduously searching for her? But when she was certain that Senior Qin was the father she had dreamed of meeting, she felt excited and joyous. Over the past half year of interaction, Senior Qin had been a gracious senior that always treated her really well. She had even fantasized how awesome it would be if Senior Qin was her father. Yet she always immediately dismissed the thought as a wild wish, a fantasy. But now, it had turned into reality. "Dad!" Yi threw herself into Qin Yun's embrace and hugged him tightly. Qin Yun could also feel his shirt being soaked by his daughter's tears. Qin Yun extended his arm and hugged his daughter tightly. Qin Yun's acknowledgement of Yi as his daughter left the bunch of unnamed disciples watching this agape. This mysterious person is her father? Wasn't it said that junior sister Yi is parentless? She was even brought back by Master from a fiend celestial world at a very young age. Where did this father come from? They have already acknowledged each other. It must be true. But this father of hers is a fool. He actually interfered in the competition of the disciples. How true it is that blood runs deep. He even dared defy Master's order. These unnamed disciples engaged in a flurry of discussion and remained relaxed. In the Skywolf world, yellow-robed supremacy enjoyed the highest status. The rules he set were not something his combat generals or guardians dared defy. Whoever he is, he's doomed for defying Master's orders. Wooly Fong sneered as the other unnamed disciples nodded. Treasure Elephant Palace. In a hall, projections showing the 300-plus unnamed disciples floated in midair. A group of cultivators were monitoring them at all times. This dragon girl, Yi, is dead. Wooly Fong and company number 16 people. Dragon girl Yi doesn't even have a shred of hope. The cultivators were still engaging in their discussions. They were already quite accustomed seeing the disciples kill one another. As long as no powerful expert appeared to interfere in the competition of the disciples, they had no reason to care about what they saw. Oh. It's the newly promoted guardian, Qin Yun. Why did he dare interfere? He should know the rules. The bunch of cultivators were stunned when they saw Qin Yun appear and nullify Woolly Fang's black wind. The new guardian? He dared defy Yellow-Robe Supremacy's ban? In the hall, there was an elder in charge of monitoring the cultivators. His expression sank as he said clearly, newly promoted guardian, Qin Yun, has defied Supremacy's ban. He has interfered in the competition of the disciples. All combat generals and guardians, please take action to rapidly apprehend him. His punishment shall be meted out when Supremacy exits seclusion. His voice carried to the ears of every combat general and guardian in the Skywolf continent except Qin Yun. In a particular cave abode in Treasure Elephant Palace, Chufu was leisurely burnishing the divine sword in his hand. He enjoyed burnishing swords even back when he was immortal. Despite the many years he had lived, he kept up with this habit. While burnishing the sword, he would feel especially ethereal both in heart and mind, as though his heart was one with the sword. Newly promoted guardian, Qin Yun, has defied Supremacy's ban. He has interfered in the competition of the disciples. All combat generals and guardians, please take action to rapidly apprehend him. His punishment shall be meted out when Supremacy exits seclusion. An elder's phantom appeared in midair speaking these words. Accompanying him was a projection. It showed the 16 unnamed disciples surrounding Yi, as well as Qin Yun appearing to stop them. Chufu was stunned. Brother Qin Yun, Chufu found it unbelievable. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two figures descended into the cave abode. They were the combat generals, Minggu and Liju. Chufu, what's the matter? Minggu asked anxiously. Although Liju was blind, he could still sense everything around him clearly. How would I know? Why is Brother Qin Yun so foolish as to interfere with the competition of the disciples? Chufu hurriedly took out a transmission token and inquired, Brother Fugao, what happened? Brother Chufu, we just discovered that Guardian Qin Yun is likely Dragon Girl Yi's father. Of course he took action when she was about to be killed, replied the elder. But no matter the circumstances, defiance of Supremacy's orders requires us to enforce his rules. He shall first be apprehended. Qin Yun is that dragon girl's father? Chufu was taken aback. Isn't that Yi an orphan? Wasn't she taken back by brother from a distant fiend celestial world? Minggu was puzzled as well. Perhaps he came from a distant world in search of his daughter before finally coming to the Skywolf world. The handsome blind man, Liju, sighed lightly. He's quite a sentimental person, but what a pity. Let's go. Make haste. Chufu urged. Whoosh. 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 The three of them transformed into streams of light as they flew out of Treasure Elephant Palace. The entire Skywolf continent was maintained to be an impregnable piece of land. Even the void around it was completely sealed. There was no way to do void transference. Chufu and company had to fly as well. Only Yellow-Robe Supremacy was capable of void transference in the Skywolf continent. Chufu, that Qin Yun is your subordinate, right? Is this how you manage your men? He actually dared to interfere in the competition of the disciples. Several streams of light flew over from a distance. Leading them was a cold-looking man dressed in black armor. He held a trident in his hand and looked ferocious. Woolly Josho, do you have what it takes to meddle in our affairs? Scoffed Minggu. The competition of the disciples organized by brother is not to be defied. Since it was one of yours that caused trouble, let's see how you explain this matter to brother. Woolly Josho sneered. Chufu, I urge you cut ties with that Qin Yun. You know brother's temper, a beautiful woman beside Woolly Josho said with a smile. Dear, there's no point in warning them. They will not heed it, said Woolly Josho. Who? Both factions quickly split apart, but all of them were heading for a common destination. This event shocked many combat generals and guardians. A newly promoted guardian dared to defy supremacy's ban? He interfered in the competition of the disciples? Whoosh! 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 Combat generals and guardians either flew out of Treasure Elephant Palace or from their reclusive spots in the Skywolf continent and into the sky. Brother Tongzhu, many combat generals and guardians are rushing over. Aren't you going to take a look? It's just a newly promoted guardian? I've never heard of him before. A bunch of combat generals are already rushing there to apprehend him, and he's just a mere guardian. There's no need for me to join the fray. One of the 29 combat generals under Yellow Robe supremacy, Tongzhu Yan, who was rather influential, could not even be bothered with the matter. He immediately tore away from Qin Yun and said, "Dad, leave quickly. Leave now. Do not meddle in my affairs. I'm an unnamed disciple of supremacy. The competition of the disciples disallows any interference by outsiders. I have already taken action." Qin Yun looked at his daughter. Yi's face turned pale. That's right. By saving her, Qin Yun had already taken action. It's too late for regret. Among the distant group of unnamed disciples, their leader, the black-robed Woolly Phone, laughed out loudly. By taking action, you have violated Master's rule. I believe the combat generals and guardians are already rushing here to apprehend you. What do we do? Yi was a little anxious. If you just stay away and promise to no longer interfere in our matters, perhaps Master would be lenient. But if you continue to foolishly interfere with the competition of the disciples, knowing Master's temper, there is zero chance for your survival, said Woolly Phone with a scoff. Leave this place quickly. The battles between us disciples are not something you can interfere in. Another unnamed disciple shouted with a laugh. Qin Yun scanned the numerous unnamed disciples with a glance and said, "Yi is my daughter. No one is to harm her." What arrogance! Woolly Fang's expression sank as he roared, "You are only at the Essence Soul realm. I'm quite interested in seeing how capable you are." With that said, he flipped his hand and produced a spear. He transformed into a black wind that surged at Qin Yun. Woolly Fang was quite confident in himself. Humph. Qin Yun looked more irritated than anything as he flicked his sleeve. Boom! A terrifying sword chi surged at Woolly Phone like a strong gust of wind. Woolly Phone only felt the terrifying might press down on him as he tried his best to brandish his spear to stab forward. Yet, with a light explosive sound, he was struck by the sword chi wave and sent flying backwards, blood spewing from his mouth. The other unnamed disciples could not help but have their jaws drop. He managed to defeat senior brother Woolly so utterly with just a flick of his sleeve. This gap is just too great. Is he really at the Essence Soul realm? Junior sister Yi's father is way too powerful. His strength is absolutely not something the average Sky Immortal or Sky Demon can match. The other unnamed disciples did not dare step forward after seeing Woolly Phone suffer such a defeat. At that moment, Qin Yun looked up into the distance. Boom! 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 Streams of light descended one after another. Among them were combat generals that had a more favorable relationship with Qin Yun, such as Chufu, Mengu, Lizhu. There were also some he had never met before. There were a total of 9 combat generals that had rushed over from Treasure Elephant Palace together. Woolly Jiosho and the beautiful woman had seen Woolly Fang's failed charge. Their eyes were filled with rage. Qin Yun, you are just a mere guardian. How dare you? Woolly Jiosho held up his trident as he bellowed coldly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 453. Chapter 453, Facing the Combat Generals. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The might of 9 combat generals was naturally a terrifying thing to face. Wooly Feng, senior brethren, and the other unnamed disciples immediately flew behind the group of combat generals. Among the combat generals, the cold-looking Wooly Josho, who was dressed in black armor and held a trident in his hand, and Manor Lord Chufu, who had a sword slung on his back, stood slightly in the forefront. "It's him? Wooly Josho?" thought Qin Yun. According to what Brother Chufu told me, the 29 combat generals are split into 3 major factions. The 3 factions are led by Brother Chufu, Wooly Josho, and Tongzhu Yen. Wooly Josho and Brother Chufu have been following Yellow Robe supremacy since they were in the heavenly courts together. As for Tongzhu Yen, he has blood ties with Yellow Robe supremacy that go back to the era of the ancient heavenly courts. His standing is extraordinary, but Tongzhu Yen does not go out of his way to befriend other combat generals. His faction only has 3 combat generals, all old friends from the ancient heavenly courts era. Many thoughts flashed across Qin Yun's mind as he ruminated over the situation in front of him. After Wooly Josho berated Qin Yun coldly, he turned to look at Chufu and said with a scoff, "Chufu, this Qin Yun is a swordmaster of your Dao-seeking swordmanship. You will not try to stop me if I capture him, will you?" Chufu sighed lightly as he looked deeply at Qin Yun before saying, "Qin Yun has defied supremacy's ban. He deserves what he gets. However, his punishment should be left until supremacy exits seclusion. Supremacy will make the decision. Well said. He gets what he deserves." Only then did Wooly Josho glance coldly at Qin Yun and shout, "Guardian Qin Yun, if you know any better, surrender and submit without a fuss." "Dad!" Yi, who was standing behind Qin Yun, turned anxious. She realized her father had become a new guardian of the Sky Wolf world. But against the gathered combat generals and supremacy's absolute rule, that meant nothing. "Submit and surrender," Chufu said with a sigh. "Resistance is futile. Brother Chufu, if I submit and surrender, what will happen to my daughter?" asked Qin Yun. Chufu fell silent. Wooly Josho sneered and said, "You can't interfere in the competition of the disciples, and neither can we. After you are apprehended, everything will naturally continue as it was, unhindered. They will continue their battle and their lives will be determined by fate." "Determined by fate? Isn't that just letting my daughter die?" Qin Yun's gaze swept across the 9 combat generals. "I, Qin Yun, came from my homeworld to the Skywolf world to find my long-lost daughter. Now that I've found her, I'll definitely protect her with all I have." Yi looked at her father who was standing in front of her. This was her father. For her, he was willing to face everything. "Dad," Yi said, "this is a rule set by Master." "Dad, ignore me." Qin Yun turned to look at his daughter. "Don't worry. I'll bring you back to our homeworld. Your mom is still waiting for you there." "My mom?" Yi was taken aback. "Ha ha ha. How touching." Wooly Josho laughed out loud. "To think a mere guardian like you thinks he can resist. What a joke. Since he wants to be stubborn, let's take him down first." The beautiful woman beside him extended her hand. Hua! A gigantic azure-colored palm appeared in midair and grabbed at Qin Yun. The azure-colored hand had many palm lines, giving it an imposing might. "Sorry for troubling you, my wife," Wooly Josho said with a faint smile. Chufu and company watched, with Mengu being the most anxious. He could not help but look at Chufu and send a voice transmission. "Chufu, are we really going to do nothing? Bear with it." Chufu berated him with a voice transmission. Qin Yun violated the ban. No one can save him now. Faint flames rose in Mengu's eyes, but he could only endure as Chufu said. The group of unnamed disciples were watching in excitement. It was very rare to see combat generals use their abilities against a guardian. Wooly Feng shared a voice transmission with the others. "It will naturally be easy to capture a newly promoted guardian with my Patriarch's Sky Capture hand. Go. Against the gigantic azure-colored hand, Qin Yun waved his hand and sent a wisp of misty rain flying out of his fingertip. After it flew out, the misty rain sword flash expanded into a terrifying sword flash 1,000 feet wide. The might left one shuddering in fear. The sword flash brought with it a strength that could render the world asunder. It cleaved with formidable power at the gigantic azure-colored hand. Rumble! With a loud boom, the azure-colored hand shattered instantly. The beautiful woman's expression changed as a few scales surfaces on her face. She shouted, "You do have a few tricks. Try receiving an attack from my Dharma treasure." She waved her hand, and the pale yellow scarf draped over her body flew out. What looked like an ordinary piece of cloth rapidly expanded in size and length. Who? Instantly, there were long pieces of cloth interspersing each other. There were beautiful women embroidered on the cloth, and they seemed to move as if dancing. The long pieces of cloth rapidly swirled towards Qin Yun. There were also pieces of cloth that tried to entrap Qin Yun's misty rain sword. Bam! When the misty rain sword collided with the cloth in the sky, a piece of cloth tore apart but more pieces of cloth swirled over. Unending in nature. I'm barely able to tear apart a handful of cloth, but more still bear down on me. Once I'm surrounded by them, I'll lose. Qin Yun's mind stirred. Fireworks. The dreamlike sword's fireworks. With Qin Yun's realm increasingly so tremendously, his dreamlike sword had experienced a complete overhaul. All its attacks were equally strong, but each had their own unique traits. Fireworks was good at repelling an area of effect attack. With its recent upgrade, it could split into nearly 100 sword flashes. Each sword flash would still contain nearly 30% of the Misty Rain sword's total strength. Boom! 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 In midair, the Misty Rain sword instantly manifested as dozens of dazzling sword flashes like fireworks that were extremely resplendent. Explosive booms sounded incessantly. Under the glaring sword flashes, many pieces of cloth exploded, clearing the sky of its dominance. The beautiful woman who controlled the Dharma treasure turned pale in the face. As she received a backlash from her dharmic powers, blood seeped out the corner of her mouth. Only one piece of cloth was left in midair, so it rapidly flew back onto her body. The beautiful woman now had a nasty expression. As for the Misty Rain sword, it streaked out a curved trajectory and flew back to Qin Yun's side. My wife. Wooly Jiosho helped the beautiful woman up immediately. This Qin Yun's flying sword can split into dozens of sword flashes. Every sword flash has the might of a fourth firmament sky demon, said the woman with a voice transmission. His true strength is enough to match combat generals. I can't take him down. Among the few of us here, only you might have the absolute strength needed to take him down. All right. Wooly Jiosho nodded slightly. For him to become the leader of one of the three factions under Yellow Robe supremacy, he naturally possessed extraordinary might. Each of the three factions had their respective leaders. Chufu was held in high esteem for his character, but in terms of strength he was equal to Mengu. He was only ranked in the top 5 among the 29 combat generals. As for Wooly Jiosho, he was extremely strong. He could be ranked either first or second among the 29 combat generals. The combined forces of Chufu and Mengu were only capable of matching Wooly Jiosho. Beautiful. Mengu and the handsome blind man revealed looks of shock. Chufu looked at Qin Yun in astonishment. Yunqi actually suffered terribly at the hands of Qin Yun? Chufu, this brother Qin Yun is really powerful. Although he's only at the Essence Soul realm, he can match a 5th or 6th firmament sky immortal, said Mengu via voice transmission. By the way, I recall that the first time I met him, he was only immortal, right? Yes, he was only immortal back then, but he is now at the Essence Soul realm. Logically speaking, with his realm, he should have long become a sky immortal. Chufu nodded as well. However, any further resistance is pointless. Wooly Jiushou's strength far exceeds Yunqi's. Yeah. Menggu fell silent. Elsewhere. Wooly Jiushou exchanged a few words with the beautiful woman before stepping forward with a cold expression. He glared at Qin Yun. You are quite powerful, to be a mere guardian that requires my personal attention. Be careful. Qin Yun turned serious as he could not help but be drawn to the trident in Wooly Jiushou's hand. Fiend Cloud Trident. According to the information given to me by Brother Chufu, it is a supreme-grade numinous treasure, thought Qin Yun. Ordinary numinous treasures were classified as either inferior grade, medial grade, or superior grade. Inferior grade ones were considered quite common in the three realms, but supreme-grade numinous treasures were very rare in all corners of the three realms. The reason was that it was the greatest achievement in all artifact refinement. As for the even higher grade connate numinous treasures, they were only born out of the chaos. Similarly, merit numinous treasures had to be obtained by injecting massive amounts of merit into them. Therefore, Dharma treasures that could be refined purely through skill hit their limit at the supreme grade. It was very difficult even for golden immortals and Buddhas to refine a supreme grade numinous treasures. Many of the supreme-grade numinous treasures in the three realms were created by the Tao ancestors or Buddhist ancestors. Supreme-grade numinous treasures were only discovered by chance. It was fool's talk to use dozens of superior-grade numinous treasures to exchange for one supreme-grade numinous treasure. It was only because yellow-robed supremacy had treasures that were in no way inferior to golden immortals or Buddhas that he could bestow Wooly Jiushou with a supreme-grade numinous treasure. After all, Wooly Jiushou was one of his best combat generals. Many of his loyal combat generals had been bestowed with supreme-grade numinous treasures. Take this. Wooly Jiushou attacked flagrantly as he cleaved with the Fiend Cloud Trident. Boom! The world itself gave a faint resonating hum as the Fiend Cloud Trident cleaved over, as though the weapon carried all the power in the world. They're doomed. Wooly Jiushou has attacked. He won't be able to resist any longer. The combat generals, including Chufu, held no doubts about Qin Yun's fate. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 454. Chapter 454, Appearance of Supremacy. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. He could not help but be horrified by the attack. Qin Yun was extremely serious. Over the past half-year since he had experienced a breakthrough in his sword Tao, he had often meditated over Star-Lord Covetous Wolf's sword art. It benefited him greatly. He was not threatened in any way when pit against Yunqi, but Wooly Jiushou's initial attack was enough to make him feel repressed. Break! Qin Yun put his dermic powers into his Misty Rain sword. The Misty Rain sword streaked across the sky as a sword flash that spanned 1,000 feet. It cleaved at the Fiend Cloud Trident in the same mighty way Pangu had brandished his axe to split the heaven from earth. Bam! A deep and dull sound rumbled when the two weapons collided. The force of the Misty Rain sword's attack seemed to be devoured by the Fiend Cloud Trident. The trident had paused slightly, and it was enough to make Wooly Jiushou reveal a hint of shock. However, his body still rapidly came at Qin Yun in a phased state. As expected of a supreme-grade numinous treasure. Even if Wooly Jiushou can only bring out a portion of this supreme-grade numinous treasure's might, it is still very terrifying. I have to avoid it. With a thought from Qin Yun, the Misty Rain sword instantly flew so fast it produced numerous afterimages. Its trajectory turned unpredictable as it surrounded Wooly Jiushou and unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. This was none other than the 7-kill sword's waning waxing moons. Waning waxing moons was all about odd and unpredictable changes. Instantly, dozens of sword shadows assaulted Wooly Jiushou from various directions. Clang! 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 Wooly Jiushou brandished his Fiend Cloud Trident as it stirred the wind and clouds. He was ranked first or second among the 29 combat generals for a reason. He was very skilled in melee combat, but he also put up an impregnable defense. Qin Yun could also sense the misty rain sword seemingly fall into a vortex upon approach. However, the misty rain sword retreated upon contact, fully expressing its unpredictability. What an impressive flying sword! How is he able to control a sword so deftly? Is he a sword immortal? Wooly Jiushou speculated inwardly. The only sword immortals in the three realms that can condense an essence soul are from the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage. That group of Grand Supreme Sword Immortals are not to be provoked. If one is killed, the rest will respond in kind. But if he's really from the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage, why would he be willing to become a guardian? Yes, if he's a guardian, it means he's not a Grand Supreme Sword Immortal. He must have just obtained a powerful sword numinous treasure and happens to be good at controlling it. Wooly Jiushou had this thought in mind when suddenly the misty rain sword was attacking in its unfathomable manner until the fiend cloud trident delivered an excellent parry that sent it back. Without hesitating, it delivered a new attack. The sixth move of the dreamlike sword, first lightning encounter. Bam! The misty rain sword and the fiend cloud trident collided once again. But this time, the collision was light. It did not even produce any shock waves. However, the converged strength was transmitted straight into Wooly Jiushou's arm through the fiend cloud trident, and went deep into his body. Even though the misty rain sword had delivered less of its usual strength, the remnant might was able to make Wooly Jiushou's body turn heavy. His lifeblood began to boil over as he swung his fiend cloud trident a little slower. Put! The misty rain sword immediately followed up with another strike. Wooly Jiushou, who had lost some speed with his fiend cloud trident, failed to block the misty rain sword, allowing it to stab into his chest. His black armor was a rare superior grade numinous treasure armor, but Qin Yun's attack was the tricky first lightning encounter. The superior grade numinous treasure armor was only able to weaken a portion of its might as the remnant forces seeped straight into Wooly Jiushou's body. Wooly Jiushou felt his body convulse as a mouthful of blood rushed up to his mouth. His expression flushed red. This alarmed the spectating Yunshi, Shufu, Mengu, and all the other combat generals. A newly promoted guardian did this? He actually managed to place Wooly Jiushou at a disadvantage? Whoosh! 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 Another huge group of figures arrived obstreperously. Among them were 6 combat generals and dozens of guardians. They were in no hurry and had been flying leisurely. They were even watching the distant battle using a spell. When they realized that Yunshi was no match for Qin Yun, they immediately sped up and finally arrived. What's happening? Even Wooly Jiushou is at a disadvantage? The group of combat generals and a large number of guardians found it unbelievable. As for the 16 unnamed disciples from before, they kept even lower profiles when they found themselves in the middle of a large group of combat generals and guardians with powerful auras. However, they were also astounded by the man named Qin Yun who stood in front of E. Had he really managed to single-handedly resist Wooly Jiushou, who enjoyed an extremely high standing among the combat generals? Who exactly is Junior Sister E's father? He's only at the Essence Soul realm despite being so powerful? Does he have some special origin? They mumbled in secret. The spectators were alarmed. Wooly Jiushou was feeling embarrassed. What was his identity? He had actually been injured by an Essence Soul. I had planned on capturing you alive, so I was holding back. I never expected this. It looks like I have underestimated you. Wooly Jiushou sneered as his body started to shift and twist. Boom, dot. He became a gigantic humanoid demon that was 10,000 feet tall. Although he still had a humanoid body, he now had a grotesque and ugly fish head on top of it. The fish whiskers flailed in the sky as clouds naturally seemed to swirl around him. He has revealed his true form. To think Wooly Jiushou has been forced into this state. Chu Fu and company thought secretly. Boom! The fiend cloud trident that had similarly expanded to tens of thousands of feet long swept over like a heavenly column. It carried immense clouds with it as its might was much more immense than before. Qin Yun stood in front of his daughter, his eyes sharp while he controlled his misty rain sword to tear through the surging wave and clash with the trident. Bam! Dot. Now, the first lightning encounter was being blocked by the layers of clouds. Even though layers upon layers of clouds were torn through, it still had a ways to go to intercept the fiend cloud trident's surface. Despite the obstruction of the clouds, the flying sword was still able to permeate some of the converged force. It delivered some of its power into Wooly Josho's body, but the remnant forces were just too weak. Wooly Josho was able to completely ignore it as he stared viciously at Qin Yun. Bright moon, cold nights. 1,000 hates. Stars like rain. Numerous sword moves were cast one after another. It could be the descent of an extremely cold domain, the relentless assaults of a thunderstorm, or an extremely keen sword move. No matter what, the fiend cloud trident managed to fend off all of them. Qin Yun, Wooly Josho's use of the fiend cloud trident at full strength is able to match a 7th or 8th firmament sky demon. If you can't withstand it, quickly admit defeat. Do not let yourself be killed in a single strike of his trident. Shufu sent a voice transmission. Qin Yun gave the distant Shufu a glance. He had really let Shufu down this time. Boom! The fiend cloud trident was already in front of him. Cyclic sword flash. Qin Yun cast the sword move he was most skilled at. It also represented the pinnacle of his sword Dao. The cyclic sword flash, which was like a curtain of water, formed a gigantic sword flash sphere, enveloping Qin Yun and Yi within its 1,000-foot barrier. Boom! The fiend cloud trident possessed a terrifying might that pounded the cyclic sword flash. The spot that was struck depressed as the water curtain began churning, dissipating the force across the entire cyclic sword flash. Following that, the depressed spot was restored. Oh! The eyes on Wooly Josho's ugly fish head were filled with shock. Fiend cloud tear. Wooly Josho was incensed. Boom! 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 The fiend cloud trident struck again and again. The cyclic sword flash depressed each time but still managed to withstand each attack. Qin Yun reflected inwardly when he saw this. In terms of foundation, I'm probably better than Arhat Tenside and Ape Fiend Jr. of the effulgent Great World. They are both peak 3rd firmament essence souls. Their dermic powers are no way weaker than 3rd firmament sky immortals. My sword Dao realm is even higher. The dermic formulation used to condense my essence soul was created personally. My dermic powers are probably comparable to a 3rd firmament sky immortal of the Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage. As immortal, he had a purplish golden core foundation. His essence soul realm had a similarly extremely robust foundation. 5th or 6th firmament sky immortals of the Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage are all able to fight people above their levels. They can probably beat Wooly Josho to a pulp. Thought Qin Yun. Compared to them, my dermic powers and weapon are slightly weaker. I should be able to deliver the strength of an ordinary 6th firmament sky immortal. Although I'm not Wooly Josho's match, I can still survive against him. The dermic formulation I used to condense an essence soul used the heavenly cycle sword Dao as its foundation. My cyclic sword flash is what I'm best at, thought Qin Yun. The heavenly cycle sword Dao pursued ultimate perfection. A perfected heavenly cycle was similarly an extremely, an unbreakable defense. Wooly Josho was attacking with all his might, forcing Qin Yun into a defensive posture. However, he was unable to break through his final defense. It placed Yunshi and the other combat generals and guardians at a loss. Sister-in-law, what do we do? A combat general beside her asked with a voice transmission. Should we help? Josho's strength far exceeds ours. Even if we were to help, "We might not be able to crack that sword barrier," replied Yunshi through a voice transmission. "It will be even more embarrassing if several combat generals fail to crack it." "Yeah." The companion beside her nodded slightly. Wooly Josho continuing this one-on-one fight sounded better. As for them combining forces? It would be alright if they successfully cracked the barrier, but they would only be more embarrassed if their combined efforts failed. In Treasure Elephant Palace. It was desolate and quiet in the palace where yellow-robed supremacy resided. There was not even a single attendant in its halls. A Taoist-robed man covered in yellow fur was leaning against a pillar along a corridor. He was in a drunken stupor. It was said that supremacy was in seclusion. But in fact, at his realm, a true seclusion would take thousands if not tens of thousands of years. Although he claimed to be in seclusion, he truly meant that he did not wish to meet any of his subordinates. He wanted to stay in silent solitude. He was inebriated from his years of constant drinking. The man waved his hand as projections appeared beside him. "Dad! Dad!" Two children ran over as a beautiful woman watched smilingly from the side. Back then, he carried one child in each hand chuckling. His smile was radiant. The projection dissipated. The man cried even as he laughed, as though he were deranged. He continued drinking his alcohol, so sloppily that it stained his clothes. "Oh, Dot." He suddenly turned his head, and his cold gaze penetrated all the obstructions and into the distance. He saw the scene of Wooly Josho and company attempting the capture of Qin Yun. They can't even take down a mere guardian. The yellow-furred man in the Taoist robe threw the alcohol flask and it smashed onto the ground a distance away. He vanished into thin air. Wooly Josho was furiously brandishing his fiend cloud trident as his strike seemed to make the world shake. Yet he was unable to do a thing to the cyclic sword flash. The combat generals and guardians watching on the side, as well as the in-name disciples, were either in a dilemma or stunned agape. None of them knew what was to be done. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently. He was dressed in an ordinary Taoist robe, his body covered in yellow fur. Clearly, he was a demon and his eyes were cold. Wooly Josho was keeping mind of his surroundings constantly. The moment he discovered the newcomer, he immediately shrunk to his original state in shock. He, together with Yunshi, Chufu, Mengu, and the other combat generals and guardians, bowed reverently. "Supremacy! Master!" The 16 in-name disciples, including senior brethren, were extremely respectful, not even daring to take a breath. "Master!" E was slightly slower. With the color in her face drained, she immediately bowed reverently. When Qin Yun saw the yellow-furred man, he could sense his terrifyingly cold and sinister aura. The aura emanated flagrantly, as though the explosion of just a sliver of it would be enough to reduce him to smithereens. Qin Yun immediately dispelled his cyclic sword flash and bowed reverentially. "Supremacy! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 455, Qin Yun's Origins. Chapter 455, Qin Yun's Origins. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. You are Qin Yun? You're quite gutsy, to dare come to my Skywolf world for a rescue mission. The yellow-furred man in a Taoist robe stood there, his cold eyes scrutinizing Qin Yun. Chufu, Mengu, Liju, and company were worried for Qin Yun, but none of them dared speak. Even Wooly Josho, Yunshi, and the other combat generals and guardians stood obediently to the side. The group of in-name disciples were watching nervously. "Master," he said anxiously. Qin Yun extended his hand to hold back his daughter as he bowed slightly. "Supremacy, to be honest, back when my daughter was born, she was abducted by fiend celestials. My wife has been living these years in tears every day. About a year ago, I learned that my daughter was in the Skywolf world and came all the way here. I fought for the status of guardian and came to meet my daughter. After learning of your strict rules, I have been constantly holding back. I did not even reveal my identity to my own daughter. But if I had not taken action just now, my daughter would have been killed. In my anxiousness, I took action. Brother, said Chufu through a voice transmission. Qin Yun has already become a member of my Dao-seeking sword mansion. He is absolutely willing to be a guardian. He only acted out because he's worried for his daughter. Yellow-robed supremacy swept his cold gaze towards Chufu. Chufu immediately lowered his head and did not dare say another word. Brother, Qin Yun is absolutely formidable. The strength he produces at only the essence soul realm probably matches that of a sixth firmament sky immortal. Wooly Jiosho's desperate assaults were utterly futile on him. Mengu spoke out loudly. The corners of Wooly Jiosho's eyes tightened as he glared at Mengu. Shut up, Yellow-robed supremacy frowned and said lightly. Of his old subordinates, Mengu had the most fiery temper due to his mighty god Zhurong bloodline. Therefore, Yellow-robed supremacy was more tolerant of him since he was the only one with the fiery temper. Okay. Mengu responded and did not speak further. Yellow-robed supremacy shot a glance at Qin Yun and said indifferently, What do you wish to do by coming to the Skywolf world? Take your daughter away with you? Qin Yun said politely, Among the unnamed disciples, my daughter is just too young and weak. Even if she continues taking part in this competition, she can only end up dead. Supremacy, perhaps you can spare her life. Treat it as though she had failed and had been eliminated from the competition of the disciples, so that the both of us, father and daughter, can reunite. I will definitely. Ha ha ha. Yellow-robed supremacy roared with laughter, a maniacal cackle that resounded through the area. Qin Yun was somewhat taken aback. No one dared to say a word as the ear-piercing laughter echoed. Father and daughter can reunite? A fierce glint flashed in Yellow-robed supremacy's eyes. What is this? Did you hear some stories about me and come to think I would take pity on you? Qin Yun's expression changed slightly. No, I was only. You come to plead with me. He comes to plead with me. Everyone comes to plead with me. Then, what is the point of having rules? Yellow-robed supremacy sneered. The competition of the disciples I set requires all disciples to obey the rules. Either they survive to become the last three inherited teachings disciples or they die. That is the rule. Qin Yun held back as he wanted to continue with his back lowered. Besides, strength is everything in this world. Yellow-robed supremacy sneered. Without strength, you are nothing but an end. No matter what flowery words you say, it's nothing but a fart. Supremacy. Qin Yun flipped his hand and took out a token. This is a memento of my good friend, Daoist Divine Firmament. He too cultivates in the Green Turing Palace and is a Dao ancestor disciple. Supremacy, you can contact him through it. With that said, he threw the memento to Supremacy. Dao ancestor disciple, Chufu, Woli Jiosho, Yunshi, and all the other combat generals and guardians, including the unnamed disciples, looked at Qin Yun in astonishment. He had quite a backing after all. Yellow-robed supremacy glanced at the memento after grabbing it. A crack sounded as he crushed it to dust. Then he opened his palm to let the dust slip through his finger cracks. The color in Qin Yun's face drained. Green Turing Palace has tens of thousands of disciples. I might take into account the mementos of Senior Sister Wuxing and others, people who I'm indebted to, scoffed Yellow-robed supremacy. But you want me to break my rules based on the memento of some junior brother I've never even met? All right. I'm in no mood to continue this nonsense. Yellow-robed supremacy sneered. Speak. Who told you that your daughter is in the Skywolf world? The Skywolf continent is completely sealed. Only mighty figures can spy on it. Who is the mighty figure backing you? Mighty figure? Chufu, Brother Qin Yun actually has a mighty figure backing him? Menggu widened his eyes as he could not help but send a voice transmission to Chufu. His daughter has always resided in the Skywolf continent. Logically speaking, it is difficult for anyone in the outside world to spy on the Skywolf continent unless they are mighty figures. Chufu looked at Qin Yun with astonishment as well. It's no wonder he was able to become guardian as immortal. I never expected there to be a mighty figure helping him. Mighty figure? Wooly Josho and company were astounded as well. Senior brother In, Wooly Foam, and the other In-named disciples found it unbelievable. Mighty figures were practically legends to them. What origins does junior sister I's father have? All of them were secretly puzzled. Yi looked at her father too. Qin Yun was feeling a lump in his heart. The mighty figure backing him? The person that told him his daughter was in the Skywolf world was Puku Dragonlord. But dragons had a terrible relationship with Yellow Robe supremacy. If he mentioned Puku Dragonlord's name, it would probably make things worse. Besides, he had only been able to contact Puku Dragonlord through a favor of the West Sea's ancient Skydragon. Even then, Puku Dragonlord only agreed to help after being offered a superior-grade numinous treasure. He did not really have any deep ties with Puku Dragonlord. Speak, who is the mighty figure backing you? Yellow Robe's supremacy frowned. He had to be careful if a mighty figure was involved. Even if his true strength matched that of a mighty figure, his ability to infer the heaven's secrets and divine the future were inferior to those of mighty figures. For example, Puku Dragonlord was able to easily infer that Qin Yun's daughter was in the Skywolf world. This was a skill unique to mighty figures. Plotting against mighty figures like golden immortals and Buddhas was very difficult. Yellow Robe supremacy was strong, but his realm was insufficient, making him vulnerable to a well-planned scheme. It resulted in his present situation. Forgive me, but I cannot tell you that, said Qin Yun. The combat generals, guardians, and in-named disciples all almost gasped from the astonishment. You can't tell? Yellow Robe supremacy sneered. Do you think I can't figure it out if you keep mum? You are at the essence soul realm, but you have strength that matches a sixth firmament sky immortal. That is not something anyone can nurture. With that said, his eyes lit up with golden light as he looked at Qin Yun. This look allowed him to clearly see the extremely sharp wisps of sword immortal dermic powers as well as the essence soul in the form of a tiny person inside Qin Yun's body. Oh! Yellow Robe supremacy was alarmed. Whoosh! Yellow Robe supremacy instantly arrived at Qin Yun's side and stretched his hand out to grab Qin Yun. His speed was so fast that Qin Yun did not even manage to move. Come with me. With that said, he vanished with Qin Yun. Wooly Josho, Yunshi, Chufu, Menggu, and the other combat generals, guardians, and in-named disciples were taken aback. Yellow Robe supremacy had personally taken Qin Yun away? Master, please. I beg of you to spare my father. Spare him. Yi shouted the moment she snapped out of her daze. Chufu, bring Yi to Treasure Elephant Palace. Yellow Robe supremacy's voice sounded in Chufu's ears. Chufu's eyes lit up. He immediately flew to Yi's side. Young lady Yi, follow me, said Chufu. Chufu. The nearby Wooly Josho, who saw this, shouted immediately, What are you doing? We combat generals are not to interfere with the competition of the disciples. Chufu shot a glance at Wooly Josho and said calmly, Brother himself instructed me to bring Yi to Treasure Elephant Palace. Why, do you want to stop me from carrying out his order? Wooly Josho immediately felt stifled and no longer said a word. Whoosh! With Yi in tow, Chufu transformed into a stream of light and flew towards Treasure Elephant Palace. The in-named disciples looked up, exchanging confused looks. She had been taken away just like that? What happened to the non-interference rule of the competition of the disciples? It looks like Junior Sister Yi's father has quite an impressive background. All of them mumbled inwardly. Yellow Robe Supremacy appeared in a garden in Treasure Elephant Palace with Qin Yun. Yellow Robe Supremacy sat down and instructed, "Sit down too." Qin Yun obediently took a seat. According to what I know, in all of the three realms, only sword immortals from the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage can condense an essence soul. Yellow Robe Supremacy looked at Qin Yun and asked out of curiosity. "But your sword immortal essence soul is in the form of a person. This is not the work of the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage. Where did you obtain this sword immortal dermic formulation? Why is it something I have never heard of?" "I created it myself," said Qin Yun. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 456 Descent. Chapter 456 Descent. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yellow Robe Supremacy's brows pricked up as he carefully studied Qin Yun. Yellow Robe Supremacy did not find it odd that Qin Yun said he self-created his dermic formulation. He had even guessed it. If it wasn't self-created, Qin Yun would have had to have learned it from someone else. That would mean that the dermic formulation had long been created. With the fame of the Sword Immortal lineage in the three realms, it would be impossible for such a feat to remain hidden. For example, there was the Grand Supreme Dao ancestor who created the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage. He and others would have sensed it when a new Sword Immortal Essence Soul dermic formulation was created. If Qin Yun had learned it from someone else, the upper echelons of the three realms would have long heard of this other person. Yellow Robes would definitely know of it too. "When did you create it yourself?" inquired Yellow Robe Supremacy. "Have you told anyone else?" Qin Yun did not hide the matter from him and said, "I have long been thinking about the Sword Immortal dermic formulation. However, I never had the confidence to try it in earnest. A few days ago, my daughter was being pursued by her senior brother and sister, but was lucky to escape on her own. Agitated over my helplessness, I decided to attempt a breakthrough. I broke into the Essence Soul realm just this morning. Not long after my breakthrough, I discovered that my daughter was being pursued by a large group of in-name disciples, forcing me to interfere. Due to the urgency of the matter, I have yet to inform anyone about my creation of a Sword Immortal Essence Soul dermic formulation. Supremacy, you are the only person apart from me to know of it." Ha ha ha. Yellow Robe Supremacy laughed out loud. "I never expected that the competition of the disciples would end up motivating you in creating a dermic formulation for yourself. From the looks of it, my competition of the disciples has its uses after all." Qin Yun felt a load lift off his chest as he smiled in response. "By the way, are you from any of the other two Taoist lineages?" pressed Yellow Robe Supremacy. "No," said Qin Yun. "Numinous Treasure Dao Ancestor's avatar descended upon my homeworld in ancient times to preach the Dao. Therefore, I'm considered a disciple of the Numinous Treasure lineage." "All right." Yellow Robe Supremacy nodded. "I will inform Master of you. With Master's temperament, it is very likely he will take you in as a disciple. In time, we will be fellow disciples." Qin Yun immediately took on a pleased grin as he immediately said, "Thank you, Supremacy." "Ha, you will have to change the way you address me in a while." Yellow Robe Supremacy smiled. "All right, go meet your daughter. I have already instructed Chufu to bring her to Treasure Elephant Palace." "I will. I have been separated from my daughter for too long and this is the first time we have acknowledged each other. We have many things to talk about. I bid you farewell." Qin Yun immediately stood up. Qin Yun left the garden feeling rather pleased and lucky. It was better than I expected. I thought I had to find an opportunity to hint to him that I had created a Sword Immortal dermic formulation, thought Qin Yun. Furthermore, he is willing to talk to the Dao ancestor on my behalf. Upon thinking of how the Tao ancestor would be made aware of the matter and likely take him in as a disciple, Qin Yun's heart could not help but race. Tao ancestor. The entities Taoist cultivators held in the highest esteem were Taoism's three pure ones. The Taoist three pure ones were born from the chaos. After they enlightened themselves in the Tao, all three of them gained unimaginable powers. The Taoist school of thought had been founded by the three of them. He had a chance at having a Tao ancestor as his master? Phew! Qin Yun slowly breathed out. According to yellow-robed supremacy and Taoist divine firmament's guesses, it is likely that the Tao ancestor will take me in as a disciple. But since it has not actually happened, I cannot take it as a certainty. Qin Yun had an extraordinary Tao heart that allowed him to gradually regain his calm. Brother Qin Yun. Chu Fu had already been waiting outside the palace hall. Upon seeing Qin Yun walk out, he called out loudly, "Brother Chu Fu." Qin Yun hurriedly went forward and bowed. "I'm truly sorry for lying to you." "You did it for your daughter," said Chu Fu with a smile. "By the way, your daughter is sitting in my cave abode at the moment. Go on. Make haste." "All right." Qin Yun nodded. Meanwhile, Yi stood inside the yard of Chu Fu's cave abode. She was eagerly waiting, eyes filled with nervousness. Master took Dad away. What does he plan to do? Will he kill Dad? Will he torture him? Yi turned flustered from worry as all sorts of thoughts ran through her head. Dad, you have to be okay. Please, let nothing happen to you. Amid her uneasiness, two figures walked over from afar. They were none other than Chu Fu and Qin Yun. Dad! Yi ran over with a look of joy. Ae. Qin Yun was excited at the sight of his daughter. Chu Fu watched with a smile. Dad, Master did not do anything to you, right? Yi looked carefully at her father. Yellow-robed supremacy had left an extremely deep impression of someone that dominated all resistance. Anyone that had defied him would end up in a terrible state. Do I look like something happened to me? Qin Yun smiled. When he noticed that his daughter was still looking at him carefully, Qin Yun could not help but say, Don't worry. It will be fine. Young lady Yi, I told you that if supremacy meant to do anything to your father, he would not have asked me to bring you to Treasure Elephant Palace, said Chu Fu with a smile. Qin Yun and his daughter's reunion began with an exchange of their pasts. As for Chu Fu, he left so as not to disturb them. And elsewhere. Yellow-robed supremacy was in his study as he took out a purple talisman. It's been so many years. I finally have a chance of meeting Master again. Yellow-robed supremacy held a brush as he felt mixed emotions. Numinous treasure Tao ancestor had numerous disciples. Outside of his 10 most beloved disciples, the average disciple would not have a chance of meeting their master. Although yellow-robed supremacy's combat strength was able to match golden immortals and Buddhas, he was only considered normal among numinous treasure Tao ancestor's disciples. He had not cultivated to the realm of golden immortal, and even if he was rather strong, he was ranked beyond the 100th place in Green Turing Palace. He was naturally unqualified to compare with the 10 beloved disciples. Thanks to Qin Yun for not telling anyone else this piece of news, I have a chance to give the exclusive report to Master. Yellow-robed supremacy held his breath as he began writing with great seriousness. No matter how powerful Qin Yun was, the amount of help he could give to someone like yellow-robed supremacy was limited. He placed greater emphasis on using this news as an opportunity to meet his master. It was truly very difficult to be granted a meeting with the Tao ancestor even once. He wrote each word carefully and, after it was done, yellow-robed supremacy put away his brush and carefully read the words on the Tao talisman. All right. Yellow-robed supremacy wore an extremely serious expression as he reverently bowed at the purple talisman. The words on it suffused golden light before the talisman burned into ashes. The golden words began floating in the sky before dissipating slowly. It's now up to Master. Master will definitely come. Yellow-robed supremacy sat in silent anticipation. Following that, he took a step and vanished from the study, appearing outside the courtyard of Chufu's cave abode. Yellow-robed supremacy, who had converged his aura completely, waited silently from outside the courtyard. He did not disturb Qin Yun or Yi. Qin Yun and his daughter traded stories. So Mom had been imprisoned by the Fiend Celestials for 19 years as well. Yi's eyes shimmered with tears. Mom suffered a lot too. Your mom is still waiting for you back at home. After all this is over, we can return home. Our family will then be reunited. Qin Yun smiled at his daughter. Yes. Yi nodded. Dad, can you tell me about you and Mom? Qin Yun nodded as he began narrating. I was still young back then, only 21. I remember well the night of the courtesan belle selection for Grand Dominance County. As he narrated, a black-haired elder suddenly appeared beside a pond in the courtyard. He had appeared without stirring even a speck of dirt as he observed Qin Yun with a smile. It was Yi who saw him first due to the angle she was sitting in. Dad, Yi could not help but say. Who is he? Qin Yun was taken aback. There was someone beside them? He immediately turned his head over and saw the black-haired elder. The elder had no aura fluctuations at all, but for some reason, he carried the majesty of the boundless cosmos. He felt like the sun that had risen from the ocean's horizon. Although it was only a part of nature, it always left one feeling odd and fearful. The black-haired elder was just like that. He did not have any suppression or aura. But his presence still left one feeling naturally reverential, as though one was seeing the starry sky or sun. Yellow-robed supremacy, who had been waiting outside the courtyard, trembled the moment he saw the black-haired elder. His eyes welled with tears from the mix of emotions. He immediately prostrated at the courtyard's entrance, his forehead touching the ground as he said with a trembling voice amid tears, Greetings, Master. But Qin Yun was surprised as well. Was it really the Tao ancestor? He and Yi immediately knelt down and said with great respect, Greetings, Tao ancestor. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 457, Family Reunited, Final Chapter of Volume. Chapter 457, Family Reunited, Final Chapter of Volume. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yellow-robed supremacy's master was none other than Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure of Taoism's Three Pure Ones. Qin Yun and Yi knew this acutely. They felt a natural sense of respect towards the legendary Tao ancestor. Tao ancestors. To Taoist cultivators, Tao ancestors were the manifestation of the Tao itself. They were supreme existences. Arise, all of you. The black-haired elder smiled and gave a light nod. He had a genial look and his eyes seemed capable of taking in everything in the world. Qin Yun and Yi got up. Yellow-robed supremacy remained kneeling as he raised his head, eyes brimming with tears. He said anxiously, Master, I defied the heavenly rules and am willing to be punished. But the fate of my wife and sons was just too tragic. I waged war in the name of the heavenly courts since it was first established, protecting the three realms. Even if my campaigns amounted to nothing in the end, it was still hard work. Yet, Jade Emperor was just too heartless. I would have accepted him punishing me. But why did he implicate my wife and sons? The black-haired elder looked on as his disciple knelt and begged. Back when the heavenly courts were established, we made an agreement that I would not interfere with anything the courts decided. Yellow-robed supremacy had a sliver of sorrow on his face as he remained prostrated. I understand. Let us do this. I shall allow you one trip to Green Turing Palace, where you can cultivate in the Golden Sand Array for 10,000 years, said the black-haired elder. The Golden Sand Array is best at restraining your body. If you make a breakthrough, allowing you to successfully enter the Golden Immortal Realm, perhaps your wife and son's situation will turn for the better. Yellow-robed supremacy immediately took on a look of excitement when he heard that. He prostrated and said excitedly, "Thank you, Master." Wasn't the point of him coming up with means to meet his master to get some help from him? Although his master could not interfere with the matters of the heavenly courts, just a little gesture would aid him greatly. "Are you Qin Yun?" The black-haired elder smiled at Qin Yun. "Yes, Tao ancestor." Qin Yun was extremely polite and even a little nervous. While facing the Tao ancestor, he couldn't help but feel like he was facing the great Tao itself. Massive, majestic, boundless. Just meditating over it a little would make one feel its utter vastness. "In all the three realms, I'm ranked first when it comes to sword Tao," said the black-haired elder with a smile. "However, I never imagined that the sword Tao alone could carve out an entire cultivation lineage. It was Elder Lord who figured out the sword immortal lineage. Sword immortal dermic powers and the intrinsic flying sword contrast and complement each other, augmenting one's offensive capabilities greatly. This made many golden immortals in the three realms attempt to infer, but they only managed to infer a mortal sword immortal dermic formulation. The condensation of an essence soul became an impossible difficulty." The black-haired elder sighed. "Sword immortal dermic powers are too sharp. Trying to nurture them normally into a humanoid essence soul is impossible. And to do it like Elder Lord, making the sword immortal essence soul like a sword. The creation of that dermic formulation is extremely difficult. I never imagined that after so many years, a junior like you would manage to figure it out." The black-haired elder looked at Qin Yun and praised, "That's right. All those mighty figures were only inferring out of nothing. You, on the other hand, have fully experienced it. It's only because you are at your level of sword Tao that you figured it out." "I was lucky," replied Qin Yun respectfully. "The path of cultivation is very difficult. There is no such thing as luck. By being able to figure it out, you have shown your capability." The black-haired elder nodded. "Qin Yun, are you willing to take me as your master?" Yellow-robed supremacy, who had already stood up, immediately signaled with his eyes. Qin Yun naturally understood his intention. He reverently knelt down again. "Yes, I am." "Good." The black-haired elder smiled and nodded in satisfaction. With a light tap of his finger, a golden Tao talisman condensed in midair and flew over. Qin Yun reached out to grab it. Upon grabbing it, the golden Tao talisman fused into his palm and left behind a runic mark. "Come to Green Turing Palace to meet me as soon as possible." The black-haired elder smiled before vanishing. Qin Yun looked at his palm and the runic mark appeared once again. When he focused on it, Qin Yun could sense a mysterious land far away in infinite space. He could even sense the majestic palace and the three words on it, Green Turing Palace. That was the Tao residence of Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure, one of the legendary three pure ones. "Congratulations, junior brother." Yellow-robed supremacy laughed. "Thank you, senior brother. If not for your help, I would probably not have met Master so quickly, thanks Qin Yun." "I'm the one that ought to thank you." Yellow-robed supremacy laughed. "Alright, I won't keep you here any longer. It's best you quickly settle any miscellaneous matters and head to Green Turing Palace. You can't leave Master waiting. By the way, where's your homeworld? I believe you wish to bring your daughter back, right? I'll send you there. It will be much faster that way. My homeworld is the Great Chang World. Now that I've reached the Essence Soul Realm, it will probably take me an hour just to open up a passageway." "Senior brother Yellow-robed, I will have to trouble you," said Qin Yun. "It's nothing." Yellow-robed supremacy smiled. "The Great Chang World is rather famous in the effulgent Great World. After all, Taoist divine firmament hails from it. And now, there's you." Qin Yun smiled faintly. "Open." Yellow-robed supremacy pointed into the distance. Boom! A passageway into the void was opened that connected directly to the distant Great Chang world. That is the Great Chang world. Yellow-robed supremacy looked at Qin Yun and smiled. Don't blame me for putting your daughter in the competition of the disciples. After all, you were not my junior brother then. Yes, I understand. Qin Yun nodded. Speaking of which, you and I were bound by faith through E. Yellow-robed supremacy looked at E. E, now that you have found your parents, you can come to the Skywolf world anytime you wish to meet me. Yes, E replied obediently. All right, make haste. Yellow-robed supremacy smiled. Qin Yun nodded, and them immediately sensed Chufu watching from afar. After all, this was Chufu's cave abode. Brother Chufu, E, and I must return home now. My homeworld is the Great Chang world. Please come visit me in the future, said Qin Yun via voice transmission. Ha, I will definitely head there if I have the chance. Brother Qin Yun, congratulations on getting what you wished for and for your family being reunited. It was all thanks to you, Brother Chufu. Qin Yun was very grateful. Chufu had been very sincere towards him. He gave him Star-Lord Covetous Wolf's sword art that allowed him to break through so rapidly. If not for that, he would probably spend another few decades even if his creation of the sword immortal essence soul dermic formulation was viable. Time to leave. Qin Yun held Yi's hand. Whoosh. With one step, they passed through the void passageway. As the void passageway slowly closed, Yellow-robed supremacy watched silently before he muttered softly, I was quite lucky to meet Master through this opportunity. I was given the chance to enter the Golden Sand Array. If I can break through and become a golden immortal. When the time comes, a cold glint flashed in Yellow-robed supremacy's narrowed eyes. He extended his hand as his disciple mark appeared on his palm. He sensed Green Turing Palace from afar. So, a blurry light descended upon him as Yellow-robed supremacy vanished from the Skywolf world. Great Chang world, Grand Dominance County, Qin Manor. Xiao was sitting alone by the side of the tiny mirror lake. In front of her was a teapot and a teacup that had steam slowly rising from it. She sat there silently, waiting. It had been more than a year since Qin Yun headed for the Skywolf world. She had not received any news from him. She wanted to do something, but she found that she was powerless to help. All she could do was wait bitterly. Brother Yun, Xiao mumbled. And at that moment, along the distant horizon, Qin Yun and Yi came flying on a cloud. Look, up ahead is Grand Dominance City. Qin Yun stood on the cloud and pointed to the ancient city from afar. That is my hometown. Grand Dominance City was also where I first met your mother. I know. The day of the courtesan bell selection, said Yi with a smile. Yes, our home is in the city. As Qin Yun spoke, he rapidly flew there with his daughter. Xiao, who was still sitting by the side of the mirror lake, sensed something and looked over. She saw a familiar figure on a distant cloud with a young girl in tow. Brother Yun. Xiao saw her husband and the girl. The bloodline sensation immediately filled Xiao with excitement. The cloud rapidly descended and Yi saw the beautiful woman. The affection that stemmed from their shared bloodline made her eyes turn moist. She mumbled, Mom? She had imagined her mother's looks countless times. Now, she was finally seeing them in person. This was her mother. Whoosh! Qin Yun and Yi landed beside the tiny lake. Xiao, this is our daughter, Yi. Qin Yun looked at his wife and smiled. I've brought her back. Xiao looked at her husband and daughter in front of her and felt as though everything was a dream. End of volume. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 458, Entering Green Turing Palace. Chapter 458, Entering Green Turing Palace. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Qin Yun's family of 3 were happily chatting by the lake now that they were finally together. But they soon found themselves entertaining others when a cloud flew over from the distance. On it were Daoist Divine Firmament and Patriarch Bai. Oh! Qin Yun looked up. The fat Patriarch Bai looked over from afar as his eyes lit up. He could clearly see that Qin Yun had already attained the Essence Soul Realm. He laughed boisterously from midair. Ha, brother Qin Yun, congratulations! You have finally condensed an Essence Soul. He and Daoist Divine Firmament landed together. Congratulations! Daoist Divine Firmament said with a smile as well. Since you have condensed an Essence Soul, it appears you have successfully created a sword immortal dermic formulation. I was only able to save my daughter because I successfully created the dermic formulation. Qin Yun smiled as he said to his daughter, quick greet Senior Bai and Senior Zhang. Immediately bowed. Greetings Senior Bai and Senior Zhang, I'm Qin Yi. I have long heard from my father about the 2 sky immortals of my homeworld, the Great Chang World. I can't compare with the 2 of them. They are both elite figures of the 3 realms, Patriarch Bai said with a smile. Daoist Divine Firmament smiled helplessly before he looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun, since you successfully created a dermic formulation, did the Dao Ancestor take you in as a disciple? If he hasn't, I can report this matter to Master for you. Senior brother Yellow-Robed has already reported it. The Dao Ancestor descended right after and took me in as a disciple on the spot, said Qin Yun. Daoist Divine Firmament understood. Impressive. Patriarch Bai gave his envious praise. What is the Dao Ancestor like? Xiao asked out of curiosity. Mom, I was beside Dad when the Dao Ancestor descended, said Qin Yi. He looks rather amiable and did not seem to emit even the slightest pressure. But he also felt extremely distant, like it's impossible to touch him. Back when the Dao Ancestor descended as an avatar, I had the chance to listen to him preach the Dao, said Patriarch Bai with a sigh. Just seeing him is truly an unforgettable experience. Master is rather attentive to every disciple, said Daoist Divine Firmament as he looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun, since Master has taken you in as a disciple, you should head for Green Turing Palace as soon as possible. Yes. I just brought Yi back. I plan on heading to Green Turing Palace immediately. Qin Yun nodded. Remember, Daoist Divine Firmament said solemnly, your initial meeting with Master at Green Turing Palace is the first and only time Master will preach the Dao to you on a one-on-one basis. You have to cherish this singular opportunity. If there's anything you aren't certain of, make sure to ask. After this opportunity, you will probably not have another chance to hear the Dao personally unless you can become a golden immortal. The personal preaching of the Dao only happens once? Qin Yun was puzzled. Just once. Daoist Divine Firmament nodded to emphasize the point. Master has many disciples. Other than his most beloved disciples, the rest are treated equally. However, for one of the Taoism's 3 pure ones to personally preach the Dao to you in detail is a dream come true for any cultivator, even if it is just once, said Daoist Divine Firmament with a smile. Besides, there are many other opportunities available in Green Turing Palace. The achievements of a disciple will rely on their own skills. There are tens of thousands of Green Turing Palace disciples. Though they share the same master, these disciples vary greatly in strength. The weak ones are only 3rd firmament sky immortals. The strong ones are in no way lacking even when compared to Almighty Gods Gonggong or Zhurong. There are even some who dare to spar with the Tao or Buddhist ancestors and manage to escape with their lives, said Daoist Divine Firmament wistfully. Qin Yun was rather alarmed hearing this story. Although he knew little of the legends of the 3 realms, he did know that there were a few existences that were only second to the Tao and Buddhist ancestors in the 3 realms. For example, the Almighty Gods Zhurong, Gonggong, or the Ancestral Dragon. In the ancestral dragon's case, he was originally a chaos god fiend. He had established the dragon lineage and became the dragon race's first ancestor. It was a testament to its powerful bloodline. And yet among the Green Turing Palace disciples, there were apparently some who could match Almighty Gods Gongong and Zhurong. I wonder how far my cultivation can go in the future, thought Qin Yun. Qin Yun stuck around to chat a little longer. It's about time, he said as he got up. I know you just came back, but I have to head for Green Turing Palace now. Dad, don't mind us. Mom and I have lots to talk about, Qin Yi said. After reuniting with her parents, she decided to take on the name Qin Yi. Go ahead. The both of us are in no rush, said Xiao with a smile. Her husband was heading to Green Turing Palace for cultivation. She was happy for her husband, and proud that he acquired such a rare opportunity. I see. Qin Yun nodded. My second essence soul is cultivating in the myriad Dharma pool. I won't be able to receive you. Daoist Divine Firmament looked at Qin Yun. However, Master should have arranged for a Dao child to greet you. Everything will be arranged nicely for you. I'll be leaving first, then. Qin Yun infused his dermic powers into the disciple mark in his palm. He could sense a distant spot. He triggered it. The Green Turing Palace immediately sent down its powers. A blurry light enveloped Qin Yun as he gave his family one last smile before vanishing. Green Turing Palace. Patriarch by side as he watched the scene. Just think, Brother Qin Yun was once an itinerant cultivator. Now that he has entered the Green Turing Palace, he will likely soar from this moment forth. Daoist Divine Firmament smiled while stroking his beard. Green Turing Palace only provides the opportunity. What one attains in the future depends on how they use it. Having activated the disciple mark, Qin Yun could sense a wave from infinite space envelop him. Whoosh! He was instantly teleported. When he could see an actual world again, he found himself on a mysterious ground with a lingering white fog around him. There were contiguous complexes all around and the most opulent palace he had ever seen. He had sensed this all through his disciple mark earlier, but seeing it was different. On the palace doors were the huge words Green Turing Palace. Are you senior brother Qin Yun? A Dao child came forward to receive him with a smile. Yes. Qin Yun looked at the Dao child. He did not look human, nor was he a demon. He actually resembled a guardian general or yellow-scarfed strongman. Senior brother, please follow me, said the Dao child with a smile. I'll bring you to meet Master. Sorry for troubling you. Qin Yun followed the Dao child. The Dao residence transcended the ordinary spacetime of the three realms. Even mighty figures like golden immortals and Buddhas could not find it. Only people permitted by numinous treasure Dao ancestor could enter. Ha, junior brother. Have a taste of my Dharma treasure. I have cultivated in 13 Dharma spells. Senior brother, you have not been able to crack even half of them. A human and demon were sparring a distance away. There were other fellow disciples watching by the side as well. The might produced by their exchange was stunning. Their strength was beyond even Wooly Jiosho. Qin Yun estimated them to have strength at the 8th or 9th Sky Immortal realm. There are quite a number of disciples that stay here in Green Turing Palace frequently. After all, this area has many places that are suitable for cultivation. There are also countless manuals that can be read at any time, explained the Dao child with a smile. Usually, the disciples will have Dao exchanges in sparring matches. I see. Qin Yun nodded. The disciples had also noticed Qin Yun. He seems to be new. Who is he? No idea. The disciples discussed among themselves, but none of them knew about Qin Yun. Moments later, the Dao child brought Qin Yun to Green Turing Palace's main palace. Senior brother, please follow me in. Qin Yun followed behind the Dao child. The main palace was wide like the starry cosmos. Its ends were hardly discernible. A black-haired elder sat cross-legged on a floating cloud. His aura was mighty and, unlike his avatar, his true body made Qin Yun feel like he was standing in the full light of a burning sun that emitted boundless rays. Even if his aura had been converged, the natural aura that existed left Qin Yun stifled by the disparity that stemmed from life's natural order. "Master, Qin Yun is here." The Tao child bowed politely. Numinous treasure Tao ancestor nodded gently as the Tao child took his leave. "Greetings, Master," Qin Yun said with a kneel. "Stand up," said numinous treasure Tao ancestor with a smile. Qin Yun stood up. "You cultivate in the sword Tao and you created a brand new sword immortal lineage. Your lineage is still very weak, as you only just created it up to the essence soul realm. I hope the lineage you create can exceed the grand supreme sword immortal lineage in the future," said numinous treasure Tao ancestor. "I will do my best," said Qin Yun politely. He knew that such a goal was extremely far-reaching. The Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage had two golden immortal realm sword immortals who had forged a name for themselves. In contrast, he had only just barely created an essence soul dermic formulation. "These are just my hopes for you. How far you can go is up to you," said numinous treasure Tao ancestor. "Now, I will showcase the sword Tao to you. How much you understand and remember will depend on your perceptivity." "Yes." Qin Yun focused his eyes. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 459, Treasure Mountain. Chapter 459, Treasure Mountain. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. The Tao ancestor's preaching of the Tao might have focused on sword Tao, but he began his sermon from the basics: every stalk of flower, every blade of grass, and every drop of water. A tiny tree's roots sprouted as it slowly grew, until it bloomed and sprouted fragrant flowers. Flowing water surged to nourish the myriad things, capable of moving from a state of solid ice to a billowing steam. The great Tao was weaved into everything. Sword Tao manifested itself in every trivial matter. Qin Yun gradually found himself immersed into the sermon and could not help but beam. He was naturally relaxed as he sat cross-legged to listen. Rocks allow the elements to strike at them. The Tao ancestor smiled as a scene of a rock being left to the elements appeared. With the passage of time, it was finally, gradually reduced to a part of the land. Qin Yun became more and more excited as he listened. In the past, he had watched the world pass by him, occasionally gaining some inspiration, allowing his newfound insights to fuse with his sword. His sword could be like mist, rain, lightning, fire, and light. But he had never heard such a detailed explanation like the one being provided by numinous treasure Tao ancestor. It went from simple to deeply profound. Qin Yun felt that the most essential great Tao of the world was being unveiled to him. The Tao ancestor appeared to be the most brilliant chef, peeling layers off the myriad things of the world one by one for Qin Yun, showing him how they all mixed together. Different Tao was interconnected and, in the Tao ancestor's eyes, all the Tao in the world could manifest as a sword Tao. In the first 2 hours, Qin Yun had an unprecedented excitement from listening. In the next 2 hours, Qin Yun felt the blood in him boil. Even his essence soul was trembling with excitement. From the 6th hour on, he gradually fell into bewilderment. Although the Tao ancestor's explanation was very easy to follow, the deeper he went, the more aspects were involved. Time, space, life, samsara, karma, merit, every time a new aspect was brought in, the complexity raised to a whole new level. As more and more elements were involved, Qin Yun felt that he seemed to understand but was more perplexed when he thought about it. By the 8th hour, Qin Yun was already frowning. He felt like he was listening to something extremely esoteric. Numinous treasure Tao ancestor continued explaining freely, and as he spoke, a sun would occasionally rise around him, or a silvery moon might appear. From time to time, golden lotus flowers would appear around him. And at other times, the heavenly realm and the underworld realm would circle around samsara. Also, there were the occasional wisps of chaos chi that fleeted past them. By the 10th hour, numinous treasure Tao ancestor was talking about even more vague and insubstantial matters. He was talking about the immortal vanquishing sword array that the three realms feared greatly. Immortal vanquishing, immortal slaying, immortal entrapment, immortal peril. All four sword Tao require the combination of an array chart. Numinous treasure Tao ancestor explains simply. Four faint sword shadows appeared at his side, and beneath them was an array chart. Although the sword array was an illusion conjured by thought, boundless and horrifying killing intent appeared from within it, as though it was about to destroy space itself. Numinous treasure Tao ancestor stopped after a short explanation. He could tell that his new disciple was already completely lost. All right. Numinous treasure Tao ancestor smiled. Qin Yun snapped out of his reverie. The last bits had left him utterly confused and in a daze. When he jolted awake, he immediately stood up and bowed. Master. I'll stop here. Is there anything you might want to ask? Inquired numinous treasure Tao ancestor. I do have questions, said Qin Yun respectfully. He knew that this was the only time he could learn from his master in person and was naturally not going to waste it. After a few questions, numinous treasure Tao ancestor gave his answers before stopping. There's no need to continue asking. What remains is for you to figure it out yourself. Only by doing so will your progress truly be your own. Understanding it on a superficial level might not mean that you truly comprehend it at its core, said numinous treasure Tao ancestor. Yes. Qin Yun did not dare raise any further questions. You were originally an itinerant cultivator and had no master to guide you. You are used to creating your own sword moves, building your own foundations, said numinous treasure Tao ancestor with a smile. Creating your sword moves yourself is naturally a good thing, but to keep blindly creating alone while cultivating makes it easy to go astray without knowing it. Qin Yun was alarmed as he said politely, Master, please teach me. He had been creating moves for himself all this while. During the dream of 100 years, his first stepping into the Tao gave him a Tao domain of 10 kilometers. In his second stepping into the Tao, it reached 15 kilometers. Thankfully, he had another chance to step into the Tao again after returning to his actual body, allowing him to build a very robust foundation. He had been influenced by a dream of 100 years that was left behind by Buddha Amida. In the first world, the bloodlust in him was extremely intense. In the second world, his heart was still as an ice mirror. This resulted in his stepping into the Tao to go slightly astray both times. But if not for those opportunities, his current foundation would probably pale in comparison to what it was even if he worked hard at stepping into the Tao back in his homeworld. This was the flaw that was constantly present in self-creation. Having a dream of 100 years was equivalent to having a senior guide him. With a master or a senior guiding him, his foundation would turn out completely differently. Go to the Myriad Dharma repository. Choose a Sword Tao manual at the Golden Immortal level that suits you the best. Make it your focus. Then, choose another few Sword Tao manuals at the Golden Immortal level to study on the side. Just focus on cultivating and, one day, when you reach the point of being at the pinnacle of what the Sky Immortal realm has to offer, you can fuse what you have learned into one. That will be the moment your golden immortal Tao fruit will be ripe, said numinous treasure Tao ancestor. Only the piling of soil results in a mountain, the combinations of tiny tributary streams combine to form a raging river. Studying the Sword Tao manuals of seniors helps you accumulate more knowledge. Without the accumulation of knowledge, how are you to create things yourself? Do you understand? Qin Yun brightened up as he said respectfully, Yes, I understand. Since you wish to create a sword immortal dermic formulation yourself, you will be stuck in the essence soul realm for quite some time, said numinous treasure Tao ancestor. It's also wise for you to choose a potent divine power. Cultivate well. Yes, said Qin Yun politely. You may leave, said numinous treasure Tao ancestor. Your humble disciple bids you farewell. Qin Yun took a few steps back in retreat and walked out the door that appeared behind him. Numinous treasure Tao ancestor sat there, smiling before he vanished into thin air. The Green Turing Palace's grand hall became an ordinary hall. It no longer had that endless feel of the cosmos. If the Tao ancestor did not appear, his disciples could not meet him even if they wanted. Senior brother Qin Yun, this will be your residence in Green Turing Palace from now on. The Tao child brought Qin Yun to an ordinary courtyard which had 3 buildings. Qin Yun found the place surprisingly ordinary. However, Green Turing Palace's spiritual energies were astoundingly rich. Just breathing them in left one's body refreshed and comfortable. It was as though he was constantly consuming rare treasures and felt immensely ethereal. It allowed him to be more efficient when meditating. It's really a good place for cultivation, marveled Qin Yun. The Tao child flipped his hand and handed a book to Qin Yun. Senior brother Qin, this manual records some of the important places in Green Turing Palace. You can take your time to read through it carefully. Also, the most important spot to Green Turing Palace disciples is the Myriad Dharma Repository. It would be wise for you to remember that well. Myriad Dharma Repository? Qin Yun recalled what the Tao ancestor had told him. Yes. The Tao child nodded. The Myriad Dharma Repository holds a collection of countless manuals from all over the 3 realms. It has a total of 9 floors. The 9th floor is only open to those who have attained a golden immortal Tao fruit. Disciples are free to enter the other 8 floors. You can read any of the dharmic formulations there. I can read any of them? Qin Yun was astonished. All of them? The more powerful a manual, the more it incurred the envy of the heavens. Therefore, the number of reads was usually limited. Yes, you can read them all, said the Tao child with a smile. No matter how envious the heavenly Tao is, the manuals in our Myriad Dharma Repository are immune to its wrath. The first 8 floors hold a collection of countless precious manuals from the 3 realms. Humans, demons, dragons, and even Buddhist manuals are in there. There are naturally all sorts of artifact refinement, alchemical methods, array formation arts, and talisman arts in there too, said the Tao child. It includes some of the most potent divine powers and dharma spells in the 3 realms. You are free to read them all. Most of them can be cultivated straight to the golden immortal level. Master has countless manuals in his collection and they are all freely available to his disciples, said the Tao child with a smile. The top dharmic formulations and divine powers are there for you. How far you can cultivate them depends on you. Qin Yun was truly astonished. This was what it meant to be a personal disciple of the Tao ancestor. In the past, he was poor as an itinerant cultivator. Now, it was as though he had walked into a treasure mountain. However, among the tens of thousands of Green Turing Palace disciples, there were some who remained mediocre and were only at the ordinary sky immortal level. Clearly, the individual mattered more than how good the conditions were. Then, senior brother Qin Yun, I shall take my leave, said the Tao child with a smile. Thank you, junior brother, said Qin Yun. As he watched the Tao child leave, Qin Yun waved his hand as the courtyard's door closed slowly. Although he wished to immediately visit the Myriad Dharma Repository to choose Sword Tao manuals for his primary and secondary focus, and select potent divine powers, Qin Yun still had many thoughts clashing in his mind after hearing his master's preaching of the Tao. I shall meditate for a period of time before I visit the Myriad Dharma Repository. Qin Yun entered a room and began a seclusive meditation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 460 35 Sword Manuals. Chapter 460 35 Sword Manuals. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. A piece of news slowly spread throughout the 3 realms as Qin Yun entered secluded cultivation. A cultivator named Qin Yun had opened up a new sword immortal cultivation system apart from the Grand Supreme Tao ancestor. Of course, he had only created it up to the Essence Soul realm. That was still considered too nascent compared to the Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage, but it was enough to make experts from all over the three realms marvel. However, the three realms were huge and had numerous geniuses. Qin Yun had only created a sword immortal Essence Soul dermic formulation. This was not enough to cause huge stirs in the three realms. But at the very least, many experts in the three realms had now heard Qin Yun's name. More than half a month after his seclusion. Creak! Qin Yun pushed open the door, stood in his courtyard, and took a deep breath. He held it on for a moment before letting it out. His aura flew out tens of feet like a sword. I finally can relax. Qin Yun revealed a relaxed smile. It was the dream of countless cultivators to have a Tao ancestor preach the Tao to them personally. He had benefited greatly and had thousands of ideas after listening to the sermon. The Tao ancestor had encouraged Qin Yun to figure things out himself, for only by doing so would what he gained be his. Over the past month or so, he had straightened out all the leads he had in his mind and fully figured them out. He was figuring things at an increasing pace. Only up until today was his mind clear. His sword Tao had reached a brand new level. One session of Tao preaching from the Tao ancestor exceeds a century of arduous cultivation for me, Qin Yun thought wistfully. Unfortunately, there will not be a second time. Among Taoism's three pure ones, Master takes in the most number of disciples, but because there are so many, his guidance of each individual disciple is limited. Primordial Beginning and Grand Supreme Tao ancestors are very stringent on their disciple requirements. Primordial Beginning Tao ancestor takes in very few disciples, but Grand Supreme Tao ancestor takes in even fewer personal disciples. But due to the extremely small number, the amount of focus on each disciple is much higher. Both of them nurtured their personal disciples with great attention, making their personal disciples enjoy an extremely high standing in the three realms. As for numinous treasure Tao ancestor, a large number of his disciples were only ordinary sky immortals. They were practically unknown in the wider world. However, the disciples that were ranked in the top 200 among those tens of thousands of disciples were similarly famous in the three realms. Although Master gives less frequent guidance, he is very generous with his disciples. Qin Yun took out a manual and gently flipped through it. This records all the important places in Green Turing Palace that are provided for disciples to use. The stronger a disciple is, the more they receive. If one were to become a golden immortal, Master will even bestow them with connate numinous treasures. Numinous treasure Tao ancestor allowed his disciples free reign over their cultivation. The weaker ones were left to their own devices. The stronger they were, the more benefits numinous treasure Tao ancestor gave. Creak! Qin Yun walked out the courtyard and headed for the Myriad Dharma repository. Look, who's that punk? Why is he only at the Essence Soul realm? A Green Turing Palace disciple that's only at the Essence Soul realm? A few Taoists and demons were playing and watching a chess game. All of them noticed the distant Qin Yun and could not help engage in a discussion about him. Everyone, did you not hear? Master took in a new disciple who has created a new sword immortal branch, one that stands apart from the Grand Supreme Sword lineage, said a long-bearded Taoist with a wistful sigh. A new sword immortal branch? Senior brother are you implying that it's him? All of them were somewhat astonished. Yes, it's him, said the long-bearded Taoist with a smile. His name is Qin Yun and he comes from our effulgent dominion. Many factions in our effulgent dominion are now searching for news regarding this Qin Yun. He has only cultivated for several decades but is capable of opening up a new sword immortal branch. He might be weak now, but in the future his prospects will likely far exceed those of us old folks. He has only cultivated for several decades? That impressive? All of them were stunned agape. Although news had begun spreading in the three realms, there were tens of thousands of Green Turing Palace disciples. Most of them had ordinary levels of standing in the three realms. Those that knew Qin Yun had opened up a new sword immortal branch were in the minority. Junior brother Qin Yun. Junior brother Qin Yun. A pig demon who had been watching the chess game from the side ran over smilingly. He shouted from afar. Senior brother pig is trying to rope people in again. A few of his fellow disciples laughed. Oh? Qin Yun paused with a puzzled look. He watched the pig demon run towards him. The pig demon was fat and looked rather amiable. His aura was also converged, but just the minute amounts he released were enough for Qin Yun to determine that the pig demon was an 8th or 9th firmament sky immortal. Greetings, senior brother, said Qin Yun humbly. My name is Third Pig, chuckled the pig demon. Years ago, my 2 elder brothers and I occupied a mountain in the heaven realm as demons. We were lucky to catch Master's fancy and were made his disciples. Qin Yun was enlightened. Impressive. All 3 brothers have been made disciples of the Tao ancestor. Ha ha. Junior brother Qin Yun, compared to your achievement of opening up a brand new sword immortal branch, it's nothing, said Third Pig with a smile. Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. News had spread that fast? The 3 of US brothers will be holding a Tao exchange banquet at Clear Wind Hall tomorrow at noon. There will be hundreds of fellow disciples joining us, said Third Pig with a smile. Junior brother Qin Yun, you have to be there. Sure, I'll definitely attend. Qin Yun nodded with a smile. He naturally would attend the banquet since he was given such a warm invitation. Furthermore, getting an invitation showed that he was being thought highly of. The tens of thousands of Green Turing Palace disciples formed several cliques. The stronger one was, the stronger the clique they could enter. After a few simple exchanges with senior brother Pig, he left and shortly arrived at Myriad Dharma Repository. Myriad Dharma Repository was a towering pavilion with 9 floors. Qin Yun stood in front of Myriad Dharma Repository and looked up. Countless manuals from various worlds in the 3 realms were gathered here, all free for disciples to read. It was truly a generous gesture. So many dharmic formulations. Qin Yun looked around as he walked in Myriad Dharma Repository. There were the formulations for the Magi, dragons, demons, Buddhists. Of course, Taoism manuals took up the majority. With Qin Yun's potent psyche, he was able to simply sweep the area while proceeding forward. He did this for about 2 hours before he came to a corner in the Myriad Dharma Repository's 6th floor. There are a total of 35 sword chi manuals. Qin Yun immediately picked up a black scroll and, after unfurling it, purple words appeared on black jade slips. The purple words effused a billowing fiendish aura as Qin Yun read. He read very slowly. In terms of memory, he could typically memorize all of them in an instant. But Qin Yun was figuring things out as he read, gaining a rough judgment of the manual. There's too much bloodlust to it. Qin Yun frowned before putting it away and picking up another scroll. He read one scroll after another. He finished reading all the scrolls after spending 12 hours. He was able to get a general understanding of all the 35 Sword Tao manuals. The creators of these sword manuals were ancient heavenly courts demons, Buddhas, and ancestral fiends. There are also many Taoist seniors. There are 15 sword manuals at the Golden Immortal Realm. The remaining 20 sword manuals might be at the 9th Firmament Sky Immortal Realm, but they had also carved open a new path for themselves, which is why they are kept in Myriad Dharma Repository. Qin Yun pondered. Which sword manual should I focus on primarily? For my primary choice, it has to be one of the sword manuals at the Golden Immortal level. Among the 15, 3 of them were created by Master. Qin Yun closed his eyes. The 15 sword manuals surfaced in his mind as he began eliminating them one by one. Finally, there were 5 scrolls he particularly fancied. 5 Directions Sword Sutra. It's the most multifaceted. This sword sutra is split into the 5 directions and 5 elements, which encompasses almost everything. Netherfiend Records. It's an extremely strange and unfathomable sword manual. Every sword move is extremely odd. It goes to roundabout extremums. Rosa Multiflora Sword Chart. It's calculating to the extreme. Before an enemy even attacks, they might fall for a particular trap. After Qin Yun read it, he was rather astonished at the inference it was capable of. Such a sword art was truly meticulous. 100 Great White Young Metal Sword Art. Pursues extreme speed and extreme sharpness. Only Ni Sword Song. Filled with paramount emotions about the sword, this sword art is the most unrestrained. Qin Yun pondered. Which sword manual should he focus on primarily? The 5 sword manuals were at the Golden Immortal level. However, different Golden Immortal levels could still be split into different grades. In terms of might, the 5 Directions Sword Sutra and the Netherfiend Records were more powerful, while the remaining 3 were inferior. Qin Yun read each sword manual and finally decided on 100 Great White Young Metal Sword Art. This shall be the one. Qin Yun made up his mind. Although it did not fully harmonize with the sword Tao in his mind, Qin Yun felt that the 100 Great White Young Metal Sword Art would be of the greatest help to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 461, Senior Brothers and Sisters. Chapter 461, Senior Brothers and Sisters. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. I shall have the 100 Great White Young Metal Sword Art as my primary focus and the other 4 sword manuals as my secondary focus. Qin Yun liked all 5 sword manuals and so decided to use all of them. 1 primary and 4 secondary manuals would accumulate to form the foundation of his sword Tao. Master said that I'll be stuck in the essence soul for some time, and so this period would be suitable to cultivate some divine powers? Qin Yun mumbled to himself. What relationship does the essence soul realm share with the cultivation of divine powers? With that said, he continued heading up. On the 8th level of the Myriad Dharma Repository, Qin Yun found a large collection of divine power dharmic formulations. True Samadhi Fire. Buddhist Nation in Palm. 2 Realms Evasion Art. Qin Yun looked at each of the rather eye-catching divine powers as he read through them. After reading each manual, Qin Yun fell into thought. Moments later, he had flipped through about 20 books that contained some of the more famous and potent divine powers in the 3 realms. I see. Qin Yun muttered softly. It's no wonder Master said that I'm suited to cultivate in divine powers, since I'll be stuck in the essence soul realm for some time. It's because the top great divine powers in the 3 realms can only be cultivated at the essence soul realm. That would explain why Arhat Tenside and 8 Fiend Jr. of the effulgent Great World remained in the essence soul realm. For instance, in the Buddhists' Western paradise, there are 18 Arhats. Legend has it that their strength has already reached close to that of golden immortals and Buddhas, but they remain in the Arhat realm. It's because of these great divine powers. Top great divine powers are sufficient for one to reign supreme in the 3 realms, thought Qin Yun. Ordinary divine powers could be cultivated at the mortal stage. Even his Eye of Lightning, which was considered quite a potent divine power, was not qualified to be labeled a great divine power. A potent great divine power could allow one to match golden immortals and Buddhas when it was cultivated to its limit. The essence soul is purer. After one survives the tribulation to become a sky immortal, it requires spirit and body to fuse as one. The essence soul and body perfectly fuse, and, as a result, the dharmic powers transform to become sky immortal dharmic powers. It creates great might as a result, but it contains one's physical strength. That drastically reduces the effects of cultivating a divine power. The only way to resolve this problem is to cultivate an intrinsic divine power at the essence soul realm, making it a part of one's life. By doing so, even when spirit and body fuses as one as a sky immortal, one can continue cultivating the divine power. but there can only be one intrinsic divine power. Just like my intrinsic flying sword, there is no way to cultivate a second one simultaneously. And while I'm in the essence soul realm, I can only cultivate in several powerful divine powers. According to the divine power dharmic formulations descriptions, there are some experts in the three realms who have remained in the essence soul, willing to stay as earth immortals. There are also a bunch of Buddhists who are willing to remain as arhats. They mainly focus on cultivating great divine powers, and the best among them can match golden immortals and Buddhas. Qin Yun shook his head in self-derision. However, my intrinsic flying sword requires the infusion dharmic powers to be triggered. The stronger my dharmic powers, the stronger my intrinsic flying sword is. Therefore, staying in the essence soul realm in order to cultivate in divine powers is not worth it for me. I'm a sword immortal. An intrinsic flying sword is the strongest card I'll ever have up my sleeve. Qin Yun knew this. Speaking of which, Divine Firmament Chapter's ancestral master Zhang can be considered quite unlucky. He was already at the sky immortal realm when he was taken in as a disciple, making it impossible for him to cultivate in these great divine powers. Qin Yun sighed. Many of the Green Turing Palace disciples that were recruited by the Tao ancestor were at the sky immortal level, therefore, few of them had intrinsic great divine powers. And those that cultivated in intrinsic great divine powers were mostly illustrious at the mortal stage or at the essence soul stage. During that period, they could come into contact with top great divine powers of the three realms. Although Qin Yun now had the luxury of flipping through a huge bunch of great divine powers, it was truly difficult for anyone elsewhere to learn them. Qin Yun kept reading. Cultivating a divine power is not easy. There are many requirements and restrictions. Qin Yun flipped through the precious divine power dharmic formulations one by one and pondered. And most of time should be focused on my sword Tao. Therefore, I need to choose one that suits my needs, a great divine power that can be easily cultivated. He chose one by one. There were really a lot of divine powers in Myriad Dharma Repository's collection. Many of them had what it took to be labeled as a great divine power. There are a total of 82 Buddhist divine powers and 155 Taoist divine powers. There are also divine powers for demons and dragons. So much has been accumulated from the era of the ancient heavenly courts to this day. Qin Yun did a brief browse, since he could memorize a manual in seconds. He finished browsing all of them very quickly. There are two that suit me the best. They were rather famous great divine powers during the era of the ancient heavenly courts. Qin Yun looked at the two divine power dharmic formulation manuals in front of him. One of the divine powers was named Heavenly Cycle Stellar Realm. It was a very famous domain-like great divine power. Once it was cast, 360 stars would appear. It would induce boundless stellar powers to descend, suppressing and trapping the enemy. Furthermore, the 360 stars could be used to attack the enemy. When it was cultivated to its pinnacle, this great divine power could trap 18 golden immortals and Buddhas within, preventing them from escaping the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Realm. There was another divine power named Heavenly Cycle Stellar Robes. It formed a robe that appeared like stellar light. It looked like a thin piece of cloth, but the robe was actually a world in and of itself. With one's body covered by a world, they could be insulated from the effects of space, samsara, and even karma when cultivated to its pinnacle. It was a very powerful great divine power. The massive stellar heavenly cycle array was in massive array that had existed since the ancient heavenly courts era. And these two divine powers stemmed from the ancient heavenly courts. My sword Tao is best at producing the heavenly cycle. Qin Yun looked at the two divine powers. Cultivating these two great divine powers would be relatively easy. Which one should I choose? Forget it. I'll choose both. Qin Yun smiled. After all, he would be stuck in the essence soul realm for a very long time. His creation of a sky immortal dharmic formulation for the sword immortal lineage appeared bleak at the moment. By cultivating both great divine powers together, I will know which one suits me more with time. Qin Yun continued reading the manuals in the myriad Dharma repository. Even though he was not cultivating, it still broadened his horizons. He learned of the many powerful skills employed by Taoists, Buddhists, fiends, and the other lineages. He would be more grounded when he fought such enemies in the future. Unknowingly, it was noon of the next day. Having read for an entire day and night, Qin Yun felt as though he had broadened his horizons greatly. He also learned of many of the three realms' most powerful techniques. The Tao Exchange Banquet is about to begin. Qin Yun immediately left the myriad Dharma repository and headed for Clear Wind Hall. Green Turing Palace occupied a huge area. There were many important grounds as well as places specially meant for disciples to spar and discuss the Tao. Clear Wind Hall was one of them. The three pig demons were receiving guests outside Clear Wind Hall. When Third Pig saw Qin Yun, he immediately came forward to welcome him. At the same time, he said quickly, "Brothers, junior brother Qin Yun is here." "You came, junior brother Qin Yun?" The two pig demons joyfully came to receive him. "Junior brother Qin Yun, this is my eldest brother and this is my second eldest brother," said Third Pig with a smile. "Greetings, junior brother Qin Yun." The other two pig demons were rather affable. Qin Yun looked them over and saw that, based on the looks of the three pig demon brothers, the eldest was rather honest looking. The second was taller and more bulky while the youngest was a little unctuous. Their auras placed them at the 8th or 9th firmament sky immortal realm. After all, they definitely had to fairly strong to organize a Tao exchange banquet. "Greetings, senior brothers," said Qin Yun politely. "Come on in. Junior brother Qin Yun, you are early. Less than half have arrived." "Third brother, bring him in," instructed the eldest. Third Pig warmly brought Qin Yun into Clear Wind Hall. Inside, there were already more than 200 fellow disciples. There were both humans and demons. Everyone appeared quite casual as they chatted and discussed over drinks. "Look, that's Qin Yun." 5 female cultivators that sat together looked at Qin Yun as they drank. "It's him? This young junior brother of ours is quite handsome." One of the female cultivators had very foxy eyes. She was a fox demoness who had succeeded in her cultivation. Yes, that bearing of a sword immortal in his bones makes him different. Another female cultivator beside her looked at Qin Yun with interest. She was a snake demon that had attained the Tao. Qin Yun was quite well received when he entered Clear Wind Hall. Among the fellow disciples, about 30% of them were female cultivators. And female cultivators in Green Turing Palace were usually rather bohemian. To be precise, it was common for female demon cultivators to be bohemian in the three realms. "Junior brother, come be my guest. I live in Azure Fox Mountain in the Crimson Flame's great world." The fox demoness had already approached him passionately. Qin Yun smiled. "I'll visit when I have the chance. Junior brother Qin, why don't you dual cultivate with me in my cave abode?" A blue-robed female cultivator had an enamoring look in her eyes. "Senior sister Lan, sorry, but I do not dare to," said Qin Yun. "You are afraid? Are you afraid I'll eat you? You are my junior brother." "I won't steal your young aura," said the blue-robed female cultivator with a smile. Qin Yun could only remain polite. There were just too many kinds of people among the Green Turing Palace disciples. Some senior sisters would directly hook up with other senior brothers. With respect to this, Qin Yun was already accustomed to the practice. After all, he had tens of thousands of senior brothers and sisters. Nearly half of them were demons and they were usually more unrestrained than humans in their dealings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 462, Return, Time. Chapter 462, Return, Time. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. In the following days, Qin Yun would often be in myriad Dharma repository reading. Occasionally, he would participate in gatherings of his fellow disciples. These senior brothers and sisters possessed myriad personalities. They were not considered big shots in the three realms, but among them were great demon kings, patriarchs, or sect masters of their respective mountains, family clans, or sections. After Qin Yun befriended a bunch of them, his understanding of the three realms deepened. His senior brothers and sisters were only willing to befriend him because they thought highly of him. Otherwise, they would not be bothered to do so. In the past, Taoist Divine Firmament's treatment was much poorer when he first entered Green Turing Palace. He was only an ordinary Sky Immortal back then. He had created a Sky Immortal Lightning Dharma but appeared rather ordinary among the Green Turing Palace disciples. Furthermore, he had already cultivated for quite a substantial amount of time. Qin Yun was different. The Sword Immortal lineage was well known for being good at battling. They were capable of destroying all Dharma with a single sword, and that was something definitely deserving of a reputation. This was also why many mighty figures attempted to infer a Sword Immortal Dharmic formulation. Qin Yun had been able to create a Sword Immortal Essence Soul Realm Dharmic formulation and had only cultivated for decades. He naturally attracted the friendship of many. Despite being in Green Turing Palace for so long, the number of fellow disciples Taoist Divine Firmament knew could be counted on one hand. After about half a year in Green Turing Palace, Qin Yun already had good relationships with more than 1,000 senior brothers and sisters. It's time to return. Qin Yun walked out of Myriad Dharma repository feeling happy. It was a common adage by scholars that ample reading produces fluent writing. Qin Yun had stayed more than 3 months in Myriad Dharma repository and had read through massive volumes of Dharmic formulation manuals. His understanding of the three realms had also deepened greatly. The three realms are boundless and filled with experts. But from the various Dharmic formulations, one can tell if one deserves their reputation. Qin Yun sighed inwardly. My present bit of strength is nothing worth mentioning in the grand scheme of the three realms. The more he knew, the more humble he became. Time to leave. He activated his disciple Mark, immediately feeling the massive and unfathomable powers of Green Turing Palace. With that power, he sensed his homeworld, the Great Chang world, from a distance. Blurry light descended upon him. Swoosh! Qin Yun vanished. Homeworld, Great Chang world. Qin Yun silently appeared amid the clouds. It said that the three realms are vast. Going from one dominion to another is only possible for golden immortals and other mighty figures, thought Qin Yun. But through Green Turing Palace, we Tao ancestor disciples are able to easily reach any dominion in the three realms. I heard that, apart from the Taoism's three pure ones' lineage, the Heavenly Court's armies are able to reach any spot in the three realms when deployed as well. The Western Paradise's Buddhists have similar techniques. Only by having means to easily reach different areas could the Heavenly Courts have the right to be considered ruler of the three realms. However, that was only on the surface. There were many places where the Heavenly Court's influence was weak. For example, in dominions completely ruled by the fiends, the Heavenly Courts had no means to interfere. Even the Effulgent Dominion was somewhere where the Heavenly Court's influence was weak. In all of the three realms, only the core dominion regions were actually under the control of the Heavenly Courts. At the end of the day, it's the fist that talks, thought Qin Yun. The massive number of manuals in the Myriad Dharma repository had indeed allowed Qin Yun to understand the various factions hidden in the three realms. So, Qin Yun flew on a cloud and soon, he saw two figures sparring above the Mirror Lake in Grand Dominant City. Dad! The two figures stopped. Qin Yi's eyes lit up as a faint dragon phantom soared up and immediately went straight for Qin Yun. Qin Yi immediately hugged Qin Yun. Dad, you were gone for almost half a year. I thought you would be cultivating for decades. Qin Yi missed her father. In the past, Qin Yun had acted only as a senior that taught her sword arts. After they finally recognized each other as father and daughter, they had less than half a day together before Qin Yun headed to Green Turing Palace for cultivation. Qin Yi naturally missed her father greatly. Brother Yun. Xiao flew to their side. She looked much happier as she now had a daughter to accompany her. Why are you back so quickly after cultivating as the Tao Ancestor's disciple? I heard that Divine Firmament Ancestral Master's second essence soul has been cultivating in Green Turing Palace all this while. Qin Yun smiled. Green Turing Palace has numerous disciples, but in fact, most of them live across the three realms. Only a small number actually cultivate in Green Turing Palace for an extended period of time. Oh? Xiao and Qin Yi were rather curious about Green Turing Palace and looked forward to hearing more about it. After all, it was the Tao residence of the Tao Ancestor, Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure. I have learned all the dermic formulations and divine powers I should learn, said Qin Yun with a smile. I've returned to our homeworld to cultivate. To be honest, I would find it too hard to calm my mind if I were to stay in Green Turing Palace for hundreds or thousands of years. When do you plan on returning? Inquired Xiao. There's no rush. Qin Yun felt that his homeworld's environment and the companionship of his wife and daughter would allow his cultivation to be even more satisfying. One's state of mind was at times the most important thing. Although Green Turing Palace had many sacred lands that were suitable for cultivation, according to the insights Qin Yun gleaned from reading the numerous manuals, one should usually cultivate diligently in ordinary places, and only when they hit a bottleneck should they visit a suitable sacred land for cultivation to make that breakthrough. It's almost lunchtime. I'm starving. In the past half year in Green Turing Palace, I have literally been feeding on the wind and drinking the dew, said Qin Yun. All right. I'll prepare a meal for you, said Xiao with a smile. Dad, I'll do it. I have learned how to make quite a number of dishes. I'll personally do the cooking today. You can try my cooking, said Qin Yi immediately. All right. I shall have a taste of my daughter's cooking. Qin Yun was very happy to say that. Qin Yun took up residence in Grand Dominance City's Qin Manor once again. The Mirror Lake became his cultivation grounds where he often calmed his mind and cultivated in various sword arts over its peaceful surface. He primarily focused on the 100 Great White Yang Metal Sword Art, as well as the secondary 5 Directions Sword Sutra, Netherfiend Records, Rosa Multiflora Sword Chart, and Only Me Sword Song. Occasionally, he would spend some time and effort to study the 2 great divine powers. He also spent time with his wife and daughter. Qin Yun's cultivation days were naturally happy and carefree. Although he secluded himself in his homeworld, the Great Shine World, the attention Qin Yun received was far greater than Taoist divine firmament of yesteryear. Many of the sect masters of the numinous treasure lineage in the effulgent dominion, as well as some reclusive experts, would visit the Great Shine World in avatar form. Although many of them had cultivated for millions of years or more, they still called a junior like Qin Yun Uncle Master. In a blink of an eye, it had been 3 years since Qin Yun returned to his homeworld. Boom! A hidden door opened in the Divine Firmament chapter. Taoist Divine Firmament walked out from within. His body emanated remnant lightning bolts as his eyes had a tinge of excitement. Now that everything is ready, it's time I proceed to kill that fiend celestial Empyrean Lord. Taoist Divine Firmament suddenly laughed. Qin Yun is really quite a character. He returned after less than half a year in Green Turing Palace. With one step, he vanished into thin air. When he appeared again, he was already above Grand Dominance City. Oh! Qin Yun, who was sitting cross-legged by the Mirror Lake, sensed it and looked up. He smiled and beckoned his hand. The Misty Rain Sword, which had already become a medial-grade numinous treasure, was summoned back. With a flash, it left behind a blurry mark in midair before it was stored back inside his body. Junior brother Qin Yun, you have really been leading quite a pleasant life these days. Taoist Divine Firmament flew down. You returned after spending less than a year in a sacred land like the Green Turing Palace. From the looks of it, your wife and daughter are far more attractive than Green Turing Palace. Qin Yun got up and welcomed him. Senior brother Zhang, that's exactly right. As he spoke, Qin Yun sensed the Taoist divine firmament's aura appeared to have changed. It was a lot more profound and it even vaguely threatened him. He could not help but say with a smile, "Senior brother, you wiped out the 8 lineage fiendish demons a few years ago alone. Now that your cultivation in the myriad Dharma pool has ended, I believe your strength has improved even further, but it's nothing worth flaunting." Taoist divine firmament shook his head gently. Junior brother Qin Yun, you are also aware that the myriad Dharma pool is the biggest opportunity for us Green Turing Palace disciples. The other disciples wouldn't enter it until they reach the pinnacle of the sky immortal realm. Only then do they enter seclusion to break through that bottleneck. I have done so early, and although my strength has greatly improved, it will be difficult to raise my strength further in the future. Senior brother, why were you so in a rush to use the myriad Dharma pool? Qin Yun looked at him. It's that fiend celestial Empyrean Lord, replied Taoist divine firmament. You know well that the fiend celestial Empyrean Lord, Kuefu, paid a huge price in order to occupy our great Chang world. He must have a special reason for doing so. It's also why I vanquished all the fiends in the great Chang world ahead of time. By doing so, our great Chang world will not have any openings left. They can forget about sneakily entering to set up arrays. And today, I'm setting off to kill Kuefu. Kill Kuefu? Qin Yun was astonished. That fiend celestial Empyrean Lord was someone Qin Yun hated vehemently as well. After all, it was because of him that he nearly lost his wife and daughter forever. He was only able to save the both of them was because he had acted quickly. Even so, he had nearly failed. Also, his wife and daughter had suffered quite tremendously. Qin Yun was already filled with killing intent at the mere thought, wishing to eliminate Kuefu. Fiend Celestial Empyrean Lord Kuefu was a child of a big family clan in the tenebrous fiend abyss. He has also cultivated an intrinsic divine power and is very strong, said Qin Yun. Senior brother, are you confident? I don't dare to say I'm absolutely confident, replied Taoist divine firmament. I only have 80% confidence. Senior brother, have you already been to the star cluster hall? Qin Yun was alarmed. Taoist divine firmament nodded slightly. Impressive. Qin Yun was indeed impressed. Whatever needs preparing has been prepared. Taoist divine firmament nodded. All right, it's time I set off now that I have met you again, but then, senior brother, let me congratulate you in advance for successfully slaying that fiend celestial Empyrean Lord, said Qin Yun. Wait for my good news. Taoist divine firmament nodded before flying far into the distance. Qin Yun looked up and continued to watch from afar. I hope senior brother succeeds. Qin Yun felt a sense of anticipation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 463, Pursuing Fiend Celestial Empyrean Lord. Chapter 463, Pursuing Fiend Celestial Empyrean Lord. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. 3 months later. In the boundless sea of stars outside the fiend world. I want to see who it is that foiled my plans. Fiend Celestial Empyrean Lord Kuefu led more than 10 sky fiends as they flew to the periphery of the fiend celestial world. Not long after they flew into the void. Stop! Empyrean Lord shouted. The sky fiends under him carefully surveyed their surroundings in shock. Come on out. Empyrean Lord stared into the distance. Whoosh! A figure appeared in the distant void before splitting into two. The two figures were identical in appearance. One of them was a purple-robed Taoist while the other was a blue-robed Taoist. Both of them were ancestral Master Zhang. Whoosh! Streams of lightning flew out of the purple-robed Taoist and went in every direction. They were the 12 lightning god fiends, who had floated around them with lightning sparking across their bodies. All of them had stout bodies and coldly stared at the Empyrean Lord and his sky fiends. Empyrean Lord, long time no see. The purple-robed and blue-robed Taoists spoke in unison. It's you. The great Chang world's Taoist divine firmament? Kuei-fu scanned his surroundings and laughed. What happened? There's only you, a second essence soul, and 12 capital heaven god fiends? You plan to deal with me using only that? Precisely. Ancestral Master Zhang nodded slightly. It looks like you are filled with confidence after breaking through to the 6th firmament sky immortal realm. Perfect. I happen to be a 6th fiend sky fiend myself, said Kuei-fu with a faint smile. Let me see how powerful you Taoist Green Turing Palace disciples are, Kuei-fu was confident, but the sky fiends that accompanied him were extremely nervous. Ancestral Master Zhang's true body and his second essence soul bellowed simultaneously, "Come, lightning!" Boom! 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 Instantly, thousands of bolts of lightning gathered and tore through the starry cosmos. The 12 lightning god fiends formed an array formation and, with his own body as a catalyst for the divine firmament dermic powers, he guided the lightning forces through the void. Instantly, thousands of terrifying lightning bolts struck down, turning the region into a sea of lightning. Kuei-fu was left stunned. He quickly conjured his skyfiend dermic powers to protect his subordinates, but, amid sizzling sounds, the barrier formed by his skyfiend dermic powers was torn apart by the surging lightning bolts. Ah! Save me! Empyrean Lord! These skyfiends were panicking as they tried their best to resist. However, they were pulverized by the sea of lightning. Even if more than half of them cultivated their bodies, none of them could withstand the terrifying lightning. The surroundings calmed down. The lightning emanated, leaving Kuei-fu with not even a single subordinate around him. His face took on an ugly expression. The strongest thing about him was his physical body. A layer of sanguine light enveloped the surface of his body, allowing him to resist the lightning. What an impressive lightning array formation, said Kuei-fu through clenched teeth. Ordinary 5th or 6th firmament skyfiends would be dead if trapped inside it. Empyrean Lord, you are a child of a huge family clan in the tenebrous fiend abyss. You cultivate in a great divine power and, in terms of strength, you can match the 8th to 9th firmament skyfiend realm. How can this bit of strength injure you? All I did was rid us of those skyfiends so we could face each other in quiet. Ancestral Master Sang's true body and avatar remained very calm. Kuei-fu's expression changed. Taoist divine firmament was still so confident despite knowing his strength? There is talk that Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure's newly recruited disciple, Taoist divine firmament, is extremely weak. Despite cultivating for thousands of years, he remains stuck at the 3rd firmament sky immortal realm, said Kuei-fu. I never expected you to be keeping a low profile all this time. The last time I saw you, you vanquished many of my guardians, exposing your strength to be that of a 6th firmament sky immortal. Your present strength is nearly at the 9th firmament. Why have you been keeping a low profile despite having such mighty strength? It was not me keeping a low profile, said Ancestral Master Zhang with a smile. It's quite embarrassing, actually. Just a few years ago, my strength was indeed only that of a 6th firmament. You became that much stronger in a few years? Do you think me a fool? Kuei-fu sneered. It's precisely because of your threat that I was forced to use the myriad Dharma pool ahead of time. I was lucky to be able to get to my present state, said Ancestral Master Zhang. Empyrean Lord Kuei-fu, I can spare you this time as long as you answer my question honestly. Kuei-fu frowned. You think you have what it takes to kill me? As for the question, why don't you just say it? Empyrean Lord, why did you pay such a tremendous price to occupy my great Chang world? Ancestral Master Zhang looked at him. Kuei-fu's heart jolted. The reason was his greatest secret. Ha ha, do I need a reason for conquering a world? Kuei Fu scoffed. I'm a sky fiend. The more worlds I conquer, the more the heavenly Tao bestows upon me. Back then, the Boer ancestral sector ray formation had only been in its nascent state. If you had set it up completely, the price paid would be ridiculous. You even sent more than 100 fiend celestial guardians despite lacking the confidence just to maintain that sliver of hope, said Ancestral Master Zhang with a smile. You can honestly tell me there's no special reason even though you were willing to pay such a heavy price? I'm a fiend. I do whatever I want. Kuei Fu scoffed. I've given you the answer. I wanted to conquer your world, so I attempted the conquest. That's all. Do you still want to continue this fight? Empyrean Lord, you really think of me as a fool. Fine, since you wish to die, I will fulfill your wish, said Ancestral Master Zhang. A Dao Talisman phantom appeared behind his actual body. As for his second essence soul, a huge seal appeared in his hands. Go! The purple-robed Taoist cast lightning while the 12 lightning godfiends aided him. The Taoist phantom condensed a bolt of lightning that contained a nebulous aura of chaos. It was released with its horrific and cold might. Go! The blue-robed Taoist threw out the huge seal, which expanded as it flew out. It transformed into a tiny mountain as the seal became covered in dense lightning patterns. On it were the tiny, faint words, Lightning Division 5-3 Envoy. Empyrean Lord's expression changed drastically upon seeing this turn of events. Chaos Divine Lightning? The Heavenly Court's Lightning Division's supreme-grade numinous treasure seal? Shit! This terrifying bout continued for a few moments. Boom! Empyrean Lord's body was severely injured by a blow and he was trying hard to recover from it. I have already said that you can be spared if you answer me honestly. Ancestral Master Zhang shouted. Ha ha ha. I already told you, but you refused to believe me. Kuei Fu roared with laughter. Taoist Divine Firmament, you are truly ruthless. I never expected you to force me to do this. Time to leave. Suddenly, a blob of white mist rose and enveloped Empyrean Lord. His body began to dematerialize as his figure turned faint. So, he quickly charged out the 12 lightning godfiends' barricade. His speed was so fast that even Ancestral Master Zhang's lightning dharma, which he was most adept in, was far from comparable. Kuei Fu escaped far into the distance. Without the repression of the 12 lightning godfiends' array formation, Kuei Fu engaged in void transference and completely vanished. Darn it! Ancestral Master Zhang's expression turned nasty. I never expected him to have something so rare. He actually managed to escape my array formation. He is willing to use such a precious item to flee for his life rather than tell me his reason for conquering the Great Chang world. Ancestral Master Zhang's expression turned heavy. It looks like there's real trouble brewing. However, I'll kill as many fiend celestials as they send to the Great Chang world. Ancestral Master Zhang flicked his sleeve as the 12 lightning godfiends transformed into streams of light and entered his body. Whoosh! Ancestral Master Zhang and his second essence soul were immediately covered in a blurry light as they rapidly departed. That day in the Great Chang world. Grand Dominance City's Qin Manor. Qin Yun sat across from Ancestral Master Zhang while Xiao sat at their side, pouring their tea. You failed? Qin Yun was alarmed. You failed to kill that fiend celestial Empyrean Lord, Kuei Fu? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 464, Seclusive Cultivation in Broken Sword Valley. Chapter 464, Seclusive Cultivation in Broken Sword Valley. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Qin Yun believed it was in the bag when Ancestral Master Zhang mentioned that he was 80% confident. It was not easy for me to lure him out of his nest. I had also made adequate preparations. Ancestral Master Zhang shook his head. I never expected him to have a rare life preservation item just for fleeing. I failed to restrain him too. But in fact, killing him has little influence over the great Chang world. What's most important of all is my wish to know why he wants to conquer our great Chang world. Does our great Chang world have some senior's cave abode? Some treasure? Or does the great Chang world hold some secret of the fiendish way? Asked Qin Yun. I have traversed every spot in the great Chang world the past few years. I have thoroughly checked the land and sea. East Sea Skydragon and Brother Bai have both searched meticulously as well. Ancestral Master Zhang shook his head. We have not discovered anything special about our great Chang world. Qin Yun nodded. Back when Xiao was abducted, I searched the world and did so very meticulously. I even used the Eye of Lightning to seek treasures but failed to find anything special. The more it can't be found, the more uneasy I become, said Ancestral Master Zhang. Senior brother, the great Chang world is a small world. Golden immortals and Buddha mighty figures are unable to descend into our world. Our homeworld's heavenly Tao is on our side as well, repressing the fiend celestials. As long as you, with your strength, are here, I believe any schemes the fiend celestials concoct are little more than wishful thinking, said Qin Yun. The fiend celestials can forget about succeeding as long as I'm in the great Chang world, said Ancestral Master Zhang. Following that, he looked at Qin Yun. Junior brother Qin Yun, I attained such strength by using the myriad Dharma pool. Improving further will be difficult. Your talent and perceptivity are probably above mine. You have to quickly improve yourself to join forces with me and increase our chances. I understand. Qin Yun nodded. Ancestral Master Zhang felt a little more relieved. All these years, he had been quite alone in the great Chang world. It was because all the sky immortals and sky demons were weaker than him. Now, he finally saw someone that had a chance of chasing up to him. Moments later, Ancestral Master Zhang left. Qin Yun sat cross-legged by the side of the mirror lake when Xiao came over. Brother Yun, didn't Ancestral Master Zhang mention that he entered the Star Cluster Hall? Asked Xiao. Why do I feel that he lacks confidence? He truly went all out, exposing his true strength. If the Fiend Celestials were to take action again, they would definitely be fully prepared, said Qin Yun. And most importantly of all, he has reached a bottleneck. It's going to be difficult for him to raise his strength any further for quite a while, thus, he is naturally worried. Xiao nodded gently. I plan on heading to Green Turing Palace after finishing my meal today, said Qin Yun. How long will you be gone this time? Asked Xiao. No idea, but it shouldn't be long. All right. Xiao nodded and said with a smile, then, I'll personally cook for you today. With that said, she left. Qin Yun smiled as he watched his wife leave before closing his eyes. Shie. Endless starlight emitted from Qin Yun's body that washed over the surroundings. Instantly, his surroundings were covered in a gorgeous starry scene. From a distant stellar space, limitless stellar forces tore through and descended upon his surroundings. They each gathered into stellar phantoms the size of a fist and made 360 stellar phantoms total. There was stellar light swirling amid them, making the entire area form a world of its own. Qin Yun commanded with his mind. Change. Each of the stellar phantoms condensed from stellar forces slowly transformed into a sword of stellar light. Soon, there were 360 swords of stellar light that drove the stellar forces. After I gathered enough treasures, I only took a year to get a basic grasp of these two great divine powers. However, making any further improvements would be a lot more difficult. Qin Yun thought nothing much of it in the past since simply grasping the great divine powers was very difficult to begin with. Qin Yun had only taken a year to gain a basic grasp because his sword Dao happened to complement the two divine powers well and because his sword Dao realm was quite high. It was only normal that the subsequent cultivation would go slowly. However, Qin Yun felt that he should try to improve himself and break through as soon as possible. Engaging in the painstaking work of slowly improving and chasing a breakthrough is just too difficult. I'd probably spend thousands of years if I did that, thought Qin Yun. It's better if I cultivate my sword Dao. Once its realm is high, the cultivation of a divine power becomes faster as well. The Dao was fundamental. At a high realm, divine powers, dharmic powers, dharma spells, and a self-created dharmic formulation would all come relatively easier. Having been back in my homeworld for 3 years now, I have learned plenty from the 100 Great White Young Metal Sword Art and the other 4 sword manuals. I'm beginning to enter a bottleneck. I hope I can make a breakthrough by using the special grounds in Green Turing Palace, thought Qin Yun. That day, he had lunch with his wife and daughter before he departed the Great Chang world for the Green Turing Palace. Whoosh! Qin Yun appeared in Green Turing Palace. Green Turing Palace's temperature was much colder than his homeworld's. Absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual energies into his body seemed to lighten his body. As the Tao residence of Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure, even an ordinary yard in Green Turing Palace had much better cultivation effects than a specially constructed chamber in his homeworld, to say nothing of the palace's actual cultivation grounds. Why is there such a bustle? Qin Yun saw a group of senior brothers and sisters gathered in the distance. Junior brother Qin Yun. An azure-robed female cultivator took one step forward when she saw him. Phasing away, she appeared beside him. Senior sister Lan greeted Qin Yun with a smile. Junior brother, seriously. You were gone for more than 3 years and never came back once. The female cultivator smiled as she leaned close to him. Qin Yun slightly dodged her and smiled immediately. Senior sister, what's happening up ahead? Is someone sparring? Why are so many fellow disciples gathered? No, it's senior brother Feng. He's declared he'll be giving pointers to his junior brothers and sisters. Therefore, a bunch of fellow disciples have rushed over. Only then did the female cultivator stand up straight. Senior brother Feng? Qin Yun was puzzled. Sky immortal Fengli. The female cultivator said wistfully, Senior brother Feng's wind-riding divine power is very impressive. Typical 9th firmament sky immortals can be blown to a bloody mush by his wind. He is even able to escape mighty figure with it. The people gathered there to seek senior brother Feng's help are likely skilled in wind-riding techniques, but... I see. Qin Yun nodded. It's the same with Green Turing Palace. The stronger one is, the more you are extolled. The female cultivator sighed before changing topics. By the way, did you know that Master took in a disciple 1 year ago? Isn't it normal for Master to take in disciples? Asked Qin Yun with a smile. It's different. She shook her head gently. This disciple has been summoned by Master 3 times over the span of a year. What, he was summoned 3 times? Qin Yun was astonished. Under normal circumstances, Numinous Treasure Dao Ancestor would only give a disciple guidance once before they became a golden immortal. This junior brother's name is Yugue, whispered the female cultivator. I heard that he was quite dim-witted from a young age and had never cultivated at all. At 15, he saw a monolith surface in a river. After seeing the patterns on the monolith, he stood watching it in a daze for 3 days and was directly enlightened in the Dao, reaching the sky immortal realm instantly. What? Qin Yun was stunned. He had never cultivated before but suddenly reached the sky immortal realm after 3 days of Dao enlightenment? Then, Master appeared before him and brought him to Green Turing Palace. The female cultivator sighed. He was guided very carefully and was summoned thrice in a year. Junior brother Yu is presently a 6th firmament sky immortal. Qin Yun felt a little lost for words. Many of our fellow disciples are envious of him. Master is indeed biased towards our junior brother, but envy amounts to nothing, said the female cultivator helplessly. We already owe Master for teaching us once. Why should we harp on such matters? Qin Yun shook his head. We are guessing that junior brother you might have some serious background. The female cultivator whispered, perhaps he's the reincarnation of some important figure. On the way, he had a series of simple exchanges with the senior brothers and sisters he was familiar with. An hour later, he came to the periphery of Green Turing Palace. There was a tiny trail that led deep into the clouds. Qin Yun stepped into it. Broken Sword Valley should be very suitable for my sword Dao cultivation. Qin Yun continued proceeding. Whoosh! The wind inside began to turn increasingly forceful. He arrived at a mountain valley after a few minutes of walking. There were swords embedded in the valley. Some were intact or in damaged states. At a glance, he saw more than 10,000 swords as swordchi filled the valley. There were mountain peaks surrounding the valley. Many Green Turing Palace disciples were cultivating at these mountaintops, the mountainside, and even the cliffs of the numerous mountains. There are more than 200 disciples cultivating here in seclusion? Some of them have probably been cultivating for a very long time. Qin Yun sighed inwardly as he swept his surroundings with his gaze. He chose a spot on the mountainside and, with a step forward, whistled over. When he landed on the mountainside, he waved his hand, carving out a spot about 10 feet across. Following that, he sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes and could clearly sense a terrifying sword intent permeate the surrounding void. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 465 Epiphany. Chapter 465 Epiphany. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. The sword intent of the area had formed a body due to their mutual interactions over time. It also repulsed all other energy, making the void of the land become a world of pure sword intent. After reading the covetous wolf sword art in the Sky Wolf world, my sword Dao broke through to the mid-stages of the Sky Immortal realm, giving my Dao domain a span of 150 kilometers, thought Qin Yun. Later, I created the Essence Soul Dermic formulation and Master even preached the Dao to me personally. These past few years, I have been cultivating in the 100 Great White Young Metal Sword Art and the other sword manuals. I have accumulated a lot, but I'm still stuck in the bottleneck of the Sky Immortal realm's mid-stages. I have no idea as to when I can break through. It gets much harder to break through the further one gets into the 3 major Sky Immortal realms. According to senior brother Zhang, his lightning Dao was only able to break through to the late stages of the Sky Immortal realm because he entered the Myriad Dharma pool. How do I break through to the late stages of the Sky Immortal realm? Qin Yun pondered. Breaking through a bottleneck was indeed difficult. Even among the many Green Turing Palace disciples, many of them were trapped at the 6th firmament Sky Immortal realm. It was equivalent to the middle stages of the Sky Immortal realm. Qin Yun was considered someone with monstrous talent. As an itinerant cultivator, he had reached the mid-stages of the Sky Immortal realm and created his own sword Immortal Dermic formulation. But later, after having the Dao ancestor preach the Dao to him, studying the 5 golden Immortal level sword manuals, and cultivating 2 heavenly cycle great divine powers, he still remained stuck within the mid-stage Sky Immortal bottleneck. Breakthroughs are truly difficult. Senior sister Lan mentioned that junior brother Yugue previously. He had not cultivated before, but after looking at a monument when he was 15, he reached the Sky Immortal realm after 3 days. He is suspected to be the reincarnation of a mighty figure. Master has been painstakingly teaching him for a year, and although he has improved by leaps and bounds, he has also temporarily come to a stop at the 6th firmament Sky Immortal realm, sighed Qin Yun. Being a 6th firmament Sky Immortal meant that one was an expert in the vast 3 realms, but they were also commonly seen. As for 8th or 9th firmament Sky Immortals, they were truly rare. In situations where golden immortals, Buddhas, or ancestral fiends did not appear, those Sky Immortals stood atop all. To use the top sects in the effulgent Great World as an example, those sects typically only had 1 or 2 8th or 9th firmament Sky Immortals. As for Green Turing Palace, ever since Pango split the heaven and earth apart, it had seen tens of thousands of disciples from all over the three realms over the ages. They had been guided by the Tao ancestor and had the chance to step into the myriad Dharma pool, but the number that reached the 8th or 9th firmament sky immortal realm remained tiny in proportion. The breakthrough at this step is so difficult. It only means it will be more difficult to achieve the golden immortal Tao fruit, sighed Qin Yun. I should just calm my mind and slowly accumulate as much as I can. Once I accumulate to a certain extent, I believe things will come naturally with ripe conditions. Qin Yun calmed his mind and began carefully experiencing the sword intent. Broken Sword Valley was a world of sword intent. A large amount of sword intent belonged to pinnacle sky immortals. There was even sword intent at the golden immortal level. Days passed and, in a blink of an eye, Qin Yun had been cultivating for 3 months. Go! Qin Yun sat cross-legged by the mountainside. His Tao domain enveloped his surroundings as he released a wisp of whitish gold sword chi that sliced through the void. Although he was practicing his sword moves, he was doing it within his Tao domain, and that prevented him from disturbing others. After all, Broken Sword Valley was a place where many disciples cultivated. No, it still doesn't work. Although my accumulations are turning more robust, I keep feeling like there's no qualitative change. Qin Yun stopped and took a rest to relax his mind. He flipped his hand and took out an alcohol flask. He then drank as he looked at his surroundings. There were green Turing Palace disciples sitting cross-legged on the mountainside, and the cliffs while they cultivated. They are all cultivating. These are all disciples that the Tao ancestor took in. All of them are highly perceptive and talented. The cultivation path is just like this. Regardless of how talented one is, one has to have the patience and forge forward bravely. If one allows themselves to drift along, how is it possible to become a true mighty figure? Qin Yun took another swig of his alcohol before putting it away. He planned to continue cultivating. But suddenly, Qin Yun's eyes swept across the countless sword intent in the valley and he was left stunned. Oh! Qin Yun had been in the Broken Sword Valley for 3 months. He was long familiar with the sight of it. But at that moment, Qin Yun had discovered something. It was something he did not pay too much attention to despite constantly seeing it for 3 months. Whoosh! Although Broken Sword Valley had a lot of sword intent, it gradually formed a sword intent world revolving around the sword intent at the golden immortal levels over time. Trends? Qin Yun muttered. Sword arts moves from the 5 sword manuals he learned surfaced in his mind as he suddenly seemed to see the light. There are limits to what books can offer. Despite having learned all of that, all I have seen is the tip of the iceberg. I did not see it for what it really is, muttered Qin Yun. Master was right. Only something I figure out myself belongs to me, but. Qin Yun looked at the valley in front of him. Countless sword intent influencing itself over time, naturally forming such a general trend. Everything has a trend. A raging river follows the trend of the river flow. Even if there are distributaries that flow in the opposite direction, the general trend is in one direction. Even in a country formed by countless people, the society develops according to a general trend. Even across the long span of history, events occur in a general trends. By following this general trend, everything can be done harmoniously. Going against it makes every step difficult. The 3 realms' great Tao has great Tao trends as well. As for my sword Tao, it lacks such a general trend. Qin Yun waved his hand. A wisp of sword chi flew out. It was ordinary and lacked the dominance of the sword chi that was produced by Qin Yun's casting of the 100 great white young metal sword art, but it had an indescribable charm. However, as he released one sword chi after another, the might of these sword chi became stronger and stronger. Like a rolling snowball, that power grew in size as time passed. It was like a tidal wave that would become more turbulent with time. And these sword chi were the same. As the sword chi were unleashed, the might constantly increased. Eventually, the might turned extremely horrifying. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. It is deemed as a general trend. There was a dazzling glint in Qin Yun's eyes. While he took in the might of the terrifying sword chi which appeared as tempestuous as an avalanche, his mind stirred as the sword chi dissipated. Qin Yun closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. In his heart, his sword Tao was metamorphosing. Just 3 days after he sat to contemplate what he figured out, there was a rumble. When he opened his eyes again, Qin Yun felt that his Tao domain had undergone a qualitative change. Having reached the late stages of the sky immortal realm, his Tao domain spanned 300 kilometers. Following this, there's only clear skies ahead. As long as I slowly accumulate, I will reach another bottleneck. Qin Yun smiled. This breakthrough was really difficult, but the next one will be hundreds of times more difficult. After all, breaking through to attain a golden immortal Tao fruit is the dream of countless immortals. There were bound to be greater obstacles in the future. Qin Yun did not think too much about it. It was still very early for him. His becoming the Tao ancestor's disciple, the cultivation of the 5 sword manuals, and the epiphany in Broken Sword Valley, all these allowed him to break through the bottleneck to reach the late stages of the sky immortal realm. He was now truly at the level of one of the experts of the 3 realms. Next, I will nurture my intrinsic flying sword. With my breakthrough in Sword Tao, my intrinsic flying sword can be nurtured to the superior grade numinous treasure level. Qin Yun was filled with anticipation, but he also turned troubled. However, I no longer have enough treasures to nurture my intrinsic flying sword. To cultivate the 2 great divine powers, I even had to sell that superior grade minor Empyrean seal from before. The 2 divine powers that Qin Yun chose were great divine powers back in the ancient heavenly quartz era. Thankfully, simply grasping it only required external objects, but even so it had drained Qin Yun of all his treasures. He had even sought the help of his senior brothers and sisters to gather the materials. It's time to leave. Qin Yun smiled as he got up. As he looked at the other disciples that were continuing their cultivation in Broken Sword Valley, Qin Yun felt rather happy. He immediately departed the mountainside and left through the tiny path he took when he came. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 466, 3 Targets. Chapter 466, 3 Targets. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Inside the sect master cave abode of the Golden Light sect, one of the top sects of the effulgent great world, Yutong sat cross-legged cultivating on a mat. With an angry grunt, 2 streams of gases spewed out of his nostrils as they circled to fill the chamber. Yutong then took another deep breath, bringing the 2 streams back into his body through his nostrils. Oh? Yutong frowned slightly. Who is it that's contacting me at this moment? He flicked his sleeve. The void beside him produced ripples, soon showing the scene of a lakeside in a distant space. Qin Yun was standing there, looking over and smiling. Ah, Uncle Master Qin. Yutong immediately stood up and smiled. Uncle Master Qin, I'm honored that you would think of me. Although his Yu family had a decent background in the numinous treasure lineage, he still held Qin Yun in high regard. According to the news he had gathered, this Uncle Master Qin Yun was capable of fighting Wooly Jiosho of the Sky Wolf world despite being a mere itinerant cultivator. At the very least, he had a combat strength that matched the 6th firmament Sky Immortal realm. And that was before he became a disciple of the Tao ancestor, but now that he had been recruited into Green Turing Palace, Yutong was certain that Qin Yun would soar. He was likely to become an illustrious existence in the effulgent dominion in less than a millennia. He was naturally very warm towards such an accomplished man. Sect Master Yutong, I do have to ask you for help, said Qin Yun. Uncle Master Qin, what is it? Asked Yutong immediately. As long as I can help you, I'll definitely do my best. I need detailed intelligence on the experts in the effulgent dominion, said Qin Yun. I want those at the 4th or 5th Skyfiend realm as well. Intelligence? Yutong laughed. That's simple. I'm the head of a sect. I naturally have gathered such intelligence long ago, but... With that said, Yutong flipped his hand as scrolls appeared in his palm. He flicked them, sending the scrolls tearing through the void and flying towards the distant Great Chang world using a void passageway. While that happened, Yutong added, Uncle Master Qin, some of this intelligence is new and some old. On the people that aren't very famous, the intelligence is from thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. However, when it comes to those with greater fame, we have the latest intelligence. The scrolls were non-living objects, so sending them were very simple. Soon, they arrived in the hands of Qin Yun. That's enough, said Qin Yun. Thanks. It's nothing, said Yutong with a jovial chuckle. If there's nothing else, I won't disturb you any further. Soon, the void ripples came to a close. Yutong pondered and muttered to himself, for him to request that kind of intelligence from me, is he planning to kill some Skyfiends so as to pass the tests of Green Turing Palace? That's right. He already matched the 6th Firmament Sky Immortal realm before he was taken in as a disciple. Great Chang World, Grand Dominance Qin Manor. Beside the Mirror Lake. Qin Yun unfurled the scrolls and swept through them with his dermic powers. Immediately, large amounts of information surged into his essence soul. I've found it. Hawk Fiend King Che Jia. Qin Yun nodded slightly. Acquiring treasures from others causes us to be bound by karma. It's now time to sever this karma. Years ago, in order to gather the required treasures to seek Puka Dragonlord's help in saving Xiao, he had gone to the ancient augury world in search of treasure. In the ancient augury world, Qin Yun had encountered the dead Sky Immortal Fong Rong in a cave abode. Sky Immortal Fong Rong's last words carried the implication of being bound by karma after receiving his treasures. He only had one request. He hoped that the person who found his treasure could help avenge him by killing Hawk Fiend King Che Jia when they had the absolute confidence to do so. Fong Rong had left this request as his last will, but he was not confident about it. After all, his most precious item was only a medial-grade numinous treasure. Even so, he required the person to travel across the other realm cosmos to kill the extremely powerful Hawk Fiend King Che Jia. This was indeed wishful thinking. After all, not everyone was like Green Turing Palace disciples who could easily head for any spot in the 3 realms. Back then, Qin Yun was still relatively weak and in desperate need of treasures. Since Fong Rong had mentioned that the revenge should only be sought with absolute confidence, Qin Yun did not hesitate to take the treasures and be bound by karma. Hawk Fiend King Che Jia, 6th Firmament Sky Demon. Most adept in escaping arts. I might have had a chance of defeating him if I had used all my strength in the past, but killing him would have been very difficult. After all, he is innately built for flying and he cultivates in a divine power called the Golden Wing Escape Art. Although it's an ordinary escaping divine power, he has cultivated it to a profound level, thought Qin Yun. But now, I am absolutely confident thanks to my Sword Dao breakthrough. Brother Yun. Xiao walked over from afar and asked with a smile, what are you looking at? Some intelligence. Qin Yun smiled as he threw the scroll in his hand to his wife. Take a look for yourself. Xiao extended her hand to grab it. When she unfurled it, she swept it with her dermic powers and also obtained the intelligence about most of the experts in the Effulgent Dominion. Why did you get all this intelligence? Xiao looked at Qin Yun. Do you plan on killing Skyfiends to pass the Green Turing Palace's tests? I do not have enough treasures to nurture my intrinsic flying sword at the moment. I naturally need to pass the test to obtain the treasures Master left for us disciples, said Qin Yun with a smile. This is also the very simple first round of tests. Senior Brother Zhang had to slay at least a 7th Firmament Sky Fiend before he passed the second round of tests to obtain the treasures in Star Cluster Hall. Although Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure took in many disciples, he could not bestow all of them with copious amounts of treasures. The stronger one was, the more treasures one could obtain. Therefore there were 3 rounds of tests. The first round was to slay sky fiends or extremely vile figures. The targeted strength had to be at least the 4th firmament sky fiend. In addition, at least 3 of those needed to be slain to pass the test. Those that could reach the 4th firmament sky fiend realm could typically reach the 5th or 6th firmament by cultivating for some time. They were all capable figures. Defeating them was easy, but slaying them was rather difficult. Therefore, killing 3 would be even more difficult. For the Green Turing Palace disciples that were stuck at the 6th firmament sky immortal realm, they had to cultivate impotent divine powers or master extremely powerful Dharma spells to have any chance of doing so. If not, they might end up losing their own lives instead of taking the enemy's. The second round of tests was similarly to slay sky fiends or extremely vile figures. The targeted strength had to be at least the 7th firmament sky fiend. Only 1 kill was needed. This was even harder. At the very least, a 7th firmament sky fiend was considered a mighty expert in the 3 realms. They were also very good at life preservation. Typically, if one could complete this task, it meant that they were cream of the crop among the 9th firmament sky immortals. Ancestral Master Zhang had succeeded in doing so, passing the second round of tests, gaining him entry into the Star Cluster Hall to obtain treasures. The third round of tests actually didn't require killing enemies. Instead, one needed to attain the golden immortal Dao fruit. As long as one was cultivated to that point, their master, Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure, would bestow them with great gifts. It was very common to be bestowed a connate numinous treasure. And after that? Their subsequent cultivation would all depend on themselves. Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure's help would be limited at that point. Which 3 are you choosing? Asked Xiao. There is a lot of information here. Try to choose the easier ones. I've just chosen one. Hawkfiend King Che Jie, said Qin Yun. Ah! Xiao could not help but say, why did you choose him? Although he is riddled with heinous sins, that is only considered normal among the numerous sky fiends. Furthermore, his escape arts are formidable. Most importantly, he lives with an old tree demon. That old tree demon is also a 6th firmament sky demon and has an extremely strong body. It would be difficult to deal with them if they join forces. It's indeed not an easy target. However, I am bound by karma, so I need to do it, said Qin Yun. Besides, I'm confident. Why are you bound by karma? Asked Xiao. Something that happened in the ancient augury world, said Qin Yun with a smile. Xiao's eyes turned slightly red when she heard that. Qin Yun had gone there to save her. To quickly amass the required treasures, Qin Yun had risked his life to fight for treasures in the ancient augury world. Hawkfiend King Che Jie and Old Tree Demon count as 2 targets. I still need another one, pondered Qin Yun. Who should he kill? Choose a simple one. Fiend Lord Bacon, said Xiao. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 467, Bacon World. Chapter 467, Bacon World. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Alright, I'll heed my wife's advice, said Qin Yun with a smile. After all, he was considered quite a formidable expert in the effulgent dominion. Very few could threaten him, and he clearly thought nothing of Fiend Lord Bacon. Qin Yun spent the next half-year honing the achievements of his Sword Dao Realm breakthrough. He cultivated the 100 Great White Young Metal Sword Art and the other 4 sword manuals to a brand new level before setting off. Among the 3 targets, Fiend Lord Bacon should be the easiest to deal with. I'll finish him off first. As he stood by the boundary of the Green Turing Palace, he could sense the general direction in which the Bacon world was. Time to leave. With a thought, Qin Yun vanished from Green Turing Palace. Far off in a spot in the cosmos, a blurry light descended and became Qin Yun. Oh? Qin Yun was alarmed as he looked at the massive burning star in front of him. Its flames leaped high up and he was just a bit too close. Some of the tongues of flame even reached right in front of him. If I had been even the tiniest bit off, I might have teleported into this burning star. I'm still rather far from the Bacon world. Qin Yun closed his eyes to better connect with the void and locate the world. Green Turing Palace transcends the three realms. Furthermore, it is not in the effulgent dominion. I wanted to directly teleport to the Bacon world but ended up veering off course too much. If I fly slowly, it will probably take me 3 years. If I used void transference, it would still take me a day. Traveling in the other realm cosmos is indeed troublesome for an ordinary immortal. Qin Yun thought wistfully. As for me, I can return and try again. The blurry light descended upon him once more. Qin Yun returned to Green Turing Palace. Again, time to go. With a thought from Qin Yun, he used the Green Turing Palace's powers to be transported a second time. Whoosh, dot. He appeared in a nebula vortex. Oh, I'm a lot closer this time. Again. The blurry light descended upon him as he returned to Green Turing Palace again. This back and forth to Green Turing Palace continued numerous times. He deliberately chose the most remote spot in Green Turing Palace where clouds lingered. He repeated the teleportation a total of 12 times. It's rather close this time. Qin Yun stood in the darkness of the cosmos as he looked at the inconspicuous planet a distance away. Time to head there. Qin Yun's body phased away as he engaged in repeated void transference. Every time he did this, he would traverse a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers. After breaking through to the late stages of the Sky Immortal realm, Qin Yun's heavenly cycle sword Dao gave him a formidable grasp of the void. He could now engage in void transference on his own. Typically, one needed a period of cultivation after breaking through to the late stages of the Sky Immortal realm to allow them to grasp void transference. As for major void transference, that was rare. Moments later, Qin Yun came before a massive world stratosphere. Back when I was immortal, going from one world to another was easy. Now, being at the peak essence soul realm, opening a world passageway that allows a peak essence soul to pass through still requires me to put in 10 minutes of work even at full strength. Thought Qin Yun. If I had directly opened a world passageway into the Bacon world, the commotion it caused would definitely be noticed by Fiend Lord Bacon. If he flees in fright, I'll probably not be able to find him. It's best to enter secretly. Qin Yun tore through the layers of clouds as he constantly plunged downwards. Soon, he saw a vast piece of land. Rumble. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky. This fiend celestial world is trying to repress me. Qin Yun smiled. Change. Qin Yun's aura immediately changed as he feigned the aura of a cold and forbidding fiend, causing the dark clouds in the sky to dissipate. I need to think of a way to find Fiend Lord Bacon. Qin Yun took a step and vanished to the world below. On the vast lands, there was an unending line of prisoners proceeding when suddenly, one of the older prisoners slumped to the ground. Old fool, cut the act and get up. A scarred-faced soldier in charge of the prisoners had a savage look on his face as he ran over, lashing out with a whip. The whip struck the old prisoner's body, leaving behind bloody marks under his tattered clothes. The old man's body convulsed as he pleaded weakly. Don't beat him. He's almost dead. A young prisoner could not help but shout. The scarred-faced soldier looked up and grinned heinously. He went forward and lashed out angrily. You are quite a busybody. Let me see how much more you can take. The whip lashed heavily as bloody streaks appeared across the young prisoner's body, but he bore with it through gritted teeth. Sir, please spare the kid. He will die if you continue. A gray-clothed woman by the side immediately said ingratiatingly with a smile. Her voice vaguely had a strange charm to it. When the scarred-faced soldier heard that, his eyes turned turbid as he nodded. Forget it. Since I'm in a good mood, I'll spare you. Brother Pan, this old man is about to die. Another soldier touched the old man's neck as he said hurriedly. He's an old guy anyway. Who can be blamed if he doesn't survive the march? Throw him far away. The scarred-faced soldier frowned slightly before shouting the command. They were responsible for escorting the prisoners and were only allowed a limited number of deaths. It would be troublesome for them if too many died. All right. The soldier grabbed the old man, who was on his last breath, with a single hand before throwing him aside casually. The old man was flung more than 100 feet away. Blood seeped out of his mouth as the last of his life faded. The young prisoner gritted his teeth as he watched this. The young prisoner asked the woman beside him in a whisper, "Sis, why didn't you save him?" "Silly." Another youth beside him berated him softly. "Our dermic powers have been crippled. It's only because Sis is adept at bewitching voice arts that you were spared. If she ended up being caught, she would be in trouble. Sixth brother, our one family is finished and we can hardly fend for ourselves, so don't bother trying to save others," said another slightly plump woman helplessly. "All right, cut it out," said the eldest sister, who was the leader. She looked up at the vast world she was in. The youth beside her said, "Sis, we are about 50 kilometers away from Mt. White Fiend. We have to think of a way to escape. If not, there's really no hope left." The rather delicate-looking woman in gray whispered instead, "It might have been fine if it was just these ordinary soldiers. Even without our dermic powers, we can still control them. But there are still cultivators in charge of escorting us. If I had not had my dermic powers crippled, I could have easily finished them. But now, even if we charge en masse, we would not be able to withstand a single strike of theirs. Are we just going to submit to our fates?" The other younger siblings looked at their eldest sister. "The day our one family fell was the day we were doomed." She looked at the dark sky, overcome by pained feelings and a sense of helplessness. The entire family clan was walking towards destruction. Her younger siblings were still naive, but despite once being called the Heavenly Charm Saint, she had no solution at all. She had been escorted here by cultivators, and rumors had it that she was being sacrificed to Fiend Lord Bacon. Legend said that Fiend Lord Bacon was the hegemon of this world. Apart from the Wan family siblings, there were more and more prisoner groups being gathered from every direction as they approached Mt. White Fiend. These groups came from all over the world, and were all being brought to be sacrificed to Fiend Lord Bacon. Hurry! Faster! The prisoners were led into Mt. White Fiend, where there was a group of fiend celestials in charge of receiving them. The group the Wan family siblings were in arrived in similar fashion. They're doomed. Many people in the group saw the fiend celestials hovering over them and felt even more despair. Who is that? The eldest sister of the Wan family siblings was looking into the distance with an ashen look when a simply dressed youth suddenly appeared not far from her out of thin air. He looked up at Mt. White Fiend and appeared rather puzzled. Suddenly, the simply dressed youth turned to look at the gray-clothed woman. He asked with a smile, "Young lady, is this Mt. White Fiend?" "This is Mt. White Fiend." The gray-clothed woman nodded in a daze. "That's good." The youth nodded and vanished into thin air. "Sis, who are you talking to?" asked her younger siblings curiously. "Didn't you see someone there?" asked the gray-clothed woman. "Nope. There was no one." The younger siblings were perplexed. The gray-clothed woman was alarmed as she secretly sighed. "What's the point of thinking so much? This is Mt. White Fiend, territory of Fiend Lord Bacon. To be brought here as sacrifices means we are doomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 468, Fiend Lord Bacon. Chapter 468, Fiend Lord Bacon. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. About an hour before Qin Yun arrived at Mt. White Fiend. On a gigantic square on Mt. White Fiend. Prisoners were constantly being escorted into the square in dense droves. All of them appeared to be reeling in despair. Now that we've come to Mt. White Fiend, what will Fiend Lord Bacon do to us? Who knows? But rumors have it that no one has left the mountain alive after coming to Mt. White Fiend. A few prisoners were discussing softly. Perhaps we will be used in the cultivation of a fiend art. I heard there are some who cultivate their fiend arts through the use of grievances. They will torture us till we have an overwhelming amount of grievances. Perhaps there will be a world passageway, and we will be thrown into other worlds to be made laborers. Dream on. Why can't I dream at a time like this? These prisoners were waiting uneasily for their fates. And at the highest spot in the square, a strange-looking, white-robed man was leaning on his throne in a slanted fashion, his drooping eyelids making him look like he was asleep. Beneath him, more than 10 sky fiends stood respectfully in a row. Fiend Lord, the food is more or less gathered, whispered a red-robed sky fiend respectfully. All right. Only then did the white-robed man open his eyes. He swept his gaze across the square, and indeed, the square was packed dense with prisoners. He straightened his body and suddenly opened his mouth slightly to take in a breath. Phew! Immediately, a violent wind swept up the prisoners on the square. As they flew up, they were drawn towards the white-robed man's mouth. They shrank as they flew and entered his mouth. The sky fiends and fiend celestials who watched from the side were nervous. In a blink of an eye, the square was emptied. All the prisoners had been sucked clean. Phew! The white-robed man's face suffused a wicked smile. He extended his tongue and licked his lips before giving an order. Send the next batch in. Yes. The fiend celestials immediately arranged to continue sending prisoners in. Each area has been instructed to send their food tribute within 3 days, said the white-robed man. No area has sent less than what is required, correct? That's right. None of them have sent less than what is required. It is estimated that all the food will arrive by tomorrow, said the red-robed sky fiend. That's good. Inform me again when the next batch of food arrives. After giving his instructions, he laid down once again with his eyes closed as though he had fallen asleep once more. The sky fiends heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. This fiend lord of ours is mostly alright, but the spirit-devouring art he cultivates in is just too terrifying. The entire world provides him food and that barely manages to satisfy him. 2 sky fiends were secretly conversing with a voice transmission. Those that cultivate in spirit-devouring arts are considered the most heretic of the fiendish way. Rumor has it that once one's cultivation reaches a certain unprecedented level, it would not take long for them to consume all life on a planet. Our fiend lord is quite patient. He only devours the harvest he reaps in the fiend celestial world he rules. We are the lucky ones. At the very least, we have cultivated to the realm of sky fiend. Those mortals and the fiend celestials that are still struggling can still be devoured. Large batches of prisoners were brought to the square as the number of prisoners on the square increased once more. Qin Yun also appeared among this batch of prisoners, taking care to look inconspicuous among them. Fiend Lord Bacon. Qin Yun instantly saw the sleeping Fiend Lord Bacon on his throne high up in the sky. With his present realm, he could still see the heinous crimes one committed even without casting the eye of lightning. His body was covered in a rich layer of sinful sanguine halo. The sheer richness of it left Qin Yun secretly alarmed. What a heinous crime! Fiend Lord Bacon is considered to have kept a low profile among all the powerful sky fiends in the effulgent dominion, thought Qin Yun. He does not stir up much trouble and he seldom leaves the fiend celestial world he rules. Yet, the sinful sanguine halo he exudes is so dense. So many humans and demons are captured and brought here. What does he plan to do with them? Qin Yun was slightly puzzled. As he kept such a low profile, the intelligence on Fiend Lord Bacon was pathetic. All that was known was that he had to be slightly weaker or he would not have only occupied one fiend celestial world. What powerful fiend would not wreak havoc on as many worlds as possible? It was precisely because he was weak and unknown, a pushovers. This was why Xiao had chosen him for her husband. Qin Yun continued waiting patiently. His art that concealed his aura went undetected by the sky fiends. Even Fiend Lord Bacon could not find any flaws unless he carefully stared at it. "Sis, what does Fiend Lord Bacon plan to do to us by bringing us to Mte? White Fiend?" The group of prisoners that the Wan siblings were a part of arrived on the square. They were all feeling very uneasy. "Sis." Her younger siblings were horrified and uneasy as they spoke to their eldest sister. The gray-clothed woman was calmly following the batch of prisoners when she suddenly saw a familiar figure into the distance. It was that simply dressed youth. "It's him?" The gray-clothed woman was somewhat puzzled. "Junior sister." She heard a voice to the side. She jolted and turned her head over to see a few youths in another group of prisoners. "Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, fifth junior brother. Why have you been sent here as well?" asked the woman anxiously. "Your one family is gone, but it's not like our sect could escape such a fate either. We are bound together for good or for ill. No one can escape." The youths could only sigh. At that moment, right in front of the square, a red-robed skyfiend said reverently, "Fiend Lord, this batch of food is all here." After sleeping for an hour, Fiend Lord Bacon opened his eyes with interest as he sat up straight. As he looked down on them, the prisoners on the square felt a baffling sense of horror. None of them dared to utter a sound as the square fell into a strange silence. Whoosh! Fiend Lord Bacon slowly opened his mouth as he sucked in. Immediately, a violent wind tore through the entire square, sweeping up countless prisoners as they flew towards his mouth. He wants to eat us? No. The numerous prisoners reeled in horrified despair, but as the violent wind swirled, they gradually shrank as they flew over. There was no way for them to resist. Hum! A blast enveloped the entire square. Instantly, the violent winds dissipated as the prisoners fell to the ground. What happened? The sky fiends and fiend celestials were alarmed. Oh! Fiend Lord Bacon narrowed his eyes as he looked at a spot where a simply dressed youth stood among the prisoners. When he was devouring the prisoners, they were all swept up into the sky, but this simply dressed youth somehow stood there motionlessly. The youth took a step forward, traversing more than 1,000 feet to appear in front of the prisoners. The many human and demon prisoners looked towards the youth. It's him? The Wan family's gray-clothed woman was astonished. Humph! Fiend Lord Bacon snorted coldly. Boom! Terrifying fiend celestial phantoms appeared on Mte White Fiend as they extended their gigantic palms to strike at Qin Yun. Qin Yun stood firm in his spot as terrifying sword chi burst out of his body. As the sword chi whistled across space, they tore through the fiend celestial phantoms while his aura naturally presented itself. Essence soul? A mere essence soul? The sky fiends were alarmed. Essence soul realm? Sword chi? Fiend Lord Bacon looked at Qin Yun with a drastic change in expression. He immediately stood up and bowed, speaking with great humility, "So it's Sword Immortal Qin from Green Turing Palace." "Greetings, Sword Immortal Qin." As he spoke, he gave a huge, respectful bow. This scene left his subordinates in a daze. The prisoners were all left flabbergasted. Fiend Lord Bacon was the hegemon of the Bacon world. Qin Yun stood there, his face like a layer of ice. His voice was ice cold. A spirit-devouring art? It's no wonder you are riddled with heinous sins. Sword Immortal Qin, I'm only eating some food in my Bacon world. I never go to other worlds to wreak havoc, said Fiend Lord Bacon in a fawning manner immediately. Do you think it's nothing even as you wreak havoc on an entire world? bellowed Qin Yun coldly. It's only because you are too weak that you do not act flagrantly. If you had invaded another world, you would probably have been killed by another immortal or Buddha before I came. Too weak? The sky fiends, fiend celestials, and prisoners to the side fell into a daze. The hegemon of their world had been deemed to be too weak? I am weak. I naturally do not dare compare to a green Turing Palace disciple. I have no intention to be your enemy. I'm willing to offer you treasures to spare me, alright? Fiend Lord Bacon ignored his dignity and began humbling himself to plead. I came to the Bacon world to kill you, said Qin Yun. The moment his voice faded, Qin Yun's body emitted boundless stellar light. Unlimited stellar forces transmitted down from the distant cosmos through the void, forming swords of stellar light around him. The 360 swords of stellar light circled the surroundings as the stellar light spread across the area. Qin Yun took on the appearance of a stellar god. He is someone that even Fiend Lord Bacon fears? The Wan family's gray-clothed woman watched in agitation. Fiend Lord Bacon's expression sank when he saw this. He had bloodlust in his eyes as he roared angrily, Qin Yun, you are only at the essence soul realm. I treated you respectfully on account of your stature, but you take it for granted. How dare you insolently come to my cave abode to slay me? Do you really think I'm not your match? So what if you are a green Turing Palace disciple? Today, I'll go down in history for killing a green Turing Palace disciple. As he roared angrily, the entire MT White Fiend was roaring angrily as well. Boom! The entire MT White Fiend moved. Countless stones rolled down as the entire mountain stood up, transforming into a towering mountainous giant. The sky fiends and fiend celestials immediately flew away and hid in the distance. Some of them were faltering in amazement. Fiend Lord had such a trick up his sleeve? Qin Yun released the stellar light to protect the weak mortals. A second fiend body? Qin Yun was astonished. You do have some tricks up your sleeve. This mountainous body is my actual one. The mountainous giant glared at Qin Yun as his voice rumbled. Fiend Lord Bacon stood on the shoulder of the giant. Qin Yun, prepare to die. Fiend Lord Bacon, as well as the giant, roared as they charged forward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 469, Fiends Among Fiends. Chapter 469, Fiends Among Fiends. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Fiend Lord Bacon was very careful. He did not wish to offend this green Turing Palace disciple since he was a Tao ancestor disciple, which gave him status that was much higher than his own. Even if Qin Yun was weak now, he would probably far exceed him in the future. Therefore, he was willing to submit in order to avoid conflict. I've already submitted to you, but you aren't giving me a way out. All I did was to consume some food, and it's food I've taken from my own world. Must you be such a busybody? Fiend Lord Bacon was fuming with killing intent. Since a Tao ancestor disciple is offended, I might as well offend him thoroughly. I'll kill you off and end the problem at its roots before it leads to endless troubles. Qin Yun, you are mistaken because you think too highly of yourself. The outside world thinks of me as weak, but that's because I cultivate a spirit-devouring art that garners so much hatred. I've had to keep a low profile as a result. My true strength is that of a sixth firmament sky fiend. Furthermore, I cultivate in a fiend mountainous body. In the future, perhaps you might be stronger than me. But now? You are absolutely no match for me. Fiend Lord Bacon was filled with confidence. Boom! The mountainous giant waved a gigantic rock palm that held dark clouds. It came striking down with terrifying might. Fiend Lord Bacon's other body also transformed into a stream of light that charged at Qin Yun. Oh! Just as Fiend Lord Bacon was feeling extremely confident, his expression changed suddenly. This was because Qin Yun stood motionless in midair. All he did was beckon his hand slightly. The 360 swords of stellar light floating around him suddenly expanded, causing the heavenly cycle stellar realm to abruptly expand, enveloping hundreds of kilometers around them. Instantly, Fiend Lord Bacon and the mountain giant felt the surroundings change drastically. All he could see was the infinite starlight around him as well as the swords of stellar light. Great divine power, heavenly cycle stellar realm. 100 great white young metal sword art, wrongs of the wanton sword. Qin Yun looked at the mighty Fiend Lord Bacon and the mountain giant as he whispered these words softly. Wrongs of the wanton sword. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Pooh. 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 The 360 swords of stellar light flew out simultaneously, transforming into individual sword beams as they unleashed a relentlessness assault on the mountain giant and Fiend Lord Bacon. How? How is this possible? Fiend Lord Bacon was horrified. More than 100 sword flashes pelted his body as he resisted with all his might. The weapon he wielded was sent flying as his body was easily penetrated. Soon, his body was reduced to ash. No! No! No, as for his actual body, the mountain giant, it was flailing its palms at full strength to defend. However, the 360 sword flashes had formed a heavenly cycle as they attacked the mountainous giant from every direction. Despite having a strong and robust body, countless bits of rubble were sent flying from the assault. You are rather sturdy, mumbled Qin Yun. Spare me! The mountainous giant yelled. His voice was deep and forceful, capable of generating visible waves. The mountainous giant's eyes were filled with a pleading look. As he looked at Qin Yun, his body began crumbling all over. He directly knelt amid the infinite stellar flashes and kowtowed. Sword immortal Qin, spare me. I overestimated myself. Spare me. Spare me, please. The hearts of the sky fiends, fiend celestials, and the countless prisoners that were watching were palpitating at the sight of the kneeling giant and his pleas. I was wondering why you captured so many living beings and brought them here. Ordinary sky fiends would not dare to engage in wanton massacres. I never expected that you had a spirit-devouring art. It is the most heretic and forbidden art of the fiendish way. Since you have learned it, you deserve to die, said Qin Yun coldly. The fiendish way. It was heretic to begin with. Therefore, the fiendish way was ostracized by various schools of thought. And the spirit-devouring art was the most heretic art in the fiendish way. It was deemed the fiend among fiends. Although sky fiends did not suffer the tribulations, they remained afraid of karma. Therefore, they typically did not slaughter mortals en masse. But there were two schools of thought in the fiendish way that had practitioners engage in massacres. One was the spirit-devouring lineage. Legend had it that it stemmed from an ancestral fiend. He enjoyed eating and could easily devour all the living spirits in a world. If he did not rein in his appetite, he would finish one world after another. It would no doubt be a catastrophe for the three realms. Many mighty figures would be helpless against him. The Buddhist ancestor had once personally taken action but still failed to save his disciples from the ancestral fiend. The other was the Sea of Blood lineage. Experts of other fiendish lineages would commit heinous sins as a part of their cultivation, but that was only an ancillary aspect of the lineage. Only the Sea of Blood lineage directly followed a path of committing heinous sins. Those that cultivated it strove to commit greater sins and used the sins as resources for cultivation. If their sins resulted into a boundless sea of blood, their dermic powers would also turn boundless, making them a terrifying fiend that left the three realms trembling. The two lineages were considered the fiends among fiends. The experts of the two lineages were born out of the cries of countless weaklings. Die! Qin Yun showed no mercy. When he saw the kneeling giant plead in front of him, he could only think of how many lives had been devoured to aid Fiend Lord Bacon's growth. Xie! Xiao, 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 Xiao. 360 sword flashes attacked the giant, making it quickly crumble. No! No! The mountainous giant struggled frantically as he faced death. With one final rumbling bang, his mountainous fiend body was finally reduced to smithereens. Under the infinite stellar forces, the rubble turned to powder before vanishing and scattering across the world. He's dead. The sky fiends, fiend celestials, and countless prisoners saw it. All of them were left in a daze. They had truly been shocked when Fiend Lord Bacon unleashed his true strength. But eventually, the mysterious sword immortal Qin seemed to vanquish him fully without spending much effort. And all of you. Qin Yun swept his gaze at the sky fiends and fiend celestials. No, spare me. Spare me. These sky fiends and fiend celestials were enveloped in the countless stars. They knelt down with no thought of resistance. There was no way for escape while being placed in front of sword immortal Qin's strength. Whoosh! The swords of stellar light swept over. Immediately, more than 90% of the sky fiends and fiend celestials perished. All of them were reduced to smithereens, leaving only 5 fiend celestials left to drag out their ignoble existence. We are still alive? The 5 fiend celestials were somewhat taken aback. As fiend celestials, it is quite rare for you to have such low levels of sin. Qin Yun swept his gaze across the 5 fiend celestials. He could see the sins of these fiend celestials at a glance, and found them to have extremely minute amounts of sin. Following that, Qin Yun stored away all the treasures left behind by Fiend Lord Bacon and the dead sky fiends. He then looked at the prisoners that had been protected by the infinite stellar forces before flicking his sleeve. Phew! The countless prisoners were delivered to a vast land tens of kilometers away by the starlight. This world is ruled by fiend celestials. Qin Yun looked at the boundless land. Many living beings are only able to cultivate in the fiendish way from the moment they are born. They have no other choice, and the amount of help I can deliver is limited. Whoosh! Qin Yun vanished. And far on the desolate plains, the Wan family siblings were present with a big group of prisoners. Sis, we survived. We survived. There was a very excited cry. What happened was just too formidable. That sword immortal Qin is just too impressive at that. Fiend Lord Bacon was already terrifying enough. The mountainous giant's massive body was impressive as well. The sky fiends were trembling in fear of him. But in front of sword immortal Qin, they can still be easily killed. Echoed the people one after another. The Wan family's grey-clothed woman gazed far into the distance where Qin Yun had originally stood. Green Turing Palace disciple? Where is the Green Turing Palace? The grey-dressed woman shook her head in silence. I thought I was strong enough in the past. Now, Fiend Lord Bacon, the hegemon of this world, was kneeling and sharing what he could with sword immortal Qin in front of him. I have survived, but my dermic powers are crippled. There are ways to cultivate from scratch again. I wonder if there will come a day when I can see sword immortal Qin again, or I could stand at the same height as him and see the same clouds. The grey-clothed woman's eyes had a burning flicker. Although Fiend Lord Bacon had unleashed all his strength, he was still unqualified to make Qin Yun use his intrinsic flying sword. He might have only gained a rudimentary grasp of his great divine power, the heavenly cycle stellar realm, but it could match a sixth firmament sky immortal's strength. Furthermore, by casting the 100 great white yang metal sword art with the heavenly cycle swords of stellar light, the might grew ever stronger. If he encountered Wooly Josho from the Sky Wolf world again, he could completely repress him with one strike. As for Fiend Lord Bacon, he was weaker than Wooly Josho and so was naturally wiped out. Whoosh! Qin Yun spent half a day traversing the Bacon world, wiping out the fiends that had committed heinous sins before his mood was uplifted. This first target, Fiend Lord Bacon, is gone. Next it's Hawk Fiend King and the Old Tree Demon. Qin Yun stood in the starry cosmos beyond the Bacon planet as he looked down upon the planet. Following that, he activated his disciple mark. A blurry light descended upon Qin Yun before he vanished. Qin Yun came and left quickly. However, he managed to usher in a new era for the Bacon world, an era where the Tao could compete with the fiends. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 470 Hawk Fiend King's Banquet. Chapter 470 Hawk Fiend King's Banquet. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Whoosh. With Green Turing Palace's aid, Qin Yun arrived in the mesosphere of the Hawk Fiend world moments later. He looked down upon it. I can obtain what Master has to offer by getting rid of these two. Qin Yun was filled with anticipation. Although he had obtained some spoils of war from the Bacon world, it was far from comparable to what the Tao ancestor had to offer. He swooped down directly. As he tore through the layers of clouds, he finally saw a vast land. The world's heaven and earth spiritual energies were even richer as Qin Yun overlooked his surroundings. He was somewhat puzzled. Apart from avian creatures and beasts, there isn't a single human or demon? It's said that Hawk Fiend King and Old Tree Demon live in this Hawk Fiend world, but where exactly? Qin Yun kept flying, feeling puzzled as he searched. The world was primeval in nature with forests that stretched out endlessly. After flying for 500 kilometers, Qin Yun saw at a glance several demonic auras lingering on a mountain a distance away. There are quite a number of demons there. Oh, 3,000 ordinary lesser demons. There are also 2 Essence Soul Realm demons. Qin Yun's initial look revealed that there were only 2 Essence Soul Realm demons among the numerous demons. One was a tiger demon and the other a wolf demon. In a hall in the towering mountain's belly. Here, let us brothers drink. A tiger demon carried a huge alcohol jar as he gulped large mouthfuls of it. What great wine! The wolf demon was drinking happily as he shouted, "Three-eyed monkey, quick! Send us more wine." Yes, leaders, a three-eyed monkey demon said obsequiously as he obediently went to get more. Our eldest brother is truly one of a kind. Hawk Fiend King invited everyone to his banquet, but brother did not bring us along to broaden our horizons. The tiger demon complained unhappily. Many great demon monarchs of other worlds are attending the banquet Hawk Fiend King is hosting. Even if we are not qualified to drink the wine they serve, just watching the grand splendor of it all from the outside would have been nice. He thinks of us as being too weak. It would only shame brother if we attend. The wolf demon drank the alcohol clumsily so that it stained his fur. He said, "Brother has already said that Hawk Fiend King invited many of his friends to the banquet. Many of them are 5th or 6th firmament sky demons, great demon monarchs of their worlds. They are in no way inferior to Hawk Fiend King in terms of fame and strength. Even brother can only sit on the periphery. Usually he would bring us, but this time it's different. I really wish to at least see it." The tiger demon's eyes suffused redness. "Brother, why don't we head there in secret and watch from afar? We could try that." The wolf demon was somewhat moved. "But brother commanded us to stay guard here, About that, the tiger demon hesitated. "Forget it. We will be in trouble if brother pins the blame on us," mumbled the wolf demon. "Pins the blame on us?" The tiger demon felt his heart shudder involuntarily. The 2 intoxicated demons chatted while drinking in the hall in the mountain's belly. Suddenly, a simply dressed human youth appeared in the hall and looked at the 2 great demons. "Oh?" The tiger demon widened his eyes at the human that had suddenly appeared in the hall. He could not help but glare. "A human? What? A human?" The wolf demon was alarmed to see Qin Yun as well. "Haven't humans been exterminated in the Hawk Fiend world? I have lived for so many years and have only seen humans at Hawk Fiend King's residence." Even those were only a special few he spared so that they could serve him. Gradually, the tiger and fox demons' expressions turned solemn. They were no longer as inebriated. A human had appeared inside their hall? Gentlemen. Qin Yun looked at the two demons and smiled. Might I ask you a question? If you do not wish to die, just answer me honestly. Human, where do you come from? The tiger demon did not reply so much as roar angrily. Quick, tell us! Yelled the wolf demon as well. It seems you want to do this the hard way, Qin Yun said coldly with his brows slightly furrowed. Buzz. He released his Dao domain, binding the wolf and tiger demons directly. The two demons were lifted up. They felt their bodies restrained and their struggles were futile. The domain's forces even squeezed them, causing their bones and muscles to hurt. Their faces flushed red as they struggled in pain and weakly kicked their legs. Humph! Qin Yun dispelled his Dao domain, causing the tiger and wolf demons to fall to the ground. They looked at each other and saw the horror in one another's eyes. Senior, the two demons fawned. Qin Yun said coldly, use your dermic powers to draw me a map of where Hawk Fiend King's cave abode is. Draw them at the same time. If I discover that you are lying, humph. Both of you know that I can kill you as easy as I squash a bug. Yes. Senior, you are omnipotent. How would we dare lie? We will draw it now. Right now, said the wolf demon immediately. Senior, it's really simple to find Hawk Fiend King's cave abode, said the tiger demon as he began drawing. Both of them used their dermic powers and drew maps in midair. Although their drawings had some differences, they were in essence equivalent. Qin Yun gained a general idea after seeing their drawings. We have drawn it. Senior, you said you would spare our lives and I believe you would not go back on your words, said the wolf demon obsequiously. Senior, with your strength, why would you lie to two lesser demons like us? Said the tiger demon in a toady manner. Don't worry, I won't kill the both of you. But to prevent the both of you from snitching, follow me. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yun's Dao domain carried the two demons. So, he rapidly flew out of the towering mountain. There were 3,000 mortal lesser demons around the mountain, but none of them were capable of sensing Qin Yun. As they traveled, Qin Yun noticed something. Although he was unfamiliar with the world, Qin Yun first did void transference once as he led the two demons. After a few seconds of flying, he saw a lofty mountain in the distance. That is Hawk Fiend King's cave abode, also the tallest mountain in the Hawk Fiend world, said the tiger demon immediately. Very good. Qin Yun nodded. Both of you can go free. With that said, the two demons flew out and plummeted a distance before coming to a stop in midair. And at that moment, Qin Yun took a step forward and arrived right inside the mountain. How formidable! Hawk Fiend King is hosting a banquet filled with strong guests. As a human, he's entering directly? The tiger demon could not help but mumble. Furthermore, he does not know where Hawk Fiend King's cave abode is. He's clearly not Hawk Fiend King's friend. Something major is about to happen. The wolf demon widened his eyes. Should we inform brother? The tiger demon was in a dilemma. We can't, shouted the wolf demon immediately. If we tell him, it will become known that we led that human here. The implications that arise with Hawk Fiend King will doom us. Besides, the human has already entered. It's too late for us to inform brother. Yes. The tiger demon nodded. Hawk Fiend King was a demon king that knew how to indulge in luxury. He had even reared a bunch of humans to serve him. Humans, even as mortals, were nimble. They were able to create intricate decorations for him. His cave abode was very opulent. The grand hall was extremely luxurious. Try this third dish. Hawk Fiend King had a hawk's head and a human's body. His eyes had a bloodlust to them as he clapped his hands with a smile. Immediately, beautiful fox demonesses served the dishes. Sitting at the main table were a total of 7 demon monarchs that included Hawk Fiend King and Old Tree Demon. They were given a huge serving while the sky demons that sat elsewhere only had a small serving each. When the lid was opened, it revealed a meat that glistened with red oil. Oh! The 7 demon monarchs either grabbed the bones with their hands and chewed on it, or they stabbed the meat with a knife before eating. Brother Hawk Fiend, what meat is this? Why is it so fragrant? A demon monarch widened his eyes. I have never tasted meat so delicious before. Hawk Fiend King immediately smiled with delight when he heard that. This is the meat of a sky dragon I slew, said Hawk Fiend King with a smile. This comes from the most tender parts in the belly. I got the best cook among my humans to make it. You killed a sky dragon? The dragons will definitely seek revenge. Everyone spoke their mind. What's there to be afraid of? Hawk Fiend King felt contempt. Hawk Fiend, said a pig demon with a fat head and big ears. It's not that I'm reprimanding you or anything. Wreaking havoc on those humans can be ignored since we have been fighting humans for such a long period of time. But for dragons, they have deep ties with us demons. In many worlds, dragons even protect the weaker lesser demons. You should not have killed a sky dragon. With that said, he threw the knife in his hand down. I'm not eating this sky dragon's meat. Bam! Hawk Fiend King slammed the table in front of him and said angrily, Pig demon, what's the meaning of this? I was the one who killed the sky dragon, not you. What's there to be afraid of? Are you deliberately trying to smack me in the face by refusing my gift? Alright. It's just some trifling matter. The strength of the dragons in the effulgent dominion is nothing we need to bother over, said Old Tree Demon with a chuckle. At this moment. Whoosh! A figure in the form of a stream of light surged straight into the hall and landed in the middle. He was none other than Qin Yun. The surrounding demon kings were in demi-human form. They were typically stout and large in size, as tall as several 100 feet tall. The more ordinary ones were tens of feet tall. As a human, Qin Yun appeared rather tiny in this hall filled with great demon kings. There are so many demons, said Qin Yun with a smile as he swept his gaze around the hall. What a bustle! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 471, Slaying Demons. Chapter 471, Slaying Demons. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Qin Yun's appearance in the hall made 2 peak 3rd firmament essence soul demons, who were responsible for security, change their expressions. After all, the trespassing of a human meant they neglected their duty. Today was the day Hawk Fiend King and Old Tree Demon had invited many great demons. How dare an Essence Soul Realm Taoist barge into the hall? Capture him immediately. The 2 demons charged forward simultaneously in a bid to take him down. Whoosh! A furry arm stretched out suddenly, instantly sweeping past the 2 demon guards, sending them flying out the main door directly. Are you Green Turing Palace's sword immortal Qin? The furry arm rapidly shrank and retracted. It belonged to an ape demon who was chuckling while delivering a deep bow. I'm Yuan Wei, a junior of the 7 Saints lineage. Greetings, sword immortal Qin. 7 Saints? Qin Yun's heart stirred. Your senior brother Yuan Hong's. He is the king of my family, chuckled the ape demon. Qin Yun was enlightened. Back during the era of the ancient heavenly courts, Yuan Hong and 6 other great demons resided in the heavenly realms Mt Plum. They were known as Mt Plum's 7 Saints. The other 6 could be ignored, but as the head of the 7 Saints, Yuan Hong held a high standing in Green Turing Palace. He was a true golden immortal mighty figure, and was one of the extremely famous mixed worlds 4 apes of the 3 realms. The ape demon in front of him was likely one of the many lesser demons under Yuan Hong. "Greetings, Uncle Master Qin. I'm the second disciple of Mountain Lord Cloudstep," another elephant demon said politely. "Ah, a disciple of Senior Brother Wudong." Qin Yun nodded slightly. However, he was inwardly sighing. The influence Green Turing Palace has on demons is rather great. Among these 7 great demons, 2 of them are related to Green Turing Palace, but Yuan Hong had already been described, but as for Mountain Lord Cloudstep, he was a famous 9-firmament sky immortal elephant demon from the Effulgent Dominion. He was also a Green Turing Palace disciple with the name Wudong Qi. Green Turing Palace had tens of thousands of disciples. Hundreds of them came from the Effulgent Dominion. Furthermore, nearly half of them were demons. There were indeed quite a number of great demons in the Effulgent Dominion. Many of them were the descendants of Green Turing Palace disciples. Ha ha! So it's Green Turing Palace's sword immortal Qin. Hawk Fiend King Che Jie stood up and laughed out loud. I organized this banquet for my good friends, but never expected sword immortal Qin to come all the way here to my humble abode. This is truly my pleasure. Come, prepare a seat for him. Let sword immortal Qin sit in one of the seats of honor. Green Turing Palace was the Dao residence of Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure. A Green Turing Palace disciple. Such a title would be astounding no matter where. Even the heavenly army of the heavenly courts and the bodhisattvas and Buddhas of Buddhism would turn apprehensive in the face of Green Turing Palace disciples. One had to account for a higher authority in everything. Or to put it in a more unpleasant way, one had to consider who the master was when beating a dog. Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure's personal disciples were very revered by these great demons. And among the Taoists 3 pure ones, only Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure treated the demons well. I won't be taking a seat, said Qin Yun. Hawk Fiend King's face twitched, as he couldn't help but be embarrassed. He had quite a temper, so he was already repressing the fumes of his anger. If he was not afraid of Qin Yun's identity as Green Turing Palace disciple, he would already have lost all decorum. Sword immortal Qin, you won't sit when invited. So then, why did you come here? A snake demon asked with a scoff. He hated humans to his core. The rise of humans resulted in the decline of demons. The battle between the 2 species had once left blood flowing throughout the 3 realms. The ancient heavenly courts no longer existed, and at present, humans were the ruler of the 3 realms. The demons could only drag out a meager existence and were constantly being forced to live in squeezed living spaces. Yin Xiong berated the ape demon. Do not be disrespectful towards sword immortal Qin. Coward, the snake demon snorted coldly but did not speak any further. Might I ask why you are here, sword immortal Qin? Hawk Fiend King forced a smile and asked, as long as I can help, I'll definitely do my best. I'm only here to do one thing. Qin Yun swept his gaze over the great demons present. Oh? The ape, elephant, snake, and pig demons, Hawk Fiend King and Old Tree Demon, and all the other sky demons, listened carefully. Might I know what is it? Inquired Hawk Fiend King. To kill you, Hawk Fiend King, and that Old Tree Demon, said Qin Yun. At the same time, the vertical eye opened at his glabella, the divine power, eye of lightning. The entire hall fell silent. The other 5 great demons exchanged looks as Hawk Fiend King and Old Tree Demon's jaws dropped. Sword immortal Qin, stop joking. This isn't something you should joke about. No one spoke a word until Old Tree Demon made that comment. He had said so with a forced smile. Yes, this isn't something you should joke about, echoed Hawk Fiend King obsequiously. I have no intention of being your enemy, sword immortal Qin. Qin Yun cast his eye of lightning and swept the area. Among the 7 great demons in front of him, the one with the most heinous sins are indeed the 2 of you. Qin Yun's gaze fell on Hawk Fiend King and Old Tree Demon. Hawk Fiend King, you are a demon but you are known by everyone as a Fiend King. Even your homeworld is named Hawk Fiend World. You are not a fiend celestial, but you are more bloodthirsty than many fiend celestials. I'm not surprised by the heavy sins you have, but it's old tree demon that surprises me. I have often heard of the numerous evil deeds that Hawk Fiend King has committed, but I have never heard anything about you. Where does all that sin you have on you come from? Furthermore, you are embroiled in a constant grievance aura, one worse than Hawk Fiend King. It has to do with the dermic formulation I cultivate in, said Old Tree Demon with a chuckle. He was rather genial. Sword Immortal Qin, how exactly have I offended you to make you want to kill me? From my point of view, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Sword Immortal Qin, this is our first meeting, said Hawk Fiend King. Do you remember a sky immortal by the name of Fong Rong? Asked Qin Yun. Hawk Fiend King was puzzled as he shook his head. No, never heard of him. Qin Yun sighed lightly, sad. Fong Rong had gone to great lengths for years to exact his revenge. Yet, Hawk Fiend King forgot him utterly. Are you prepared to die? Qin Yun said as infinite starlight emitted from his body. Boundless stellar forces descended from the distant cosmos as the 360 swords of stellar light began to condense. The scene was beautiful and magnificent, as though Qin Yun was a stellar god. Use all the moves you have or you will not have any chance. Qin Yun looked at Old Tree Demon and Hawk Fiend King. In return, they exchanged looks. Sword Immortal Qin, we have so many great demons here. Do you plan to kill them in front of us? The snake demon was somewhat annoyed. Aren't you thinking too little of us? Do you have what it takes to stop me? Qin Yun looked at him. The snake demon was somewhat taken aback, feeling somewhat furious. Let's go, said Old Tree Demon via a voice transmission. Flee. Hawk Fiend King and Old Tree Demon took action in unison. Hawk Fiend King grew a pair of golden wings on his back and, with a quake of his golden wings, he instantly transformed into a stream of light that crashed out the hall's roof and rapidly escaped into the distance. On the other hand, Old Tree Demon instantly tunneled into the ground. He transformed into numerous roots that escaped in every direction. Will you be able to flee? Shadow penetration of the 100 great white young metal sword art, said Qin Yun softly. He was still hoping that the two would give him a pleasant surprise. Shoo! 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 Hawk Fiend King, who was fleeing in the sky, was the first to be caught. The stellar forces bound him, drastically reducing his speed. No good. Upon seeing more than 100 swords of stellar light pursue him in the form of afterimages, he could not help but panic. Following that, the shadows tore through Hawk Fiend King's body. His body was incomparable to Fiend Lord Bacon's mountainous body. In an instant, his body was pulverized by the 100+ swords of stellar light. Hawk Fiend King perished with that. The outcome that the dead sky immortal, Fong Rong, had always yearned for had finally happened. Qin Yun had satisfied the karma he was bound to by killing Hawk Fiend King. And this scene left the 5 great demons to the side with palpitating hearts. The snake demon that had been peeved had turned pale. Don't say anything. Mind your own business. Hawk Fiend King and Old Tree Demon have engaged in too much slaughter. Retribution has come for them. The pig demon sent a voice transmission. This Sword Immortal Qin created a brand new Sword Immortal lineage, becoming someone famous throughout the 3 realms. How can he allow himself to be so easily crossed? The reason why he is at the Essence Soul realm is because he has only created a Sword Immortal Essence Soul dermic formulation. It does not mean that his Sword Dao realm is stuck at the Essence Soul realm. He can slay the likes of Hawk Fiend King in one strike, said the Elephant Demon via voice transmission. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 472 Might of the Intrinsic Flying Sword. Chapter 472 Might of the Intrinsic Flying Sword. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Hawk Fiend King is most adept at escaping, but he failed. Was the Dharma spell that Sword Immortal Qin cast a kind of domain-type Dharma spell? Sword Immortal Qin is ultimately an essence soul sword immortal. He has weak dharmic powers, so it's impossible to cast such a powerful Dharma spell. I believe it's a powerful divine power. I know that there are essence soul earth immortals and Buddhist arhats that specialize in the cultivation of divine powers in the three realms. Do you know what divine power that is? I've never seen it before. I've never heard of it before. The 5 great demons were discussing via voice transmission, but none of them had any intention of intervening in the battle. These great demons that had lived for eons were all very crafty and careful. To take action now? Wouldn't that be courting death? Deep underground. Roots were escaping in different directions and more than 200 swords of stellar light were pursuing them. He's fast. However, Old Tree Demon, who was extremely confident when it came to escaping underground, discovered that his roots were moving at a drastically reduced speed thanks to the hindrance of the stellar forces. Furthermore, the swords of stellar light were rapidly catching up to him. What? Hawk Fiend King died just like that? An ally I have been nurturing for so many years has perished just like that? Old Tree Demon shuddered a little. Pwah! 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 The swords of stellar light caught up to him. They attacked each and every root. There were a total of 27 roots escaping in different directions, but under the swords of stellar light's attacks, one by one, they were pulverized. Soon, there was only one root left. 8 swords of stellar light attacked it. This root suffused a dark red luster. The swords of stellar light were only capable of leaving scuffs on the root before it quickly healed to normal. The dark red root suddenly raised its speed drastically as it burrowed deeper underground. This root is his true body. The rest are just fakes. Qin Yun was constantly sensing his surroundings. Who? Many swords of stellar light chased up to the Old Tree Demon's true root. As the root was hindered by the stellar forces, the swords of stellar light that were closest began to catch up. More than 50 swords of stellar light surrounded the root and attacked it. However, the dark red root was robust and slippery. Even though it was damaged, it could rapidly recover. Soon, he escaped to the periphery of the heavenly cycle stellar realm. The heavenly cycle stellar realm under peak performance reached its limit at 150 kilometers. Bam! The dark red root slammed heavily into the heavenly cycle stellar realm's membrane. This repeated a few times until the membrane produced a large number of cracks. The heavenly cycle stellar realm was indeed a world of its own and had membrane walls around it. Qin Yun had only gained a basic grasp of this divine power, so although the swords of stellar light could perform sword arts, the world membrane was only formed by the divine power. It was much weaker. Bam! The membrane cracked completely upon a second strike. The dark red root charged out. I've finally escaped the divine power's domain. Old Tree Demon was delighted. Without the hindrance of the stellar forces, his escaping speed rose drastically. Time to leave. Old Tree Demon immediately produced a Dao talisman. He planned on using it to escape through void transference. However, a 300-kilometer Dao domain easily repressed the void around Old Tree Demon. It was impossible for him to engage in void transference. Relying on a divine power is insufficient against him. Qin Yun waved his hand as a wisp of misty rain shot out from his fingertip. It shot through the void. The misty rain sword vanished in midair and, when it appeared again, it was already deep underground. What's that? Old Tree Demon panicked. A glaring golden white sword flash instantly carved out 100,000 feet underground. It also directly sliced through the extremely robust root. The dark red root was split into two and squirmed and expanded rapidly. It turned into a towering blackish red tree. the towering tree had tore out of the ground. Countless roots entrenched themselves in the depths of the land. The tree trunk was extremely thick, but there was a gnarly wound that emanated from the countless roots up to the main trunk. The wound stretched across the trunk, and on the tree's crown, a gigantic face appeared. It pleaded loudly, "Sword immortal Qin, spare me. Please spare me. I admit defeat. We can negotiate on anything. One strike is actually insufficient to kill you?" Qin Yun was somewhat astonished. His use of his intrinsic flying sword brought a might that was far greater than the heavenly cycle stellar realm's swords of stellar light, which he only had a rudimentary understanding of. "I'll try again. Let's see how many strikes you can withstand," said Qin Yun. Whoosh! The glaring golden white sword flashes were more glaring than the sun in the sky. The sword flashes streaked across 100,000 feet with golden white light, slicing across the towering tree. After the tree was sliced, it rapidly healed. But several tree branches and leaves withered immediately. Whoosh! A second golden white sword flash. The two sword flashes were dazzling. With an indignant roar, the towering tree wilted completely and was destroyed. Old Tree Demon had perished as well. This is his true strength? The 5 great demons in Hawk Fiend King's nest saw everything clearly. The two golden white sword flashes contained an infinite sharpness. It left them reeling in fear, for they knew it would be absolutely impossible for them to withstand even one strike. This old tree demon sure is resistant. He managed to withstand 3 strikes of mine. Qin Yun beckoned. The treasures left behind after old tree demon's death rapidly flew over. This is the tree core he left behind after his death. Qin Yun held the dark green tree core. His strength is clearly higher than Hawk Fiend King's. I wonder where his grievous sins come from. In addition, what did he do to earn that terrifying grievance aura? Qin Yun did not bother thinking on it any further. Qin Yun swept up all the treasures old tree demon and Hawk Fiend King left behind. He saw the shuddering and fawning smiles of the 5 great demons, including the 2 great demons that had been nasty to him previously. They were trying to curry favor with him. When met with absolute strength, a person who could kill them in one strike, all they could do was give fawning smiles when being powerless to resist. Together with Fiend Lord Bacon, the 3 targets have been eliminated. It's time to return. Qin Yun immediately used his disciple mark and sensed the distant green Turing Palace. Buzz! A blurry light descended upon Qin Yun before he vanished. He had left this spot, left the entire effulgent dominion. He headed for the legendary place in the 3 realms, Green Turing Palace. He's gone. The pig demon heaved a sigh of relief. He scared me shitless. An essence soul sword immortal can actually be so terrifying. The snake demon felt a lingering fear. Green Turing Palace. Qin Yun came to a hall, and on its door were the words, Fiend Vanquishment. Upon entering Fiend Vanquishment Hall, he was met with an empty space. Only a mirror hung inside. The surface of the mirror distorted into that of an elder. Senior. Qin Yun bowed respectfully. I have just completed the first round of tests. Oh? Qin Yun, I've heard of you, said the elder in the mirror with a chuckle. Among the disciples Master recently took in, there is talk of one who forged a new sword immortal lineage. I have always been wanting to meet you. But it's only today that you came to meet me after completing the first round of tests. You came a little later than I expected. I apologize. I was not completely confident in my strength prior to this, said Qin Yun. Which fiends did you kill? Asked the elder in the mirror. I've just killed 3. They are Fiend Lord Bacon of the Effulgent Dominion, as well as Hawk Fiend King and Old Tree Demon of the Hawk Fiend world, said Qin Yun. Let me verify that. The elder vanished after saying those words. Furthermore, battle scenes surfaced on the mirror. They were scenes of Qin Yun killing Fiend Lord Bacon, Hawk Fiend King, and Old Tree Demon. If one wanted to lie, it was impossible to lie to the Dao ancestor. Following that, the surface of the mirror transformed back to the elder's image. Qin Yun, these are the treasures Master prepared for you. Take this. With that said, the void warped and a yellow-skinned calabash flew out. Qin Yun extended his hand to grab it in anticipation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 473, Soul Formation Pill. Chapter 473, Soul Formation Pill. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The yellow-skinned calabash was a storage numinous treasure. When Qin Yun grabbed it, his dermic powers permeated it, easily refining the ownerless calabash for his own. He also became immediately aware of the massive number of items contained within the calabash. They piled into a tiny mountain. There were many rare materials and immortal pills that were famous in the three realms, as well as some life preservation items like Dao talismans. These precious materials are difficult to acquire even if I want to purchase them. They are very suited for the nurturing of my intrinsic flying sword. Qin Yun was delighted. These immortal pills, are these soul formation pills? While checking the immortal pills and Dao talismans, Qin Yun lost his composure when he saw soul formation pills. In terms of worth and rarity, the immortal pills were more precious than the soul formation pills. However, the soul formation pills left Qin Yun more excited. A soul formation pill can allow an ordinary mortal to directly become an essence soul earth immortal. Qin Yun's heart was filled with much trepidation. However, it will form the most ordinary essence soul and provide weak dermic powers. Cultivators who have real goals would typically not consume soul formation pills. Consuming them is equivalent to destroying one's future. But for ordinary mortals, these pills allow them to step into the existence of an earthy mortal in one step and have eternal life. Although there will still be the tribulations, as long as one is well behaved, doesn't kill, and does plenty of good deeds, the tribulations can be ignored since there is a lack of sin. By being a prosperous essence soul earth immortal who does good, one can live for a long time. Legend has it that there is an even more precious 9 revolutions immortal pill. Consuming one of those pills is enough to make one a sky immortal instantaneously. That would truly result in one sharing the same age as the heavens. However, they are even rarer. Only the Grand Supreme Dao Ancestor can refine those, thought Qin Yun. With such a pill, one could directly soar and gain eternal life. Yet it was harmful to one's cultivation. Many cultivators still desired these since they had family they were concerned about. They wished for their family to grow with them. That was a wish of many accomplished immortals. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, his poultry and dogs rise to heaven. Trying to make a group of people have eternal life was very difficult. One could only rely on pills and external forces. Only after Qin Yun became a Green Turing Palace disciple and passed the first round of tests could he obtain the soul formation pills. Clearly, the weaker Green Turing Palace disciples had failed to pass the first round of tests. They could forget about such immortal pills. There are a total of 3 soul formation pills. Qin Yun took a look and thought, 1 for father, 1 for mother. And 1 for. There are other immortal pills that aid my cultivation, as well as life preservation Dao talismans. Yes, this Dao talisman can be given to Xiao. Also, there are some for my daughter and son. Qin Yun was feeling happy. There were some treasures that were too few in number. Only the top experts of the 3 realms would have them after any splits. Ordinary immortals and bodhisattvas found them rare, but Qin Yun had received several this time. Qin Yun returned to his homeworld, the Great Chang World, that day. Inside Qin Manor. My mother does not need it. She's a dragon after all. She has a long life to begin with, said Xiao with a smile. Besides, you previously gave my mother several sky dragon blood crystals. She has consumed 3 of them and has reached the Khanate Golden Core Paramount Realm. If she consumes all of them, her bloodline might become sufficient to transform her to the true dragon realm. That's good. Then, I shall leave this 3rd pill for my brother. Qin Yun nodded. Back then, brother, sister, and I lived with our parents in the village. Brother had always taken good care of sister and I. Unfortunately, she is no longer around. Qin Yun was once plagued by nightmares of that day. Due to the pressure from the demons, the villagers had given his sister to the demons as tribute to the great demon, water god. Father, mother, big brother, second brother, save me! Save me, the cries of his younger sister once sounded repeatedly in Qin Yun's dreams. It was from that day forth that Qin Yun began practicing his sword arts diligently. He had never slacked off once. In his youth, he had traveled the world in a bid to strengthen himself. If he included the dream of 100 years, he had cultivated for more than 100 years. He had also become a rather famous cultivator in the effulgent dominion. Even several mighty figures in the 3 realms had heard his name. I have never forgotten about avenging my sister, said Qin Yun. Water God is long dead by my hands, but the reason why he wanted young children was, in fact, due to his master, Nine Mountain Island Lord. Unfortunately, when I was seeking our daughter in the Skywolf world, senior brother Zhang single-handedly eradicated the 8 lineage fiendish demons. They were destroyed one after another, but Nine Mountain vanished in the chaos. According to my guesses, it is very likely that he has gone to a fiend celestial world. After all, when the 8 lineage fiendish demons were under attack, many of them would panic and implore the fiend celestial world backing them. They would all open world passageways. Although a hasty opening would mean that only their essence souls could travel, there were still many mortal fiendish demons that fled. Nine Mountain might have been one of them. I was in no hurry to investigate the matter back then, but it's about time now. There was frenzied rage in Qin Yun's eyes. You plan on pursuing him? To kill Nine Mountain Island Lord in one of the fiend celestial worlds? Xiao could not help but say. Sky fiends that can rule over a world typically have some background. They have masters, sects, and even family clans. They are not the type one should offend. For instance, when there is conflict between Taoism, Buddhism, dragons, or other factions, they would show mercy because you are a Green Turing Palace disciple. But for the fiendish way? Knowing that you are a Green Turing Palace disciple would only increase their desire to kill you. Qin Yun smiled. Xiao, don't worry. I obviously understand the cruelty involved in the conflict between Tao and fiends. Therefore, after I became a disciple of the Tao ancestor, and learned of Nine Mountain's disappearance, I have always been holding back. Now that I've passed the first test, I have some rare life-preserving items in hand. Furthermore, my intrinsic flying sword will soon be nurtured to the level of a superior-grade numinous treasure. I wouldn't be afraid even if a 9th firmament sky fiend were to appear. You have to be careful. Xiao knew that there was no way to stop him. Qin Yun was bent on pursuing Nine Mountain Island Lord. Qin Yun would not rest no matter where he fled to. That day at noon, a cool autumn breeze blew. Mother, father, brother. Have a seat, said Qin Yun with a smile. I just received some good tea. Have a taste. With that said, he personally poured them tea while Xiao sat by the side. How rare it is for you to invite us to tea. Qin Yun was now a little plump. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with some wrinkles on his face. Even though Qin Yun had many marrow-cleansing treasures, one would still slowly age with time. Typically, one would live not more than 100+ years if one did not reach the Khanate realm. Who knows, brother's tea might belong to some immortal or bodhisattva. Qin Yun sat down with a chuckle. Qin Liehu and Changlan sat down with a smile as well. Try it, said Qin Yun after he poured the tea. All right. Let me taste my son's good tea. Qin Yun held up the teacup with his single hand. He took a sniff at the tea's fragrance and felt his mind buzz. He could not help but want to take a sip of it. After doing so, he felt his body felt spirited. Great tea! Changlan and Qin Yun could not help but drink as well. Just as they began to drink the tea slowly. Go! Qin Yun directed with his mind. Whoosh! 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 The tea in the cups directly flew into Qin Yun, Changlan, and Qin Yun's mouths and into their bodies. Why did the tea enter my body by itself? Qin Yun was alarmed. This, Qin Yun and Changlan were astonished as well. Following that, their skin gradually suffused redness. The lifeblood in their bodies was in turmoil as they could not help but sit cross-legged. Their souls were beginning to be stirred by the soul formation pills. The soul formation pill would absorb a soul and, by using a portion of the person's lifeblood and the pill's herbal essence, finally condense an essence soul. Qin Yun, Changlan, and Qin Yun had sat cross-legged for more than 2 hours without knowing it before they opened their eyes. The sun had set and the western sky had an alluring evening tint. How do you feel? Qin Yun and Xiao looked at the trio. What happened? Why is there a tiny person in my body? Qin Yun was puzzled. Yuner, is this the legendary essence soul? Qin Yun could not help but ask. Essence soul? Qin Yun immediately said, Father, we are only mortals. We aren't even at the Khanate realm, so how can it be an essence soul? This is an essence soul. You can use essence soul dermic powers now. Give it a try, said Qin Yun with a smile. Essence soul dermic powers? The three were somewhat amazed as they began attempting. Whoosh! Qin Yun gradually floated up, his body wobbling. Whoa, I'm flying. I'm flying. Qin Yun was extremely excited as he flew higher and higher. Is this flying? Qin Yun and Changlan quickly flew up as well. In the past, Qin Yun had brought them in flight, but now, they were relying on their own dermic powers to fly. Furthermore, the dermic powers gave them a miraculous feeling that excited them greatly. Qin Yun could not help but smile when he saw this scene. If one was powerful, but had no one to share it with, what was the point of being powerful? Brother Yun, even though father and mother have condensed an essence soul, they do not have a Tao domain. They are probably the weakest essence soul earth immortals. They are not even the match of some powerful Khanate golden cores, said Xiao. Don't worry. They ultimately have essence soul dermic powers. I'll prepare some suitable Dharma treasures for them, giving them the strength of at least an ordinary first firmament essence soul, said Qin Yun. Due to the tribulations, they cannot kill mortals, but at the very least, they can teach mortal Khanate golden cores a lesson if they end up being attacked by one, but... Xiao smiled with a nod. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 474, Great Demon Bear Mountain. Chapter 474, Great Demon Bear Mountain. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. In the effulgent Great World, there was a massive mountain range that extended for tens of thousands of kilometers named Bear Mountain. Countless demons resided in this mountain, and a great demon king from the ancient heavenly courts era also called it home. On a flat piece of land, a large-built bear demon was sitting cross-legged on a boulder. In front of him were basins more than 10 feet wide. In them was large amounts of meat. He grabbed the fleshy bones and chomped down on them. While doing so, he watched as bear juniors sparred among themselves on the flat piece of land. Your Majesty! A white bear demon rushed over. His king was the famous demon king Bear Mountain of the effulgent dominion. He entered the Green Turing Palace in ancient times, and had once been a subordinate of the sixth prince of the ancient heavenly courts. Oh! Demon King Bear Mountain shot a glance at the white bear demon as the white bear demon quickly went forward to whisper, Your Majesty, I just received news that the tree demon and hawk demon from the hawk fiend world are dead. They were killed by a Green Turing Palace disciple, sword immortal Qin. Demon King Bear Mountain's eyes flashed with a ferociousness. Oh, why would this junior brother of mine kill them? Your Majesty, apparently on that day, the hawk demon had invited many good friends to a banquet, said the white bear demon. There were 5 other great demons present when sword immortal Qin suddenly appeared. It appears that he had come specifically to kill the hawk demon and tree demon. He first used a kind of divine power or dharma spell to kill the hawk demon before using his flying sword to kill the tree demon in 3 strikes. Your Majesty. This sword immortal Qin is also from the effulgent dominion. He's a disciple of the Green Turing Palace after all. How can he so casually kill the greater powers of us demons? The white bear demon could not help but ask. Do a more thorough investigation. I want to know why he did it, instructed Demon King Bear Mountain. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll continue investigating, the white bear demon obediently answered before taking his leave. Demon King Bear Mountain looked at the sparring bear juniors on the flatland, but his mind was not on them. Qin Yun? Demon King Bear Mountain frowned. In the effulgent dominion, there are more than 100 Green Turing Palace demon disciples. He so casually killed a great demon? He didn't even inform us. Isn't he thinking too little of us demons? He was feeling somewhat irritated. The collapse of the ancient heavenly courts and the rise of humans made the daily lives of demons become increasingly difficult. Demon King Bear Mountain had watched all of this happen helplessly. He had experienced the golden days of the demons. Back then, he was a loyal subordinate to the 6th prince of the demons. He often recalled those days, but now? Humans occupied most of the living spaces, furthermore, they were constantly reproducing, while the demons were deteriorating to smaller and smaller numbers. Great Chang World, Grand Dominance Qin Manor. Nighttime. Qin Yun sat cross-legged with several crystals piled in front of him. His flying sword was floating in midair as it constantly extracted the essence from the crystals beneath. I estimate that my intrinsic flying sword will break through to the superior grade numinous treasure level within a month. Qin Yun looked forward to it. Although I wouldn't dare claim that it can match the might of a connate numinous treasure in my hand, it should definitely have 20 to 30% of a connate numinous treasure strength. Sword immortals at the peak of the sky immortal realm had astounding combat strength. With their intrinsic flying swords, they were able to battle even mighty figures. If they were a golden immortal sword immortal, they would be even more impressive. The 2 golden immortal sword immortals of the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage had forged names for themselves, creating the reputation of destroying all Dharma with a single sword. Once my intrinsic flying sword breaks through, I'll seek out 9 Mountain Island Lord, thought Qin Yun. He had the patience. He had already waited for so many years. He could wait an additional 1 or 2 months. Oh. Qin Yun sensed something and immediately stopped the nurturing of his intrinsic flying sword. With a wave of his hand, the misty rain sword flew into his body. Whoosh! Qin Yun waved his hand as the void beside him produced ripples, opening up to a spot in a distant space. On a throne carved out from rock sat a gigantic black bear demon with a rather terrifying aura. He grinned and said, "Junior brother Qin." "Senior brother Bear Mountain," said Qin Yun when he saw this. "Senior brother Bear Mountain, is there a reason why you are suddenly looking for me? I wonder if you have the time to come to Green Turing Palace for a chat. Why don't we meet at your place?" said Demon King Bear Mountain. "Let's meet in an hour, in my tiny yard in Green Turing Palace," said Qin Yun. "All right." Demon King Bear Mountain nodded. Following that, the void ripples closed as they severed their communication. Qin Yun frowned slightly. Demon King Bear Mountain? There are many demons among the Green Turing Palace disciples, making for more than 100 demon disciples in the effulgent dominion. However, humans are more naturally perceptive than demons. The Taoists, Buddhists, and even the heavenly courts have a human majority. The demons are weaker to begin with, but many of the great demons that lived during the ancient heavenly courts era are very disgruntled at the present state of affairs. Demon King Bear Mountain is one of them. He has always been a protector of sorts for the many demons in the effulgent dominion. Now that there was less space to live in, the birth of demon experts also declined. Most of the powerful demon experts that were famous in the three realms were mostly great demons from ancient times. Ever since goddess Nuwa created mankind, causing the birth and rise of humans, the general trend became that of the demons' decline. Qin Yun continued nurturing his flying sword. After he was done, he activated his disciple Mark and headed for Green Turing Palace. Green Turing Palace, Qin Yun's residence. The moment Qin Yun appeared outside his yard, he heard a distant voice. Junior brother Qin. He traced the voice and looked over to see Demon King Bear Mountain walking over. Senior brother Bear Mountain greeted Qin Yun. As Bear Mountain looked at Qin Yun, he felt somewhat wistful. The talent of humans far exceeds us demons indeed. It's already difficult for us demons to gain sentience. Our cultivation speeds are also slower than humans. What a demon gains in a century of cultivation probably takes humans a mere decade. How long has this junior brother of mine cultivated? He is already able to create a brand new sword immortal lineage. His strength is probably at the 7th or 8th firmament sky immortal realm. Over all these years, I've seen the birth of powerful immortals and Buddhas. 99% of them are humans, and there are fewer and fewer demons. We are only being propped up by a bunch of old guys, thought Bear Mountain wistfully. Creak. Qin Yun pushed open the courtyard's door and said with a smile, Senior brother, please come in. The two entered the yard and, after sitting down, Bear Mountain waved his hand. An alcohol flask and alcohol cups appeared on the stone table. He personally poured the alcohol. Come, have a taste of this Centauria immortal brew. This immortal brew was obtained from the heavenly courts. Oh? A immortal brew of the heavenly courts? Qin Yun looked at the clear as amber alcohol and took a tiny sip. Instantly, he felt a warmth spread through his body, feeling as though 100 flowers had bloomed around him. Great alcohol. Ah, I don't even use such good alcohol back at my mountain. If I let the lesser demons under me drink this, it would only be wasting such an immortal brew, said Bear Mountain with a smile. Qin Yun tilted his head to down the alcohol and took the initiative to pour himself more. He asked with a smile, Senior brother, is there a reason you've contacted me today? Did you previously head to the Hawk Fiend world to kill that Hawk Demon and Tree Demon? Inquired Bear Mountain. Qin Yun nodded and said, yes. Didn't Master leave 3 rounds of tests? To pass the first round of tests, I needed to kill 3 sky fiends or 3 beings with heinous sins. Therefore, I chose the Hawk Demon and Tree Demon. I see. The Hawk Demon and Tree Demon were indeed riddled with heinous sins. I did try to reason with them before, but unfortunately to no avail, said Bear Mountain with a sigh. Them dying under your hand can only be considered karmic retribution. It's indeed karmic retribution, said Qin Yun. To be honest, there are a bunch of sky fiends in the vast 3 realms. I could have killed 3 sky fiends for the first round of tests, but the reason why I chose those 2 specifically had to do with karma I owed. It had to be them. Ah, so it's because of owed karma. Bear Mountain laughed. I thought perhaps you had some hatred for us demons. No, I have no such hatred for demons. There are many demons who I respect greatly, said Qin Yun. Bear Mountain nodded and smiled. Understood, junior brother Qin. But now that I think about it, you are also a Green Turing Palace disciple. You managed to create a brand new sword immortal lineage. You are rather famous in the 3 realms, so you need to consider your status. Isn't killing a bunch of junior demons being a bit too much of a bully? A bully? Qin Yun was taken aback. Bear Mountain nodded. You are my junior brother. We are on the same level of hierarchy. Wasn't killing them a form of bullying? In the future, if 5th or 6th firmament great demons offend you, just tell me. I will help you resolve the matter. I will definitely do it to your satisfaction, so how about it? As for those lesser demons, go ahead and kill them if they dare cross you. But as for great demons, please show a little mercy on my account. After all, we demons do have fewer and fewer juniors these days. I can try to show mercy on account of you. However, I do have an overly feisty temper. If someone with heinous sins crosses me, I'll still kill them regardless if they are human or demon. These beings with heinous sins will only wreak havoc on other humans and demons if they are allowed to live, said Qin Yun. Bear Mountain frowned slightly before he smiled. It's good that you can show mercy. After a short conversation, Bear Mountain bade Qin Yun farewell. When he came out of Qin Yun's yard, Bear Mountain's eyes turned a little cold as he thought to himself, an overly feisty temper? Humph. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 475, 9 Mountain Island Lord. Chapter 475, 9 Mountain Island Lord. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Qin Yun watched senior brother Bear Mountain leave as his expression turned austere. He was a sword immortal, one that had carved out a new sword immortal lineage. He naturally had a keenness to him. How could he change the way he acted because of a few words from a senior brother? Furthermore, he had tens of thousands of senior brothers and sisters in Green Turing Palace. I have tens of thousands of fellow disciples. I can't please everyone. Qin Yun's heart stirred as a blurry beam of light descended upon him. He vanished as he returned to the great Chang world. In a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On one late night, a crescent hung high in the sky. Through the darkness, a sword hum could be heard. Out of curiosity, Xiao got out of bed and left her room. She soon came to the back garden's mirror lakeside. She saw a man standing on the surface of the lake far away. A misty sword flash was circling the area as the world around him seemed to begin distorting. The moonlight illuminated the region, making it appear like a warped dreamscape. Boom! Gradually, the fluctuations from the sword flashes grew stronger. The distorted space's interior even generated a void storm. Has Brother Yun's intrinsic flying sword broken through? Xiao could only sense the terrifying might of the void storms. These days, Qin Yun would nurture his intrinsic flying sword every night before going to bed. Ha ha ha! Qin Yun's laughter came from afar. It was filled with joy. The area above the mirror lake gradually returned to normal. Qin Yun turned to look at his wife and stepped on the water's surface. In a few steps, he arrived by the bank. He said with a smile, Xiao, you are awake? How could I not be with this noisy commotion you've caused? Xiao looked at Qin Yun, her eyes filled with happiness. Did your flying sword break through? With Master bestowing me with so many treasures, my intrinsic flying sword has finally broken through. Qin Yun nodded with a smile. Xiao asked out of curiosity, it said that sword immortals at the pinnacle of the sky immortal realm are extremely powerful, so powerful that they can fight golden immortals and Buddhas. Brother Yun, now that your intrinsic flying sword has broken through, how do you feel? Qin Yun nodded and marveled, my intrinsic flying sword has indeed become a lot more powerful. To kill that old tree demon, I'd probably only need one strike now. However, my dermic powers are still my biggest weakness. There's no hurry. Brother Yun, your accumulations are getting deeper. I believe you will definitely be able to create a sky immortal dermic formulation for the sword immortal lineage, said Xiao with a smile. As the founder of this dermic formulation, you are best suited for it. If you were to reach the 9th firmament of the sky immortal realm, your dermic powers would probably be purer than the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage's 9 firmament sky immortals. It indeed suits me the best since it's self-created. As for my Sky Immortal dermic formulation for the sword immortal lineage, all I have to date are some ideas. Qin Yun shook his head. I don't even have an embryonic form of the dermic formulation. Not even an embryonic form? Xiao was alarmed. Brother Yun, your sword Dao is at the late stages of the Sky Immortal realm. Might it be possible that you'll form a golden immortal Dao fruit before you can create a sword immortal dermic formulation at the Sky Immortal level? Maybe a dot. Qin Yun said with a smile, let's put an end to this discussion for now. Now that my intrinsic flying sword has broken through, it's time to find Nine Mountain Island Lord. Where will you begin? Asked Xiao. Qin Yun flipped his hand as an 8-armed fiend figurine appeared in his hand. It looked rather gruesome. This is? Xiao looked at it in astonishment. After senior brother Zhang stormed Cloudfiend Mountain, he also captured 2 Essence Soul Fiend Celestials alive. To survive, they revealed the Fiend Celestial world that backs Cloudfiend Mountain. However, they are unsure of the exact name. However, this 8-armed Fiend Celestial figurine that can contact that other realm Fiend Celestial would also allow us to contact that same Fiend Celestial world, explained Qin Yun. Nine Mountain Island Lord is very likely to be in that Fiend Celestial world. Yi Zhao's eyes lit up. Xiao, stand back, said Qin Yun. Yi Xiao retreated to a great distance away. Qin Yun's figure flashed as he transformed into the form of a middle-aged Taoist. He rapidly feigned his aura to that of the Kane True Core realm. He then held the Fiend Celestial figurine and powered it with a wisp of dermic powers. With the Fiend Celestial figurine activated, a distant world was finally sensed. There was an other realm Fiend Celestial there. My servant, tell me, what do you want? A voice reached Qin Yun through the Fiend Celestial figurine. Do you want to know how to break through to the Khanate Golden Core? Or be immortal? Qin Yun sensed the distant world. I've found you. Qin Yun revealed a look of glee. Break through to the Khanate Golden Core? Become immortal? Qin Yun flipped his hand and put away the Fiend Celestial figurine. He scoffed, these other realm Fiend Celestials truly boast without shame. Back when I first contacted an other realm Fiend Celestial, he had used the Essence Soul dermic formulation of the Sword Immortal lineage to fool me. Xiao walked over and smiled. These other realm Fiend Celestials rely on trickery. However, they have fooled many mortals. Have you found the Fiend Celestial world? I've confirmed the location in space, as well as the aura of that Fiend Celestial world, said Qin Yun. I'll be able to find it in a day. Nine Mountain Island Lord sure can hide. There was a cold glint in Qin Yun's eyes. He has managed to keep escaping even to the point of fleeing to a whole other Fiend Celestial world. He won't escape this time, said Xiao. Qin Yun nodded gently. Yes, it's time to put an end to this. The next morning, Qin Yun went to Green Turing Palace. Despite knowing the general direction in space, he had to make repeated attempts via Green Turing Palace to reach the Fiend Celestial world as it was too far. He made more than 100 repeated attempts via Green Turing Palace. No, it's not this Fiend Celestial world. Qin Yun stood beyond the stratosphere of a Fiend Celestial world. He sensed the auras within it and cross-checked it with his own karma. At my present level, I'll be able to spot the karmic connection between Nine Mountain Island Lord and myself if we're in the same world. Not this one either. Nope. One Fiend Celestial world after another was eliminated. After all, it was still a rough estimate obtained from the position sensing from the distant Great Chang world. Finally, he came to the 8th Fiend Celestial world. It was a massive planet that was covered in a gray fog. Qin Yun floated in the surrounding cosmos. Every step he took traversed tens of thousands of kilometers. Soon, he arrived close to the massive planet. It's this world. Newfound world. As he sensed the aura, he identified that the Fiend Celestial World's aura was identical to the 8-armed Fiend Celestial figurine. Qin Yun's eyes could not help but light up. Karma! A vertical eye opened at Qin Yun's glabella. Through the eye of lightning, he could see karma even more clearly. He quickly found the karmic line that bound him to Nine Mountain Island Lord. It was a blood-red karmic line. It connected to the Fiend Celestial World's interior far away. Clearly, Nine Mountain Island Lord was residing in this Fiend Celestial World. When he saw the karmic line, Qin Yun's blood boiled over in agitation. His eyes turned red. Good, very good. You are really here. So. Qin Yun instantly swooped down and tore through layers of clouds, descending upon the Fiend Celestial World. The newfound world had a lofty mountain. This mountain had many palace buildings in it, as it was the Empyrean Palace of the newfound world. The ruler of this Fiend Celestial World resided there. And in a side palace hall, Nine Mountain Island Lord was sitting and eating. There were fiendish demons serving him to his side. Senior brother Nine Mountain, you are truly impressive. We fled from Cloud Fiend Mountain to this Fiend Celestial World, but only you became the Empyrean Lord's disciple. We were able to escape a calamity because of you, a demoness fawned to his side. Yes, if not for senior brother, we would probably all be enslaved and forced to do laborious work. It would truly be the beginning of dark days for all eternity. Another demoness leaned to his other side. A blue ox demon sitting below said, Empyrean Lord Sanguine Shadow Fiend Buddy's dermic formulation has long been spread. As long as one masters it, they can become a disciple of Empyrean Lord. Countless cultivators in the Fiend Celestial World have attempted it. All of us that fled from Cloud Fiend Mountain have also cultivated it, but the only one to gain a basic mastery in it is my master. Nine Mountain Island Lord felt rather pleased at being fawned upon and served. The batch of fiendish demons that fled here were all mortals. They had little standing and led tragic days. It was only because he had gained a basic mastery of the Sanguine Shadow Fiend body that he enjoyed an uplifting of stature. He became a disciple of the Empyrean Lord. As such, the fiendish demons that fled from Cloud Fiend Mountain immediately submitted to Nine Mountain Island Lord and gained his protection. Who dares barge into the Empyrean Palace? Suddenly, there were infuriated roars from a distance away. It made Nine Mountain Island Lord frown slightly. Boom! A boom came from a distance as a slight quake ran through the world. This caused Nine Mountain Island Lord and the Cloud Fiend Mountain fiendish demons to have a change in expression. There's fighting? Nine Mountain Island Lord was astonished. The person who dares take action in the Empyrean Palace is indeed daring. Is there conflict among Empyrean Lord's subordinates or is it an external enemy? Senior brother Nine Mountain, we should be fine, right? A demoness inquired. The other fiendish demons also looked at him. They were all his subordinates, and knew little about the Empyrean Palace. Nine Mountain Island Lord said indifferently, don't worry. I'm sure it's trivial. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 476, Great Chang World's Sword Immortal Qin. Chapter 476, Great Chang World's Sword Immortal Qin. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Qin Yun stood in midair, looking at the extended palace complex situated on the mountain. This was where the core power was held in this world. As the surrounding void had been sealed, Qin Yun could not enter through void transference. Who dares trespass in the Empyrean Palace? The guards of the Empyrean Palace were sharp. The Fiend Celestials looked at Qin Yun and shouted angrily, especially when they detected that Qin Yun's aura was only that of an essence soul realm. This gave the Fiend Celestial guards greater confidence. Nine Mountain Island Lord. Qin Yun ignored the Fiend Celestial guards. He didn't even bother to think of the Empyrean Lord of the world he was in. Instead, he had seen Nine Mountain Island Lord, who was in a side palace hall in the Empyrean Palace. Upon seeing his enemy, Qin Yun's heart turned increasingly cold. Boom! He transformed into a beam of light and flew over. What insolence! Courting death. The fiend celestial guards immediately attacked using the Empyrean Palace's array formations. Simultaneously, they brandished their large axes, sending axe beams streaking across the sky towards Qin Yun. Humph! The flying Qin Yun flicked his sleeve as an invisible blast swept across the axe beams. They were immediately repelled, leaving the fiend celestial guards alarmed. They raised a panicked defense, but with a large boom, more than half of them died. Qin Yun had spared the small number that had weaker sinful auras. The blast spread out, causing damage to the surrounding buildings. Halt! Accompanied by angry roars, sky fiends appeared one after another. All of them were staring at Qin Yun with killing intent. How dare a mere essence soul barge into the Empyrean Palace? Speak, how did you come to our newfound world? Although these sky fiends sensed that Qin Yun's flick of his sleeve carried a mystical might, they showed no fear. After all, they were sky fiends and were collectively using the Empyrean Lord's array formation to fight him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Empyrean Palace, Empyrean Lord Yufan controlled every corner of the palace complex. He had discovered Qin Yun the instant Qin Yun appeared. It's Qin Yun? Yufan was also a sixth firmament sky fiend. He had long been given information on all the famous experts in the effulgent dominion. He knew about Sword Immortal Qin, who had become a disciple of the Tao ancestor and created in Sword Immortal Essence Soul dermic formulation. His looks and his Essence Soul realm aura, together with his impressive strength, make me certain that it's him. Yufan instantly flipped his hand, producing a dark red token. Buzz. He immediately contacted a distant space as the void was stirred and produced ripples. Clearly, another distant being had appeared. Yufan, what's the matter? A sky fiend, who sat cross-legged beside a huge embedded axe, asked. Master, the great Chang world's sword Immortal Qin has come to my world. He doesn't appear to have come in peace. Yufan was somewhat flustered as he said immediately, Master, what should I do? I won't be able to rush to you in time, said the sky fiend as he shook his head. It's too troublesome to travel across the cosmos. Is it possible to request that fiend supremacy come save me? Yufan was gripped in anxiety. With fiend supremacy's strength, he would probably arrive in a blink of an eye. What sort of status does fiend supremacy have? Why would he so easily take action? The sky fiend said angrily. If fiend supremacy were to take action, perhaps the other old bastards of the effulgent dominion would directly attack. Yufan was anxious and helpless. Fiend supremacy. He was the supreme leader of countless fiend celestials in the effulgent dominion. He was extremely powerful. There were some terrifying Buddhist and Taoist existences who constantly kept watch on this fiend supremacy. He killed Bacon and the demon's Hawk Fiend King and Old Tree Demon easily. It's best you escape. Whether you survive or not will depend on your luck. The Sky Fiend terminated the conversation after he finished that sentence. This, Yufan gritted his teeth. In the eyes of fiend supremacy, I'm just an ant, something not worth saving. It's not worth it to fight the Green Turing Palace for my sake. Empyrean Lord. Save me. Empyrean Lord. As the booms outside continued incessantly, there were the sharp pleas for help. Clearly, the confident group of sky fiends had been easily swept aside by Qin Yun and were left crying wretchedly. Time to leave. Empyrean Lord Yufan powered his dermic powers, and instantly, his body turned blood-red in color. His forehead suffused blood-colored mystic runes. Transforming into a sanguine shadow, he immediately charged out of the Empyrean Palace. Qin Yun first casually crushed the group of fiend celestial guards and destroyed the ones with the most heinous sins in passing. He then easily released sword chi to take down the sky fiends. He easily blew apart the layers of array formation obstruction, causing many buildings to suffer from the remnant blasts. Several buildings cracked and collapsed directly. The Empyrean Palace was in chaos everywhere. And there was a sanguine shadow rapidly fleeing into the distance. Empyrean Lord? The remnant Skyfiends watched in astonishment at their fleeing Empyrean Lord. Their biggest backer did not say a single word or even attempt to defend the palace before escaping. Since I'm here, how can I allow you to escape? Qin Yun swept his gaze as his body emitted starlight. The boundless stellar forces descended from the distant cosmos, condensing 360 swords of stellar light. Great divine power, heavenly cycle stellar realm. He commanded with a thought. In an area 150 kilometers around him, everything transformed into a heavenly cycle stellar realm. Yufan, who had just reached a distance of some tens of kilometers, felt the stellar forces bind him. He felt like he was flying with a few mountains on him, his speed drastically reduced. And the large group of swords of stellar light instantly transformed into after images as they came for him. Yufan did not even attempt to block. There were too many swords of stellar light and they moved too mystically. The sword shadows rapidly penetrated Yufan's body, causing his sanguine shadow to turn even more incorporeal. I'm dead if this continues. Yufan knew it for a truth. Sword Immortal Qin, stop. Please stop. Yufan's voice resounded in the sky. Something serious has happened. Nine Mountain Island Lord, who was not concerned with the situation, saw that many towers of the Empyrean Palace were crumbling. He could hear the terrified screams of the Skyfiends high in the sky. Empyrean Lord, save me. Many servants inside the Empyrean Palace were also flustered and unsure what to do. Senior Brother Nine Mountain, the entire Empyrean Palace is collapsing. This is not good. The remnant fiendish demons from Cloudfiend Mountain were even more anxious. It's bad indeed. Nine Mountain Island Lord's compound walls had also collapsed. He walked out the hole and looked into the distance. Meanwhile, far away, his master, Empyrean Lord Yufan, was looking like a blood-colored shadow. It was even somewhat translucent. He had stopped in midair, reverently pleading, Sword Immortal Qin, I have no grudge with your great Chang world. Although I have coveted your great Chang world before, I have never really taken any action against it. I once backed Cloudfiend Mountain, a fiend sect with a short history. But Cloudfiend Mountain has already been destroyed by your senior brother, Taoist Divine Firmament. If we want to square the accounts, I was the one who suffered a loss. I really have no intention of being your enemy, Sword Immortal Qin. As a sky fiend, he would naturally bow his head when needed to survive. Even becoming a temporary slave was not an unacceptable outcome. Great Chang World, Sword Immortal Qin? Nine Mountain Island Lord stared with widened eyes at another figure in midair. A blue-robed youth was standing in midair. He had familiar looks and a familiar bearing. Furthermore, the blue-robed youth was ignoring Yufan, and instead, staring right back at Nine Mountain Island Lord. Nine Mountain Island Lord felt his legs turn limp when that glare hit him. Back when Cloudfiend Mountain was destroyed, Qin Yun was already famous in the Great Chang world. Everyone knew that the destruction of the Boar ancestral sect was largely because of Qin Yun. He was in no way inferior to Sky Immortal or Sky Fiend experts. My master is a sixth firmament Sky Fiend. How is he this afraid of Qin Yun? Nine Mountain Island Lord found it unbelievable as he turned even more flustered. Nine Mountain. Qin Yun's voice sounded. It was ice cold, but it contained intense hatred. You sure can run. But it's useless no matter where you run to. Everyone present could sense the intense hatred and killing intent. Qin Yun is here to capture me? Nine Mountain Island Lord was somewhat at a loss. Qin Yun looked at the pale Nine Mountain Island Lord standing far away. It was him, the great fiendish demon that had wreaked havoc in Jiang Prefecture. He made his disciple, Water God, capture large batches of young boys and girls, taking away his precious young sister. His diligent practice in the way of the sword stemmed from that moment. 9 Mountain? Yufan was alarmed when he saw this. He instantly understood what was happening. He realized that Sword Immortal Qin's target was this not particularly striking disciple of his. He had only been implicated in passing. 9 Mountain, who gave you the guts to offend Sword Immortal Qin? Yufan roared angrily. 9 Mountain Island Lord could not help but fall into a daze when he saw his Empyrean Lord yelling at him. Sword Immortal Qin, deal with this 9 Mountain however you like, Yufan immediately said loudly. Our fiendish ways have several torturing methods. I will definitely cooperate with you if any assistance is required. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 477, Chui Lianfeng. Chapter 477, Chui Lianfeng. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Master, you are the Empyrean Lord of the Yufan world. 9 Mountain Island Lord could not help but look at Qin Yun after hearing his master grovel and forsake him. He knew that it was all because of Qin Yun. I never expected that the Sword Immortal from Grand Dominance City would even have the Empyrean Lord of a fiend celestial world fear him. 9 Mountain Island Lord understood at that moment that he was doomed. Qin Yun. 9 Mountain Island Lord shouted loudly, I have already escaped to another fiend celestial world, yet you were able to find me. I'm completely convinced of your prowess, but I'm still a mortal. I have yet to step into the essence soul realm. If you kill me, it will be a sin. Sword Immortal Qin, I can help you do the honors, Empyrean Lord Yufan said immediately. You won't be stained by any sins. There's no need. A mere mortal fiendish demon's karma is nothing to me, said Qin Yun. The stronger one was, the more resistant they were to the tribulations. Qin Yun's strength now matched that of a 9th firmament sky immortal. As long as he did not slaughter mortals on a large scale, the death of one mortal would not harm him greatly. The tribulations that were hundreds of times stronger than the typical essence soul realm were nothing worth mentioning to Qin Yun. But then, wouldn't you be staining your hands, Sword Immortal Qin? I can do it on your behalf. A sky fiend like me is naturally adept at torturing techniques. Yufan tried hard to curry favor. Do you think there's a way you get to leave alive? Qin Yun turned to look over. Yufan's expression changed. I cast my divine power to stop you because I did not want a fiend celestial Empyrean Lord like you to escape. Your survival means the suffering of countless beings, snorted Qin Yun coldly. He waved his hand and immediately released blinding sword flashes that surged in every direction. They enveloped Yufan, as well as a few sky fiends and fiend celestials. Even Yufan, who had cultivated in a sanguine shadow fiend body, giving him intense life preservation powers, died by one strike of Qin Yun's intrinsic flying sword. However, his corpse was left intact. It was an oxymoron. His corpse was intact, but he was already dead. Retrieve. With a beckon of his hand, he stored away the numerous sky fiend corpses. They are all dead? 9 Mountain Island Lord looked at the distant Qin Yun in a daze. He is that powerful? He wiped out all those sky fiends with one strike. At that moment, 9 Mountain Island Lord understood how powerful Qin Yun had become. After becoming a disciple of Green Turing Palace, Qin Yun had indeed soared. Oh! 9 Mountain Island Lord felt a force lift him up as he involuntarily flew up into Qin Yun's side. Qin Yun looked at him. I'll probably lead a life worse than death if I stay in his hands. 9 Mountain Island Lord clenched his teeth, deciding to self-destruct. However, an invisible force had long permeated every spot of his body. When he attempted to self-destruct, his body's dermic powers seemed to freeze. You wish to commit suicide in my Dao domain? Qin Yun looked at him. Don't worry, 9 Mountain, I won't kill you now. With that said, a wisp of dermic powers was injected into Nine Mountain Island Lord's body, sealing all his dermic powers. Only then did Qin Yun release a beam of sword chi, opening up a temporary void passageway to his homeworld, the Great Chang World. Brother Yun? On the other end of the void passageway was a grass patch beside the mirror lake. Xiao was looking through it. I found Nine Mountain Island Lord. Qin Yun yanked Nine Mountain Island Lord and threw him over. So, Nine Mountain Island Lord was only a mortal fiendish demon. As such, it was easy to throw him into the void passageway and send him to the Great Chang World. I'll be right back. As Qin Yun said that, blurry light descended upon him as he vanished. Outside Grand Dominant City. The Qin family had gathered outside the city, arriving at an inconspicuous grave. Although the tomb was remote and inconspicuous, it did not have any weeds. Clearly, someone tended to it perennially. Shi Liahu, Changlan, Xinan, and Qin Yun, together with Xiao and company, came before the tomb. Beside them knelt Nine Mountain Island Lord. He was in a tragic state. After experiencing several torture techniques, he only wished to die. Sis, the mastermind has finally been brought here, said Xinan with reddened eyes. Xiang'er. Changlan caressed the tomb, feeling despondent. I often dream of you. It's sad that my daughter's corpse could not be found after her death. By the side, Xinyi was with Xiao. She asked via voice transmission, Mom, since my aunt died without a corpse, she might not be dead. Who knows, she might still be alive. Your dad had gotten some of his senior brothers to help back then. They checked the records of life and death. Xiao shook her head gently. Your aunt is long dead. She has been reincarnated for decades. She's only an ordinary mortal and has a very weak soul. It's impossible to awaken the memories of her past life. Furthermore, since she's been reincarnated for decades, she has a new life of her own. A brand new personality. She's already someone else. Xinyi nodded. I heard from your dad that, said Xiao via voice transmission, there was a golden immortal mighty figure who was killed in the three realms, with a wisp of his true spirits reincarnating. After numerous reincarnations and after suffering numerous calamities, he finally cultivated back to the golden immortal realm. Only then did he awaken the past memories inside his true spirits. However, the person was already a new golden immortal. Therefore, a reincarnated person needs to have his memories awakened early. The later it is, the more the reincarnated body ends up becoming the main one. Does no one receive a golden immortal's reincarnation? Xinyi was alarmed. That was a golden immortal mighty figure, a powerhouse of the three realms. According to your dad, when a wisp of a golden immortal's true spirit reincarnates, it's impossible to detect. Even the Tao ancestors or Buddhist ancestors are unable to do so, said Xiao. Okay. Xinyi nodded. The both of them secretly conversed via voice transmission. Qin Yun and company were in front of the tomb, looking disconsolate. Their sister had died too tragically and the thoughts of her pained their hearts. Sis, Qin Yun looked at the tomb and said, I have finally captured Nine Mountain Island Lord and brought him here. Nine Mountain, look carefully. Qin Yun grabbed Nine Mountain Island Lord's head and raised his head. Nine Mountain Island Lord, who only wished for death, saw the name on the tombstone. Qin Hongxiang? Nine Mountain Island Lord's voice was raspy. I never expected that while cultivating using the heart blood of so many boys and girls, I would use the blood of your sister, Sword Immortal Qin. It was worth it. My life wasn't in vain. Bam! Qin Yun struck Nine Mountain Island Lord's forehead with a palm strike. Nine Mountain Island Lord's body convulsed as his eyes widened. Following that, he reduced to dust, scattering across the world. Qin Yun silently looked at the tomb in front of him. He had no way to awaken the past memories of an overly weak ordinary soul. Furthermore, his sister had been reincarnated for too long. She was already a different person. His sister had ceased to exist forever. The young baby girl from his memories who always followed behind him and his brother was forever gone. Over all these years, he had often dreamed of his sister. I have avenged you. Water God is dead. Nine Mountain Island Lord is dead. Sis, live your new life well, said Qin Yun silently. Qin Yun untangled a knot in his heart after killing Nine Mountain Island Lord. Qin Yun's entire mind underwent drastic changes from the experience. He turned more peaceful and cultivated in Grand Dominance City's Qin Manor. He spent much time with his wife and daughter, seldom leaving his residence. Time flew by. In a blink of an eye, it had been 15 years since he entered Green Turing Palace. The great Chang world was also very calm. The fiend celestial Empyrean Lord, Kuei-Fu, no longer did anything. Perhaps he knew that Taoist divine firmament and Qin Yun were both around, making the great Chang world a force to be reckoned. Might I trouble you to pass the message, saying that Chui Lianfeng wishes to seek an audience with Sword Immortal Qin? At Qin Manor's entrance, Chui Lianfeng said amiably to the gatekeeper. Chui Lianfeng? Sword Tower's Elder Chui? The gatekeeper was a young man. He was somewhat astonished. Back when Qin Yun rose to prominence and reached the Khanate Paramount Realm, the experience resulted in two Paramount Realm Sword Immortals, Qin Yun and Chui Lianfeng. The two of them had a good relationship. The gatekeeper was astonished. Sword Tower and Qin Manor had a close relationship. A meeting with Qin Yun could have been done through a voice transmission. There was no need for the gatekeeper to pass the message. Just pass the message, said Chui Lianfeng. He was feeling extremely perturbed. All right. Elder Chui, please wait a moment. The gatekeeper immediately entered, wondering to himself, why can't you just contact my master directly? Do you really need me to pass the message? How odd. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 478, Divine Power Initial Success. Chapter 478, Divine Power Initial Success. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Moments later. The gatekeeper returned, stirring Chui Lianfeng's emotions. He was filled with anticipation. Elder Chui, said the gatekeeper. Madam said that Master is currently not in the Great Chang world. It's unknown exactly when he will return. Madam will inform him once he returns. He's not in the Great Chang world? Chui Lianfeng was slightly taken aback and could only nod. Thank you. With that said, he turned and left helplessly. Qin Yun had indeed been cultivating in Qin Manor most of the time these past few years. But sometimes, he would head to Green Turing Palace for seclusion during critical junctures. Green Turing Palace. Void Island. Void Island was a cultivation sacred land similar to Broken Sword Valley. It was an island that floated in the void, spanning 50 kilometers. More than 1,000 Green Turing Palace disciples sat cross-legged on Void Island, and each of them were separated by several kilometers, not disturbing each other while they cultivated. Perfected heavenly cycle? Qin Yun was one of the 1,000 disciples sitting cross-legged in silent meditation. He was looking at the periphery of Void Island into the distance. Void Island was enveloped by the void. The space was like a sphere, encompassing the island. Faint golden runic patterns swirled on the surface of the void sphere. Late-stage sky immortals mostly meditate over the void. Qin Yun looked at the swirling golden runic patterns from a distance. The void is what's considered a perfected heavenly cycle. My sword Tao has reached quite a high level of accumulation. The heavenly cycle stellar realm and heavenly cycle stellar robes are just a hair away from the initial success stage. But I'm always just a sliver short. What am I lacking? Despite feeling that he had accumulated enough, and even though his divine powers were already close to reaching the initial success stage, he had failed to break through all this while. Therefore, Qin Yun came to Green Turing Palace to seclude himself. I'll consume a 5 senses immortal pill. Qin Yun flipped his hand and took out the yellow-skinned calabash. He poured out an immortal pill that suffused a radiance before swallowing it down. After consuming it, Qin Yun immediately felt ideas flood his mind. The insights he had regarding his sword Dao instantly collided with these ideas, as each of them were inferred into insights. Various sword arts also appeared in his mind. To Qin Yun, the myriad items of the world could all be manifested as sword Dao. The sword was his way of viewing the world. Time passed and, after 15 days, Qin Yun's cultivation came to an end. I'm done. Qin Yun smiled. The 2 divine powers, Heavenly Cycle Stellar Realm and Heavenly Cycle Stellar Robes, have finally broken through, reaching the initial success stage. These 2 divine powers stemmed from the ancient heavenly courts. The initial success stage allowed one to rival a 9th firmament sky immortal. If one gained the phenomenal success stage, they would be able to battle mighty figures like golden immortals or Buddhas. As for perfection, the perfected stage of the heavenly cycle stellar realm could trap 18 golden immortals and Buddhas inside, giving them absolutely no leeway to flee. However, no one had attained this stage ever since the ancient heavenly courts toppled. External items like immortal pills are indeed useful for cultivation, however, they are only of minor help. It is said that Myriad Dharma Pool is the most miraculous cultivation aid of all. Its effects are hundreds or 1,000 times better than one immortal pill, thought Qin Yun. But I should only enter the Myriad Dharma Pool after I encounter the bottleneck at the pinnacle sky immortal realm. According to the experiences of many of his senior brothers and sisters, even if one could not break through to become a golden immortal after entering the Myriad Dharma Pool, it would still be a great boon to them. Their strength would increase and constantly approach that of the golden immortal level. It's time to return. Qin Yun got up and left Void Island. The blurry light descended as Qin Yun returned to Qin Manor in the Great Chang World's grand dominant city. Dad! Qin, who was practicing her swordplay on the Mirror Lake's surface, could not help but shout when she saw Qin Yun. Ae. Qin Yun smiled at his daughter. After all these years, Yi had matured some. She was now a big girl. Dad, this seclusion of yours was quite long. It took more than half a year. Qin Yi walked across the lake to the bank. I had to consume one of my immortal pills to break through. If not, it would not have been strange for me to be in seclusion for a decade or 2, said Qin Yun with a smile. Dad, didn't you give me a few immortal pills? Asked Qin Yi. Perhaps you should leave more for yourself. Don't worry. I have enough for myself, said Qin Yun with a smile. Besides, my sword Dao is getting closer and closer to the pinnacle of the sky immortal realm. Ordinary immortal pills are less and less useful to me. If he reached a bottleneck, the consumption of a few immortal pills had negligible utility. The help was obvious during a period of rapid growth and strength. Xiao. Qin Yun looked at his wife who walked over from the distant yard. Brother Yun, said Xiao with a smile. Sword Tower's Chui Lianfeng came a month ago. He actually got the gatekeeper outside the manor to pass the message to seek an audience with you. He got the gatekeeper to pass the message? To seek an audience with me? Qin Yun was astonished. Such an official call on you probably means it's something important, said Xiao. Yes. Qin Yun nodded and immediately sensed Chui Lianfeng through their karmic ties. Brother Chui, it's Qin Yun. I just returned. Qin Yun directly sent a voice transmission over through their karmic connection. Not long after. The gatekeeper ran into the back garden and upon seeing Qin Yun, said reverently, Master, Elder Chui wishes to seek an audience with you. Let him in, said Qin Yun. Soon, Chui Lianfeng entered. He saw Qin Yun, Xiao, and Qin Yi when he arrived. He had an austere expression on his face, and when he came in front of Qin Yun, he immediately knelt down, as though he was about to prostrate himself. Brother Chui, what are you doing?" said Qin Yun immediately. He used his dermic powers to hold Chui Lianfeng up, preventing him from kneeling. "Tell me whatever you have to say." Failing to kneel, Chui Lianfeng could only give a deep bow and said, "Brother Qin, I have something I must ask of you." "Go ahead," said Qin Yun. Xiao and Qin Yi were listening by the side. Chui Lianfeng looked at Qin Yun, his eyes brimming with desire. "Brother Qin, I wish to ask you to impart your sword immortal essence soul dermic formulation to me. Recently, I stepped into the Tao, with a Tao domain of 5 kilometers. However, I'm a sword immortal and have no dermic formulation to condense an essence soul. I heard that in the 3 realms, apart from the Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage, only you have created one. Therefore, I am here to implore you. I know that the Tao is not readily instructed. Brother Qin, in order to create a sword immortal essence soul dermic formulation, you went through great difficulties and so you would not easily impart it. But if I do not have that dermic formulation, I'll forever be immortal. Once my 500 years are up, I'll turn to dust. Therefore, I can only plead this of you. As long as you are willing to impart the dermic formulation to me, I'll do anything you instruct." Qin Yun furrowed his brows when he heard that. On this matter. When he saw Qin Yun frowning, Chui Lianfeng immediately said, "I do know that I'm weak, but I hope that, on account of our past friendship, you will impart the dermic formulation to me, seeing how inclined I am towards the Tao." "Brother Chui," said Qin Yun, "although a dermic formulation is not readily instructed, you are one of my great Chang world brethren and we had close ties in the past. I will definitely impart it to you if you seek my help, but this dermic formulation of mine requires a Tao domain of 25 kilometers before one can condense an essence soul." "A Tao domain of 25 kilometers? Chui Lianfeng was astonished. "Yes." Qin Yun nodded. "The sword immortal dermic powers are too sharp, so nurturing an essence soul is extremely difficult. I have heard that even the Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage requires a Tao domain of 15 kilometers before they can condense an essence soul. This lineage of mine still needs a minimum of 25 kilometers despite numerous attempts to perfect it. Even after modifying it after extensive periods of time, I'm afraid the difficulty of condensing an essence soul for this lineage will not be lower than the Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineages," said Qin Yun. Chui Lianfeng was taken aback before a bitterness overcame him. It's said that sword immortals are powerful. The more powerful a dermic formulation, the higher the requirement needed to condense an essence soul. Chui Lianfeng gave a self-deprecating smile. "I just never imagined that a Tao domain of 25 kilometers is required to condense an essence soul. My stepping into the Tao only gave me a Tao domain of 5 kilometers. I probably have no chance left." Chui Lianfeng immediately thanked Qin Yun. "Thank you for informing me, Brother Qin. I'll take my leave." Following that, he turned and left. Qin Yun wanted to say something, but all he could do was sigh silently. Grand Supreme Sword immortals were rare, and his lineage temporarily had no new person to take up his mantle because of the high requirements. It was not easy for mortal sword immortals to reach a Tao domain of 25 kilometers. Back when he was immortal, he had reached the mid-stages of the Sky Immortal realm before he created the Essence Soul dermic formulation. "I do wish to help him since it's rare for a great Chang world mortal sword immortal to step into the Tao," said Qin Yun. "It's not bad to enjoy 500 years. There are way more people worse off than Elder Chui," said Xiao. Back when she was imprisoned, she suffered the pain of her dragon transformation daily, while weeping over her daughter daily and missing her husband. That was true misery, which was why she especially cherished her present days. "By the way, Xiao. I'm planning to switch targets for the second round of Green Turing Palace tests," said Qin Yun. Green Turing Palace's second round of tests required him to kill a Sky Fiend or extremely vile figure that had strength of at least a 7th Firmament Sky Fiend. Switch targets. Didn't you already choose an 8th Firmament Sky Fiend previously? Who do you plan on switching to? Asked Xiao. Qin Yi listened from the side as well. "Old fiend fire puppet," said Qin Yun. "Him?" Xiao could not help but comment. "You previously mentioned that the West Sea ancient sky dragon's homeworld, the Dragon Mountain world, had been occupied by this old fiend fire puppet, causing a large number of dragons to be slain." "Yes." Qin Yun nodded. "The only wish the West Sea ancient sky dragon had before his death was to have his ashes scattered in the Dragon Mountain world's Thousand Revolutions Dragon Lake. But old fiend fire puppet is a ninth firmament sky fiend," said Xiao. "Wouldn't that be too difficult?" "There are things you are unaware of," said Qin Yun with a smile. "Old fiend fire puppet is indeed famous. His strength is also rather formidable, but he is most famous for his puppet arts. When he sends a large number of puppets to attack, that was how the dragon-entrenched Dragon Mountain world was leveled. Even a ninth firmament sky immortal would not wish to provoke such a large number of puppets. I never thought I could deal with him previously either. I planned on first choosing a few weaker 7th or 8th firmament sky fiends, someone easily bullied to pass my second round of tests to get the treasures of Star Cluster Hall. But now, my divine powers have broken through. I have obtained initial success in the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Realm. A divine power like the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Realm is a perfect defense against being swarmed," said Qin Yun with a smile. "Therefore, old fiend fire puppet's puppet arts happen to be weak against me. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 479, Dragon Mountain World. Chapter 479, Dragon Mountain World. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. "Brother Yun, you must not be careless. He is, after all, a ninth firmament sky fiend. Having cultivated for so long, he probably has some powerful techniques up his sleeve," said Xiao. "Dad, the longer one lives, the more life-preserving methods they collect," said Qin Yi. "Dad, you have to be careful." "Don't worry. This will be my first time fighting a sky fiend that's above the 7th firmament realm. How would I be careless?" Qin Yun smiled as he looked at his daughter. Qin Yun never planned on dealing with old fiend fire puppet so soon. He just happened to have a breakthrough in his divine powers, and among the two divine powers, the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Realm happened to be strong against the fiend. Furthermore, the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Robe's divine power was an extremely powerful protective divine power. With the possession of two great divine powers and his intrinsic flying sword, Qin Yun was confident he could win this battle. From his point of view, even if old fiend fire puppet was stronger than he expected, he was confident that escaping alive was not a problem. Qin Yun was in no rush to set off. After all, he had just achieved a breakthrough with his two great divine powers. He also needed to practice with his divine powers to match his sword arts and accumulate greater experience. Furthermore, he needed to make preparations for any unforeseen circumstances. After all, he had yet to fight a 7th firmament sky fiend. He was directly dealing with a 9th firmament sky fiend. He definitely felt the pressure. He studies puppet arts. Once his puppets are destroyed, he will be mostly crippled of his strength. As for engaging in physical, melee combat, there has not been any instances of old fiend fire puppet being good at that. Qin Yun was still mostly confident. Dragon Mountain World. Two figures tore through the void beyond the Dragon Mountain World's stratosphere, as they looked down at the planet. "Brother Goat, this is my brother Fire Puppet's cultivation grounds." A rock fiend looked down and said with a smile, "He and I have worked together under fiend supremacy for quite some time. We have a close relationship." The goat demon by his side had cold eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Brother Rock Fiend, back when I contacted him for help, old fiend Fire Puppet agreed immediately. In a while, we will be entering his lair. He wouldn't suddenly go back on his word, right? He has the advantage of his array formation in his lair and a large bunch of puppets. If he suddenly goes back on his word, things will be terrible. Don't worry. I can guarantee you," said Rock Fiend. "I, Rockin, might cultivate in the fiendish way, but have never schemed against my old bunch of demon brothers. By joining forces with me, even if Fire Puppet loses decorum with us, there is no need for us to fear him." "Okay." Goat Demon nodded slightly. "All right, Rock Fiend, I trust you. Don't worry. Fire Puppet will not pull any tricks," said Rock Fiend with a laugh. "Let's go over." Whoosh! Whoosh! The both of them immediately swooped downwards, penetrating the layers of clouds before landing in the Dragon Mountain world. Throughout the massive three realms were numerous small worlds. However, small worlds had their differences. Certain small worlds had nearly zero heaven and earth spiritual energies, making it impossible to cultivate. However, there were other small worlds which were rather special. The Dragon Mountain world was one of them. The reason why so many dragons had chosen to live there was because of its environment. Later on, this small world's environment caught Old Fiend Fire Puppet's eye. He stormed Dragon Mountain world alone, causing a massacre that produced rivers of blood. Large swaths of dragons perished, leaving a small number fleeing in panic. In a hall. Let me do the introduction. This is a good brother of my demon brethren, Demon King Prestige Goat. We have a friendship tested by life and death, we've become true brothers in arms. Brother Fire Puppet, you have to do a good job when refining the puppet, said Rock Fiend. Fiend Rock, your problem is my problem. Old Fiend Fire Puppet was a red-haired elder. His eyes looked burningly at Prestige Goat. Where are the materials you prepared? Let me take a look. Goat Demon looked at Rock Fiend, who nodded at him. Only then did he wave his hand. Swoosh! On the ground beside him, a reddish-bronze stout male corpse appeared. This man wore some damaged armor, revealing skin that appeared to be tempered from red bronze. However, there was a huge hole in his chest. As he laid there on the ground, he looked to be 110 feet. This is a Grand Magus corpse I just received, said Goat Demon softly. It's a 9th firmament Grand Magus that specializes in the physical cultivation. Good, good. Old Fiend Fire Puppet's eyes lit up and walked over. He could not help but caress the Grand Magus's corpse. It's good stuff. Have you prepared the rest of the supplementary materials? I have gathered them all according to your instructions. Goat Demon nodded. I have also prepared the commission. There's no rush for the commission. Once the refinement succeeds, the puppet will be yours. You can then hand me the commission. Old Fiend Fire Puppet was somewhat eager as he said immediately, let's not delay this any further. I'll refine it now. However, my refinement cannot be interrupted. Although I have some puppets to help defend me, I do ask the two of you to stand guard outside. I estimate that the refinement will take 10 years. Don't worry. We will stand guard outside. Goat Demon nodded. He naturally had to keep a close eye since he had given so many treasures to the fiend. After all, one had to know that the values of different corpses could be very disparate. For instance, Taoist immortals who cultivated in talisman amulet dharma spells or controlled dharma treasures typically had weaker bodies. Their most powerful means were on their talisman amulets and dharma treasures. Their bodies were worth very little. Their most precious items on them were the talisman amulets and dharma treasures. As for those that cultivated their bodies, the battle magi, Taoists, physical establishing sage, Buddhists, and even the fiendish way would mainly cultivate their bodies. By cultivating their bodies like a dharma treasure, they would use immense amounts of treasures on their bodies. Therefore, the most precious thing about these experts was their bodies. Boom! The door to Old Fiend Fire Puppet's Earth Fire Hall, which was specially used for the refinement of puppets, closed. Rock Fiend and Goat Demon sat cross-legged outside the hall, waiting extremely patiently. These old fellows had all lived for many years. Standing guard outside a door for 10 years was nothing. Brother Goat. These kind of ninth firmament grand magi who cultivate their bodies are easy to defeat, but they are very difficult to kill. Furthermore, the magi are usually very united. They would not easily let a ninth firmament grand magus' corpse be left in the open. How did you get it? Asked Rock Fiend out of curiosity. I was lucky. Goat Demon chuckled. He was filled with anticipation as well. By having a powerful puppet, he would be adding another powerful mean to his arsenal. Qin Yun prepared for 3 months and only decided to set off after Grand Dominance City saw its first snow of the year. Rumble. Qin Manor's treasure pavilion's door opened. Master. 2 silver-armored guardian generals standing at the entrance immediately bowed respectfully. They were also refined puppets. They were the spoils of water Qin Yun received after killing Hawk Fiend King Chaejia. They were a pair of guardian generals with the strength of third firmament sky immortals. They pleasantly surprised Qin Yun, so he left them at Qin Manor. Qin Yun tersely responded and nodded before entering Treasure Pavilion. The Qin family's treasure pavilion was covered in array formations. The typical 5th or 6th firmament sky immortal could forget about barging in. There were large amounts of treasures and manuals placed in here. Many of them were Qin Yun's spoils of war. It also included a bunch of Sky Fiend corpses, such as Fiend Lord Bacon and Empyrean Lord Yufan. The treasures they had gathered ultimately became part of the Qin family's treasure pavilion. As for the treasures that Qin Yun would bring with him, they were those that he needed himself and were extremely precious. Ancient Sky Dragon Bai Yun. Qin Yun came in front of a rack and picked up a black urn from the various items placed on the rack. If everything happens successfully, I will satisfy your last wish. I will scatter your ashes in the Dragon Mountain World's 1,000 Revolutions Dragon Lake. After putting away the ash urn, Qin Yun walked out Treasure Pavilion. The door to Treasure Pavilion closed once again. Outside, Xiao was dressed in a white-blue robe. She stood in the snow smiling at Qin Yun. Xiao Xiao. Qin Yun looked at his wife. You have to be careful, said Xiao. Killing the enemy is secondary. Coming home alive is what's most important. Yes. Qin Yun nodded. He could feel the concern his wife had for him. It's just an old fiend. Wait for me to return so we can have a celebratory banquet, said Qin Yun with a smile. Following that, a blurry light descended upon him as he vanished, departing the Great Chang world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 480 Exposed. Chapter 480 Exposed. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. By using Green Turing Palace to travel, he quickly arrived just outside Dragon Mountain World. I've arrived. Qin Yun looked rather wary as he gazed at the planet before him. If his previous kills of Fiend Lord Bacon, Hawk Fiend King, Old Tree Demon, Empyrean Lord Yufan, and others were said to be a form of overkill and even bullying, Qin Yun would need to go all out here even after breaking through with his 2 great divine powers. And even so, he did not have absolute confidence in killing Old Fiend Fire Puppet. For instance, Ancestral Master Zhang had passed the 2nd round of tests, obtaining the treasures in Star Cluster Hall. He made the necessary preparations, believing that he could deal with Empyrean Lord Kuei-Fu, but eventually, Kuei-Fu still managed to escape. Clearly, once an enemy's strength reached the 8th or 9th firmament, defeating them might be easy, but the difficulty of killing them was more than 10 times harder. These old fellows that ruled over a region would spend a lot of effort on life preservation. Whoosh! Qin Yun swooped down and tore through layers of clouds, until he finally appeared in a vast and beautiful world. The dragons had prospered in this world for years. Back then, the West Sea's ancient sky dragon Bai Yun was still young in this world, but unfortunately, the dragons are long extinct in this Dragon Mountain world. Qin Yun sighed. He also looked at his surroundings, for at his present strength, he could discover several fiend celestials in a 500-kilometer radius even without casting his eye of lightning. I'll choose a fiend celestial with the most heinous sins. It's this one. What rich sinful sanguine halo. Qin Yun took a step before vanishing with void transference. The only thing we've done all this while is chores. I've been doing 3,000 years worth of chores after coming to this world. I haven't learned any of the techniques used to refine a puppet. A peeved fiend celestial was flying through the clouds while carrying a wild beast's carcass. I really regret agreeing to my family's wish to accompany many fiend celestials to follow old fiend fire puppet. If I had continued cultivating and blood refining arts, I might already be a sky fiend. Just as the fiend celestial was grumbling, a human youth suddenly appeared out of thin air above him. Oh! The fiend celestial widened eyes that emitted green light. He looked at Qin Yun in astonishment. There were humans on this world? A Dao domain's powers penetrated the fiend celestial's body in its entirety. Even his dermic powers were restricted. If you don't wish to die, be obedient. Answer whatever I ask, said Qin Yun. Who are you? Asked the fiend celestial frantically. With a thought from Qin Yun, the fiend celestial's eyes started to pool with blood. He felt an excruciating pain all over as he shouted, "Stop! Stop! Stop! I already said that you are to answer whatever I ask." Do not say another word if you are not asked, said Qin Yun. Moments later, Qin Yun had gained a more detailed understanding of the Dragon Mountain world after his interrogation. Following that, he casually squashed the fiend celestial to death. Qin Yun took one step in the direction of Old Fiend Fire Puppet's old base, Fire Fiend Mountain. Fire Fiend Mountain was the place in the Dragon Mountain world with the richest fiery powers. Old Fiend Fire Puppet concentrated all the world's fiery powers here, and deliberately created an earth fire hall in the belly of the mountain so as to aid his refinement of puppets. Fire Fiend Mountain. As Qin Yun looked at the distant, fiery red mountain, he proceeded one step after another. Each step easily traversed kilometers as he gradually approached Fire Fiend Mountain. Fire Fiend Mountain had many fiend celestials living around it. Many of them were Old Fiend Fire Puppet's subordinates and disciples. Dragon Mountain World was considered one of the more important lands of the fiendish way in the effulgent dominion. This was because the number of sky fiends who were adept at artifact, pill, and puppet refinement was low. Furthermore, those with extremely high attainments were even rarer. Old Fiend Fire Puppet mainly focused on the cultivation of puppet arts, cultivating to the 9th firmament sky fiend realm. He was definitely one of the best puppet masters of the fiendish way in the effulgent dominion. Many sky fiends voluntarily came under him to study his puppet arts. There were also many who sought Old Fiend Fire Puppet to refine puppets of their own. For instance, even the demon's demon king Prestige Goat had gone through Rock Fiend to seek Old Fiend Fire Puppet's aid in refining a puppet. Large numbers of Taoist, Buddhist and dragon race corpses are sent here to be refined into puppets, becoming hatchet men for the fiendish way. Qin Yun observed Fire Fiend Mountain as he proceeded. When he looked inside the mountain, many sky fiends were in seclusion, refining puppets. Many of them were using human corpses. In the Earth Fire Hall. Old Fiend Fire Puppet was patiently using a brush to draw runic patterns on the Grand Magus corpse. He estimated that the puppet refinement would take 10 years, and the preparatory work such as the modification of the corpse and the drawing would require a year. A Taoist essence soul punk has infiltrated my world? Old Fiend Fire Puppet chuckled secretly. Quite impressive. There are many sky fiends and fiend celestials living in my Fire Fiend Mountain. There are also numerous array formations. He actually managed to infiltrate noiselessly. He even managed to avoid the notice of all the sky fiends and fiend celestials. He seems to be using void transference means constantly. He's probably relying on a treasure for void transference. Unfortunately, Your infiltration methods are nothing but a joke in front of me. Old Fiend Fire Puppet was filled with confidence. If this were any other time, I would have the mind to capture you and interrogate you on how you arrived in this world. But now that I'm refining a puppet, I have no time to bother with an essence soul punk like you. So, it's best you just die. Qin Yun proceeded carefully with each step. He took every step in midair, not touching anything. He did not even release his Dao domain since Old Fiend Fire Puppet's realm was in no way weaker than his. On the contrary, it was easier to be detected with a Dao domain. Qin Yun even changed his looks to conceal his identity. After all, the lesser the enemy knew of him, the bigger surprise he could spring. Oh! Qin Yun's expression suddenly changed as he looked far ahead to the left. In the distance, there was an inconspicuous rock about 10 feet wide. It suddenly warped and transformed into a fiend general. It wielded a huge axe in its hand as it roared, "Essence Soul Punk, die!" Immediately, the axe cleaved down at him. This puppet fiend general's strength was approximately at the level of an ordinary sky fiend. I've been discovered? Even an ordinary-looking rock in the distance is a puppet? Qin Yun clicked his tongue. In terms of puppet arts, this Old Fiend Fire Puppet is indeed one of the Effulgent Dominion's greatest masters. He had not detected anything special about the rock previously. An ordinary dead item was actually a puppet. Clearly, his every move had been long discovered by these puppets. Bam! Qin Yun waved his hand, shooting a wisp of sword chi. When it struck the puppet fiend general, it immediately caused the fiend general's body to explode. It rapidly coalesced and was restored to normal. Just a simple strike destroyed that puppet? This Taoist essence soul punk looks to be pretty strong after all. Inside Earth Fire Hall, Old Fiend Fire Puppet continued drawing his runic patterns as he diverted a little attention to control a rather powerful puppet. An essence soul punk with such strength probably has quite an impressive background. I'm interested to know who he is. After Qin Yun destroyed the puppet fiend general, he rushed straight Fire Fiend Mountain's interior. I've been exposed. I need to end this quick. Qin Yun no longer had the time to attack Fire Fiend Mountain's array formation. Boom, dot. Fire Fiend Mountain was tall and it had many minor peaks. One of the peaks suddenly stood up, growing a head and limbs. It became a 1,000-foot-tall mountain puppet as it strode towards Qin Yun with killing intent. What's happening? What happened over there? Many sky fiends and fiend celestials who resided in Fire Fiend Mountain also discovered the huge commotion. They saw the mountain transform into a puppet as it charged in a particular direction. This puppet's strength is approximately that of a 5th or 6th firmament sky fiend, thought Qin Yun. It looks like it's too difficult to catch him by surprise. I'll have to expose my identity after all. Against the mountain puppet's incoming attack, Qin Yun instantly attacked with his sword. Boom, dot. The resplendent whitish gold sword beams were extremely dazzling. They stretched out for tens of thousands of feet, instantly boring through the mountain puppet, leaving it in shambles. As the sword flashes streaked above Fire Fiend Mountain, it left many sky fiends and fiend celestials horrified and blinded. Oh! Inside the Earth Fire Hall, Old Fiend Fire Puppet, who was drawing runic patterns, was astounded. An essence soul sword immortal? Strength that matches that of an 8th or 9th firmament sky fiend. In the entire effulgent great world, there is only one, the Qin Yun from the Great Chang world. What's happening? Rock Fiend and Goat Demon, who were responsible for keeping watch outside the Earth Fire Hall, were still sitting cross-legged. However, the commotion made them look outside. Each one of them were no way inferior to Old Fiend Fire Puppet in strength. One of them was even a demon king of the demons. At that moment, they noticed the Essence Soul Sword Immortal outside and above Fire Fiend Mountain. It's him, the Essence Soul Sword Immortal who created a new Sword Immortal lineage? Although they were somewhat surprised, they showed no panic. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 481 Great Divine Power. Chapter 481 Great Divine Power. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Rock Fiend, Demon King Prestige Goat, help me fend off Qin Yun. I'm currently refining the puppet and cannot stop. If I do, many of the materials will go to waste. I need to complete the runic patterns on the Grand Magus's corpse in one go. If I were to stop, the corpse would need to go through cleansing refinement once again, making it even more expensive, said Old Fiend Fire Puppet via voice transmission. Don't worry, leave it to us, replied Rock Fiend. Brother Fire Puppet, just focus on refining the puppet. I will not allow this sword immortal Qin disrupt the refinement. A fierce glint flashed in Goat Demon's eyes. In order to refine a powerful puppet, he had paid a tremendous price. If the refinement process was stopped midway, the corpse would be left half-crippled, requiring a brand new cleansing refinement. That was not even mentioning the various precious materials that would need to be replaced. Brother Goat, what do you plan on doing? Rock Fiend's eyes were ice-cold. He was cruel in nature and he cultivated in the fiendish way. He naturally loved killing deep down. According to our character, it's best to kill. However, he is ultimately a Green Turing Palace disciple. We demons have some seniors who have entered Green Turing Palace too. Let's negotiate, and if that doesn't work, we can always attack, said Goat Demon. Since the puppet being refined is yours, I'll abide by your choice, said Rock Fiend. After Qin Yun destroyed the mountain puppet with one strike, he immediately charged towards the Earth Fire Hall at Fire Fiend Mountain's core. He barged in the entire way. Boom! 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 Although the array formations in Fire Fiend Mountain activated, Qin Yun was still able to forcibly tear through them. Halt! Two figures walked over from the periphery of the Earth Fire Hall as they eyed him warily. Oh! Qin Yun's expression changed as he stopped. Why are there an additional two? The two figures stood firm at a distance, Rock Fiend emitting a fiendish aura and Demon King Prestige Goat with a pair of goat horns on his head. His thin face had fur and his eyes were sinisterly cold. With Qin Yun's present realm, he could easily see the merit and sins one had even without casting the Eye of Lightning. It was obvious that Rock Fiend had a dense sinful sanguine halo. And beside him, Demon King Prestige Goat had a similarly dense sinful sanguine halo. These two are sure stained with heinous sins. The Demon King Prestige Goat's sins are even several times higher than Hawk Fiend King Chejia's. However, he is much stronger as an 8th Firmament Sky Demon. He is able to withstand the heavenly punishment. Killing intent rose in Qin Yun. Faced with such heinous sinners, he thought of the countless innocents that died because of them, filling him with killing intent. However, the three realms were massive and there were just too many heinous sinners. It was not only Qin Yun. Even golden immortals and Buddhas could not deal with the many fiend celestials as and when they wished. If too many sky fiends were killed, the fiendish way would also feel the pinch. This might prompt a mighty figure like an ancestral fiend into action. The fiends once had an extremely brutal ancestral fiend. As he was overly brutal, he consumed and destroyed one world after another, eventually forcing the Tao ancestor and Buddhist ancestor to take action personally. Therefore, no one could do anything as they wished. There was a check and balance system where both sides feared each other. For instance, Qin Yun might kill a few 8th or 9th Firmament Skyfiends and it would be considered a normal conflict. But if he were to kill something like 50? That would be considered a massacre. The fiend's ancestral fiend would not sit idle. It was even possible that a mighty figure would appear to personally deal with Qin Yun. By the same reasoning, if any sky fiend were to kill 58th or 9th Firmament Sky Immortal, the Taoists' golden immortal mighty figures would also take action. The stronger one is, the more scum can be wiped out, thought Qin Yun. Are you Green Turing Palace's Qin Yun? From afar, Goat Demon's voice resounded. Rock Fiend stood silently by his side. Demon King Prestige Goat, General Rock Fiend, said Qin Yun. I never expected to see the two of you here. One was an 8th Firmament Sky Demon and the other was an 8th Firmament Sky Fiend. General Rock Fiend was even a Sky Fiend that cultivated his body. To Qin Yun, the difficulty of fighting him was above Old Fiend Fire Puppets. After all, Qin Yun had the advantage over Old Fiend Fire Puppet's style of fighting. As for Demon King Prestige Goat, he was adept at Dharma spells. The level of threat he imposed was inferior to Old Fiend Fire Puppet. Therefore, Qin Yun found the sudden appearance of the two challenging. Qin Yun, might I ask what you are here for? Said Prestige Goat with a smile. To kill a fiend. Qin Yun looked into the distance as his voice similarly reverberated through the sky. Rock Fiend's expression changed slightly when he heard that. His eyes shimmered with a ferocious glint. Prestige Goat's expression changed, but he still said loudly, Qin Yun, many of your fellow Green Turing Palace disciples are demons. Come to speak of it, you and I were fated to meet. If you leave on account of me, I'll compensate you with handsome rewards. If not, don't blame me for being heartless. Are you helping the fiends? Qin Yun asked. What's the big deal with befriending a few sky fiends? There are countless sky fiends in the 3 realms. I can't be at odds with every one of them, said Prestige Goat with a smirk. To actually sound so justified in befriending sky fiends, there are truly many scum among the demons. Qin Yun was secretly furious. Most fiends had heinous sins. And among the Taoists, Buddhists, heavenly courts, magi, and dragon race, there were countless cultivators. It was impossible for all of them to be untainted. There were a small minority of them with heinous sins. But they would suffer internal punishment from their respective factions. Even the heavenly courts had the heavenly rules to mete out punishment. As for demons, they produced many fiends. Demons were, at the very least, accustomed to sin. This was because demons were born accustomed to the rule of survival of fittest. Since they had so much internal conflict, it was common for demons to have heinous sins. Therefore, there was a reason why the other 2 lineages of Taoism ostracized the demons. There were too many demons with savage characters. Qin Yun, are you not giving me face? Said Prestige Goat with a frown. Give you face? Who do you think you are? Said Qin Yun coldly. Someone with a full sinful sanguine halo actually wanted him to give face? Prestige Goat fumed when he heard that. He could not help but gnash his teeth as his expression turned savage. He said with a hideous smile, very good, so many of the tens of thousands of Green Turing Palace disciples have died, and it seems there will be another one added to the count today. You should have been this straightforward from the beginning. Rock Fiend laughed out loud. Kill. Boom. He spread his wings as he swooped at Qin Yun. Try my water fire eye spell. Prestige Goat eyes shot out 2 beams, one with a fire beam and the other a water beam. They transformed into 2 WIRMs that streaked across the sky towards Qin Yun. Do you have what it takes? A cold glint flashed in Qin Yun's eyes as he faced the 2. Boom! Starlight emitted from his body as he stirred the boundless stellar forces from the cosmos. The stellar forces descended straight upon him in obstreperous fashion. 360 divine swords formed from the starlight around him. The starlight encompassed 1,500 kilometers around him. The heavenly cycle stellar realm at the initial success stage could encompass 1,500 kilometers with a mere thought. Oh! Rock Fiend, who was flying close by, suddenly felt his body sink. It felt like he was carrying a divine mountain in the heavenly realm. His flying speed rapidly reduced as he looked at the surrounding dense starlight that was pressing down on him. He also noticed the 360 swords of stellar light floating around Qin Yun and could not help but recall a legendary divine power. The great divine power, heavenly cycle stellar realm? Rock Fiend's expression changed drastically. Oh no! It's the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Realm. The great divine power Heavenly Cycle Stellar Realm of His Majesty, the Celestial Arch. Prestige Goat's eyes seemed to crack. Green Turing Palace has the cultivation dermic formulation of this great divine power. I never expected Qin Yun to master it. The both of them were very aware of how terrifying the great divine power was. Die. Qin Yun looked coldly at them. Pooh. 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 The dense swords of stellar light flew over en masse. As they shot through the cosmos, all the array formations and outcrops were reduced to dust, instantly inundating Rock Fiend and the distant Prestige Goat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 482, A Golden Thread. Chapter 482, A Golden Thread. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Under the control of a sword immortal like Qin Yun, the swords of stellar light blotted out the sky and took on a mystical presence when matched with sword moves. The swords assaulted Rock Fiend and Prestige Goat relentlessly. Oh! In midair, Rock Fiend first flapped his wings to form a squall and sweep away the swords of stellar light. Pwah! 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 The squall was rapidly abetted by the sword flashes, alarming Rock Fiend. What powerful sword flashes! He immediately wrapped his wings around himself, and no matter how the swords of stellar light stabbed at his wings, they only managed to chip away some of his feathers. His wings quickly regenerated new feathers. What a powerful body! Those who specialize in cultivating their bodies are truly troublesome, thought Qin Yun when he saw this. And elsewhere, Prestige Goat did not have Rock Fiend's confidence. He did not dare to try withstanding the numerous swords of stellar light. His body was only considered normal. After all, the cultivating one's body became harder at later stages. A living body was very different from Dharma treasures after all. The improvement of an intrinsic Dharma treasure was relatively easy, but building as strong a body involved the tendons, bones, organs, and other parts of the body. Even the essence soul had to fuse as one with the body. Improving them together was extremely difficult. When Prestige Goat saw the overwhelming swords of stellar light surge at him, he immediately summoned the water and fire WIRMS back. Whoosh! The water and fire WIRMS wound around Prestige Goat's body. Regardless of how the swords of stellar light attacked, the water and fire WIRMS only quivered, managing to withstand the assault. What an impressive junior! You managed to master such a great divine power. Rock Fiend spread his wings and extended his claw as he suddenly expanded in size. The gigantic rock claw ripped through the void as it came bearing down on Qin Yun. Seal! Qin Yun gave a mental command. The 60 swords of stellar light that stayed to guard the area around his body instantly transformed into a heavenly cycle sword array. The gigantic rock claw struck the heavenly cycle sword array, producing ripples in it. However, the heavenly cycle sword array stabilized almost immediately. Rip! Whoosh! The two gigantic rock claws pounded the barrier from above, and under its mighty blows, the heavenly cycle sword array was made to tremble. Go! Qin Yun released his intrinsic flying sword. A wisp of misty rain flew out. The blurry sword flash seemed to be laced with a mist as it tore through the heaven and earth. It sliced straight at Rock Fiend. Rock Fiend was well aware of the threat as he waved his wings to block it. The mist-like sword flash sliced Rock Fiend's wings, immediately tearing open a wound through his feathers, causing blood to splatter. You actually injured me? Rock Fiend exclaimed but showed no fear. This bit of damage could be healed rapidly, and indeed in a few seconds, he had recovered completely. Fighting one who cultivated a physical body to this realm is indeed difficult. Qin Yun's mind immediately stirred as the misty rain sword flashed, striking against the distant Prestige Goat's water and fire WIRMS bodies, Bam! 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 The misty rain sword's might was too terrifying as blasts were generated across the water in fire WIRMS bodies, making them tremble so vigorously that it seemed they were about to collapse on themselves. What a powerful flying sword! Prestige Goat was alarmed. Now, Qin Yun's great divine power, the heavenly cycle stellar realm, and his intrinsic flying sword could produce might that was on the level of a ninth firmament sky immortal. The heavenly cycle stellar realm was more inclined towards a domain, allowing it for area of effect attacks and defense. In contrast, it was a more well-rounded power. As for the intrinsic flying sword, there was only one. However, it was stronger. For many immortals and fiends, most preferred to possess a great divine power like the heavenly cycle stellar realm. Something that, when cast, would greatly suppress the enemy's speed, strength, and general ability. This heavenly cycle stellar realm represses me in every aspect. It drastically reduces my speed and makes it so I'm only able to deliver 70% of my strength. Rock Fiend felt the heavy starlight on his body and felt rather indignant. He sent a voice transmission, "Brother Goat, help me hold back his intrinsic flying sword. I'll find an opportunity to kill him. I want to let this Qin Yun know how powerful we old folks are." "Are you confident that you can kill him?" Prestige Goat was delighted. "About 50% or so," said Rock Fiend. "All right." Prestige Goat waved his hand again, sending two numinous treasure chains out. This pair of chains that emitted a cold, sinister aura naturally circled the water in fire WIRMS. Then, the WIRMS worked together to hold back Qin Yun's misty rain sword. Boom! 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 The misty rain sword and the numerous swords of stellar light unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks at Prestige Goat. Among the three enemies, Old Fiend Fire Puppet was untouchable as he was hiding in the Earth Fire Hall. Rock Fiend's body was too powerful, making Prestige Goat the easiest to deal with. Hoof! Rock Fiend opened his sharp beak. Shoo! A golden thread shot out at an astonishing speed, one far greater than that of Qin Yun's intrinsic flying sword. It stabbed Qin Yun's heavenly cycle sword array in nearly an instant. With an extremely weak poof, the heavenly cycle sword array formed by 60 swords of stellar light was penetrated. Immediately following that, the golden thread stabbed Qin Yun's body. No good. At the instant his heavenly cycle sword array was penetrated, Qin Yun knew that things had gone awry. However, the golden thread was too fast. Before he had the chance to cast any sort of defensive move, it had stabbed his body. The surface of Qin Yun's robe suffused a layer of starlight when the golden thread stabbed at him. It was a set of starlight robes. Great divine power, heavenly cycle stellar robes. The heavenly cycle stellar realm and heavenly cycle stellar robes were two great divine powers at the same level. Unlike the various means available to the heavenly cycle stellar realm, the heavenly cycle stellar robes only had one purpose: body protection. As it was its only use, it was very good at protecting his body. Qin Yun had done the comparison. In terms of protecting his body, the heavenly cycle stellar robes was his strongest technique, much stronger than casting cyclic sword flash with his intrinsic flying sword. Of course, this was because of Qin Yun's overly weak dermic powers. That naturally caused the might of his intrinsic flying sword to also be weaker. The golden thread bored into Qin Yun's body, but the starlight robe was extremely robust, completely fending off the golden thread. Qin Yun could now see the golden thread clearly. It was a very strange metallic thread. Its surface was layered with patterns. Oh! Rock Fiend immediately had a thought when he saw this. Whoosh! The golden thread immediately flew back into Rock Fiend's mouth in a flash, easily tearing through the sword array formed from 60 swords of stellar light. My heavenly cycle sword array was so easily cracked? Thought Qin Yun. What a powerful golden thread! I wonder what treasure it is. You even mastered His Majesty, Celestial Thearcha's other great divine power, the heavenly cycle stellar robes? The distant prestige goat was alarmed and enraged. Rock Fiend was staring coldly at Qin Yun. The heavenly cycle stellar robes was extremely effective at body protection. He is a green Turing Palace disciple. It's expected he will have powerful Dao talismans protecting him. However, those are one-use items, said Rock Fiend via voice transmission. I originally believed that we could kill him after we expended a protective Dao talisman or two of his. I never expected him to also cultivate in the heavenly cycle stellar robes. This will be trouble. It appears this Qin Yun has cultivated the great divine power, heavenly cycle stellar robes, to the initial success realm. I won't be able to crack it either, said Prestige Goat with a voice transmission. However, the divine power, heavenly cycle stellar robes, can only be used to protect one's body, and has no offensive capabilities. Therefore, as long as we trap him, we can come up with a way to take him down, said Rock Fiend via a voice transmission. Trap him? Prestige Goat said with a voice transmission. How so? It would require Brother Fire Puppet to join forces with us. Rock Fiend also sent a voice transmission to Old Fiend Fire Puppet in the Earth Fire Hall. Just as they were fending off Qin Yun's swords and plotting something, Qin Yun directed the Misty Rain Sword and the Swords of Stellar Light to attack the seemingly easiest Prestige Goat. However, the water chains he released complemented the water and fire WIRMS, allowing him a stubborn yet solid defense. Boom! 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 Qin Yun cast one move after another with his flying sword and Swords of Stellar Light. Gradually, the might increased. It was like how waves turned more tumultuous in the seas. This was the trend. The trend of Qin Yun's sword Dao. Qin Yun had deliberately held his strength back at first, waiting for the trend to turn stronger and clearer until it reached a maximum. It's now. The Misty Rain Sword led the numerous Swords of Stellar Light and suddenly stabbed at the fire WIRM. Put. This time, it was directly penetrated. Many of the Swords of Stellar Light tore through the obstruction of the water chains. As for the Misty Rain Sword, it stabbed straight into Prestige Goat's chest. Under the terrifying Sword Chi's wanton destruction, Prestige Goat exploded in gruesome fashion. Whoosh! The exploded body parts flashed with a stream of light, flying to distant spots. The head flew helplessly, showing the expression of the pale-faced Prestige Goat. He looked at Qin Yun with a hint of horror in his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 483 Rosa Multiflora Sword Chart. Chapter 483 Rosa Multiflora Sword Chart. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Inside the Earth Fire Hall. Old Fiend Fire Puppet was drawing a runic pattern on the arm of the Grand Magus's corpse while he said via voice transmission, "Both of you hold him back for a moment. Let me finish this runic pattern on the puppet's arm. This way, the effects on the puppet will be minimized even if I have to stop midway." "Alright, the both of us shall hold him back for now," said Rock Fiend via voice transmission. Oh no! But at that moment, Prestige Goat suddenly bellowed angrily in the voice transmission. There was even a hint of panic. "Old Fiend Fire Puppet! Quickly come out! If you don't, I'm not going to stay a moment longer. This Qin Yun is here for you, . You can't withstand his flying sword?" Old Fiend Fire Puppet, who was drawing the runic pattern, was constantly keeping himself abreast of the situation outside. He was also alarmed. "Alright, I'm coming out now. Don't worry. I can forego the commission for the puppet refinement this time. You and Rock Fiend can each get half of whatever spoils of war are available when Qin Yun is killed." Only then was Prestige Goat slightly satisfied. For Qin Yun to possess such strength, he likely had quite a few good treasures on him. If Prestige Goat received half of the spoils of war, he believed that it would not only make up for his losses, he would even profit from it. "Qin Yun, you want to kill me? Although I have an ordinary body, you are far from capable of killing me, Prestige Goat thought inwardly. Simultaneously, he controlled the supreme-grade numinous treasure, water chains, and cast the water fire eye spell. This was also his most powerful Dharma spell, his best for attacking enemies. But this time, he was forced to use it for self-preservation. After Qin Yun tore through Prestige Goat's defense and destroyed his body, Qin Yun was delighted despite the fact that Prestige Goat rematerialized his body. Slaying with a simple strike? Qin Yun did not have such extravagant hopes. An 8th firmament sky demon was not that easily destroyed. I have a chance of killing him by cracking his Dharma treasure in Dharma spell. Humph, it looks like he shall get the first taste of the death blow I planned for old fiend Fire Puppet. Qin Yun was naturally well prepared for his mission. He flipped his hand, and a pill suffusing 3 colors on its surface appeared in his palm. The pill flew into his mouth and rapidly melted. The immortal pill's powers rapidly permeated his essence soul. Qin Yun's gaze seemed to turn corporeal while his essence soul turned ethereal. His mental processing speed also increased by more than 100 times. Kill! The Misty Rain sword did not lose any of its might as it advanced towards the distant Prestige Goat. This again? Prestige Goat immediately flew up. His body was surrounded and protected by the water and fire WIRMS, as well as the water chains. Old fiend Fire Puppet, aren't you going to begin taking action? I'm coming. The entire Fire Fiend mountain quaked. Boom! 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 Gigantic arms stretched out from deep underground as puppets crawled out one after another. This scene stunned all the sky fiends and fiend celestials that resided in Fire Fiend Mountain. All of them rapidly flew into the distance. What's happening? Why is the commotion getting more intense? These sky fiends and fiend celestials flew into the distance and watched from afar. They could barely make out Rock Fiend, Prestige Goat, and Qin Yun's figures, as well as the gigantic puppets that crawled out from underground. These puppets had might matching that of an 8th or 9th firmament sky fiend. However, compared to experts like Qin Yun, Rock Fiend, and company, they appeared rather clumsy. However, they made up for that with sheer numbers. A total of 12 powerful puppets was enough to give other 9th firmament sky immortals a headache when they joined forces. Old fiend Fire Puppet is coming out? Qin Yun noticed the puppet army rising. The glint in his eyes remained calm. Whoosh! His sword tore through the water and fire WIRMS before penetrating Prestige Goat's body once again. At the instant his body was reduced to pieces, Prestige Goat had a hideous expression on his face. He quickly sent a voice transmission. Old fiend Fire Puppet, I'll really die once I'm killed another 7 times. Get those puppets of yours to move faster. You no longer have a chance. Qin Yun's cold voice resounded in the heavenly cycle stellar realm's vicinity. Boom! At the moment the Misty Rain sword tore through the water and fire WIRMS and ripped apart the Prestige Goat's body. 300 swords of stellar light, which followed closely behind, seemed to bloom like a flower in an extremely resplendent manner. The flower completely enveloped Prestige Goat's disintegrated body, with Prestige Goat right at the location of the flower's pistil. Furthermore, the gigantic flower was spinning constantly with the 300 swords as the petals. Bam! Prestige Goat, who had transformed into a stream of light to fly away, failed to escape the flower world no matter how he tried, as though he was trapped in a gigantic maze. The 300 flower petals moved constantly, grinding the area inside without end. Bam! Prestige Goat failed to charge out, causing his body to be ground to bits once again. What move is this? Prestige Goat turned anxious. He was trapped in a gigantic flower maze while his supreme grade water chains were still outside. He controlled it to bind the flower world, but the flower world easily withstood its trammeling as it continued spinning. Rock Fiend was puzzled as well. He could not recognize the move. It's the Rosa Multiflora sword chart. Old fiend Fire Puppet sent an urgent voice transmission. It's Emperor Polestar's Rosa Multiflora sword chart. I've seen Emperor Polestar cast it before. It's a terrifying sword art. Rosa Multiflora sword chart? Prestige Goat was alarmed. The Rosa Multiflora sword chart that many claim to rank first among all sword arts in the three realms? Rock Fiend was also astonished. Emperor Polestar was a figure of lofty nature in the three realms. He was one of the four guides of the Taoist pantheon, Lord of the Stars. Back when Qin Yun was choosing Sword Dao manuals in Green Turing Palace, 5 of them were golden immortal level manuals. Among them, the 5 Elemental Sword Sutra and the Rosa Multiflora sword chart were of higher grade, while the other 3 were much weaker. However, Qin Yun still chose the 100 Great White Yang Metal Sword Art to focus primarily on. It was because the more powerful 5 Elemental Sword Sutra and Rosa Multiflora sword chart were very difficult to cultivate in. Using the 5 Elemental Sword Sutra as an example, the world was nearly inseparable from the 5 directions and 5 elements. To attain phenomenal success in it, one had to have extremely deep insights into the 5 directions and 5 elements. It was too multifarious. When Qin Yun read the manual, he felt that not only was talent needed to succeed in mastering it, he would need a long period of time to accumulate in the insights. It was also not very suitable for his sword Dao. The Rosa Multiflora sword chart was about calculating to the extreme. It demanded a great deal of inference on the user. The moment the sword art was released, the enemy would seem to fall into a massive trap. Resistance was futile, with only death as an option. The requirement was very high. However, as it suited portions of Qin Yun's cultivation, he chose it as a secondary focus. Usually, he would gain insights from pondering over it, but the Rosa Multiflora sword chart's requirements for inference and calculation were very high. Qin Yun had to consume an immortal pill to speed up his mental processes before he could deliver the full might of the Rosa Multiflora sword chart. Whoosh! Once one was trapped in the flower maze, one would be constantly ground to death by the flower petal sword flashes. I have learned 2 powerful moves from the Rosa Multiflora sword chart. They are A World in a Flower and Stellar Revolution. They are both useful to my sword Dao, thought Qin Yun. And this attack happens to be a world in a flower. No. Prestige Goat activated another life preservation Dao talisman he clasped in his hand. Immediately, a layer of golden light enveloped him as he cast his water fire eye spell, but the flower world naturally wore it down by spinning. Brother Rock Fiend, quick save me, said Prestige Goat urgently. All right. Rock Fiend opened his mouth, shooting out the golden thread from his mouth, straight for Prestige Goat. Hua! A wisp of misty rain intercepted the golden thread. The golden thread was indeed powerful, but so was Qin Yun's intrinsic flying sword since it had some of the might of a connate numinous treasure. With a sword immortal like Qin Yun controlling it, the intrinsic flying sword's might allowed it to completely fend off the golden thread in a mystical manner. Demon King Prestige Goat, don't worry. Old Fiend Fire Puppet said via voice transmission. At the same time, the nearest lava giant puppet swatted its palm over to grab at the spinning flower sword flash. Bam! The force of the somewhat clumsy grab was easily annulled by the gigantic flower world spinning. No! No! Prestige Goat, who was trapped inside, was seeing the golden light on his body's surface dissipate from the grinding. Prestige Goat's body was reduced to pieces once again. The remnant dermic powers transformed into a stream of light as he flew frantically like a frightened animal. However, the spinning flower petal sword flashes attacked it again and again. The stream of light became weaker and weaker. He previously estimated that he could withstand 7 strikes, but in fact, he managed to survive more than 10 strikes inside the flower petal world before being pushed to the brink of destruction. Spare me! Qin Yun, Sword Immortal Qin. Please spare me. Prestige Goat's face surfaced from the stream of light as he gave a pleading look. Please spare my life. However, Qin Yun watched calmly. No. Prestige Goat gave an indignant roar of anger before he was finally wiped out by the flower world. 8th Firmament Sky Demon, Demon King Prestige Goat, was dead. He died at the hands of Great Chang World's Qin Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 484, The Great Battle's Curtain Call. Chapter 484, The Great Battle's Curtain Call. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Rock Fiend and Old Fiend Fire Puppet found it unbelievable. An 8th Firmament Sky Demon was considered a demon king of an area in the Three Realms. In situations where Sage Demon mighty figures were unable to make an appearance, demons that reached the 7th Firmament were considered demon leaders of a region, gaining the title of Demon King. Examples were Demon King Prestige Goat and Demon King Bear Mountain. Yet, one who had earned the title of Demon King had died in the Dragon Mountain world. Furthermore, he had lost his life while joining forces with Rock Fiend. You killed Prestige Goat? Rock Fiend glared at Qin Yun, his eyes filled with bloodlust and anger. Prestige Goat had been his lifelong buddy. This Qin Yun is actually quite strong. If not for Rock Fiend and Demon King Prestige Goat, I would have had to fight him one-on-one. Old Fiend Fire Puppet, who was controlling the puppets remotely from inside the Earth Fire Hall, felt his heart jolt. A great divine power like the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Realm can completely repress me. I might not even be as capable as Prestige Goat in melee combat. If I really have to fight him one-on-one, I'll probably share the same outcome as Prestige Goat. Old Fiend Fire Puppet was shuddering in fear. The sense of horror lingered. He was truly lucky. He was the one who nearly died. This Essence Soul Sword Immortal might not be full of conspicuous strength, but he truly came to the Dragon Mountain world prepared to kill me. Old Fiend Fire Puppet was alarmed. How long has he been cultivating? If this continues, does he plan to cultivate enough divine powers as an Essence Soul to match a mighty figure? There were no lack of instances in the Three Realms of cultivators staying in the Essence Soul realm to cultivate in great divine powers. The most powerful Buddhist Arhats were all in the Arhat realms, but they had strength that matched that of Buddha. The Taoists also had a few earth immortals, illustrious mighty figures in the Three Realms. As Old Fiend Fire Puppet was still reeling in fear, Qin Yun did not stop at all. Old Fiend Fire Puppet, meet your maker. Qin Yun looked at the distant Earth Fire Hall. Shoo! The misty rain sword instantly transformed into a blinding sword flash. The sword flash was resplendent, looking as though it would cleave apart the heaven and earth. It had an earth-shattering might that could render the world asunder. Boom! Although the Earth Fire Hall had layers of array formations, they shattered under Qin Yun's terrifying strike. While lots of rubble flew wantonly, a black beam of light flashed as it escaped out of the Earth Fire Hall in the direction of Rock Fiend. Brother Fire Puppet, let's join forces to think of a way to kill him. Rock Fiend said via voice transmission, his voice filled with hate. Flee quickly, was Old Fiend Fire Puppet's response. What? Rock Fiend was alarmed. Old Fiend Fire Puppet had long activated 12 puppets to protect him. He quickly said via voice transmission, Prestige Goat was already killed even when he joined forces with you. This Qin Yun represses even me. Now that his stellar forces permeate a region 1,500 kilometers around us, my puppets are restrained, weakening them greatly. Just half of his 360 stellar swords is enough to hold back my puppets. Without my puppets, I'm inferior to Prestige Goat. Rock Fiend was feeling very disgruntled. He was not afraid. Whether it was his flying means, his physical ability, or moves, he had enough abilities to make him in no way afraid of Qin Yun. Quickly help me escape, urged Old Fiend Fire Puppet frantically. Do you think you can crack his protective great divine power? Rock Fiend was stunned. Cracking the protective great divine power like the Heavenly Cycle stellar robes was indeed very difficult. Previously, he believed that he might have a chance of cracking the heavenly cycle stellar robes and killing Qin Yun by combining forces with Old Fiend Fire Puppet's 12 puppets. But it was clear that Old Fiend Fire Puppet was unwilling to take that risk. Old Fiend Fire Puppet was extremely apprehensive. All he wanted was to flee. Rock Fiend knew he alone could do nothing to Qin Yun. Kill. The Misty Rain Sword and the numerous swords of stellar light caught up to them once again and enveloped them. The 12 puppets fought valiantly to fend them off. Quick, quick! If you do not take me with you, I'll be fleeing by myself. I'll be able to escape by wasting a life preservation item or two and self-destructing a few puppets at worst, said Old Fiend Fire Puppet frantically. If that happens, all my losses will be on you. If Fiend Supremacy learns of it, he will definitely not treat your negligence lightly. Fine, fine, fine. I'll take you with me. Rock Fiend grabbed Old Fiend Fire Puppet. So. Rock Fiend held Old Fiend Fire Puppet as his wings flapped. Instantly, they soared up into the sky. Even with the stellar forces repressing them, they still flew at an extremely fast speed. There were 12 puppets behind them, protecting their retreat. What a fast speed! Qin Yun also charged into the sky as he began pursuit. However, he could only watch helplessly as Rock Fiend and Old Fiend Fire Puppet tore through the clouds. Only his intrinsic flying sword and swords of stellar light were able to penetrate the clouds to continue the pursuit. I heard that the heavenly cycle stellar realm's membrane walls are difficult to crack, said Old Fiend Fire Puppet via voice transmission. They soon arrived at the membrane walls of the heavenly cycle stellar realm. Don't worry. Rock Fiend opened his mouth. Whoosh! A golden thread flashed, pricking a hole in the extremely resilient heavenly cycle stellar realm's membrane wall. They charged out through the hole as the 12 puppets held back the Misty Rain Sword and swords of stellar light that flew behind them. They were naturally a lot slower. The both of them fled? When Qin Yun saw this, he turned his sights on the 12 puppets. These puppets can forget about escaping. Seal! The Misty Rain Sword and the numerous swords of stellar light which were attempting to pursue Rock Fiend and Old Fiend Fire Puppet switched targets to the 12 puppets. Whoosh! A flower bloomed as the sword flash flower petals spun. The massive flower world trapped the 12 puppets completely. Boom! 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 The 12 puppets were extremely ferocious as they assaulted the flower world relentlessly. However, as the most brilliant sword art in the three realms, the Rosa Multiflora sword chart fought might with calculation. Even if the enemy used their full strength, their power would be constantly weakened by the spinning flower world, greatly reducing the damage received. This strike's might could become Qin Yun's killer blow because, firstly, the Rosa Multiflora sword chart was indeed powerful, and secondly, it was cast with 360 swords of stellar light. The 360 swords of stellar light formed by the initial success of the heavenly cycle stellar realm were extraordinary to begin with. Using them to cast the Rosa Multiflora sword chart was naturally an excellent combination. What about your puppets? Rock Fiend and Old Fiend Fire Puppet had flown a great distance away as they looked back inside the heavenly cycle stellar realm. Old Fiend Fire Puppet's face was grim. What can I do about it? Boom! Trapped inside the flower world, one of the 12 puppets with an ox head roared angrily as it exploded with a boom. It instantly exceeded what the flower world could bear. With the boom, the sword flash petals were sent flying away in chaos. The explosion's blast blew away more than 50 kilometers around, tearing through even the clouds below. Even a portion of Qin Yun's 360 swords of stellar light were dissipated as a result. Whoosh! 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 The remaining 11 puppets moved at a stunning speed as they continued flying high into the sky, straight for the heavenly cycle stellar realm's membrane wall. Crack! With the golden thread pricking open the heavenly cycle stellar realm's membrane wall from the outside, the 11 puppets escaped out of the heavenly cycle stellar realm. Qin Yun, who was chasing from below, was too slow. I always believed that my flying speed was sufficiently fast, but compared to Rock Fiend or even these guardian puppets, who are adept at flying, I'm still far inferior. If I had engaged in sword kinesis flight with my intrinsic flying sword, perhaps I might reach about 70 to 80% of the 12 puppets' speed? Thought Qin Yun. However, I will still be inferior to Rock Fiend. Rock Fiend was just too fast. In a blink of an eye, he had fled the heavenly cycle stellar realm with Old Fiend Fire Puppet. A true ninth firmament sword immortal is faster with sword kinesis flight. Even if they might not be faster than Rock Fiend, they would be able to surpass these guardian puppets. Unfortunately, my dermic powers are still too weak, thought Qin Yun. Far away, Rock Fiend and Old Fiend Fire Puppet were standing shoulder to shoulder. Old Fiend Fire Puppet waved his hand as the 11 puppets rapidly shrank and flew into his sleeve. What a pity! One puppet was wasted, said Rock Fiend. If I had not fled as fast as I did, the one being trapped in that flower world wouldn't be the puppets but me. Old Fiend Fire Puppet's eyes turned cold. I was previously not concerned with this Essence Soul Sword Immortal who created a new Sword Immortal lineage in the three realms, but I never expected an Essence Soul Sword Immortal would be able to make me suffer such dire losses. I had reconstructed Dragon Mountain World for so long, putting in so much effort to make it suit the refinement of puppets. Now, I have to give it up. Let's go, said Rock Fiend. This Qin Yun is already so strong at the Essence Soul realm. He will only get stronger in the future. There's no chance for revenge even if you wanted it. Old Fiend Fire Puppet turned aggrieved hearing that. Can't you say something nice? Let's go. Rock Fiend couldn't be bothered to speak further. Prestige Goat's death displeased him greatly. He grabbed Old Fiend Fire Puppet. So, they rapidly flew into the stars and, with a void transference, vanished. Qin Yun, who was standing amid the heavenly cycle stellar realm, saw this. His target, Old Fiend Fire Puppet, had managed to escape. There were too many unforeseen circumstances. I never expected Rock Fiend and Prestige Goat Demon King to be here as well, thought Qin Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 485 Entering Star Cluster Hall. Chapter 485 Entering Star Cluster Hall. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Following that, Qin Yun looked down. His heavenly cycle stellar realm had enveloped the area, so he was acutely aware of every nearby sky fiends and fiend celestials move. They've fled. General Rock Fiend and Old Fiend Fire Puppet have fled. I pleaded with General Rock Fiend and Old Fiend Fire Puppet via voice transmission, but they completely ignored me. They were only trying to keep themselves alive. Why would they care about us? The group of sky fiends had long scattered in a bid to escape. Qin Yun gradually landed as he overlooked the area. Obliterate. He gave this command with a thought. The stellar forces pressed down like a mountain. The fiend celestials and even sky fiends immediately disintegrated under the pressure of the stellar forces, vanishing to nothingness. Only 5 fiend celestials who had committed very few sins as well as 8 sky fiends who managed to withstand the stellar forces remained alive. The large group of sky fiends that scattered were communicating via voice transmission as they fled, but before they could get far, they watched helplessly as some of their fellows were pulverized under the stellar light. There are actually 8 sky fiends that managed to withstand my stellar forces pressure. 6 of them are third firmament sky fiends who specialize in cultivating their bodies. 2 of them are 5th or 6th firmament sky fiends, thought Qin Yun. Whoosh! 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 These 8 sky fiends fled frantically. Finally, there was one sky fiend that fled to the heavenly cycle stellar realm's membrane wall. Open up! Open! The sky fiends tried their best to attack the heavenly cycle stellar realm's membrane wall but failed to even stir it. As it was, even 2 or 3 of Old Fiend Fire Puppet's 12 puppets would not be able to crack open the heavenly cycle stellar realm's membrane wall. 7th or 8th firmament Skyfiends that did not have powerful enough attacks could do nothing to it, much less the remnant 8 Skyfiends. Go! Qin Yun casually sent out 8 swords of stellar light. Shoo! 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 The 8 swords of stellar light caught up to the 8 Skyfiends, and when they came into contact with them, the light in their eyes was extinguished as they died on the spot, leaving behind shocked-looking corpse. Clearly, none of these Skyfiends were like Kuei-fu who could fight someone beyond their level. Those that could fight beyond their level like Empyrean Lord Kuei-fu, Taoist Divine Firmament Ancestral Master Zhang, and Qin Yun were ultimately rare. They typically had an illustrious background. Kuei-fu was a child of a big family clan in the tenebrous fiend abyss, and he had cultivated in powerful divine powers. Ancestral Master Zhang had created a lightning dharma for himself. His realm was long at the pinnacle of sky immortals. Qin Yun's realm was already at the late stages of the sky immortal realm. He was not too far away from the pinnacle bottleneck, and he had also attained initial success in the 2 great divine powers. Retrieve. Using the heavenly cycle stellar realm, he easily collected all the treasures, including the Skyfiend corpses, in the Dragon Mountain world. They rapidly tore through the sky towards Qin Yun, and he put them away with a wave of his hand. Dragon Mountain world. 1,000 revolutions Dragon Lake. Qin Yun stood by the side of the lake. As he looked at it, he flipped his hand to produce an urn. Bai Yun, this is the 1,000 revolutions Dragon Lake, your homeworld. Qin Yun overturned the urn and let the ashes fly out. With gentle guidance from Qin Yun's dermic powers, the ashes scattered into the calm surface of the 1,000 revolutions Dragon Lake, stirring up several ripples. Qin Yun watched this play out in front of his very eyes. Following that, he triggered his disciple mark. The familiar blurry light descended upon Qin Yun before he vanished, returning him back to the Green Turing Palace. The entire Dragon Mountain world was now in a state of unprecedented silence. Nearly all the fiend celestials there were dead, leaving behind a minute number who had luckily survived due to the low number of sins they had. The curtains closed fully on this massive war. The battle between 4 entities with strength above that of 7th firmament sky immortals. 1 against 3. Qin Yun battled Old Fiend Fire Puppet, General Rock Fiend, and Demon King Prestige Goat. Qin Yun won. Prestige Goat perished. Old Fiend Fire Puppet and Rock Fiend only escaped by sacrificing a guardian puppet. Nearly all the fiend celestials in Dragon Mountain world perished. News of this battle was bound to spread throughout the effulgent dominion. Qin Yun had managed to win despite fighting 1 against 3. It was something that would catch the attention of various entities in the effulgent dominion. Qin Yun returned to Green Turing Palace immediately and went to Fiend Vanquishment Hall. He faced the mirror as an elder's image appeared on its surface. "Senior, I just completed the 2nd round of tests," said Qin Yun politely. "That fast?" The elder smiled in surprise. "I found your speed slow for the 1st round of tests, but you didn't take too long for the 2nd round of tests. I wonder when you will pass the 3rd round. However, there is no need for me to verify the 3rd round." Qin Yun said immediately, only by attaining a golden immortal Dao fruit would one pass the 3rd round of tests. In the 3 realms, how many people have attained a golden immortal Dao fruit? I'm far from prepared. Attaining a golden immortal Dao fruit was indeed a distant goal. There were many in the 3 realms with extremely powerful combat strength, such as Yellow Robe Supremacy. They might have cultivated in great divine powers, used connate numinous treasures, cultivated powerful dermic formulations like sword immortals, or created a powerful dermic formulation for themselves. They could fight golden immortals and Buddhas at the 9th firmament sky immortal realm, but they were ultimately not mighty figures. By not being a mighty figure, they would not fully realize any ploys even if they were plotted against. It was how Yellow Robe Supremacy fell into his predicament. Our green Turing Palace has not given birth to a golden immortal in quite a while, said the elder with a smile. I wish for the next one to be you. Oh, by the way, you said you passed the second test. Who did you kill? Prestige Goat Demon King. Slain in the Dragon Mountain world, said Qin Yun. Let me verify it. The elder image on the mirror's surface vanished. Scenes of Qin Yun casting the flower world to kill Demon King Prestige Goat appeared. To the side, Rock Fiend and Old Fiend Fire Puppet were trying their best to save him. Alright. The elder appeared in the mirror and said with a smile, I will send you to Star Cluster Hall. Qin Yun's eyes lit up. This was the greatest thing his master bestowed on disciples before attaining the golden immortal Dao fruit. Wuxia Void passageway warped open as a mysterious palace appeared on the other end of it. Qin Yun knew that it was Star Cluster Hall. His senior brother, Taoist Divine Firmament, had also entered it once. Qin Yun took a step forward and entered the void passageway as he walked towards the mysterious palace. As he traveled through the void passageway, it naturally dissipated behind him. Qin Yun looked up at the palace and saw the three mystical words Star Cluster Hall. These mystical words contained the charms of the Tao. Legend has it that Star Cluster Hall contains many of the most powerful treasures in the three realms. The Green Turing Palace disciples who enter do not need to choose. The most suitable treasure in Star Cluster Hall will fly in front of them. After obtaining this treasure, one typically experiences a great surge in strength, thought Qin Yun. However, there is only one item per person. In the first round of tests, he had obtained the yellow-skin calabash. There were many life preservation items, rare and precious materials, as well as many immortal pills in it. As for the second round of tests, he would be bestowed with something on entry into Star Cluster Hall. Although it was only one item, it was a lot more valuable than an entire calabash full of rare things, but the treasures in there were placed there after Master did the selection. I've even heard that a senior brother obtained a supreme-grade numinous treasure from there. Its might was close to that of a connate numinous treasure, thought Qin Yun. What was a supreme-grade numinous treasure? Supreme-grade numinous treasures were artifacts refined to the limit. What the Tao ancestors refined were supreme-grade numinous treasures. And further up were the connate numinous treasures and merit numinous treasures. However, as the pinnacle of artifact refinement, supreme-grade numinous treasures did not necessarily mean that they were weaker than connate numinous treasures or merit numinous treasures. Connate numinous treasures also had disparate differences. Among supreme-grade numinous treasures, there were some which were very practical. If they had perfect synergy with an immortal or Buddha, the might released might even match that of a connate numinous treasure. Apart from supreme-grade numinous treasures, there are many rare items. Many of them are inexplicably powerful. I wonder what I'll get. Qin Yun immediately calmed his mind and stepped through the door to enter Star Cluster Hall. The moment he entered Star Cluster Hall, it felt like he had entered a starry space. Qin Yun looked up and saw twinkling stars above him. He could vaguely sense that each star was a precious treasure. These were all the treasured collection of the Tao ancestor. What's the thing in here that suits me best? Qin Yun suddenly sensed something as he looked into the distance high into the firmament roof. There, a dim star emitted a faint calling as it rapidly flew over and increased in size. The dim star gradually lit up and turned brighter as its aura turned stronger. It even slowly made Qin Yun feel a horrifying sense of sharpness. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 486, Connate Wonder Chaos Pure Gold. Chapter 486, Connate Wonder Chaos Pure Gold. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. News spread quickly in the three realms. Many demon kings immediately learned of Prestige Goat's death. Soon, the happenings at Dragon Mountain world quickly spread through the effulgent dominion. Prestige Goat is dead? Junior brother Qin killed him? Green Turing Palace had many disciples, more than 100 of which the number were demons from the effulgent dominion. At that moment, several of them were gathered. You still call him Junior Brother Qin? He is so ruthless towards us demons. An ox demon spewed air from his nostrils as he grunted coldly. Back then I heard that he killed a hawk demon and tree demon, but they were sixth firmament sky demons. There are many of those in the effulgent dominion, so it wasn't a big deal. But now, he has killed Prestige Goat. There are a pathetic number of demons in the effulgent dominion who have reached the seventh firmament sky demon realm. Only a minority of us disciples of Green Turing Palace have broken through to the seventh firmament. There are only about 100 demons in the effulgent dominion that have broken through to the seventh firmament and beyond. Now, one of them has been killed. I heard that Junior Brother Qin went to the Dragon Mountain world to deal with Old Fiend Fire Puppet, said a white wolf demon. Prestige Goat and Rock Fiend happened to be there, causing the fight to become 1-3. Rock Fiend and Old Fiend Fire Puppet sacrificed one puppet by self-destructing it to cover their escape. However, Brother Prestige Goat died as a result. He won despite it being 1-3? This Qin Yun really is powerful. But he's just too ruthless towards us demons. Green Turing Palace has so many students, with nearly half of us being demons. Yet he showed no kindness. The ox demon was rather angry. He's already killed. What can you do? To think I befriended him on account of us both being from the effulgent dominion. What a waste of my good wine. Not far away, two human cultivators were playing chess. Senior Brother Sa, did you hear about it? Junior Brother Qin won hands down despite fighting 1-3. That strength of his sure is impressive, said an azure-robed Taoist with a smile. Senior Brother Sa was dressed in white robes as he sat there looking at the chess pieces. He replied with a smile, as expected of the only person other than the Grand Supreme Tao ancestor to create a brand new sword immortal dermic formulation. Although he hasn't cultivated for long, he has already shown his edge. It appears that it will not take long for this junior brother of mine to gain a high standing in the three realms. But those demons are very displeased with Junior Brother Qin. The azure-robed Taoist moved another piece. Ever since the demons went into decline after the ancient heavenly court's destruction, the weaker the demon, the more united they become. Senior Brother Sa scoffed. Why would Junior Brother Qin bother worrying about them? Besides, that demon king Prestige Goat had committed heinous sins. He was in cahoots with Old Fiend Fire Puppet and even helped the two fiends, Rock Fiend and Old Fiend Fire Puppet, fight Qin Yun. His death is all on him. The demons of Green Turing Palace are still quite disciplined, too afraid of incurring any punishment from Master. Quite a number of those demons that fail to enter Green Turing Palace indeed act quite wantonly. Some of their sins are so heinous that they are in no way inferior to a Sky Fiends. There are even some who openly trade with Sky Fiends. The azure-robed Taoist shook his head as well. Master set 3 rounds of tests and it was already made known that Sky Fiends and those with heinous sins are to be slain. Senior Brother Sa chuckled, but there was a cold glint in his eyes. Clearly, Master has long announced that those with heinous sins deserve death. It's only right that Junior Brother Qin killed them. It makes life easier for the people of the effulgent domain and also improves the light from providence that shines on our Green Turing Palace. The azure-robed Taoist nodded and added, it's only my guess, but I believe the demons won't let the matter rest easily. Why should we bother over such trivial matters? Junior Brother Qin will probably not be inferior to me in the future. He's bound to be someone famous throughout the effulgent dominion. Does he need to care about the barking of wretches? Scoffed Senior Brother Sa. Senior Brother Sa, you think so highly of him? The azure-robed Taoist was astonished. Senior Brother Sa's name was Sa Su. He was a disciple that Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure took in after the heavenly courts were established. Although he was temporarily trapped at the 9th firmament sky immortal bottleneck, he had managed to create the lightning Dharma that was famous throughout the three realms, heavenly constellation lightning Dharma. He resembled Daiwa's divine firmament, both being men who created their own lightning Dharma for cultivation. However, the heavenly constellation lightning Dharma he created had reached the ninth firmament and, when used by him, made his head-on combat strength match that of golden immortal and Buddha mighty figures. In terms of strength, he was not within the top 100 disciples of the Green Turing Palace disciples, but he was definitely within the top 200. After all, Green Turing Palace had nearly 100 golden immortals. Immediately following them were the Chaos Godfiends, ancient ominous demons, and others. Many of them were older senior brothers and sisters who had come under Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure not long after Pango's separation of the heaven and earth. All of them had extraordinary backgrounds. By ranking in the top 200, Senior Brother Xiao was already considered famous in the three realms. His fame was in no way inferior to that of yellow-robed supremacies. Senior Brother Xiao was famous for one thing: abhorring evil. Countless fiends and great demons had perished under his lightning Dharma. Many fellow Green Turing Palace disciples of demon heritage had once made things difficult for him, but he thought nothing of them. I obviously think highly of them. I think quite highly of both the junior brothers from the Great Chang world, said Senior Brother Xiao with a smile. News of Qin Yun's victory despite fighting 1 against 3, resulting in Demon King Prestige Goat's death while Rock Fiend and Old Fiend Fire Puppet were sent retreating was rapidly spread. And in Star Cluster Hall. It's coming. Qin Yun looked up. A distant star rapidly flew over, its aura becoming stronger. The terrifying sense of sharpness left Qin Yun alarmed. What potent might! After killing Prestige Goat, I took his supreme-grade numinous treasure, water chains. The might it exudes is already very powerful, but it doesn't reach this terrifying level. Qin Yun waited in nervous anticipation. It closed in on him. I can see it. Qin Yun saw an item wrapped in a halo of light. There were runic patterns swirling around the halo. Soon, it arrived in front of Qin Yun, floating in midair. Qin Yun stared at the item within the halo. It was a black piece of rock about half the size of a human. Its jagged surface shimmered in various spots. Even though the runic halo enveloped it, the stone continued emitting a sharp aura that left Qin Yun apprehensive. What is this? Qin Yun stretched out his hand to touch the runic halo. The moment he made contact, lots of information rapidly entered his brain. Qin Yun immediately understood what the black rock was and how to use it. The runic halo also dissipated completely, revealing a piece of black rock that was half the size of a human adult. With it being revealed, the sharp aura it emitted turned even more terrifying. It was as though knives were constantly slicing at its surroundings. Of course, Qin Yun had the heavenly cycle stellar robes and was naturally unafraid. Khanate pure gold? Qin Yun was somewhat astonished. I've heard that other senior brothers and sisters had obtained miraculous treasures in the Star Cluster Hall. Some of them obtained supreme-grade numinous treasures that suit them the best. Others obtain wonders, but I'm getting a Khanate wonder, Chaos Pure Gold? My luck is that good. The thing that resonates the most with me in Star Cluster Hall is this? Qin Yun looked at the black rock in front of him as his eyes lit up. Before Pango split apart the heavens and earth, there was only chaos. Amid the chaos, Chaos Godfiends were born. For instance, Pango, Niwa, the three pure ones, the ancestral dragon, Zhurong, Gonggong, and others were born out of the chaos. They were born with great wisdom and dharmic powers. Apart from producing life, the chaos also gave birth to items. For example, Pango's ancient axe and other precious treasures. These were all considered Khanate numinous treasures. It also gave birth to certain items. These were items that had yet to become Khanate numinous treasures. However, materials like liquid of essence lighting, Phoenix fire core, and Chaos pure gold were typically called Khanate wonders. Items refined using these Khanate wonders had the right to be called Khanate numinous treasures. For instance, the Empyrean seal was a connate numinous treasure. And in fact, the Empyrean seal was refined from half a piece of the mythological mountain, Ndebujo, that broke off. Therefore, items refined using connate wonders were qualified to be labeled as connate numinous treasures. It was not incorrect to label supreme-grade numinous treasures as the pinnacle of item refinement. This was because the imperial seal and other connate numinous treasures that were refined largely stemmed from the connate wonders. For instance, 99% of the work for the Empyrean seal was a result of that piece of Ndebujo. I'm a sword immortal, so I attracted this chaos pure gold? Qin Yun guessed. By using it to nurture my intrinsic flying sword is bound to undergo a qualitative transformation. When Qin Yun came into contact with the runic halo, he immediately understood the ways to use the connate wonder. He did not hesitate to use it as a resource to nourish his intrinsic flying sword. His intrinsic flying sword was his strongest weapon, and it could even be said to be part of his very being. I'll first store it away. It's too domineering. An ordinary cosmic bag will not be able to contain it. Qin Yun flipped his hand and took out the yellow-skinned calabash. He first transferred the numerous materials and immortal pills in the calabash to a cosmic bag, leaving behind an empty calabash. This calabash was bestowed by Master. It's best used to store such items. Retrieve. Qin Yun held the calabash, aiming its mouth at the chaos pure gold. Immediately, space distorted as the chaos pure gold rapidly shrank and entered the calabash. It's time to return. Qin Yun took a look at Star Cluster Hall. He commanded with a thought. Blurry light descended upon Qin Yun before he vanished and he returned to the Great Chang world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 487, Nurturing the Intrinsic Flying Sword. Chapter 487, Nurturing the Intrinsic Flying Sword. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. It was already late at night by the time Qin Yun returned to the Great Chang world. The night happened to be after a heavy snowstorm, so it was extremely cold. Qin Yun walked through the snow-clad back garden, producing crunching noises. Xiao and Qini, who were having an evening chat, rushed over to receive him. Dad! Qini shouted from afar, beaming. Xiao also relaxed and smiled when she saw Qin Yun walking over. Why haven't you gone to bed yet? Asked Qin Yun. I was waiting for you, Dad. How can a daughter sleep when her father is out dealing with old fiend Fire Puppet? Qini said with a smile before she pressed, By the way, Dad, did you manage to kill old fiend Fire Puppet on your trip to Dragon Mountain World? Qin Yun shook his head gently. He escaped. Escaped? Xiao asked, perplexed. Was his strength greater than expected? Not really. It happened that there was an 8th Firmament Sky Fiend and an 8th Firmament Sky Demon visiting old fiend Fire Puppet. Therefore, I had to fight 1 against 3. Said Qin Yun. Xiao was alarmed. 1 against 3? The 8th Firmament Sky Fiend was General Rock Fiend. The 8th Firmament Sky Demon was Demon King Prestige Goat, said Qin Yun. There was a limited number of experts that could reach the 7th firmament and higher in the effulgent dominion. Of the many Taoists, Buddhists, heavenly courts, and fiends, those that reached such realms were rather famous experts. Xiao and Qini had learned of the top experts in the effulgent dominion through Qin Yun. They even knew a little of some of the mighty figures in the 3 realms. It was the 2 of them? Isn't Prestige Goat a demon? The fiends kill all but Prestige Goat actually join forces with those other 2 sky fiends? Inquired Xiao. Most demons do not dare about colluding with sky fiends. Qin Yun chuckled coldly. However, Prestige Goat actually went to the Dragon Mountain World. He likely had a close relationship with Rock Fiend and Old Fiend Fire Puppet. He even dared to join forces with the 2 fiends to fight me. To act in such unbridled fashion in front of me, you can only imagine how bloodthirsty and overbearing he must have been. It's no wonder he was plagued by heinous sins. Dad, you aren't injured, right? Qin Yi was a little worried. Xiao also looked worriedly at Qin Yun. Upon seeing his wife and daughter looking worried, Qin Yun said with a smile, "Don't worry. I managed to slay Prestige Goat despite fighting 1 against 3. It's just a pity that Rock Fiend and Old Fiend Fire Puppet managed to escape." Dad! Qin Yi widened her eyes as she exclaimed, "You still managed to kill Prestige Goat despite fighting 1 against 3, but..." "Yes, now go to bed," urged Qin Yun. "Dad, come on, tell me more. A battle of such scale is rare." "Besides, you fought 1 against 3, said Qin Yi as she reeled in anticipation. "Go rest," Qin Yun said firmly. Qin Yi pouted. "Okay. However, you are truly formidable, Dad." "All right, I'll go back to my room," said Qin Yi, who could not conceal her excitement. With a tap of her foot, she flew towards her residence. This girl. Qin Yun smiled as he watched his daughter depart. "It's quite harrowing this time," said Xiao. "You should have investigated the enemy's strength first, but you immediately found yourself stuck in an ant's nest. You even fought 1 against 3. How could I have investigated?" Qin Yun shook his head. "Rock Fiend and Prestige Goat's appearance there was meant to be a secret. When I arrived, it was already too late to research them, and then the fighting began. You should have turned away and left." "You could have waited for another time," said Xiao. "Who knows how long Rock Fiend and Prestige Goat intended to stay there for?" said Qin Yun with a smile. "I should take action when necessary. The 3 of them did not have what it takes to make me turn away." Xiao chuckled. "Yes, you are the best. Let's return to our room." Qin Yun said with a smile, "I obtained a wonder at Star Cluster Hall. I have to enter seclusion quickly to nurture my intrinsic flying sword. An hour should be sufficient. You head on back first." "What's the wonder?" asked Xiao out of curiosity. "I'll tell you when I'm back. In short, it's a huge treasure." Qin Yun found it hard to conceal his excitement. Qin Yun had reaped quite a huge harvest at the Dragon Mountain world, but he was still able to remain composed. But the Khanate wonder, Chaos Pure Gold, had indeed made Qin Yun's blood boil in excitement. After all, such a wonder was something even mighty figures would think of means to obtain. They could be considered the inchoate kernel of a Khanate numinous treasure. After all, one could only refine Khanate numinous treasures with Khanate wonders. Heavenly Lord of numinous treasure could definitely refine a Khanate numinous treasure with such a large piece of chaos pure gold if he put his mind to it. In his chamber, Qin Yun sat cross-legged on a mat. Out. Qin Yun held the yellow-skinned calabash. With a thought, a stream of light flew out of the calabash's mouth. It rapidly expanded into a hunk of chaos pure gold that was half the height of a person. Qin Yun released his Dao domain to protect the area. This chamber had been specially constructed by Qin Yun. It was augmented by array formations and was able to block the emission of the chaos pure gold's natural aura. However, some items in the chamber, such as the mat, incense burner, or portraits, could not withstand its might. The Dao domain's protection was firstly to protect the items, and secondly, prevent outsiders from sneaking up on him. The materials needed to nurture my intrinsic flying sword can be considered quality, but I have never been extravagant enough to use Khanate wonders to nurture it. Qin Yun looked at the chaos pure gold. Besides, among the Khanate wonders, chaos pure gold is probably the best material to nurture an intrinsic flying sword. Out of the 5 elements, a flying sword was of the metal element. Chaos pure gold was definitely the most suitable item among the Khanate wonders to nurture an intrinsic flying sword. It was too extravagant. It could massively change the flying sword in a qualitative manner. All right. Qin Yun waved his hand gently as a wisp of misty rain flew out of his fingertip. What was none other than his superior-grade intrinsic flying sword, Misty Rain Sword, flew above the Chaos Pure Gold. To use the Chaos Pure Gold as a resource, I still need to use the specialized formulation Master bestowed me. Qin Yun immediately used his dermic powers to circulate the formulation. He saw a black and white chart surface over the Misty Rain Sword. It enveloped the Chaos Pure Gold beneath it, and immediately, bits of golden points of light flew up. Each light dot was filled with infinite sharpness as though they were purer than the sun's rays. These fragmentary golden points of light flew into the black and white chart infused with the Misty Rain Sword. Hum. The Misty Rain Sword hummed as it trembled after absorbing a wisp. Clearly, the act of absorbing affected it greatly. It was able to draw upon the Chaos Pure Gold directly partially because of Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure's mystic formulation. Another reason was that the intrinsic flying sword was a superior-grade numinous treasure. It had a rather robust foundation. I can sense my intrinsic flying sword transforming rapidly. The aid the Khanate Wonder, Chaos Pure Gold, gives my flying sword is indeed astonishing. Qin Yun marveled as he waited in anticipation. Effulgent Great World. Bear Mountain. While Qin Yun was beginning to nurture his intrinsic flying sword back in his homeworld, Demon King Bear Mountain was cultivating in seclusion. Boom! Bear Mountain sat cross-legged amid a plume of blue flames. Oh! Bear Mountain's eyelids twitched as he opened his eyes. The blue flames that enveloped his body rapidly fused back into him. A flame mark surfaced on his body, and after it absorbed the blue flames, it vanished. What happened? Bear Mountain waved his hand as the void beside him rippled open. He looked at the other end of the void where a white wolf demon stood. Junior brother Baichong, what's the matter? Asked Bear Mountain with a frown. Senior brother Bear Mountain, have you not been to Green Turing Palace? The white wolf demon said immediately, it is spread in Green Turing Palace, especially among the many demons of our effulgent dominion. What do you speak of? Asked Bear Mountain. Green Turing Palace was very mysterious in the three realms. Even mighty figures could not find it. Green Turing Palace disciples had to rely on the disciple Mark's guidance before they could enter. And normal means of communication could only be done in the same dominion. If one was in Green Turing Palace, there was no way to contact the exterior world. Similarly, the exterior world had no way of communicating with Green Turing Palace. The White Wolf Demon had returned to his lair before contacting Bear Mountain. Prestige Goat is dead, said the White Wolf Demon immediately. He was killed by Qin Yun. What? Bear Mountain found it unbelievable. Prestige Goat is dead? Are you certain? Yes, it happened today, not very long ago. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 488 Demon King Bear Mountain Descends. Chapter 488 Demon King Bear Mountain Descends. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Qin Yun was the murderer? He has the ability to do so? Said Bear Mountain with a frown. He's just an essence soul sword immortal. Do you think I just shoot my mouth off willy-nilly when it comes to such matters? Said the White Wolf Demon. If you don't believe me, you can probe the karmic lines to confirm the news. Bear Mountain immediately sensed the karma on him. The various karmic lines went out. Oh? Bear Mountain discovered that the karmic line connecting him to Prestige Goat was gone. He's really dead. Bear Mountain felt somewhat disheartened. The demons were already declining, and there were only about 100 demons in the effulgent dominion that had broken through to the seventh firmament and beyond. How difficult was it to produce one? And now, one of them had been killed? This Qin Yun is that daring? Bear Mountain's expression darkened. Pangs of fury burned in him. He obviously dares, said the White Wolf Demon with a sneer. This junior brother Qin of ours is really impressive. He headed for Dragon Mountain World and encountered Rock Fiend, Old Fiend Fire Puppet and Prestige Goat. He fought 1 against 3. Rock Fiend and Old Fiend Fire Puppet escaped by making a puppet self-destruct. As for Prestige Goat, he was slain eventually. He won despite fighting 1 against 3. How long has he cultivated? Why would he take into account us fellow disciples who are demons? 1 against 3? Rock Fiend?
Bear Mountain nodded slightly.
Alright, I got it. Senior brother Bear Mountain, what do you plan on doing? Asked the White Wolf Demon.
You will know very soon. Bear Mountain's voice growled with anger.
The White Wolf Demon responded simply before the transmission was terminated. During the era of the ancient heavenly courts, humans even revered us when I was a subordinate of the 6th Prince.
Bear Mountain's eyes suffused coldness. Now, I nicely requested him to show mercy and not kill powerful great demons. But I never expected him to kill an 8 firmament demon king like Prestige Goat without any qualms.
Does he really think we demons are to be bullied? Bear Mountain flipped his hand and took out a memento.
Buzz. The void rippled apart, and on the other end sat a black-robed man hugging a beauty on a throne. Brother Bear Mountain. The black-robed man immediately waved his hand when he saw this. He dismissed all his subordinates. Brother Lai, help me contact Rock Fiend, said Bear Mountain. I need to know what exactly happened with Prestige Goat's death.
Prestige Goat is dead?
The black-robed man was alarmed.
Alright, I'll ask Rock Fiend now.
Make sure to ask in detail, said Bear Mountain. Pay close attention to anything regarding the Qin Yun who killed Prestige Goat.
I want to know about his strength and moves. Alright.
Brother Bear Mountain, don't you worry, replied the black-robed man.
Okay. Bear Mountain nodded slightly as the void ripples closed and the transmission was terminated.
In the Effulgent Dominion, there were indeed some demon kings that took the initiative to protect the weak lesser demons. And the most famous one of them was Demon King Bear Mountain. Bear Mountain gained fame because he took an active part and was one of the strongest demon kings. Therefore, many demons would often request his help and several demon kings treated him as their leader. After getting another demon king to question Rock Fiend, he went to Green Turing Palace to gather more information.
He even inquired with a friend from the heavenly courts to understand more.
The heavenly courts paid attention to many of the major battles in the 3 realms. Since the Battle of Dragon Mountain World was not concealed from the Green Turing Palace's Fiend Vanquishment Mirror, it was equally impossible to hide it from the heavenly courts. After busying himself for several hours, Bear Mountain finally got the full picture after gathering information from various sources.
How dare he? Insolence, what arrogant insolence!
Bear Mountain burned with anger. With the aid of Green Turing Palace, he headed for the Great Chang World.
Great Chang World. Boom!
Bear Mountain's figure tore through the layers of clouds as he swooped down. When he saw the extended plains beneath him and the dense population in the city a distance away, he stopped in midair.
Qin Yun!
Bear Mountain shouted angrily, "Come on out!" With a thought, he sensed the heaven and earth powers of the entire Great Chang World. Through them, he sent his voice to every spot of the Great Chang World.
East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, North Sea.
The 19 prefectures of the Great Chang Empire, the myriad mountains in the south, the demons in the northern lands. This angry bellow was filled with formless might that spread in every direction. Even the ordinary commoners in the cities and villagers heard the angry bellow that made their hearts palpitate.
As for cultivators and demons, they sensed it more acutely.
They could sense the mighty and horrific suppression.
It left them even more appalled than the commoners. What's happened? In the royal palace, Human Emperor looked into the horizon with a slight change in expression. Qin Yun! Come on out!
The rumbling voice reverberated above the imperial capital.
This left human emperor feeling bewildered. Who dares come to my great Chang world to act in such an unbridled fashion?
Qin Yun is now a disciple of Green Turing Palace.
But judging from the suppression that stems from this voice, the person's strength is very terrifying. Oh! East Sea Sky Dragon, Sky Demon Palatial Lord, Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa, and Patriarch by all heard the voice. Their expressions changed drastically from shock. Oh! Divine Firmament Chapter's ancestral master Zhang walked coldly out of his seclusion hall. He looked up into the distance as his pupils constricted. Its senior brother Bear Mountain? Grand Dominance. Qin Manor. It was morning. Snow was piled on the trees, occasionally drifting down.
Qin Yun and Xiao were sitting under a pavilion as they drank tea and watched their daughter practice her swordplay on the snowclad lands.
Qin Yun, come on out. The angry voice seemed to come from the heavens themselves.
It was more terrifying than thunder as it spread in every direction. Similarly, it resounded across Grand Dominance City, echoing through Qin Manor.
Grand Dominance City residents were in an uproar. Sword Immortal Qin Yun was the pride of Grand Dominance City. Who dares act so insolently as to call Sword Immortal Qin by his name? He's too arrogant.
These commoners engaged in a flurry of discussion. It was also chaotic in Qin Manor. Even Qin Liahu and Changlan turned nervous.
Brother Yun.
Yi Zhao's expression changed as Qin Yi flew to Qin Yun's side.
Dad, who is it? Qin Yun's expression turned cold as he looked into the distance. His gaze penetrated the void and saw the stout demon's figure more than 5,000 kilometers away.
Seriously, Qin Yun's eyes were filled with coldness.
He had come directly to his homeworld. His angry bellow had been heard by everyone in his homeworld. Bear Mountain. How insolent of you.
Qin Yun took a step and appeared high above Grand Dominance City.
He coldly shouted, his voice similarly resounding through every corner of the world. Oh!
Bear Mountain, who was more than 5,000 kilometers away, immediately sensed the sharp aura from the southeast.
It was Qin Yun's aura.
Bear Mountain grinned hideously as he took a step and traversed the void to arrive above Grand Dominance City.
Qin Yun, my good junior brother.
Bear Mountain stood in midair, his body billowing with a terrifying aura. The mortals beneath shuddered in fear just from seeing him with their naked eyes.
Bear Mountain. Qin Yun's expression was ice cold. And at that moment, Qin Liahu and his wife, Xiao, and Qin Yi were looking nervously at the two figures in the sky. They could tell at a glance that Bear Mountain's aura was extremely terrifying. He was clearly a powerful great demon. You sure gave me face. I requested you to show mercy, but you went right out and killed Prestige Goat, Bear Mountain said with a savage expression. His aura radiated out in his rage, but it was blocked by Qin Yun's Dao domain. Prestige Goat was an 8th firmament sky demon.
It is extremely difficult for my effulgent dominion to produce one demon king, and you killed him without any qualms. From the looks of it, you think nothing of your demon senior brothers and sisters. I will naturally give my senior brothers and sisters face, said Qin Yun.
My intention when heading to the Dragon Mountain world was to kill Old Fiend Fire Puppet.
But Prestige Goat colluded with the Sky Fiends to fight me.
I naturally had to attack him, But
you killed him, said Bear Mountain angrily. In the second round of tests Master gave us, we are to kill Sky Fiends or those with heinous sins. By killing one with heinous sins, I have completed the test set by Master.
Is there anything wrong with that?
Qin Yun looked at him.
But he's ultimately a demon. What if he was human? Would you have still been so quick to kill him?
Said Bear Mountain angrily.
Of course. Qin Yun said coldly, I've mentioned it before. I have a overly feisty temper.
If someone with heinous sins crosses me, I'll kill them regardless if they are human or demon.
That sounds nice. Tell me, which powerful human have you killed? Scoffed Bear Mountain. Prestige Goat is the first seventh firmament being I killed, said Qin Yun.
Having cultivated this long, I have never shown mercy to humans with heinous sins. In mortal kingdoms, criminals that commit crimes punishable by death are all executed. It's the same for us cultivators. Those black sheep that commit atrocities should be put to death. Destroying these heinous beings will only benefit us, humans and demons alike. Cut the crap, said Bear Mountain with a scoff. I'm not listening to what you say. I only see what you do. The humans you kill are weaklings. They do not leave any effects on humans. But by killing Prestige Goat, you have robbed us demons of a demon king. Whoosh! A figure crossed the void and arrived. This person was none other than ancestral Master Zhang. He had purple lightning sparkling across his body. His aura was similarly powerful and terrifying. He stared at Bear Mountain and said coldly, "Senior brother Bear Mountain, coming to my great Chang world to act in such unbridled fashion is unbecoming of a senior brother." Oh. Junior brother Divine Firmament is here too. Bear Mountain scoffed. Xiao, Qin Yun, and Shanglan were all looking at the three figures high up in the sky. Bear Mountain, Ancestral Master Zhang, and Qin Yun all had terrifying auras. They were capable of causing phenomena like dark clouds gathering in the sky and making lightning flash. Ancestral Master Zhang and Qin Yun stood together, across from Bear Mountain. Mom! Qin felt a little uneasy. It's fine. Xiao whispered as she stared at the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 489, Scheduling a Battle. Chapter 489, Scheduling a Battle. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Up above Grand Dominance City, 3 top experts of the effulgent dominion appeared as incompatible as fire and water. Ancestral Master Zhang said coldly, "Senior brother Bear Mountain, junior brother Qin killed a being with heinous sins according to Master's criterion for the second round of tests. Is there any fault in that? You came here obstreperously to our homeworld to shout so angrily. Your raging reaches the entire Great Chang world, letting countless beings hear it. Isn't that going a little too overboard? Overboard? Is this what you call overboard? Prestige Goat is dead," said Bear Mountain angrily. "Then, senior brother Bear Mountain, what do you want?" said Qin Yun coldly. "Humph." Bear Mountain sneered. "You have a sharp tongue, so I won't engage in a war of words with you. You know very well what's wrong with this matter. I previously came to you in a good-natured manner to ask you to spare demons. You agreed verbally, but then go and kill as you wished. Fine, the one you killed was a demon king with heinous sins. You even gained merit from that. I will not argue with you any further, but since you refuse to give face to us senior brothers and sisters, I'll teach you the fact that between cultivators, it's the fist that speaks, but..." Fist? Ancestral Master Zhang frowned as he shouted, "Senior brother Bear Mountain, what do you intend to do? Do you want to engage in fratricidal fighting? Aren't you afraid of Master's punishments?" Fratricidal fighting was something Green Turing Palace, Jade Void Palace, and 8 Scenic Palace punished severely. I do not dare engage in fratricidal fighting. Bear Mountain looked at Qin Yun. All I wish to do is to shake junior brother Qin to his senses. I want him to know that there is always someone stronger in the 3 realms. I do not want him disregard his senior brothers and sisters just because he is slightly capable. You want to shake me to my senses? Asked Qin Yun. Might I know how you intend to do that? 1 month from now, on the 15th day of the last month of the year, we shall visit Dao Exchange Platform. Bear Mountain looked at Qin Yun and sneered. Junior brother Qin, do you dare to face me? Of course, said Qin Yun coldly.
Ha ha, Bear Mountain roared with laughter. You do have some guts. However, something has to be wagered when you spar at Dao Exchange platform. We shall each offer a supreme grade numinous treasure. The supreme grade numinous treasure will be given to the victor. How about it? I know you obtained Prestige Goat's supreme grade numinous treasure in water chains after killing him. Qin Yun looked at Bear Mountain and said, so you already have made plans. Fine, I'll offer the supreme grade numinous treasure in water chains. I wonder what item you will be offering. I'll offer the supreme grade numinous treasure, 5 fires calabash, said Bear Mountain. A month from now on the 15th day of the last month of the year. Are we going according to the effulgent great world's time? Asked Qin Yun. Of course. There are too many small worlds. Time flows at different speeds in different spaces. The effulgent dominion's time is naturally determined by effulgent great world's time, said Bear Mountain. Then it's settled. All right. Bear Mountain sneered. Prepare to give me the Een water chains in a month. It is ultimately not yours, anyway. Senior brother Bear Mountain, it's best you touch your 5 fires calabash a lot in the next month. You won't be able to touch it anymore after our match, said Qin Yun. Humph, do you think that others can harm you just because you mastered the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Realm and Heavenly Cycle Stellar Robe's great divine powers? Bear Mountain said with a sneer as he turned. A blurry light descended upon Bear Mountain before he vanished. Qin Yun and Ancestral Master Zhang stood in midair as they took in this scene. Why did you bother with him? Ancestral Master Zhang could not help but say. What could he do to you if you did not accept the challenge? As for those peeved fellow demon disciples, you can simply ignore them. There is but a small number of demons that only care about their common race while disregarding what is right and wrong. They might not dare do anything because of their fear of the Green Turing Palace's rules, but if I respond with cowardice, ignoring their provocations, said Qin Yun coldly. How can I allow these fellow demon disciples who can't distinguish right from wrong treat to me as a coward? Put up with them and you will be able to teach them a lesson in the future, said Ancestral Master Zhang. I can similarly teach him a lesson now, said Qin Yun. Don't let your newfound powers go to your head. Ancestral Master Zhang shouted that Bear Mountain is also a Green Turing Palace disciple. He used to be a subordinate of the demon's 6th price during the ancient Heavenly Courts era. He cultivated his body to the 9th firmament a long time ago. Many demon kings in the effulgent dominion are willing to recognize him as their leader. That's because he is sufficiently powerful. You should know that those that cultivate the physical establishing sage to the 9th firmament are very difficult to handle. I know. I have fought Rock Fiend before, said Qin Yun. Bear Mountain is a lot stronger than Rock Fiend. One of him can fight 5 Rock Fiends, said Ancestral Master Zhang. According to what he says, you have mastered the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Realm and Heavenly Cycle Stellar Robe's great divine powers? Qin Yun nodded. The Heavenly Cycle Stellar Robes can only protect one's body. Although the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Realm can trap enemies and control an area, it's not very effective against Bear Mountain who cultivates in the physical establishing sage. The Heavenly Cycle Stellar Realm's suppression has little influence on the terrifying force of the 9th firmament physical establishing sage. Ancestral Master Zhang shook his head. I cultivate in the Sword Dao. I'm best at killing enemies. The most famous combat generals in the 3 realms are not sword immortals, but physical establishing sages, said Ancestral Master Zhang. In short, don't be careless. With that said, Ancestral Master Zhang took a step and left. Qin Yun pondered for a moment. Yes, although the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage's 2 golden immortal sword immortals had created the reputation of destroying all Dharma with a single sword in the 3 realms, the truly powerful combat generals of the 3 realms were always those who practiced the physical establishing sage. The lineage created meant that were most suitable for combat. All of them were real pieces of work. Strikes from others might only rupture their skin,
but one cleave from them would rob opponents of their lives.
Bear Mountain?
My sword Dao is gradually approaching the pinnacle of the sky immortal realm.
My improvements will decrease with time.
This will be quite a suitable way of honing myself, thought Qin Yun.
Swoosh! Qin Yun descended and returned to Qin Manor. Yunner, where did that demon come from? Why was he that audacious? Changlong asked immediately.
His father, Qin Liehu, was also a little worried.
Xiao and Qin Yi looked at Qin Yun as well. It's nothing, said Qin Yun.
Following that, he swept his gaze into the distance. Many people were looking around and discussing in whispers far away in Qin Manor. The moment they saw him look over, they scattered away in fear.
Effulgent great world.
Bear Mountain was inside a grand hall.
He sat high up on his throne with demon kings sitting to his side.
Including Bear Mountain, there were a total of 11 demon kings gathered in the grand hall. "Let us toast Brother Bear Mountain," said a tiger demon as he raised his cup.
Brother Bear Mountain.
Senior Brother Bear Mountain.
The demon kings raised their cups.
Bear Mountain lifted his cup and drank it in one gulp.
He roared with laughter, "It's still too early to celebrate.
On the 15th, I will teach Qin Yun a lesson he will remember in front of all the fellow disciples of the three realms on Green Turing Palace's Dao Exchange platform. I will take back Prestige Goat's supreme grade numinous treasure, the Een water chains.
Only then will it be time to celebrate."
Yes, that should be the case. Let him embarrass himself among all his fellow disciples of the three realms.
Prestige Goat's Een water chains must be retrieved. The demon kings spoke freely. Brother Bear Mountain, do you have any reason for deliberately setting the date of his punishment a whole month away? A scorpion demoness looked at Bear Mountain.
The news needs time to spread. Bear Mountain held his wine cup and scoffed. My Green Turing Palace fellow disciples are spread across the three realms. By giving the news time to spread, more fellow disciples will know of it and there will be more of them spectating the battle. The more spectators there are, the more relief I'll feel when I teach the Qin Yun a lesson and embarrass him.
Yes, that's the way to relieve anger. Unfortunately, I have not been recruited into Green Turing Palace. I won't be able to spectate the battle. Don't worry. After I finish watching it, I'll describe it to you, sister. These demon kings drank and chatted jovially.
They were filled with confidence in Bear Mountain's eventual defeat of Qin Yun. After all, they had also heard of the two great divine powers that Qin Yun had mastered. Although they were powerful, they posed little threat in front of Bear Mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 490, Intrinsic Supreme Grade Numinous Treasure. Chapter 490, Intrinsic Supreme Grade Numinous Treasure.
Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Great Chang World, Grand Dominant Cities Qin Manor. Inside a chamber.
Qin Yun sat cross-legged on a mat with the yellow-skin calabash in his hand.
Out. A stream of light immediately flew out of the calabash's mouth and landed on the ground.
It was the Chaos Pure Gold, which was about half the height of a person, but it clearly looked slightly smaller than before. If my guess isn't wrong, my intrinsic flying sword will likely break through to the supreme grade numinous treasure level tonight.
Qin Yun was reeling in anticipation. My battle with Bear Mountain is in a month.
According to the Great Chang World's time, that is equivalent to 3 months.
It's more than sufficient for me. It's time.
Qin Yun placed the calabash to the side and waved his hand. A wisp of misty rain flew out of his fingertip and came to a stop above the Chaos Pure Gold.
As he circulated the formulation, a black and white chart surfaced over the misty rain sword.
It enveloped the Chaos Pure Gold beneath it as bits of golden points of light flew up and into the black and white chart before being absorbed by the misty rain sword.
A sword hum sounded. Clearly, absorbing the Chaos Pure Gold's powers was changing the intrinsic flying sword to its very core. Qin Yun waited. The refinement extraction took about 10 minutes this time. Phew!
The intrinsic flying sword let out the faint sound of a gentle breeze as the sword's body began to change at a discernible rate.
Half a month of extraction finally allowed it to accumulate enough to make a true breakthrough. It's broken through.
Qin Yun looked at his intrinsic flying sword that had completely changed in appearance with a burning gaze. Now, his intrinsic flying sword was pale gold in color. On closer inspection, there was a misty rain swirling faintly within the flying sword that was illuminated by a shimmering gold light. Amid the swirling misty rain were the hints of a massive world inside the sword. The misty rain and the massive world were manifestations of Qin Yun's sword Dao. And the hidden golden light was the manifestation of the Chaos Pure Gold's powers. The sword Dao at his level would normally only allow him to nurture up to a superior grade numinous treasure. However, the Chaos Pure Gold metamorphosed the intrinsic flying sword, making it transcend to the level of a supreme grade numinous treasure. The misty rain sword gently flew into Qin Yun's palm. It looked ordinary as always. However, Qin Yun could sense that the misty rain sword contained a might that left even him alarmed. They are both supreme grade numinous treasures. Qin Yun reached out his left hand as the Yin water chains appeared in his left hand. He held the misty rain sword in his right. But the misty rain sword is an intrinsic supreme grade numinous treasure. The difference in might is just too great. Following that, he put away the Yin water chains. Qin Yun looked at his intrinsic flying sword. With a thought, the intrinsic flying sword immediately flew into his body. His essence soul dermic powers also naturally fused with the intrinsic flying sword. After being tempered by the flying sword, they turned even sharper. However, as the founder of a new sword immortal lineage, Qin Yun's essence soul dermic powers had long reached a purity that was the peak of the essence soul realm. It could not improve any further. With an intrinsic supreme grade numinous treasure in hand, I can completely match the power of a connate numinous treasure. Qin Yun revealed a gleeful look. Furthermore, this sword suits me best. However, I have expended about 30% of the Chaos Pure Gold to raise my intrinsic flying sword from the superior grade to the supreme grade. Qin Yun looked at the large piece of Chaos Pure Gold in front of him. There was about 70% left, so it looked smaller. The ground to the side was littered with fragmentary shards. If I can attain the golden immortal Dao fruit in the future, I will let my intrinsic flying sword refine the Chaos Pure Gold again. Perhaps it can break through to the connate numinous treasure level. It would then be an intrinsic connate numinous treasure. Of course, that's still far off in the future. Attaining a golden immortal Dao fruit is not that simple. Qin Yun shook his head gently. He held up the yellow-skin calabash and stored away the Chaos Pure Gold. I'll first head to Green Turing Palace to test the strength of my intrinsic flying sword. He did not dare test it out in his homeworld. He was afraid that he might accidentally destroy Grand Dominance City. If that happened, he would have committed a grievous sin. The blurry light descended as Qin Yun headed for Green Turing Palace. Every Green Turing Palace disciple had a compound. Inside it was a chamber which looked ordinary, but was so sturdy that even a mighty figure could forget about destroying it. After all, it was a part of Green Turing Palace. Green Turing Palace. Inside Qin Yun's chamber. Who? The misty rain sword circled around Qin Yun in flight. It generated ripples as it sliced through the void. The might left Qin Yun feeling apprehensive. I'm not even using any sword moves. Just simple flight is already this strong? If my misty rain sword had this strength while fighting old fiend Fire Puppet, how could he have even fled? Thought Qin Yun. The other senior brothers and sisters received suitable treasures from Star Cluster Hall, and most of them are supreme grade numinous treasures. But how can they compare with my intrinsic supreme grade numinous treasure? I was actually very lucky to resonate with the Khanate wonder, Chaos Pure Gold.
Qin Yun felt rather lucky.
The Chaos Pure Gold had indeed improved his strength greatly. However, I need to test out my sword moves properly. During the battle on the 15th, I'll still need to rely on my flying sword moves to defeat Bear Mountain. Qin Yun began to focus on practicing his flying sword moves. His intrinsic flying sword had not broken through according to his sword Dao's nourishment. Instead, it had relied on an external object for the breakthrough. Therefore, the intrinsic flying sword had several charms that Qin Yun found difficult to grasp. It appeared chaotic and unfathomable, yet sharp and direct, with a will to slice through everything.
Khanate wonders were just that wondrous.
It was the sole reason the intrinsic flying sword surpassed the limits that shackled it to reach a brand new level. As Qin Yun experienced the brand new intrinsic flying sword, he got more familiar with it and gained inspiration.
The chaos is baffling and hard to describe.
It has infinite sharpness, as well as the will to slice through everything. Qin Yun looked at his flying intrinsic flying sword.
Is this what my sword Dao is lacking? Qin Yun pondered over it.
The Chaos Pure Gold was not only an item, it was a manifestation of the Great Dao's powers.
These powers were why only Khanate wonders could refine Khanate numinous treasures.
As for the Misty Rain Sword, it had a portion of the Chaos Pure Gold's Great Dao powers.
It was something its owner, Qin Yun, could sense. Days passed one after another. High in the sky of the Great Chang World's West Sea,
Qin Yun stood in midair with his heavenly cycle stellar realm enveloping a region 1,500 kilometers in diameter. He was freely casting the Misty Rain Sword within that boundary. Now that he was familiar with his intrinsic flying sword's might, he could use the heavenly cycle stellar realm's might to ensure that the Misty Rain Sword's might would not leak out. If any power leaks out, just one strike could split the West Sea, thought Qin Yun. Of course, before his intrinsic flying sword broke through, his heavenly cycle stellar realm could easily destroy an area thousands of kilometers across. At his level, rending the heaven and earth asunder was not false talk.
Oh!
Qin Yun sensed something and put away his intrinsic flying sword before waving his hand.
The space beside him rippled out as it connected to a distant void. There, a male dragon was looking at Qin Yun.
"Senior brother Ao," said Qin Yun with a smile. Although the dragons were powerful in the three realms, they still could become disciples of Taoist and Buddhist mighty figures.
There were 3 dragons in the effulgent dominion that became Green Turing Palace disciples.
2 of them were stuck at the 6th firmament sky immortal realm, while only one of them had reached the 9th firmament sky immortal.
It was this senior brother Ao Fong. Junior brother Qin greeted Dragon King Ao Fong with a smile.
"I've been busy these past few days leading the dragons in an occupation of Dragon Mountain World to reconstruct it.
I haven't gotten the chance to thank you." Reconstruct Dragon Mountain World?
Qin Yun was astonished.
"Ah, yes. Dragon Mountain World suits us dragons the best," said Ao Fong with a smile.
"Junior brother Qin, after you utterly defeated Old Fiend Fire Puppet and company, the fiendish side stopped making attacks on the planet. Therefore, our occupation has been quite smooth. It's all thanks to you, junior brother Qin.
Once I'm done here, I'll definitely visit you in person to thank you."
"Senior brother Ao, there's no need to do so," said Qin Yun immediately.
"This matter is settled," Ao Fong added. "By the way, I heard that you will be battling Bear Mountain on Dao Exchange platform. Senior brother Ao, you know about this as well?"
said Qin Yun with a smile. "The news has long spread. Many Green Turing Palace disciples know of the matter. There will probably be many disciples there to spectate the battle on the 15th, said Ao Fong.
"You have to be careful. Bear Mountain is not an easy opponent. He's not someone an ordinary 9th firmament sky immortal can compare with."
Qin Yun said with a smile, "I understand."
In a blink of an eye, it was the date of the sparring match. It was already spring in the Great Chang World as vegetation was growing once more.
The old trees in Qin Manor began to sprout. Qin Yun finished the breakfast Xiao made personally for him.
Time to go. Qin Yun stood up.
Dad, I believe you will definitely defeat the Demon King Bear Mountain, said Qin Yi.
You have to be careful no matter what. In battle, it's hard to hold back.
That Demon King Bear Mountain's body is powerful and resistant. It would be trouble if your body were to suffer a hit.
My dear wife, don't worry.
I will definitely win and bring back that supreme grade numinous treasure, 5 fires calabash, so I can show it to you, said Qin Yun with a smile.
Xiao could not help but chuckle. Be good and stay home with your mom. Qin Yi instructed before he activated his disciple mark with a smile.
A blurry light descended upon Qin Yun before he vanished. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 491, Qin Yun battles Demon King Bear Mountain. Chapter 491, Qin Yun battles Demon King Bear Mountain. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Green Turing Palace.
Qin Yun headed for Dao Exchange Platform the moment he arrived in Green Turing Palace. On the way, he encountered many of his senior brothers and sisters. Junior brother Qin, you actually dared to accept that Bear Mountain's challenge.
Impressive.
Junior brother Qin, you have to teach that bear demon a good lesson this time.
Many senior brothers and sisters said such things ardently. There were quite a number of them that stood on Qin Yun's side.
Firstly, most of Green Turing Palace disciples knew how to differentiate between right and wrong. Secondly, Qin Yun had a bright future ahead of him. Even if he was not Bear Mountain's match this time, they believed that he would ultimately be able to suppress Bear Mountain in the future.
Whoosh!
Deep along a trail among the Green Turing Palace's clouds, there was a spatial void. Floating in it was an ancient and unadorned combat platform. It was the Dao Exchange Platform. With a whoosh, Qin Yun flew directly onto it and waited silently. He scanned his surroundings, and beyond the Dao Exchange Platform were hundreds of Green Turing Palace disciples. They were watching while standing on clouds in groups of 2s or 3s. There were still many Green Turing Palace disciples flying over on clouds of their own.
Junior brother Qin is here.
This Qin Yun sure came early. There were all sorts of discussions.
Everyone was feeling carefree and relaxed.
To these spectating disciples, the battle was just one of the interesting matters of their long lifespans. This junior brother Qin of ours is the only one who has carved a new sword immortal lineage other than the Grand Supreme Dao ancestor. He hasn't cultivated for long, but his strength is already no less than a 9th firmament sky immortals.
Say, who do you think will win today's battle? Commented a white-browed Daoist.
Ha ha ha. Junior brother Qin does have a bright future ahead of him. However, he agreed to this battle a little too readily. That Bear Mountain cultivates in the physical establishing sage dermic formulation after all.
Even a strike from a mighty figure would just leave him injured.
Of those with strength less than mighty figures, few people can kill Bear Mountain, said a hunchbacked elder with a crutch.
This is Dao Exchange Platform, not a fight to the death.
They just need to end with a victor, said another young Daoist. Demon King Bear Mountain can stand there and allow junior brother Qin to attack him as he wishes, but it is unlikely he will be injured.
How can junior brother Qin win like that?
Said the hunchbacked elder with a smile. We shall know in a while, said the young Daoist.
Qin Yun stood on Dao Exchange Platform and waited silently.
The senior brothers and sisters that surrounded the platform increased.
There were many who were curious about their junior brother.
Of course, Ancestral Master Zhang, Dragon King Ao Fong, the 3 Pig Demon brothers, and others familiar with Qin Yun had arrived. All of them stood on clouds while discussing on the sidelines.
Junior brother Divine Firmament. Your fellow native sure is gutsy. Do you think he has any chances of winning? Qin Yun's perceptivity is indeed high. You will know in a while.
Ancestral Master Zhang was chatting with his fellow disciples as well.
Qin Yun waited for nearly an hour on Dao Exchange platform before he suddenly sensed something.
He turned his head as the stout Bear Mountain and several demons flew over. Following that, Bear Mountain exchanged a few words with the demons before flying to Dao Exchange platform alone.
He gradually descended and landed silently.
Bear Mountain looked at Qin Yun and grinned.
"Ha! I thought you would be too afraid to come. I never expected you to come even earlier than me.
At the very least, I'm impressed by your guts. Senior brother Bear Mountain, since you are here, go ahead and make your move," said Qin Yun. "There's no rush," Bear Mountain said, his voice resounding. It reached the 2,000 Green Turing Palace disciples around them.
"Everyone, I will be having a Dao exchange with junior brother Qin. We will each offer a treasure. I will be offering the supreme grade numinous treasure mountain, 5 Fires Calabash.
As for junior brother Qin, he will offer the supreme grade numinous treasure, in water chains."
Junior brother Qin, am I right?
"Yes."
Qin Yun nodded.
Bear Mountain nodded. He had confirmed it publicly because he was afraid Qin Yun would go back on his word after being defeated. By establishing the terms of the bet ahead of time, it prevented Qin Yun from being dishonest.
"Junior brother Qin, this should be your first time on the Dao Exchange platform."
"Let me explain the rules," said Bear Mountain. "Beat your opponent until they admit defeat, capture your opponent alive, or send your opponent out of the Dao Exchange platform's area. All of these will result in victory."
"I understand." Qin Yun nodded.
Capturing alive was in no way less difficult than directly killing one's opponent. This was because there were many fellow disciples watching. If one was completely overpowered, one would usually take the initiative to admit defeat before facing utter embarrassment. Admitting defeat and being captured alive typically only happened when the difference in strength was extremely large. At the 9th Firmament Sky Immortal Realm, these Green Turing Palace disciples cultivated in extremely brilliant dermic formulations. It was common for their strength to be similar. When strength was similar, sending one's opponent out of the Dao Exchange platform was, in fact, the more common outcome. Since junior brother Qin is now aware of it, Bear Mountain smiled with his eyes narrowed, looking somewhat genial.
"Then, watch your front.
Senior brother, you have to be careful too."
The moment Qin Yun said that, boom! Blurry starlight was immediately released from Qin Yun's body.
The starlight naturally caused boundless stellar forces from the external world to descend, forming the heavenly cycle stellar realm.
The vast stellar realm blanketed the entire Dao Exchange platform.
360 swords of stellar light floated around Qin Yun. Qin Yun watched Bear Mountain from the center of the starry realm like a stellar god.
"Try a taste of this 5 Fires Calabash."
Bear Mountain casually waved his hand as a red calabash floated in midair. It immediately spewed 5 columns of flames, each different in color. They were like 5 flaming dragons that streaked across the sky as they attacked Qin Yun. With a thought, the 360 swords of stellar light formed a heavenly cycle sword array. Xiao! 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 The 5 fiery columns blazed, turning the world around them into an inferno. However, the heavenly cycle sword array was unfazed by the attack. "I never expected senior brother Bear Mountain to be good at controlling flames, to the point of drawing out so much might from the 5 Fires Calabash," praised a relaxed Qin Yun.
Bear Mountain waved his hand again as a pouch flew up.
"Who? Who? Who?" The pouch immediately sent out a gust of gray wind. The wind stoked the flames.
It was a combination of wind and fire.
Instantly, the inferno around the heavenly cycle sword array increased drastically in strength. Even the heavenly cycle sword array began having a hard time resisting the deadly inferno. A shocked Qin Yun thought to himself, "Thankfully my intrinsic flying sword has broken through. I gained inspiration from the baffling chaos contained in my intrinsic flying sword. It benefited my 5 elemental sword sutra, raising my heavenly cycle sword array's strength as well. If not, just this fire and wind array would be enough to force me to use my heavenly cycle stellar robes to resist it. This isn't the first time Bear Mountain is using his wind howling pouch. I never expected his fire control to reach such a formidable state. I also never expected the combined forces of wind and fire to have such potency. Yeah, his fire control is indeed brilliant. If not, even the combination of wind and fire would not be this powerful. The spectators included humans, demons, and even dragons. All of them were commenting on the battle. Oh! Bear Mountain was astonished seeing the outcome of his attack. He laughed and said, "Huh, junior brother, you sure have some tricks up your sleeve. You are actually able to easily withstand this bit of wind and fire. Alright, I shall stop using these minor attacks." As he said this, he waved his hand and put away the 2 supreme-grade numinous treasures, Wind Howling Pouch and 5 Fires Calabash. Following that, Bear Mountain phased away. Boom! He immediately grew to 1,000 feet high, like a small mountain. His terrifying aura radiated as each of his bare paws held a huge hammer. Although the dense stellar forces descended and pressed down on his body, he thought nothing of it. This bit of pressure? With his strength, he could ignore it completely. Boom! Bear Mountain brandished the hammers in his hands as his arms suddenly bulged. The hammers also expanded. Instantly, the hammerheads were nearly 5 kilometers wide. When they streaked across the void, they made the void warp slightly, as though a star had descended and was coming smashing down at Qin Yun. The pure might was truly terrifying. If it landed in the mortal world, just this strike alone would send quakes for thousands of miles, instantly flattening a mortal empire. Go! Qin Yun waved his hand. A wisp of misty rain flew out of his fingertip. It flashed in midair and was extremely odd. It silently dodged Bear Mountain's terrifying smite. The flying sword seemed to violate causality as it stabbed straight into Bear Mountain's chest. Qin Yun's strike had been silent, but the moment it stabbed Bear Mountain's chest, it produced black ripples. It made Bear Mountain's expression change slightly. Netherfiend Records, Venomous Stinger. The intrinsic supreme-grade numinous treasure had delivered the extremely odd Netherfiend Records' sword move against its first enemy after its breakthrough. He was bent on using the first move to teach Bear Mountain a lesson. The might of an intrinsic supreme-grade numinous treasure is in no way weaker than a connate numinous treasure. Will you be able to withstand this strike? Qin Yun had a look of anticipation in his eyes. Boom! Upon feeling the sword pierce his chest, Bear Mountain saw the black ripples emanate. He could not help but take many steps back in retreat. The original swing of his hammers also slammed heavily into empty ground. There was a lot of fur at his chest that was damaged, however, all that was left was a white mark on his skin. The white mark had barely tore open the skin, but with Bear Mountain's thick skin, it was still the epidermal level, not one drop of blood came out. What? Qin Yun was somewhat astonished. Oh? Bear Mountain looked down at his chest. Following that, he grinned hideously at Qin Yun. Junior brother Qin, it looks like I have underestimated you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 492, 5 Elemental Sword Sutra. Chapter 492, 5 Elemental Sword Sutra. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. After Bear Mountain suffered the sneak attack, he realized that Qin Yun was stronger than he had expected. Therefore, he had to attack with all he had. Boom! Flame runes surfaced on Bear Mountain's body. Azure-colored flames sparked to life around him. Bathed in the azure-colored flames, Bear Mountain appeared even more terrifying. That is? This is the fire of the azure wood. Isn't it a battle magi dermic formulation that uses the fire of azure wood to temper one's body? And from the looks of it, he has mastered it. To temper one's body with the fire of the azure wood, one's body would become invincible.
His body is a lot stronger than before. Many of the spectating Green Turing Palace disciples were very knowledgeable. After all, the Green Turing Palace's myriad Dharma repository had in its collection such a battle magi dermic formulation. They had all seen it before. However, it did not mean that they could cultivate in it. It's no wonder his control over the 5 fires Calabash's flames was that impressive. The flames contained in the 5 fires calabash represent the 5 elements. One of them is the fire of azure wood. I believe that when Bear Mountain sought the 5 fires calabash way back, he did so to use the fire of azure wood within to temper his body. His body has become even stronger. Perhaps only truly mighty figures can threaten him now. I would not dare say that he's invincible among those beneath the level of mighty figures, but people beneath the mighty figure level can at most lightly injure him. These Green Turing Palace disciples were somewhat astonished. A 9th firmament sky immortal of the physical establishing sage lineage was strong to begin with. He had also cultivated in his secondary battle magi lineage. Furthermore, it was clear that he had mastered it, making his body even stronger. Junior brother Qin, take this.
Bear Mountain's voice rumbled like thunder. He brandished his 2 hammers, each one of them like a plummeting star that smashed right at Qin Yun. This was how the Dharma could be cracked with overwhelming force. When one's strength reached a staggering stage, all would be vanquished, be it God or immortal.
Go! Qin Yun's strength elevated as well.
The misty rain sword transformed into a glaring golden sword flash that streaked across the sky, clashing straight into the 2 hammers.
Clang! Clang!
Just a light brush was enough to change the directions of the 2 huge hammers.
Even Bear Mountain's expression was twisted. Rip. The
sword flash was blindingly resplendent. It slashed across Bear Mountain's abdomen, carving up a visible wound. Some blood splattered out, but the wound rapidly healed.
Even stronger? Bear Mountain frowned.
His skin was just barely ruptured?
Qin Yun frowned as well. The Netherfiend records were of utmost oddness.
The techniques were typically very difficult to dodge, but the might they produced was relatively weaker. But the strike he had just used was a sword move from the 100 Great White Young Metal Sword Art. It was even sharper, but it only managed to rupture his opponent's skin and make him bleed slightly. Even if I release another few dozen strikes to form a sword trend, I will probably only leave him slightly injured.
Qin Yun understood this point.
This Bear Mountain's body is stronger than I expected.
He has also made a battle magi dermic formulation his secondary focus. Perhaps only a real mighty figure would be able to force him to admit defeat. Boom! 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 Both sides were embroiled in battle.
Bear Mountain released all his strength, each strike containing horrifying might.
As for his safety, he didn't even bother dodging.
Qin Yun used 300 swords of stellar light to hold back the 2 hammers, causing their might to decrease greatly. His intrinsic flying swords flashes were 1,000 feet long as they attacked incessantly. The might of a supreme-grade numinous treasure was enough to match Bear Mountain in battle.
They are actually equal in battle.
This junior brother Qin really has the means for him to dare accept the challenge. But with senior brother Bear Mountain's body being this powerful, it leaves him completely invincible.
As for junior brother Qin, his body is much weaker.
If he takes the full power of just one strike, he will likely be forced to surrender due to serious injuries.
Everyone spoke their mind.
Beings with powerful bodies were just like that. Although they looked like they were taking light injuries, the effect on them was basically negligible.
To think I still can't take him down. The might of his flying sword is actually in no way inferior to mine.
Bear Mountain was beginning to feel a little anxious as well.
It's about time.
A glint flashed in Qin Yun's eyes.
Boom.
The intrinsic flying sword's flash suddenly expanded to 10,000 feet wide, as its might reached a brand new level.
What?
Bear Mountain felt that the Tao Exchange platform's void was being subjected to a formless repression. At that moment, the pressure bore down on his body, making his body feel heavier. It was 10 times heavier than the pressure that came from the heavenly cycle stellar realm's stellar forces. The intrinsic flying sword, which had a sword flash extending 10,000 feet, appeared like Panga's axe that split apart the chaos as it cleaved down mightily. Before touching Bear Mountain, he could feel that the repression was enough to make him suffer great pain.
I'll block it.
Bear Mountain raised his hammers to block his front.
Bam, dot.
The intrinsic flying sword smote the hammers. An incredible impact made Bear Mountain fly back involuntarily. He did not stop for several kilometers. When the 10,000 feet long intrinsic flying sword came cleaving down again, Bear Mountain could only desperately fend it off with his pair of axes.
Bam! 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 6 extremely heavy strikes hit him consecutively.
Every strike left Bear Mountain retreating. Although he had a hideous look on his face as he tried his best to fend off the strikes amid angry roars, he was unable to withstand the terrifying force. He was famous for his strength, but the might of Qin Yun's intrinsic flying sword was even more formidable. Before the flying sword arrived, the spatial repression it conjured was already too horrifying.
Put! Bear Mountain's body slammed through the Tao Exchange platform's barrier as he flew out of the arena. 6 consecutive strikes. Each like the mighty cleave of Panga's axe. The 6 strikes were also like a blacksmith's heavy blows. In a blink of an eye, the strikes smashed Bear Mountain out of the Tao Exchange platform's zone. Pfft! Bear Mountain spewed out blood from his mouth. He looked in disbelief at Qin Yun and at his feet. He was already floating in midair, already out of the Tao Exchange platform's boundary. I lost?
Bear Mountain found it unbelievable.
Senior brother Bear Mountain has lost? Junior brother Qin won? Everyone was stunned.
When Bear Mountain revealed his battle magi dermic formulation, most Green Turing Palace disciples believed that Bear Mountain was likely to clinch victory.
However, the outcome was unbelievable.
Qin Yun, even Ancestral Master Zhang found it unbelievable.
Impressive. Impressive. Dragon King Ao Feng nodded.
And standing on a cloud far away, the white-robed senior brother Sasu said with a smile, interesting. He actually managed to master eldest senior brother's 5 elemental sword sutra. From the looks of it, his intrinsic flying sword has reached the supreme grade numinous treasure level. However, his dermic powers are relatively weaker.
If he can raise his dermic powers, he could probably threaten a mighty figure or two.
And although he might not be a threat to mighty figures at present, he is definitely the cream of the crop among 9th firmament sky immortals.
Was that sword move from before eldest senior brother's 5 elemental sword sutra?
Yes, I cultivated in the 5 elemental sword sutra before. Although junior brother Qin's strike had a few modifications, it should still be the 5 elemental sword mountain from the 5 elemental sword sutra.
However, this strike requires a deep understanding of the 5 elements.
Junior brother Qin has only cultivated for a relatively short time.
How is he able to deliver such an attack? 5 elemental sword sutra? Eldest senior brother's 5 elemental sword sutra. This strike bears great resemblance to the 5 elemental sword sutra's 5 elemental sword mountain, but there are differences as well.
Many sharp-eyed Green Turing Palace disciples were astonished. The Green Turing Palace's eldest senior brother held an extremely high standing in the 3 realms.
His 5 elemental sword sutra was naturally witnessed by many.
However, most people who saw it would be like Qin Yun, lacking the courage to truly cultivate in it. It was because it was overly complicated. Choosing any of the 5 directions and 5 elements and cultivating it to an extremely profound state was enough to make one a golden immortal.
In that case, Why did one need to simultaneously study all 5 elements? His body is too strong. All I can do is send him out of the arena, thought Qin Yun. His strike was none other than the 5 Elemental Sword Sutra's 5 Elemental Sword Mountain. After his intrinsic flying sword broke through, Qin Yun discovered the concept of baffling chaos within his intrinsic flying sword. It was formed from the extraction of the chaos pure gold. It gave him inspiration and, after pondering over it, his insights grew deeper. His sword Dao also turned more profound. He even gained a new appreciation of the 5 sword manuals he cultivated, allowing him to view them from a different angle. For instance, the 5 Elemental Sword Mountain appeared to have been the result of deep study into the 5 elements, fusing them together before combining them to produce such an utterly devastating attack. Chaos is the source of everything. Be it the heavenly cycle cosmos, or the 5 directions and 5 elements, just grasping a hint of the baffling chaos concept allows many strikes to immediately be perfected when delivered. My cyclic sword flash has become more perfected as a result. I was able to cast 5 Elemental Sword Mountain with some modifications as well, thought Qin Yun. There was an uproar around Dao Exchange platform. This battle had indeed left everyone in shock. Bear Mountain stood in midair, dazed for quite a while before he flew towards Dao Exchange platform and landed in front of Qin Yun. Junior brother Qin. Bear Mountain looked at Qin Yun. I've lost and have nothing more to say. With a flip of his hand, he took out the 5 Fires Calabash. This is yours. He threw the 5 Fires Calabash at Qin Yun. Qin Yun grabbed it while Bear Mountain turned around and flew off. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 493, Fame, Final Chapter of Volume. Chapter 493, Fame, Final Chapter of Volume. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. As he watched Bear Mountain's figure depart, Qin Yun thought to himself, had I not gained insights into the baffling chaos concept from my intrinsic flying sword, I might have lost. I have to be more careful in the future. These old guys might be hiding some powerful things up their sleeves. If I had not fought him, the secret of him mastering the battle magic body tempering dermic formulation would have remained a secret. Back when senior brother Zhang dealt with Emperor and Lord Kuefu, he said he was 80% confident, but in the end, Kuefu still managed to escape. No matter what the battle, I must not be blinded by confidence. Before considering victory, I should consider the possibility of defeat. After Qin Yun entered Green Turing Palace, his strength had increased by leap and bounds. He was becoming more and more spirited. On his mission to kill Old Fiend Fire Puppet, although he ultimately killed Demon King Prestige Goat, Old Fiend Fire Puppet had escaped. In his battle with Bear Mountain, he had just barely knocked him away. Clearly, there were forever infinite possibilities when it came to true combat. Junior brother Qin, your flying sword arts are truly impressive. Junior brother Qin, you managed to defeat senior brother Bear Mountain after just over 10 years of being in Green Turing Palace. Impressive. Junior brother Qin. Several Green Turing Palace disciples came forward to congratulate him. Among them were officials in the heavenly courts. Some were hegemons of their dominions, others had established their own sects, while others were subordinates of mighty figures. But at that moment, all of them were the same in that they were rather friendly. There were even some who had never interacted with Qin Yun before that came over to exchange a few words to acquaint themselves with him. In the 3 realms, strength was ultimately the most important thing. Qin Yun was in essence soul sword immortal. His 2 great divine powers were rather impressive, and the might of his flying sword was able to repress Bear Mountain. Anyone could tell that, although Qin Yun would find it increasingly difficult to raise his strength in time to come, the moment he broke through, he could even threaten mighty figures in a way or two. Senior brother Sa, should we go meet junior brother Qin? Said an azure-robed Taoist with a smile. A distance away, Qin Yun was busy socializing with his fellow disciples. I'm already contented. It's time to return, said the white-robed senior brother Sasu. You aren't going over?
The azure-robed Taoist was surprised.
There's no need to.
Senior brother Sasu directly flew away as the azure-robed Taoist followed immediately.
By the way, senior brother Sa, what do you think of junior brother Qin? He's not bad.
However, it will be difficult for him to have another sharp increase in strength, said Sasu indifferently.
There are two evident paths for him. 1. He creates a sky immortal dermic formulation for the sword immortal lineage. That will raise his dermic powers to the 9th firmament sky immortal.
This will be the most obvious increase in strength, something that will allow him to match mighty figures. 2nd, he could focus on cultivating in divine powers. Essence Soul Earth immortals who wish to become famous in the 3 realms can only rely on divine powers due to their inferior dermic powers. If he gains phenomenal success in the divine powers, I won't dare to say he can match mighty figures, but it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape with his life after trading nearly 100 blows with mighty figures. That would already enough for him to reign supreme in the 3 realms. But both of these 2 paths are extremely difficult. I heard that his 2 great divine powers were the great divine powers of the ancient heavenly the Arch, said the azure-robed Taoist immediately. If he cultivates them to the perfected state, he will even be able to kill mighty figures. Even the combined forces of about 10 mighty figures can be trapped with the heavenly cycle stellar realm. However, ever since the ancient heavenly quartz was destroyed, no one has been able to cultivate it to perfection, said Sasu. That's true, said the azure-robed Taoist. However, junior brother Qin managed to attain initial success after cultivating the 2 great divine powers for about 10 plus years. If he continues at that rate, he might have chance of gaining phenomenal success, but as for perfection? I think it's something that can wait until he attains a golden immortal Tao fruit. Sasu smiled as he flew out of the void with the azure-robed Taoist in tow. There were few Green Turing Palace disciples that dared converse with Sasu for such a long time. Senior brother Sasu was extremely powerful. He had a high standing in the 3 realms as well. The heavenly courts had even repeatedly invited him to be a high official in the heavenly courts. However, Sasu was just too arrogant. He had a bad temper. Few fellow disciples could catch his eye to the point of him making the effort to engage with them. Over time, ordinary Green Turing Palace disciples learned to keep a respectable distance from him. Junior brother Qin, congratulations. The 3 pig demon brothers came forward on their own accord. Senior brothers greeted Qin Yun politely. Junior brother Qin, you sure have broadened our horizons. The eldest was very humble as he chuckled and said, you were able to modify the 5 Directions Sword Mountain from eldest senior brother's 5 Directions Sword Sutra but still produce such astonishing strength. I'm truly impressed. Mastering it was very difficult. Modifying it while maintaining its strength was even harder. I'm impressed as well. The youngest brother was most unctuous. He immediately said, that fellow Bear Mountain is silly. Those demons with heinous sins may not be fiend celestials, but they are almost no different from one. They deserve death. Killing them can even brighten the light providence shines on us demons. The reputation of us demons is largely sullied by these demons who have committed heinous sins. I, on the other hand, have always been aligned with good. This I know. Who in Green Turing Palace doesn't know about your trio's reputation? Said Qin Yun with a smile. The pig demon trio's old nest was in the heavenly realm. What sort of place was the heavenly realm? That was the core region of the 3 realms. The heavenly courts and the western paradises and Tenuminous were there. It was a place filled with experts and people of all sorts of natures. By surviving in the 3 realms, the pig demon trio was more aware than most of how they should act to live longer. After a while spent handling the numerous fellow disciples, Qin Yun and ancestral master Zhang flew out of the void together. Qin Yun, ancestral master Zhang, said with a smile. You were previously an itinerant cultivator and could only cultivate by trial and error. I long guessed that you would soar the moment you entered Green Turing Palace. Still, I never expected you to come this far after cultivating for 10 plus years in Green Turing Palace. It will be harder to raise my strength to the next level, said Qin Yun with a smile. Senior brother Bear Mountain, that Qin Yun only barely managed to injure you. That bit of injury is nothing worth mentioning to you. If this was a life and death battle, perhaps the one who ultimately lost would have been him, but... Yes, senior brother Bear Mountain now has a secondary focus on battle magi body tempering. His body is so powerful that no one can do a thing about him if they aren't mighty figures. Several of the demon disciples followed Bear Mountain while expressing their disgruntlement. However, Bear Mountain remained calm. He glanced at the few demons beside him with his calm eyes. The demons felt their hearts skip a beat when swept by that gaze. I, Bear Mountain, am not a sore loser. Bear Mountain said in a deep voice. He did not care about merit or sin. He paid more attention to strength. He believed that everything depended on one's fists. Back when the ancient heavenly courts fell, his opinion was that the ancient heavenly courts was not strong enough to prevent its destruction. If one had the power to suppress the three realms, one would naturally rule over it. He had been filled with confidence, but at the instant he was sent off the Tao exchange platform, he was shocked deep down despite only having negligible injuries. Qin Yun was only an essence soul sword immortal. How long had he cultivated? Yet, he was already able to repress him? What right did he have to feel complacent about mastering the battle magi body tempering? Your Highness. I'm still not strong enough. Bear Mountain said silently, I'm still too weak. But at least in this territory of the effulgent dominion, I, Bear Mountain, will definitely protect our demon standing. News of this battle did not spread wildly in the three realms. After all, it was only a battle at the 9th firmament sky immortal level. But the battle still had great influence in the effulgent dominion. Although Bear Mountain was defeated, he became more famous. Everyone now knew that this demon king Bear Mountain had mastered a battle magi body tempering dermic formulation. His body was now even more terrifying. As for Qin Yun's fame, it was even more astonishing. An essence soul sword immortal had cultivated for such a short period of time, but was strong enough to repress Bear Mountain. The momentum of his rise left many people who paid attention to him astounded. Tenebrous Fiend World. This was a small world where the highest leader of the effulgent dominion's fiendish way, fiend supremacy, resided in. Fiend supremacy's strength matched that of mighty figures, and since he was in a small world, mighty figures could not descend down into it with their true bodies. In addition, the construction of the Tenebrous Fiend World had been done with the help of ancestral fiends. Several ancestral fiends had made efforts to ensure the Tenebrous Fiend World was an impregnable world. It was tens, if not 100 times, more terrifying than Yellow Robe Supremacy's Skywolf World. After all, Skywolf World was mainly built with Yellow Robe Supremacy's strength, while Tenebrous Fiend World had been established with the help of several fiendish mighty figures. A large number of Sky Fiends resided in here. For instance, Rock Fiend, Old Fiend Fire Puppet, and others had fled back to this world. Emperor and Lord Kuei-Fu had similarly fled back here. What? Kuei-Fu sat cross-legged in a dark cave abode which had black mist emanating his surroundings. Brother Kuei-Fu, the news isn't wrong. Demon King Bear Mountain had indeed mastered a battle magi body tempering dermic formulation, greatly improving his strength. As for Qin Yun, he was even more impressive. His intrinsic flying sword cast a move from the 5 Directions Sword Sutra, throwing Demon King Bear Mountain off of the Tao exchange platform. An incorporeal figure beside him said, "Help me gather more detailed information of Qin Yun and Taoist Divine Firmament," instructed Kuei-Fu. Yes. I'll definitely do my best," said the incorporeal figure fawningly before it dissipated. Kuei-Fu's expression turned darker and colder. Darn it! I thought this Qin Yun only became more powerful because of his two great divine powers. I never imagined his flying sword arts to become even more powerful. He's stronger than when he defeated Rock Fiend and Old Fiend Fire Puppet. Taoist Divine Firmament is already a tough one. Now, there's the addition of Qin Yun. It's getting more and more difficult for me to conquer the Great Chang world. Kuei-fu narrowed his eyes. I'm the only one who knows of the secret of the Great Chang world. It will eventually fall into my hands. Following that, he closed his eyes and continued cultivating. End of volume. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 494, Fiend Supremacy. Chapter 494, Fiend Supremacy. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. As the most important fiendish garrison in the Effulgent Dominion, the tenebrous fiend world was where many sky fiends gathered. For instance, Emperor and Lord Kuei-fu, Old Fiend Fire Puppet, and General Rock Fiend were but some of the more powerful beings in the tenebrous fiend world. In terms of strength ranking, they were in the top 100. But the strongest one there was no doubt Fiend Supremacy, the supreme leader of the tenebrous fiend world. Whoosh! A lanky man with two red curved horns on his forehead walked out of a seclusion chamber. There were many subordinates outside who bowed respectfully. Fiend Supremacy, Master, but... Master, here is the important news regarding the Effulgent Dominion from recent years. A sky fiend handed Fiend Supremacy a dossier reverently. Fiend Supremacy took the dossier and, with a gentle wave of his hand, commanded his subordinates to leave respectfully. Fiend Supremacy walked to a pavilion before sitting down to peruse the dossier. Since he received the mission to come to the Effulgent Dominion, he naturally had to deal with many of the fiendish matters in the Effulgent Dominion. The more trivial matters, they could be delegated to his subordinates. The matters that were brought to his attention were the more important ones. Oh? War has erupted in Flying Mountain World again? Fiend Supremacy frowned as he read the information in the dossier. He immediately summoned Blackrock. Immediately, a figure appeared beside him. It was a sky fiend whose body was cast from rock. He happened to be the famous Ninth Firmament Sky Fiend of the Effulgent Dominion, General Blackrock. He also cultivated in a fiend body and his strength was above General Rock Fiend's. General Blackrock greeted politely, Fiend Supremacy. Are you aware of what's going on in the Flying Mountain World? Asked Fiend Supremacy. I am. 6 Taoist sects have combined forces. They apparently wish to occupy the entire Flying Mountain World. They struck with a terrifying and swift force. They held the absolute advantage in strength and we have already lost large pieces of territory, said General Blackrock respectfully. General Wind is now leading the Sky Fiends, but they are only barely able to defend in North Fish. Flying Mountain World is quite a wonderland. In the past, it was only through a bloody war that we fiends managed to occupy half of Flying Mountain World, said Flying Mountain World lightly. All these years, the Taoists have occupied half of it, while us fiends occupy the other half. Since the Taoists have attacked, we shall oblige them. Blackrock, you are to take your troops and personally reinforce them. No matter what, we fiends must occupy at least half of Flying Mountain World. Yes, said General Blackrock respectfully. Go ahead, instructed Fiend Supremacy. General Blackrock bowed slightly before vanishing into thin air. Fiend Supremacy continued reading the dossier. From time to time, he would summon 3 of his subordinates to give them various orders. As he had only entered an ordinary seclusion this time, not many major matters had happened in the Effulgent Dominion. If he had entered a prolonged seclusion, he would have arranged for an avatar to administer over such matters. Oh? When he flipped to the end, Fiend Supremacy frowned. Qin Yun? He has raised his strength so quickly? To be able to create a sword immortal essence soul dermic formulation means that his perceptivity is astounding, But, an essence soul sword immortal is actually able to repress Demon King Bear Mountain?
That was the final piece of news in the dossier. Sister Kishi, said Fiend Supremacy.
Hua! A red beam flashed to reveal a red-robed woman. She had 4 extremely sharp horns on her head. Her face was partially covered in black scales. The moment she appeared, she said with a smile, "Brother, why are you suddenly requesting for me?" Her name was Palatial Lord Kishi. Her strength was enough to rank her in the top 3 of all the sky fiends in the tenebrous fiend world. She was one of the 2 palatial lords that had a standing only inferior to that of Fiend Supremacy. She was a lot stronger than Old Fiend Fire Puppet or General Rock Fiend. "There's a matter that will probably require you to take action," said Fiend Supremacy. Kishi asked in astonishment, "What is it?" "The Effulgent Dominion has produced a powerful cultivator," said Fiend Supremacy. "His name is Qin Yun. Despite having cultivated for mere decades, he is already strong enough to repress Demon King Bear Mountain. Although there is no need to fear his strength at present, he has achieved too much in too short a time. It has only been a few decades. Even if he had rare encounters, this rate of cultivation still leaves me alarmed. I have heard of this Qin Yun. I heard that it hasn't been long since he was recruited into Green Turing Palace. He's rather powerful." Kishi nodded. "Given his cultivation speed, it's possible for him to reach my level," said Fiend Supremacy. "He is a Taoist disciple, fated to be my enemy. Sister Kishi, I would request you to take action and rid us of him ahead of time." "All right." Kishi nodded. "Brother, don't worry. I'll prepare to set off now. By the way, where is he now? If he's in Green Turing Palace, I won't be able to do a thing." "I'll check." Fiend Supremacy nodded and closed his eyes. Moments later, he opened his eyes and shook his head gently. "I've asked my good friends. At present, the Qin Yun in the Great Chan world is only an avatar. My friend has searched the 3 realms, but has failed to find Qin Yun's true body. It's likely that he is in Green Turing Palace. Green Turing Palace is the Dao ancestors' Dao residence. It cannot be spied upon. Sister, wait for now. Once Qin Yun exits Green Turing Palace, I'll inform you immediately," said Fiend Supremacy. "All right, I'll be ready to set off at any time," said Kishi with a smile. Fiend Supremacy nodded. He was the supreme leader of the Effulgent Dominion's fiendish way. A lot of attention was placed on him, be it the Taoists or Buddhists, or even the heavenly troops of the heavenly courts. He naturally could not act impetuously. A single Qin Yun did not warrant him taking action personally. Requesting Kishi to do the deed was already attaching great importance to Qin Yun. Great Chang World. Half a year after the battle at Dao Exchange Platform. In a spatial passageway that connected to the Mirror Lake in Qin Manor. Dragons walked out of the spatial passageway, and leading them was Dragon King Ao Fan's avatar. A large number of dragons were behind him, either in avatar form or their true forms. Those that came in their true forms were at the 3rd firmament true dragon realm at most. That many dragons? Xiao was somewhat astonished. "Mom, look. Those right at the back are all at the true dragon realm." Qin Yi's voice transmission sounded excited. "All the true dragons in the Great Chang world added up probably don't equal this, right? Besides, many of them are Sky Dragon avatars. The Great Chang world only has one East Sea Sky Dragon." Qin Yun went forward with his wife and daughter. He greeted loudly, "Senior brother Ao. Junior brother Qin." Ao Fan walked over with a smile. The group of Sky Dragon avatars behind him, as well as many of the other dragons, carried gifts. "We have been rebuilding our society in the Dragon Mountain world recently. I just returned to the Effulgent world yesterday," said Ao Fan with a smile. "Many dragons wish to meet you, so I could only open up a passageway to allow them to visit. Qin Yun swept them with a gaze. Many of the Sky Dragon avatars held gifts, they were either nervous or curious. In terms of strength, it was difficult to find dragons that matched Qin Yun in the Effulgent Dominion.
Even Dragon King Ao Fong was weaker than Qin Yun. These dragons treated Qin Yun with fearful reverence.
"You brought so many gifts," said Qin Yun with a smile.
"It's only necessary."
"It's all thanks to you that we managed to take back Dragon Mountain World," said Ao Fong with a smile. Following that, he noticed Xiao and Qin Yi beside him. "Junior brother Qin, you sure are fated with us dragons.
Both your wife and daughter are dragons."
Xiao stood calmly beside Qin Yun, but Qin Yi was filled with excitement. She had never seen so many dragons before.
"Let's go. We shouldn't just be standing here."
Qin Yun smiled as he led the way.
Ao Fong walked in with him. The dragons made their way across the mirror lake's surface and offered up their gifts.
In response, the servants of Qin Manor received the gifts. As servants of Qin Manor, they saw more than the average servant.
The dragons from the Four Seas and the Great Chan world often visited.
Too many dragons had come and they were all very powerful.
It still left these servants secretly alarmed.
They were very careful when receiving the gift boxes, afraid that they would break something.
"Junior brother Qin, the you I'm speaking to now is an avatar. Is your true body in seclusion?" Ao Fong asked Qin Yun as he walked by his side.
"Yes, it's cultivating in seclusion."
Qin Yun nodded.
It was not difficult to condense an avatar. His essence soul dermic powers were pure enough to make him match that of a third firmament sky immortal of the Grand Supreme lineage. It was naturally easy for him to condense an avatar. As his current seclusion carried the possibility of being a long one, he deliberately left an avatar in his homeworld to accompany his wife and daughter.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 495, The One That the Tao Begets. Chapter 495, The One That the Tao Begets. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin.
Qin Yun and Xiao accompanied Ao Fong and the rest of the Sky Dragons into a hall. The other true Dragon Realm dragon children waited outside since there were just too many of them. The tiny guest hall could not contain so many dragons.
Bring them somewhere they can rest," instructed Qin Yun.
"Yes, Dad." Qin Yi smiled as she walked out the hall and said, "Everyone, please follow me."
In a courtyard in Qin Manor. Qin Yi led the dragons to sit down inside the courtyard.
As she smiled and waved her hand, clouds rose around her. In the distance were the boundless firmaments. There was the gorgeous radiance of the sun rising, with divine birds flying gracefully in the sky.
Floating islands peeked in and out of sight.
This is? The true Dragon Realm dragons were somewhat astonished by the sudden appearance of this scene. "It's my dad's," said Qin Yi with a smile. "He has set up numerous array formations in Qin Manor.
This one is a hallucination array. It's said that even ordinary sky immortals can forget about escaping once they get trapped in it.
He gave me control over some of the array formations and I thought that I might as well initiate the hallucination array. Even when it's not being used to trap an enemy, the scenery is so beautiful and realistic that we can use it for enjoyment. This hallucination array sure is impressive.
None of us can see through it."
"Miss Qin, how impressive of you to control this array just to make pretty scenery."
The dragon children fawned over Qin Yi.
Qin Yi. She was the daughter of the great Chang world Sword Immortal Qin. In the Effulgent Dominion, Sword Immortal Qin was now famous. In the future, he was likely going to be one of the most terrifying beings in the Effulgent Dominion.
The dragons in the Effulgent Dominion might one day be relying on this extremely influential figure.
With Qin Yi's status, this group of dragon children were naturally willing to pander to her and befriend her. Speaking of which, the dragons were considered a rather powerful species in the three realms, but compared to the Taoists, Buddhists, heavenly courts, and the fiends, the dragons by themselves were too weak.
90% of the dragon forces had occupied a single dominion.
The remaining force was scattered across the three realms, making it appear much weaker.
Even so, the dragons were friendly to all.
They had good ties with the heavenly courts, the Taoists, and the Buddhists. They were also open to investing in the other cultures.
For instance, the heavenly courts also had dragon kings.
The Buddhists had divine dragon guardians. There were even more dragons that became disciples of Taoists' mighty figures. The fact that a single species alone could proliferate all across the three realms was quite impressive. After all, they were one of the strongest ranked forces in the three realms.
That evening, Ao Feng bade farewell and led the dragons away.
"Brother Yun, the gifts given by the dragons are quite valuable," said Xiao with a smile. "Even the fact that you helped them conquer the Dragon Mountain world again does not merit such gifts.
It looks like they are going out of their way to befriend you. Since they have given it, keep it."
Qin Yun nodded.
"Back when I saved you, it was all thanks to Puko Dragonlord. I'm very grateful for that. Besides, both you and are dragons. It's only right to be closer to dragons."
Xiao nodded gently.
"Dad, Mom,
Qin walked in from outside and immediately said obsequiously, "Have a seat, I want to talk about something." Following that, she helped Qin Yun and Xiao sit down.
"This girl," said Qin Yun as he smiled sitting down. "Just tell us what's on your mind."
After letting her parents sit, Qin said, "Dad, I plan on adventuring outside."
"Adventuring outside?"
Qin Yun and Xiao exchanged looks.
Xiao asked, "Where do you plan on going?"
"I wish to go to the effulgent great world.
It's such a massive place. There are countless immortals, demons, and fiends there. There are many wonderlands. I wish to experience them all."
Qin looked nervously at her parents.
"Brother Yun, see?
I told you long ago that this daughter of ours would eventually fail to resist the allures of the outside world," said Xiao with a smile.
Qin was taken aback.
"Your mom guessed it a long time ago," said Qin Yun with a smile.
"You are after all still young.
Of course you'd eventually get sick of staying with your parents in the great Chang world."
"I'm not sick of it,"
Qin answered anxiously.
"I know," said Qin Yun.
"I have no problems with you going to the effulgent great world, but you will have to follow my arrangements."
"Sure."
Qin nodded her head immediately, looking as obedient as ever. Her childhood experiences made her yearn a familial relationship, but after spending more than 10 years in the great Chang world with her parents, her heart was slowly itching to get out. She wanted to see new sights, and see more beings of all kinds. Still, she knew enough to mind her father's arrangement. After all, she knew that the world was very dangerous.
Qin Yun was very approving of his daughter's adventuring. But most important was his daughter's safety. Qin Yun naturally made all the arrangements.
He even gave her some of the life preservation items he obtained from the first round of tests in Green Turing Palace.
Boom! A spatial passageway was formed.
Qin Yun and Xiao watched as their daughter flew towards the spatial passageway.
Qin smiled as she looked back at her parents before venturing deep into the spatial passageway. Moments later, she was in the effulgent dominion.
The void rippled apart.
An underwater palace appeared in the distance. Qin had arrived in a place near Ao Feng and several other dragons. "Junior brother Qin, don't worry. We dragons will naturally protect Yi's well-being as long as she's here with us," said Dragon King Ao Feng with a laugh.
"Sorry for troubling you, senior brother," said Qin Yun with a smile.
"It's nothing," said Ao Feng with a smile. As for the sky dragons beside Ao Feng, they muttered softly. "Now that this missus is here, we have to work hard at watching her. If something happens to her, we would be in trouble, but those unruly dragon boys in the clan are to be warned."
They are not to cause trouble for us. This missus of Qin manner is not one they can offend. They conversed via voice transmissions.
Dragons were promiscuous to begin with.
It was common for male dragons to spread their seed across the world. But they were not to place their sights on this Qin, or there was no way they could answer to Sword Immortal Qin.
Green Turing Palace. Stellar Sea.
Stellar Sea was a cultivation ground in Green Turing Palace. Here there were stars floating, and each star spanned hundreds of kilometers wide. More than 10,000 stars were constantly moving in a complex fashion.
On one of the stars,
Qin Yun sat cross-legged on the surface of the star, which was extremely solid. There were more than 1,000 disciples cultivating in the sea of stars. Each disciple occupied their individual star, not disturbing one another.
Out. Qin Yun waved his hand.
A wisp of misty rain flew out as it circled his surroundings. It was like a dream or a mirage, as the might of the sword began to slowly brew in intensity. But what appeared as a surreal and gentle water-like sword flash had a terrifying sword might surge from within.
Destroy.
Qin Yun had a look of anticipation in his eyes.
Boom.
In the infinite dreamy sword flashes, a black sword flash suddenly seemed to rip open the void. Even the stellar sea, which was left behind by the Tao ancestor, heavenly lord of numinous treasure, produced torrential void ripples.
I've mastered it.
Qin Yun nodded when he saw this. One of the three most powerful death blows of the only me sword song, earth-shattering, heaven-battering, has finally been mastered.
It's time to head to the next spot. Qin Yun left Stellar Sea.
He came to another cultivation ground, Wind Valley, in Green Turing Palace. Stellar Sea, Wind Valley, Void Island, Broken Sword Valley, empty.
5 directions.
Qin Yun headed for each cultivation ground in the Green Turing Palace, one by one, cultivating the move that suited each location the best. Back when his intrinsic flying sword extracted the powers of the chaos pure gold and transformed into an intrinsic supreme grade numinous treasure, even his flying sword gained a wisp of the baffling chaos concept. Qin Yun gained inspiration from it while studying it, and managed to master and adapt the 5 Directions Sword Mountain of the 5 Directions Sword Sutra. With that move, he managed to defeat Bear Mountain. After defeating Bear Mountain, Qin Yun notified his wife before beginning seclusion in Green Turing Palace. He felt that the wisp of baffling chaos concept was extremely important to his sword Tao. He naturally had to strike while the iron was hot. As he contemplated over the chaos concept, he took the opportunity to cultivate the 100 Great White Yan Metal Sword Art, 5 Directions Sword Sutra, Netherfiend Records, and the other sword manuals. And in fact, by truly focusing his mind, he managed to gain even more as the days went by ever since he contemplated over the baffling chaos concept.
Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. The foundation of my sword Tao was split into heaven, earth, and man when I stepped into the Tao. This is the so-called 3. And this baffling chaos concept. It feels more like it's the essence of the Tao. Could it be the one that the Tao begets?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 496, Palatial Lord Kishi. Chapter 496, Palatial Lord Kishi. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, it had been 8 years since the battle with Demon King Bear Mountain. Qin Yun had also fully integrated the wisp of the baffling chaos concept into his sword Tao. He also reached a deeper, more profound level of cultivation in the 5 sword manuals. Tenebrous Fiend World. In a hall of Kishi Palace, a beautiful woman with 4 sharp curved horns was half-slumped in her throne. Beside her were 4 handsome male slaves who served her with utmost care. They were trembling in fear, for just moments ago a handsome male slave had dropped a grape he had deskined accidentally. He was swallowed whole by the Palatial Lord. Palatial Lord Kishi rubbed the blood from the corner of her mouth with her finger as she extended her long tongue to lick it,
wiping off all traces of blood from her lips.
The 4 male slaves turned even more careful after that.
Sister Qixi, Qin Yun has returned to his homeworld, the Great Chang world. A voice resounded in the hall.
Oh?
Palatial Lord Qixi furrowed her brows a little as the corner of her mouth curled slightly.
She gently waved her hand as the 4 male slaves reverently took their leave. Brother, is there anything that I should be wary of in the Great Chang world? Inquired Palatial Lord Qixi.
The Great Chang world has Taoist Divine Firmament, who is also a Green Turing Palace disciple.
However, he poses no threat to you. Your target is Qin Yun.
The voice continued resounding in the hall. The present him poses little threat, but if he is allowed to continue to grow, the threat he'll pose in the future would be immense.
You have to kill him during this operation.
Brother, don't worry.
Leave it to me.
I believe this sword immortal Qin will definitely be quite delicious.
Palatial Lord Qixi flipped her hand and held a trident.
With a whoosh, Palatial Lord Qixi transformed into a black stream of light before leaving the palace. She first flew out of the tenebrous fiend world.
Great Chang world? Qixi's single step allowed her to traverse the void.
She had used major void transference.
Sky immortals who could cast void transference by themselves would typically be those that reached the 7th firmament sky immortal realm. However, void transference was limited in distance. It was typically tens of thousands of kilometers, and at most hundreds of kilometers. To travel through the starry cosmos? It would take an immense amount of time going from one planet to another. Just void transference alone would be extremely demanding, much less traversing the cosmos.
As for major void transference, that was typically for those that had an extremely profound grasp of the void. They could cast major void transference without any external items, and they would mostly have reached the half-step golden immortal realm.
What was a half-step golden immortal?
It referred to those that could exchange a multitude of blows with golden immortals and Buddhas, delivering attacks that could even threaten mighty figures. Their strengths were already very close to golden immortals and Buddhas. And it was because their realms were extremely high could they cast major void transference. For instance, Ancestral Master Zhang was unable to cast major void transference despite reaching the pinnacle of the sky immortal realm and being rather perceptive. It was the same with Qin Yun. However, Qixi was able to cast major void transference by herself. From this alone, without the use of external objects, one could tell just her realm alone was already extremely high. She was already very close to the level of an ancestral fiend mighty figure.
Whoosh.
Dressed in red robes, Qixi walked through the void with trident in hand. She looked at the gigantic planet in front of her.
Great Chang world? Qixi smiled faintly. Sword immortal Qin, an essence soul sword immortal who forged a new sword immortal lineage. He must be delicious. With a step, she entered deep into the Great Chang world's clouds. And with another step, she appeared on the surface of the Great Chang world. Great Chang world. Wusu County.
Qin Yun and Xiao were sitting in a private, elegant room in a restaurant eating some of the local delights. There was a wooden railing by the side of the room, and through it, they could see the performance below. There were women playing the pipa and singing local songs on the stage. The female voices and the gentle plucking of the pipa seemed to scratch at one's heart. Brother Yun, now that he has been cultivating in the effulgent Great World for 8 years, said Xiao.
Shall we make a trip to the effulgent Great World? We?
Qin Yun was astonished.
Xiao, didn't you say you would let me accompany you to enjoy the local delicacies since I just returned? Why do you suddenly have thoughts of heading to the effulgent Great World?
Wusu County is near to our grand dominance, but the performances are already so different, said Xiao with a smile. The effulgent Great World is so far from us, and it's the center of the entire effulgent dominion. There are countless mortals, immortals, and fiendish demons. It would definitely be more interesting there.
Qin Yun smiled with a nod.
Yes,
There are many immortals and fiendish demons there,
many of which have integrated themselves into the mortal world.
Let's go take a look, wheedled Xiao. Qin Yun could not help but laugh at his wife's actions. Alright, as you wish. We will head to the effulgent great world tomorrow.
While we are there, we can see, as well as that son of yours from your dream of 100 years, said Xiao with a smile. I've already told you multiple times about Huaner's true parentage, said Qin Yun immediately.
I obviously believe you.
Xiao smiled with her eyes narrowed. Qin Yun was rendered helpless. He had a clear conscience, so he had long told his wife. But whether he was the biological father was something only Qin Yun really knew.
We haven't met in years.
I heard from Sect Master Jade Tripod that Huaner is doing well. Qin Yun could not help but miss his son. His feelings for Huaner were in no way inferior to those for his daughter or wife.
On our trip to the effulgent great world, I can visit Huaner as well. At that moment,
Qin Yun felt his heart palpitate. He felt danger rapidly approach him.
At his present realm, his Dao domain extended out for 300 kilometers.
He was very perceptive of everything that happened within those 300 kilometers.
No good. Qin Yun suddenly stood up as starlight emitted from his body. The dense stellar forces from the boundless cosmos descended as they instantly emanated 1,500 kilometers out.
Wusu County City, as well as the provincial cities around it, including the mountains, villages, and surrounding counties spanning a total of 1,500 kilometers, were fully enveloped by Qin Yun's stellar barrier.
It left countless people alarmed.
They were either practicing their swordplay, calligraphy, toiling in the farms, listening to music, doing business on the streets.
Or they were bragging and bleeding to themselves.
However, when the boundless stellar forces descended and swirled around them, it left them confounded. It was unheard of for starlight to descend around them in the daytime.
And at that moment, in the restaurant in Wusu County City, Qin Yun was already fully focused. Boom!
A terrifying blast surged over.
Brother Yun.
Xiao stood by Qin Yun's side, feeling extremely nervous.
Qin Yun stared ahead.
He had already discerned his enemy, though the heavenly cycle stellar realm divine power.
It was a red-robed female sky fiend who appeared in the sky over Wusu County.
She wielded a trident and had 4 sharp curved horns. The sky fiend was looking at Qin Yun, and despite the buildings, including the restaurant, blocking their line of sight, she could still see Qin Yun clearly. She grinned at him, her smile alarming him to his very core.
It's her? Palatial Lord Qixi? Qin Yun's heart tightened.
Her reputation preceded her. The fiendish forces that wreaked havoc in the effulgent dominion for eons had Fiend Supremacy Tenebrous Cloud as their supreme leader.
That was someone who could truly match that of a golden immortal or Buddha.
And there were 3 with strength at the half-step ancestral fiend level.
Palatial Lord Qixi was one of them. Boom!
3 emerald green needles tore through the sky and headed straight for the restaurant as they exuded a terrifying fluctuation. Qin Yun commanded with his mind.
Seal!
The 360 swords of stellar light formed a massive barrier of light, enveloping the entirety of Wusu County City. The 3 needles stabbed into the barrier, causing the barrier to disintegrate after some warping. The surrounding void has long been sealed.
There's no way to do void transference. Qin Yun grabbed his wife. Time to leave. He immediately flew into the sky.
The 3 needles pursued Qin Yun the moment they pierced through the obstruction from the 360 swords of stellar light. The heavenly cycle stellar realm is good at trapping enemies, but it's not good for defense.
Qixi chuckled.
She took a step, her speed far exceeding Qin Yun's. As she controlled the 3 needles to attack Qin Yun, she stabbed with the trident in her hand.
Hua!
The trident expanded to 100,000 feet, like a heavenly column that was suspended above Wusu County City. It stirred the winds and clouds, ripping through the void as it thrust towards Qin Yun. The trident's thrust was even faster than the 3 emerald needles. Its might was also a lot more terrifying. After all, Qixi cultivated her body. She was famous for engaging in melee combat. Oh! Qin Yun took a glance as the might of the terrifying trident left him shuddering in fear. If it had been unfettered, perhaps everything in a 500-kilometer radius would have been pulverized. Qin Yun had only managed to protect the mortals by using his heavenly cycle stellar realm to dampen the auxiliary shockwaves. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 497 Tale. Chapter 497 Tale. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. In fact, even if Qin Yun did not protect the mortals, it was unlikely that palatial Lord Qixi would pulverize the surroundings. Although the fiendish way was evil, most sky fiends were still concerned with karma. Once their sins reached the state of giving them a sinful sanguine halo, they had to be more careful. If they went one step further, the sins would result in negative karma fire. Most sky fiends would die under negative karma fire. Only the 2 most malevolent lineages, the spirit-devouring lineage and the sea of blood lineage, were unconcerned with mass murder. The cultivation paths took by experts of these 2 lineages let them become stronger by stepping on the countless corpses of weak beings. One was to devour wantonly, to the point of devouring all life in a world. The other was to use sin as a resource for cultivation. The more sinful they were, the stronger they were. These 2 lineages were unafraid of sin and massacred mortals in an exaggerated manner. Apart from these 2 lineages, the other fiendish lineages might have been evil, but they had supplementary methods to reduce their sins. But typically, they would be careful and not go overboard when it came to killing mortals. No one wanted to be consumed by negative karma fire. On the other hand, the stronger they were, the greater they were at withstanding karma. Qixi had the strength of a half-step ancestral fiend after all. Even if she killed millions of mortals, it would, at most, give her some headache-inducing trouble. As for true ancestral fiends, slaughtering millions of mortals brought just mildly annoying karma. Qixi might not wipe out all life in a 500-kilometer radius, but the aftershocks would cause the deaths of tens of thousands of mortals. That was just trivial to her. Qin Yun did not dare bet on that. Qin Yun took his wife and flew away. You won't escape. Qixi laughed as she thrust out the trident while gripping its other end. It felt like she was stirring the entire world. The 3 emerald needles were in front, while the trident that appeared like a massive heavenly column followed. It left an ominous rumbling wherever it passed. The blue skies and white clouds above Wusu County City had long been ripped to shreds, turning into a pitch-black swath of void rifts. Countless mortals inside the city were left shocked as they saw this rapturous scene. Their legs could not help but turn soft. Qin Yun also knew it was the critical moment of life and death. This palatial Lord Qixi's control over the void is too potent. It's completely sealed. I can't use mementos to contact the outside world. My flying speed is inferior to hers as well. I'm really in danger now. Qin Yun knew how dire his situation was, but he remained austere. With one hand holding his wife's hand, he waved his other hand. A wisp of misty rain flew out of his fingertip, as the blurry misty rain naturally formed a gray, blurry barrier of light around him. The entire sword flash barrier protected 3,000 feet of his surroundings. It lacked a sharp aura, but remained gray and blurry, as though it was a hazy drizzle. The grayish, blurry barrier of light was simple but converged. Pwa! 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 The 3 emerald needles stabbed into the gray barrier of light first, but slowed down as if sunk into a quagmire. They sank in silently and caused no further commotion. Immediately following was the extremely terrifying trident. The trident was extremely sharp and it was massive. It stabbed into the barrier, and all Qi felt was a series of barriers. Even though it seemed like she had instantly pierced through more than 10,000 obstructive layers, the momentum of the trident was all gone. The gray barrier continued swirling around Qin Yun. The trident had failed to stab through it. Wasn't it said that the strongest protection he has is the protective great divine power, heavenly cycle stellar robes? Why is this protective sword his flying sword produced able to withstand my strike? Qi frowned slightly. According to her estimates, her trident should have stabbed through the heavenly cycle stellar robes instantly and killed him. But now, the sword flashes had defended against her blow. Clearly, what Qin Yun could do did not match the intelligence she received. Qin Yun heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. After his intrinsic flying sword transformed into an intrinsic supreme-grade numinous treasure, his misty rain sword became the strongest weapon in his arsenal. It was a lot more powerful than the two great divine powers, Heavenly Cycle Stellar Realm and Heavenly Cycle Stellar Robes. The two great divine powers had only attained initial success after all, matching that of ordinary ninth firmament sky immortals. His intrinsic supreme-grade numinous treasure could match a connate numinous treasure. Qin Yun had defeated Bear Mountain by casting 5 elemental sword mountain with his intrinsic flying sword. Although Qin Yun's offensive strength when using his intrinsic flying sword was pretty good, it was best suited for protecting him. His sword Dao pursued the perfection of the heavenly cycles. In essence, it made for a peerless defense. He had been cultivating in seclusion in Green Turing Palace. Over those 8 years, Qin Yun had already gained a profound understanding of the chaos concept. He had also fully merged it into his own sword Dao, cultivating the 5 sword manuals to an even more profound state. He now grasped many powerful moves. And his own sword Dao was even more powerful. Although he had cultivated in other defensive moves, such as the Void as one realm of the 5 elemental sword sutra, as well as the myriad flower sword world of the Rosa multiflora sword chart, Qin Yun's sword Dao was different from those of the 2 seniors who created the 2 manuals. His sword Dao pursued the perfection of the heavenly cycles. His sword Dao alone could easily transform into a heavenly cycle defensive move. Therefore, even back when Qin Yun was still immortal, he was adept using the cyclic sword flash. As time passed, this move still remained his strongest one. Over the 8 years, he had infused the chaos concept into his sword Dao. He had also learned a variety of sword moves, and after his sword Dao accumulated to a certain extent, he naturally gained insights into a more powerful cyclic sword flash. This move is a manifestation of my sword Dao. Most important of all is the chaos concept I infused into it. This attack can now be called the Chaos Cyclic Sword Flash. In terms of defensive might, it's superior to the 5 elemental sword sutras Void as one realm and the Rosa multiflora sword chart's myriad flower sword world. This was also the first time Qin Yun was using this move against an enemy. It ended up being fully capable of fending off Qi, who had the strength of a half-step ancestral fiend. He was originally a bit uneasy, but after seeing the outcome, he felt a little more confident. "Take this too!" Qin Yun roared. At that moment, the 360 swords of stellar light moved surprisingly fast as they surrounded Qi. The swords of stellar light spun around like a vortex, grinding at Qi, who was in the middle. She scoffed. Despite the sword flashes grinding at her body, black scales surfaced on her body. The swords of stellar light failed to damage those black scales in any way. I cultivate my body and am even capable of fighting with golden immortals and Buddhas. Why would these mere tricks of yours matter to me? Qi ignored the attacks of Qin Yun's swords of stellar light. The gap between us is just too huge. I can't threaten her at all. I can only forcibly resist. Qin Yun was cognizant of his limits. Shoo! 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 Dot! The 3 emerald needles flew back to Qishi's side. With the trident in hand, she did a cursory sweep of her surroundings, and, like a heavenly column sweeping across the area, it shattered all the swords of stellar light. This astounding might left Qin Yun's eyelids twitching.
If you have what it takes, try taking this strike again. Qi held the trident with both hands as the might she exuded elevated greatly. She thrust the trident out once more. Boom! With this stab, the entire trident suffused a red layer of flames. Its might had increased several times. It stabbed at the gray, blurry barrier of light once again. Qishi's expression changed slightly. Like before, the trident lost all its momentum after stabbing through tens of thousands of obstructive layers. Die! Qi had a grotesque expression as a gigantic tail appeared behind her. It looked like a scorpion's tail, a sharp, 9-segmented bent whip that had an extremely sharp tip. Swoosh! The tail stabbed at an even faster speed, twice as fast as the trident. In nearly an instant, it arrived in front of the gray barrier. Boom! An unprecedented collision happened. The tail's tip stabbed down as the gray barrier trembled before finally showing its true form. Layers of sword flashes were stacked upon each other as they held off the tail tip. The tail tip stabbed through the layers of sword flashes as they were constantly pushed back. The barrier had sunken halfway, while Qin Yun and Xiao remained inside. The tail only came to a stop after depressing the barrier midway. The aftershocks of the tail and the barrier blasted out. The stellar forces of the heavenly cycle stellar realm around constantly weakened it, and it was all Qin Yun could do to use his stellar forces to move the people in the city further away. Bam! 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 The remnant blast surged out for a kilometer, sweeping over the buildings in the city below. Although the people had been moved away, the region was flattened completely. The commoners were rapidly moved far away with the stellar force's help. All of them looked dazedly at the gigantic tail in the sky stabbing at the sword flash barrier. The tail's scales were black and the tail was segmented. There were probably dozens of segments and the tip of the tail was astoundingly sharp. What a terrifying strike! Qin Yun watched as the chaos cyclic sword flash barrier depressed halfway. When the intrinsic flying sword finally held its defense, he could not help but tighten his grip on his wife's hand. It got blocked? Qi was somewhat alarmed. She quickly retracted the segmented tail behind her. At that moment, boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the sky, smiting straight at Qi. Qi waved her hand as scales filled her palms to fend off the lightning. Her cold eyes swept into the distance. Ancestral Master Zhang stood in midair thousands of kilometers away. There were 12 lightning godfiends around him forming an array formation. A vicinity that stretched out for hundreds of kilometers had been turned into a sea of lightning. Ancestral Master Zhang looked angrily over as he bellowed, "Fiend, don't you act impudently in my world." Senior Brother Yellow-Robed, Senior Brother Wang, Palatial Lord Qi is here to assassinate Junior Brother Qin. Please come quickly. Ancestral Master Zhang took out 2 mementos and requested for backup instantly. The void in which Qin Yun was in had been completely sealed. He had no way to request for help. However, Ancestral Master Zhang was thousands of kilometers away. He could make the request. Yellow Robe Supremacy? General Wang from the Heavenly Courts? Qi frowned before shooting a glance at Qin Yun. Your life preservation sword arts aren't bad, Qi said before she took a step and cast major void transference. Since her strongest attack had failed to kill Qin Yun, she could not afford any delay. If supremacy really came, she would be asking for trouble by staying. Qin Yun watched her leave before heaving a sigh of relief. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 498 Lingering Fear. Chapter 498 Lingering Fear. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Ancestral Master Zhang, who was thousands of kilometers away, simultaneously heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the scene. With a thought, he dismissed the 12 lightning godfiends and dispelled the array formation. Following that, he took one step forward with void transference to appear above Wosu County City.
"Thank you, senior brother."
Qin Yun immediately bowed gratefully.
Xiao bowed as well. After all, not just anyone would dare to offer aid when facing a half-step ancestral fiend. If one was not careful, not only would they fail to save the other party, they might end up losing their own lives.
"Ha," Ancestral Master Zhang said with a laugh.
"I had set up a lightning array formation to suppress the void long before this. Even if that Kishi were to use major void transference, she would not be able to come close.
If she did dare to close in, the only available option for me would have been to flee immediately.
This bit of strength I have doesn't threaten her in any way, but..."
Qin Yun smiled.
"I similarly posed no threat to her. By the way, senior brother Zhang.
I didn't know you had seen your brother Yellow Robe's memento?" Back at the Skywolf world, Yellow Robe's supremacy had quickly headed to the Green Turing Palace's golden sand array for seclusive cultivation after meeting the Tao ancestor.
It would have taken at least 10,000 years for him to finish.
Now, there was only an avatar left in the Skywolf world.
"Of course not. I was doing that to scare her only," said Ancestral Master Zhang with a laugh.
"However, I do have senior brother Wang's memento."
"So, it was just a half-truth."
Qin Yun laughed. "Your daughter is senior brother Yellow Robe's disciple."
"They must have investigated thoroughly, so I thought they would believe that I really possess senior brother Yellow Robe's memento," said Ancestral Master Zhang wistfully.
"I see." Qin Yun nodded.
"On the two whose help was sought."
There was no need to elaborate on Yellow Robe's supremacy. Although he was a ninth firmament sky immortal, his combat strength was undoubtedly at the mighty figure level.
Many years ago, he was the head of the Heavenly Court's Western Mansion of the White Tiger, a famous combat general of the Heavenly Courts. The fame he enjoyed was even greater than the supreme leader of the fiendish way in the effulgent Great World's fiend supremacy Tenebrous Cloud. Of course, their strengths were on par with each other.
Senior brother Wang's name was Wang Qian. He was also a Green Turing Palace disciple.
He helmed a division of soldiers from the Heavenly Courts and was temporarily stationed in the effulgent Great World. His strength was that of a half-step golden immortal.
Palatial Lord Kishi's attack.
As mighty figures like golden immortals and Buddhas were unable to enter small worlds with their true bodies, they could only seek the help of senior brothers and sisters at the ninth firmament sky immortal realm. And at the ninth firmament sky immortal level, the memento response was unable to exceed that of a dominion.
Only mighty figures could sense past a dominion.
They could easily use their own strength to head to any dominion in the three realms.
Therefore, the ninth firmament sky immortal reinforcements Ancestral Master Zhang could seek were limited to those in the effulgent dominion.
There were only a few hundred senior brothers and sisters in the effulgent dominion of that cultivation level, but most of them were even weaker than Qin Yun and Ancestral Master Zhang.
There was only one at the half-step golden immortal realm. Senior brother Wang Qian.
And the only one that could match the power of a mighty figure was senior brother Yellow-Robed.
Whoosh! Not far away, an elder in linen clothes walked out the void.
The elder had a head of silver hair. His gaze was recessed and heavy. He was the general of the Heavenly Courts, General Wang Qian.
He led a garrison of Heavenly Courts troops in the effulgent dominion. Senior brother Wang.
Qin Yun and Ancestral Master Zhang immediately went forward to welcome him.
Xiao also followed Qin Yun.
What a powerful sky fiend aura! The elder sensed the area before smiling at Qin Yun and Ancestral Master Zhang. It looks like the both of you resolved the trouble without my help. I deliberately shouted out Senior Brother Yellow-Robed and Senior Brother Wang's names so I could scare her off, said Ancestral Master Zhang with a smile. With Kishi's strength, she could probably deliver about 10 strikes in a blink of an eye, said the elder. That's enough time for her to use everything in her arsenal. Since she retreated, it means she knows she's unable to do a thing to Junior Brother Qin.
Junior brother Qin, you must have experienced Qishi's tale. Her tale is truly powerful. Qin Yun nodded. Yes, it was dangerous. I almost failed to resist her attack. The elder looked at Qin Yun in astonishment. There's no need to act humble. If you resisted it, then you resisted it. Junior brother, you have only cultivated for such a short period of time, but you are able to withstand Qishi's attack at full strength. I'm truly impressed. I saw the gigantic tail from afar as well. It's truly grim and its might is terrifying, said Ancestral Master Zhang with a smile. I definitely wouldn't withstand it. I'm a sky immortal, while Qishi is a sky fiend, said the elder. At our realms, it's already very rare to push our strength towards that of the golden immortal or ancestral fiend level. Trying to enhance it any bit more is extremely difficult. Qishi's melee combat might only be considered average, for even I can repress her. But that tail of hers is truly terrifying. By being able to withstand her blow, you will be able to withstand any blow apart from those delivered by mighty figures. Now that Qishi's assassination has failed, will that fiend supremacy try it himself? Asked Ancestral Master Zhang worriedly. Don't worry, said the elder. The fiend leaders that the fiendish waystations in the various dominions of the three realms are constantly watched by the heavenly court's troops. They would not dare take action recklessly. Qin Yun nodded slightly. Xiao was feeling nervous as she listened from the side. It's our job to deal with the fiends, said the elder with a shake of his head. Unfortunately, the heavenly court's forces in the effulgent dominion are very weak. We only have my division of heavenly troops at the moment. Qin Yun knew this. The dominions in the core of the three realms were where the heavenly courts had the greatest control. Any of those dominions in the core had massive numbers of heavenly soldiers and general stations. The leaders were all famous mighty figures. Half the heavenly court's forces in the three realms were in the heavenly realm. The other half was scattered across the numerous dominions in the core region. For remote dominions like the effulgent dominion, they would only send an ordinary division of heavenly soldiers. Leading them would be a half-step golden immortal. As for dominions ruled by the fiends, the heavenly courts would not even send troops there. By the way, junior brother Qin, remember to leave an avatar outside in the future. If your true body encounters danger, you can use your avatar to seek help, suggested the elder smilingly. When Qishi attempted her assassination, you must not have had the chance to seek help because of her control of the void, am I right? Yes, I was lacking in experience. Qin Yun nodded. One had to seek help the moment they encountered danger. Then, they would use their own strength and the life preservation items that Green Turing Palace gave to stall for time. Once senior brothers and sisters came, everything would be fine. The problem was that it required time to seek help and for the reinforcements to arrive. If one was too weak, they could be killed in a blink of an eye, making such a solution pointless. Thankfully, he had entered seclusion for 8 years and had improved his cyclic sword flash. If not, he and Xiao would probably be dead. Upon coming to this realization, Qin Yun felt a lingering fear. The 5 fires calabash and Yin water chains are supreme-grade numinous treasures. They are useless to me. It looks like I should exchange them for some life preservation items, thought Qin Yun. Qin Yun, together with Ancestral Master Zhang, hosted senior brother Wang Qian at his place. And in the tenebrous fiend world. Whoosh! A stream of light landed in a hall. Palatial Lord Qishi's expression was cold. Sister Qishi. A figure materialized beside her. It was none other than fiend supremacy. Brother. Qishi bowed her head. I failed. Failed? Fiend supremacy was astonished. How did you fail? Has he attained phenomenal success with his protective divine power? His divine powers are not worth mentioning. Qishi shook her head. But his flying sword is able to produce a very profound protective sword art.
I was unable to crack it even by using my true form and my full strength.
Even you can't crack it?
Said a baffled fiend's supremacy.
He's just an essence soul sword immortal. If he becomes a sky immortal, he will probably be even stronger than me.
Although Kishi's expression was ugly, she could only admit, in short, I'm unable to crack his protective sword art.
In your opinion, what sort of strength is needed to finish him? Inquired Fiend's supremacy.
Kishi recalled the scenes of their exchange and said, my strength needs to be increased by 30 to 40% before I would be confident of cracking his protective sword art.
She had sensed it.
Although she had depressed the Chaos Cyclic Sword Flash's barrier nearly halfway, she felt that the barrier would only continue depressing even if she used greater force.
It was just too resilient.
She would only be confident of cracking it only if she became 30 to 40% stronger. I have no idea if that protective sword art is even his strongest move, said Kishi.
All right. Fiend's supremacy nodded slightly. Brother, what do you plan on doing next? Pressed Kishi.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 499, Senior Brother Sasu's Kindness. Chapter 499, Senior Brother Sasu's Kindness. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Fiend's supremacy frowned and said softly, after this battle, that Qin Yun will definitely be a lot more careful.
We shall have to wait. Kishi nodded slightly.
Even if another plan was plotted, she would unlikely be the person executing it. Clearly, Palatial Lord Kishi's strength was insufficient to kill Qin Yun.
He rose up too quickly.
He has only cultivated for such a short period of time, and he is already able to stay alive against Kishi.
I can't let him continue to grow. How should I rid myself of him?
Fiend's supremacy began contemplating a solution. While the tenebrous fiend world was thinking up a solution, Qin Yun, Xiao, and Ancestral Master Zhang were hosting a banquet for senior brother Wang Qian in the Great Chang world. When the banquet was almost over, Wang Qian said, Junior brother Qin, although Fiend's supremacy tenebrous cloud will not act wantonly, you were able to resist Palatial Lord Kishi after such a short period of cultivation.
Perhaps, this will only make the fiends more eager to kill you. Qin Yun nodded slightly. He was well aware of this too.
My suggestion is for you to temporarily live in the effulgent great world, said Wang Qian with a smile.
The effulgent great world has a deep heritage and many experts lurk in it. There is a mighty figure residing in it too.
If they truly dare to send ancestral fiends to attack, our Green Turing Palace's golden immortals can descend as well. From the side, Ancestral Master Zhang clapped and said with a smile, yes.
Head to the effulgent great world. The possibility of ancestral fiends and golden immortals fighting there is very low. After all, they do not wish to offend that senior.
Wang Qian nodded.
With that senior present, no one in the effulgent great world dares act without regard. All right.
Xiao and I were already planning on heading to the effulgent great world for a trip, said Qin Yun with a smile. He also knew that a terrifying existence resided in the effulgent great world.
By residing in the effulgent great world, the senior also became the leader of the effulgent dominion. In fact,
it was very difficult to dominate a dominion in the vast three realms. Taking the dragons as an example, it took the Chaos God Fiend, Ancestral Dragon, and several dragons at the Ancestral Fiend realm to occupy a dominion. For the Magi, the Megaskate's 10 Magi all had baffling and unpredictable abilities. They were very famous, but even they were only able to occupy a dominion by joining forces.
A typical mighty figure? About 5 golden immortal mighty figures would not have the qualifications to occupy a dominion. How powerful were the Taoists, Buddhists, heavenly courts, and fiendish way? Without sufficient strength, how could one shock and awe the rest enough to put them in their place and completely dominate a dominion? There is no need to choose another day. Why don't we do it now?
Wang Qian said with a smile.
I can bring the both of you there directly. Qin Yun looked at his wife Xiao, who nodded as well. Then I'll be troubling you, senior brother Wang, said Qin Yun with a smile. Simultaneously, he split off an avatar which immediately transformed into a stream of light that headed for grand dominance. Junior brother Qin, it's safer in the effulgent great world, but you still have to be careful, said ancestral master Zhang. Qin Yun nodded. Let's go. Wang Qian smiled as he waved his hand. He engaged in major void transference together with Qin Yun and Xiao. They departed the Great Chan world and headed for the effulgent Great World. After arriving in the effulgent Great World, Qin Yun and Xiao quickly bade Wang Qian farewell. Half a month later. In an elegant room in a city's restaurant. Qin Yun and Xiao were enjoying several delicacies. Since the effulgent Great World was so big, the local delights were more than sufficient to appeal to the couple's tastes for years. Whoosh! A blurry light descended into the room as another Qin Yun appeared. It merged with the seated Qin Yun immediately. The person accompanying his wife was only an avatar. How was it? Asked Xiao when she saw this. I made a trip to Green Turing Palace and sought out several senior brothers and sisters, but Khanate wonders are extremely difficult to obtain. Qin Yun shook his head. It's only possible to get one if I use another Khanate wonder to exchange, but the moment my possession of the Chaos Pure Gold is exposed, I'll probably encounter greater troubles. The huge piece of Chaos Pure Gold he obtained from Star Cluster Hall was about half the height of a person. He only used 30% to raise his intrinsic flying sword to the supreme grade numinous treasure level. Firstly, Qin Yun did not dare reveal that he had it. Even if he only used a tiny portion of it, others would suspect that he had even more. Mighty figures could use this to infer the truth. Treasures were tempting. Once this was made known, it would really result in endless trouble. Secondly, his intrinsic flying sword had already extracted all the Chaos Pure Gold it could, and was unable to withstand anymore. However, if he were to become a golden immortal one day, the Chaos Pure Gold could still provide a lot of help. Therefore, Qin Yun could only use his supreme grade numinous treasures, the Yin water chains and 5 fires calabash to exchange for the Khanate wonder. He did not need a lot, just a tiny amount would be sufficient. But it was very difficult. The difference in value between supreme grade numinous treasures and Khanate wonders was just too great. Khanate wonders were also very rare. Continue waiting then. Besides, you might one day create a sky immortal dermic formulation, said Xiao. When that happens, your strength will reach a brand new level. Create a sky immortal dermic formulation? Said Qin Yun wistfully. At present, I only barely have a clue. I'm still far from successfully creating it. Brother Yun, you are the sword immortal who created his own dermic formulation. If you can reach the 9th firmament sky immortal, the purity of your dermic powers will make you in no way inferior to golden immortals, comforted Xiao. I've read through the intelligence on the experts in the 3 realms you gave me. Many of the experts in the 3 realms are 9th firmament sky immortals who created their own dermic formulations. They are all able to match golden immortals. Brother Yun, you have created an even harder sword immortal dermic formulation, and with your intrinsic flying sword, I believe you will only get stronger. When the time comes, that fiend supremacy tenebrous cloud will be no match for you at all. I'll take it one step at a time. It's still very early. Qin Yun lowered his head and continued eating. The couple chatted as they ate, and were more than halfway done with their meal when suddenly, buzz! A fluctuation descended. Oh! Qin Yun had extremely sharp senses. He turned to look. A white-dressed man walked out of the void as he scrutinized Qin Yun. The moment he saw this, Qin Yun stood up together with his wife. He bowed and said humbly, "Greetings, senior brother Sa." The person was none other than Green Turing Palace disciple Sa Su. He created the heavenly constellation Lightning Dharma, and with the Lightning Dharma,
was able to match mighty figures.
His potential was even higher than Yellow-Robe Supremacy's.
Yellow-Robe Supremacy and Company were a batch of ancient experts in the three realms that had been stuck at a bottleneck since ancient times. After cultivating for so long, it was extremely unlikely they could become golden immortals. On the one hand, Xiao had cultivated for a relatively shorter amount of time. On the other hand, he did not study from predecessors, but created his own dermic formulation. The dermic formulation he created himself was also extremely powerful, and he himself was very perceptive.
I heard you require a water elemental Khanate wonder? Xiao asked Qin Yun.
Yes, said Qin Yun eagerly.
I have the Khanate wonder, water of the first essence.
Xiao looked at Qin Yun.
What do you have to exchange in return?
Qin Yun was excited hearing this.
Water of the first essence?
What his intrinsic flying sword needed the most was naturally metal elemental Khanate wonders. The next most important were those of the water elemental sort. I only have 2 supreme-grade numinous treasures, the Yin water chains and 5 fires calabash, as well as a 3 calamities crimson numinous fruit tree, said Qin Yun. These were the most precious treasures he had apart from his intrinsic flying sword and chaos pure gold. The Yin water chains and 3 calamities crimson numinous fruit tree had been obtained from killing prestige goat. The 5 fires calabash was naturally won from his battle bet with Bear Mountain.
Just that?
Xiao looked at Qin Yun.
That's all I have.
Qin Yun felt somewhat helpless as he said this.
The chaos pure gold was just not something he could reveal.
Once it was exposed, experts good at inference could figure many things out. As for the other treasures, he had obtained them from combat, but as he had cultivated for too short a time, he had only accumulated few.
Just this bit of treasures.
Whatever. I'll give you 3 drops of water of the first essence, said Xiao.
Are you willing to do the exchange?
Yes, I'm willing, said Qin Yun gratefully.
Thank you, senior brother.
Xiao was an existence that matched a mighty figure. 2 supreme-grade numinous treasures and a 3 calamities crimson numinous fruit tree were of little use to him. The reason why he initiated the exchange was more to help his junior brother.
Qin Yun took out the 2 supreme-grade numinous treasures and a box.
Inside the box was the 3 calamities crimson numinous fruit tree.
Whoosh! Xiao waved his hand and put them away. Following that, he took out a red calabash. 3 drops of liquid that emitted strange colors immediately flew out. Each drop of water was the size of a fist. One can touch the water of the first essence without any worry. Ordinary cosmic bags and Dharma treasure bottles can store it, said Xiao. Qin Yun also sensed it. It was not like chaos pure gold, which had a boundless, sharp aura. The water of the first essence was very mild, so mild that even mortals could touch it. Qin Yun reached out to grab a drop of water of the first essence. It's heavy.
Qin Yun was astonished.
1 drop of water of the first essence is nearly 500 kilograms, said Xiao. Quickly store it away.
Yes. Qin Yun nodded and took out a green jade bottle and stored the 3 drops inside of it. Cultivate well and teach those fiends a lesson in the future, said Xiao. He had 2 reasons for being so willing to help Qin Yun. Firstly, he thought highly of him earlier on.
Secondly, he knew of Kishi's assassination attempt on Qin Yun.
Xiao was one who abhorred evil, and he had killed numerous fiends as well.
Yes, senior brother Xiao. If I were to obtain more treasures, could I continue exchanging for more water of the first essence?
Qin Yun thickened his skin and asked.
Xiao looked at Qin Yun with a faint smile.
Punk, you can at most get 10 drops from me, including the 3 from just now. You can find me at Green Turing Palace when the need arises.
Thank you, senior brother Xiao.
Qin Yun bowed deeply. He would keep in mind this huge gratitude. He had heard stories of a mighty figure using 60 drops of water of the first essence to exchange for a connate numinous treasure in the three realms. It was relatively easier to exchange connate wonders for connate numinous treasures. As for supreme-grade numinous treasures, it was acknowledged by all in the three realms that only 100 supreme-grade numinous treasures could be exchanged for one connate numinous treasure. Furthermore, one had to find a mighty figure that was willing to do the exchange. Whoosh! The blurry light descended as Sasu departed the effulgent dominion. "Brother Yun, are the 3 drops of water of the first essence enough?" asked Xiao. "It's not considered a small amount." Qin Yun was filled with glee. "My flying sword mainly requires metal elemental materials and water elemental materials as a supplement. It does not need too much of the water of the first essence." On the same day, after he settled in his wife, Qin Yun's true body headed for his tiny compound in Green Turing Palace, where he began nurturing his intrinsic flying sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 500 Jade Tripod Sex Meng 1. Chapter 500 Jade Tripod Sex Meng 1. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Green Turing Palace. In the chamber of Qin Yun's tiny compound, an incense was burning inside the chamber as its thin fragrance permeated the area. Qin Yun sat cross-legged on a mat as he took out a green jade bottle. The 3 drops of water of the first essence flew out and floated in front of him. Each liquid drop suffused bizarre colors and was filled with endless wonder. Connate wonder. Qin Yun was reeling in anticipation. It was already very rare to have just 3 drops. Following that, he waved his hand, releasing his intrinsic flying sword. The misty rain sword floated above the 3 drops of water of the first essence. As Qin Yun circulated the formulation, a black and white chart surfaced over the misty rain sword. Immediately, a drop of water of the first essence flew straight up and completely fused with the black and white chart. The misty rain sword absorbed whatever the chart converted. The flying sword trembled. The flying sword was also changing as it absorbed the connate wonder. The pale golden misty rain sword was now developing a discernible azure tinge on its surface. The chaos pure gold has very tiny impurities in it. The absorption will still leave behind some impurities. As for the water of the first essence, it gets completely absorbed, Qin Yun mused while watching. Moments later, the misty rain sword completed the absorption of the first drop of water of the first essence. A drop of water of the first essence is still not enough? Qin Yun was astonished. Immediately following that, the second drop of water of the first essence flew up and fused into the black and white chart. After the misty rain sword absorbed all of it, Qin Yun could sense that the misty rain sword was feeling a little bloated. The quantity absorbed the first time is always the most. 2 drops of water of the first essence is sufficient. The absorption can continue tomorrow. Qin Yun nodded. He gave this command with a thought. The remaining drop of water of the first essence was stored into the green jade bottle. Qin Yun beckoned his hand as the misty rain sword landed in his palm. The flying sword was entirely azure gold in color, its surface having an additional aqueous layer, making it look more illusory. Although it's still at the supreme grade numinous treasure level, it feels like its potency has increased by about 10 to 20% when I circulate it with my dermic powers. Qin Yun had an idea as he took out the yellow-skin calabash and withdrew the gigantic chaos pure gold from within. The chaos pure gold, which was half the height of a human, landed on the ground. Qin Yun waved his hand as the misty rain sword flew above the chaos pure gold. As he circulated the formulation, the black and white chart surfaced. The chaos pure gold immediately released golden points of light that fused with the misty rain sword. The absorption can really continue. Qin Yun was delighted. Previously, my intrinsic flying sword was unable to absorb any more of the chaos pure gold.
I guess that only after I attained a golden immortal Dao fruit and went through a huge improvement of my sword Dao realm would my intrinsic flying sword be able to continue the absorption. But now, with the absorption of another Khanate wonder, my intrinsic flying sword is slowly transforming.
It can absorb even more of the chaos pure gold.
In fact, an ordinary Dharma treasure also required the marriage of several materials. Intrinsic flying swords also absorbed many metal and water elemental materials when they were at the weakest Dharma artifact stage. Qin Yun's sword Dao realm was only at the late stages of the Sky Immortal realm. Without attaining a golden immortal Dao fruit, his intrinsic flying sword could only reach the superior grade numinous treasure state using ordinary materials.
To break those shackles, he needed Khanate wonders.
Khanate wonders were the most mysterious and precious materials in the three realms. Still, it was hard to exchange for a tiny bit of Khanate wonder material even with supreme-grade numinous treasures that ninth firmament sky immortals valued highly. For instance, even a drop of the water of the first essence was more precious than a supreme-grade numinous treasure.
Qin Yun's flying sword was most in need of metal elemental Khanate wonders.
Next were those of the water elemental nature. These two were the most important. Previously, the Misty Rain sword situation was akin to it walking with only one leg. After it absorbed the water of the first essence, the Misty Rain sword was a lot more internally balanced.
It could now absorb even more chaos pure gold.
Of course, wood, earth, and fire elemental Khanate wonders were of use too.
Even non-elemental Khanate wonders were of use, but their importance was secondary.
In the following days, Qin Yun's avatar jaunted with his wife, taking in the local sights. His true body was in seclusion in Green Turing Palace. After 5 days, the 3 drops of water of the first essence were completely refined and absorbed. There was only about 60% of the chaos pure gold left compared to when Qin Yun first received it. There's just too little water of the first essence.
Qin Yun looked at the Misty Rain sword which sat in his palm.
To satiate this Misty Rain sword,
I probably need a lot more water of the first essence.
Go! Qin Yun directed with his mind. The Misty Rain sword immediately flew out and circled the chamber, tearing streaks across the void. Qin Yun nodded when he saw this.
Its strength has increased by 30 to 40%. It's still at the intrinsic supreme grade numinous treasure level. I wonder how many Khanate wonders I'll need to feed it for it to transform into an intrinsic Khanate numinous treasure. As long as he had enough Khanate wonders, anything was possible. Before becoming a golden immortal.
If his intrinsic flying sword could become a Khanate numinous treasure, then after he attained his golden immortal Dao fruit, his sword Dao realm would be greatly enhanced. The might of his intrinsic flying sword would also increase again. After all, Khanate numinous treasures had different grades of strength.
Ordinary ones gave even mighty figures limited aid.
The powerful ones could send tremors throughout the 3 realms. For instance, the Empyrean seal was extremely famous. And the even more famous Immortal Vanquishing Array, and the legendary Pangdo Axe, they were the best Khanate numinous treasures.
Qin Yun had taken Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure as his master.
His master had expectations for him. Since he cultivated quickly, he naturally had many ideas. He wished to nurture his intrinsic flying sword to an extremely powerful state.
Jade Tripod sect was one of the top 32 factions in the Effulgent Dominion. Of course, there were other subsidiaries of the Jade Tripod sect in other dominions.
After all, it was established by perfected Jade Tripod, one of the 12 golden immortals under Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning.
There were countless cultivators who wished to join the Jade Tripod sect in the Effulgent Dominion. Ashen Azure Peak, one of the Jade Tripod sect's 6 peaks. 2 Taoists at the Sky Immortal realm who had extraordinary auras shouted from afar, junior brother Meng Huan. Meng Huan was dressed in azure-colored clothes.
He had a cold disposition. He was used to practicing in the way of the sword since a young age. He was a man of few words, and he was still the same to this very day. When Meng Huan heard the shout, he turned and saw the 2 Taoists.
he immediately bowed. "Greetings, senior brothers."
"Junior brother Meng Huan, I need your help on something," said the shorter Taoist with a chuckle.
"Senior brother Lu, please speak," said Meng Huan.
"Your senior brother Qi and I have to leave immediately since something has cropped up. However, I'm on duty to guard the dungeons," said the short Taoist with a smile. "Therefore, I'm hoping you can help me by guarding the dungeons for half a year."
"Guard the dungeons for half a year?" Meng Huan was slightly taken aback. "This is the token for guarding the dungeons."
"I'll be troubling you, junior brother."
The short Taoist flipped his hand and took out a token. Following that, he eyed Meng Huan. "Junior brother, I'm sure you don't have any objections, right?" Meng Huan nodded slightly. "Senior brother, go ahead and deal with your matters. Leave the guarding of the dungeons to me. You have to take good care of the token." The short Taoist flicked the token at him. Following that, he left with his partner. Meng Huan held the token and watched his senior brothers depart. He frowned slightly. "I'm the weakest disciple in Ashen Azure Peak. I can only let this pass. If I were to resist, I would only end up being bullied more."
Ashen Azure Peak was one of the 6 peaks of the Jade Tripod sect. The heaven and earth spiritual energies here were more than 10 times richer than the outside world. Every disciple had a cave abode to use as their own. Precious natural treasures were delivered to each cave abode on a fixed basis. The conditions one had for cultivating were much better than ordinary Jade Tripod sect disciples. Typically, only by becoming a sky immortal and becoming an elder did one have the qualifications to enter one of the 6 Jade Tripod sect peaks. Only very few disciples at the Essence Soul realms were allowed entry. They were typically exceptions due to their extremely high talent. Meng Huan had only broken through to the 3rd Firmament Essence Soul realm. His Dao domain only spanned 30 kilometers. And the other weakest senior sister in Ashen Azure Peak had a Dao domain of 50 kilometers despite being also at the 3rd Firmament Essence Soul realm. She was no rush to break through to the Sky Immortal realm because she was focused on cultivating divine powers. The 2 Taoists flew out of the Jade Tripod sect. I have no idea how that Meng Huan lucked out. He is considered one of the weakest 3rd Firmament Essence Soul realm disciples in our Jade Tripod sect. Yet he was invited into Ashen Azure Peak. Scoffed the short Taoist. Junior brother Lu, Meng Huan had reached the 3rd Firmament Essence Soul realm despite cultivating for a short time. "His talent is still passable," said Qi. Since we are talking about talent, we have a bunch of 3rd Firmament Essence Soul realm disciples in our Jade Tripod sect that are much more talented than him. How does he deserve to enter Ashen Azure Peak?" Scoffed the short Taoist. "Isn't it just because his father, Meng Ichio, is talented? It's said that he has strength that matches Sky Immortals despite being mortal. But so what? Even if he becomes a Sky Immortal, he will only be at the 5th or 6th Firmament Sky Immortal. Why would our Jade Tripod sect bother with an external cultivator? We are an orthodox sect of the primordial beginning." "I heard that sect master had personally invited Meng Ichio to join us," said Qi. "Perhaps Meng Ichio has some ties with sect master." "If my master, Immortal Ashen Azure, was still around, would sect master dare stuff someone randomly into our Ashen Azure Peak? With just this one additional person, the benefits of Ashen Azure Peak have to be shared with him. We receive lesser in return." "There are quite a number of people who dislike Meng Huan," scoffed the short Taoist. "My master went to Jade Void Palace for cultivation. He might return in the future. When that happens, Sect Master will see that our Ashen Azure Peak is not something he can use as he pleases." "It's best you not speak of this further," whispered Qi. "I'm only grumbling." The short Taoist flicked his sleeve. "Let's go. Let's not talk about things that only dampen our spirits. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.